I had been planning this hike for weeks. The idea was simple. Take a few days off from work, head into the wilderness, and spend some time alone in nature. I needed to clear my head, and hiking in the mountains was the best way to do it. The trail I picked was one I'd heard about from a few hikers online. It wasn't well known, which made it all the more appealing to me. I liked the idea of being away from crowds, off the beaten path. It was early in the morning when I parked my car at the trailhead, just as the sun began to rise. The air was fresh, cool, and still. I could hear the rustle of leaves as a light breeze stirred through the trees. There was something calming about the quiet of the mountains before the day truly started. I could already tell that this trip was going to be different from any I had done before. The trail started off easy enough. A smooth, well-trodden path wound through dense woods, and I made steady progress as I walked. The forest was quiet, save for the occasional bird call and the crunch of fallen leaves beneath my boots. As I hiked, I let my thoughts wander. I wasn't in a rush, and I wanted to take in the surroundings. The towering trees, the scent of pine, the cool, crisp air. After a few hours of hiking, I came to a small stream that ran alongside the trail. The sound of the water rushing over rocks was soothing, and I decided to stop and rest for a while. I sat on a large, flat rock near the stream, taking out some water and a few snacks. As I relaxed, I noticed how peaceful the place was. No signs of other people, just me and the wilderness. But as I sat there, something felt a little off. I couldn't quite put my finger on it. Maybe it was the way the trees loomed above me, casting long shadows that stretched across the forest floor. Or perhaps it was the stillness of the place, the way the birds and insects had suddenly gone quiet. The hair on the back of my neck stood up slightly, but I shook it off. It was probably nothing. I wasn't used to being this deep in the woods on my own. I packed up my things and continued on the trail. As the day wore on, the path began to get steeper. The trees thinned out, and I found myself climbing up rocky slopes, my boots slipping on loose gravel as I struggled to keep my footing. The climb was harder than I expected, but I welcomed the challenge. The higher I went, the more I felt a sense of isolation, of being completely removed from the world I had left behind at the trailhead. At some point, I reached the top of a ridge and stopped to catch my breath. I looked out across the valley below. The view was breathtaking, the mountains in the distance, the forest stretching out endlessly in every direction. It was beautiful, but there was a certain emptiness to it as well. No signs of life, no other hikers, nothing but the wilderness. I decided to push on, following a narrower, less defined trail that seemed to curve around the mountain. The further I went, the more the path began to fade. It became harder to follow, and I had to watch my step more carefully. The trail seemed to climb higher and higher, winding through thick brush and dense thickets of trees. I wasn't sure where I was heading anymore. It wasn't that I was lost. I still had my map and compass, but the trail felt more like an afterthought, as if it hadn't been maintained in years. It wasn't long before I started to feel like something was wrong. The air had grown thicker, heavier, and the forest had taken on an oppressive, almost suffocating quality. The trees were more closely packed now, and I noticed that they were all older, twisted, and gnarled. They blocked out the sky above, casting the area in deep shadow. My footsteps were the only sound, echoing eerily in the quiet woods. I stopped for a moment, taking a look around. That strange feeling of unease was back, stronger this time. The feeling of being watched, like I wasn't truly alone in the forest. It made no sense. I was a seasoned hiker, used to the wilderness, used to solitude. I'd hiked alone before without any problems. But something about this place felt different, unnerving, almost suffocating. I tried to push the feeling away and continued walking. The trail was becoming more and more difficult to follow now. It seemed to split off in multiple directions, like the path was becoming less and less defined the further I went. I found myself climbing over rocks and scrambling through dense underbrush, my clothes getting snagged on branches. The path was narrowing, and it felt like I was venturing into a part of the forest where few people had been before. By late afternoon, I had lost track of time. The sun had begun to dip lower in the sky, casting long shadows that stretched across the forest floor. I still hadn't found a good place to camp, and the thought of continuing on into the wilderness any further didn't sit well with me. I'd heard enough stories about people getting lost, wandering off the trail, or getting trapped in the woods. It was a reality I didn't want to face. I started to retrace my steps, hoping to find a better place to camp, but the trail I had been following seemed to disappear altogether. The trees had become so dense that I couldn't see the way forward. The underbrush was thick, and the ground was uneven. I had been hiking for hours, and it felt like I had gone in a circle, like the forest was playing tricks on me. My heart began to race as the daylight continued to fade. I decided to stop and set up camp for the night. I found a small clearing and quickly pitched my tent. I didn't feel safe venturing any further. I made a small fire, its light flickering in the growing darkness, but the warmth did little to comfort me. The wind had picked up, rustling the leaves and making the branches creak and groan above me. I stayed close to the fire, trying to ignore the gnawing feeling of unease that had settled in the pit of my stomach. The night was long. The sounds of the forest seemed to grow louder, more intense. Every rustle in the bushes, every snap of a twig made my heart race. I tried to sleep, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was out there, just beyond the firelight. I kept imagining eyes watching me from the darkness, the rustle of leaves just a little too loud, the sound of footsteps I couldn't quite place. By morning, I was exhausted. I packed up my camp and prepared to leave, hoping to find the trail again. The air was colder now, and the sun was still low in the sky, barely breaking through the thick canopy above. I followed what I hoped was the path, but the forest seemed to have changed overnight. The trees were closer together, the underbrush thicker. The trail had become nearly impossible to follow. As I pushed through the forest, I stumbled upon something strange. A small stone cairn, stacked neatly by the side of the trail. I couldn't remember seeing it the day before, and it was too perfectly arranged to have been made by an animal. It sent a shiver down my spine. I didn't know what to make of it, but it felt like a sign that I had wandered into a part of the forest I shouldn't have been in. I decided then that I needed to get out, that I had spent too much time in the woods. I needed to find the trailhead and leave before I got myself into real trouble. But the further I went, the more lost I became. The forest seemed to stretch endlessly in every direction, and I couldn't find my way back. My sense of direction had completely failed me. Just as panic started to set in, I spotted something in the distance, a small break in the trees. I pushed through the brush, my heart pounding, and finally emerged into a clearing. And there, not far away, was the trail I had been looking for. I had somehow stumbled upon it in the nick of time. I followed the trail back down the mountain, my legs sore from the strain, my mind still racing from the tension of the past 24 hours. When I finally reached the parking lot where my car was waiting, I felt a sense of relief wash over me. The feeling of being trapped in the forest, the uncertainty, the fear, it was all behind me now. I never went back to that trail. I learned a lot about myself that day, about my limits, about trusting my instincts, and about the unpredictable nature of the wilderness. It's a place of beauty and danger, and it doesn't always give you a second chance. But I made it out, and that's what mattered. I've hiked many trails since then, but I never forget the feeling of being lost in that forest, of realizing just how easy it is to disappear without a trace. The mountains can be unforgiving, and sometimes the wilderness doesn't care if you're prepared. But I made it out. That's the important thing. and I would never take the outdoors for granted again. I've always loved the outdoors. For me, hiking is a way to escape the stress of daily life, to feel small beneath towering trees, and to push my limits. But one hike last summer taught me that nature can be as terrifying as it is beautiful. This story isn't about ghosts or monsters. It's about how easily things can go wrong when you're alone in the wilderness. I decided to take a solo trip to the national park near my hometown. It was a popular destination with well-marked trails and a steady stream of hikers. But I'd planned a route that would take me away from the crowded paths and deep into the backcountry. I'd spent weeks preparing, reading maps, checking weather forecasts, and making sure my gear was in good condition. I felt confident, even excited. The first day of the hike went smoothly. The weather was perfect, with clear skies and a cool breeze. The trail was challenging but manageable, winding through dense forests and along the edges of steep ridges. I took my time, stopping to admire the views and snap photos of wildflowers. By late afternoon, I'd reached a secluded clearing where I set up camp for the night. As the sun dipped below the horizon, I cooked a simple meal on my portable stove and watched the sky turn shades of orange and pink. It felt good to be out there, away from everything. The second day started just as well. I packed up camp and set off early, eager to cover more ground. The trail grew narrower and less defined as I moved deeper into the backcountry. I'd chosen this route because it promised solitude and untouched beauty, and it delivered. Towering pines stretched endlessly in every direction, their needles creating a soft carpet underfoot. The air smelled of earth and resin, and the only sounds were the rustle of leaves and the occasional chirp of a bird. Around midday, I reached a small stream where I refilled my water bottles and took a break. I sat on a flat rock, soaking my tired feet in the cool water and enjoying the quiet. It was the kind of moment that made all the effort worthwhile. But as I packed up and prepared to move on, I noticed something that gave me pause. A set of footprints crossed the stream and disappeared into the woods on the other side. They weren't mine and they didn't look fresh. I wasn't alarmed at first. The park was open to everyone, and it wasn't unusual to come across signs of other hikers, even in the more remote areas. Still, the tracks were odd. They were deep, as if the person had been carrying a heavy load, and they veered off the trail into dense undergrowth. I tried to dismiss it as none of my business and continued on my way. The trail grew steeper and more challenging as the day went on. By mid-afternoon, I was sweating and out of breath. I reached a rocky outcrop that offered a stunning view of the valley below and decided it was a good spot to rest. I pulled out a granola bar and took a long drink from my water bottle, feeling the satisfaction of a hard day's hike. But then I noticed something that set my nerves on edge. Below me, in the valley, was a thin column of smoke rising into the air. It wasn't a forest fire, the smoke was too controlled for that. It looked like someone had built a campfire. Normally, this wouldn't have bothered me, but combined with the strange footprints I'd seen earlier, it made me uneasy. This area was supposed to be uninhabited, far from any established campsites or trails. I debated what to do. Part of me wanted to investigate to see who else was out here. Maybe it was just another hiker, someone who'd gotten lost or decided to set up camp early. But another part of me, a louder, more insistent part, told me to keep moving. I wasn't in the mood to take unnecessary risks. I continued on, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig, made me jump. I told myself it was just my imagination, that I was letting my mind play tricks on me. But the unease lingered, a constant weight in the back of my mind. By the time I set up camp that evening, I was exhausted. I chose a spot near a small, stagnant pond, hidden from the trail by a dense thicket of bushes. It wasn't the most picturesque campsite, but it felt safe. I cooked a quick meal and crawled into my tent as soon as the sun went down. Despite my fatigue, I found it hard to sleep. Every little noise outside, the rustling of leaves, the croak of a frog, seemed magnified in the silence of the night. I kept imagining someone creeping through the woods, just out of sight. Eventually, exhaustion won out, and I drifted into a restless sleep. I woke abruptly in the middle of the night, my heart pounding. At first, I didn't know what had startled me. The woods were silent, eerily so. No wind, no insects, nothing. I lay still, straining my ears for any sound. And then I heard it. A faint, deliberate crunch of footsteps on dry leaves. My blood ran cold. The sound was close, too close. Whoever it was, they weren't on the trail. They were moving through the undergrowth, heading straight for my campsite. I didn't have a weapon, just a small knife I used for cutting rope and opening food packets. My mind raced as I tried to decide what to do. Should I stay hidden and hope they passed by? Or should I confront them, make it clear I wasn't an easy target? The footsteps stopped just outside my tent. I held my breath, clutching the knife in my shaking hand. The silence stretched on, each second feeling like an eternity. Then, slowly, the footsteps moved away, fading into the distance. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. At first light, I packed up and left the campsite as quickly as I could. I wanted to believe it had been an animal, maybe a deer or a curious raccoon. But deep down, I knew better. The footsteps had been too deliberate, too human. I decided to cut my trip short and head back to civilization. The trail I'd been following looped around to connect with a more popular route, and I figured I could reach it by midday. But as I hiked, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being followed. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone lurking in the shadows. The woods, once so peaceful, now felt oppressive and menacing. By late morning, I reached a fork in the trail where a weathered sign pointed the way to the main route. Relief washed over me. I wasn't far from safety now, but as I started down the new path, I noticed something that stopped me in my tracks. Carved into the wooden sign, deep and jagged, were the words, "Leave now." My heart pounded as I stared at the crude warning. It looked fresh, the edges of the letters still raw and splintered. I didn't stick around to investigate. I picked up my pace, practically jogging down the trail. The trees seemed to close in around me, their shadows long and dark despite the midday sun. Every step felt like a race against unseen danger. When I finally emerged onto the main trail, I nearly cried with relief. The wide, well-trodden path felt like a lifeline, a promise of safety. I passed a few other hikers along the way, their friendly smiles and casual greetings a stark contrast to the fear that still gripped me. I wanted to tell them what had happened, to warn them about the footprints, the smoke, the carved warning. But I didn't. What could I say that wouldn't make me sound paranoid? I reached the trailhead by late afternoon and drove straight home without stopping. For days afterward, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Every creak of the floorboards, every shadow outside my window, sent my heart racing. I've tried to make sense of what happened out there, to come up with a rational explanation. Maybe it was just another hiker, someone who wanted solitude as much as I did. Maybe the warning was meant for someone else. Or maybe I'll never know. I still love hiking, but I've been more cautious since that trip. I stick to well-traveled trails and always let someone know where I'm going. Nature is beautiful, but it's also unpredictable. And sometimes, it reminds you just how vulnerable you really are. The plan was simple, a solo hike to clear my head. I had a stressful month at work, and getting out into nature seemed like the perfect escape. I chose a trail I'd read about online, a long but manageable loop through a remote forest. It wasn't popular, which was part of the appeal. I wanted solitude, a break from emails and meetings. I packed my essentials: water, snacks, a first aid kit, a map, and a lightweight tent in case I decided to camp overnight. The drive to the trailhead was uneventful, but as I turned onto the narrow dirt road leading to the parking lot, I felt the first twinge of unease. The road was barely wide enough for my car, with steep drop-offs on one side and dense forest on the other. The parking area was empty except for a single rusty pickup truck parked in the far corner. Its windows were fogged up, and there was no sign of the driver. I shrugged it off, probably someone who'd started their hike earlier in the morning. The trail started out wide and well-maintained, winding gently uphill through towering pines. The air was crisp, and the only sounds were the crunch of my boots on the dirt and the occasional bird call. After about an hour, the trail narrowed and became more rugged. I'd read that this section was less maintained, but the markers were still visible, so I pressed on. By midday, I reached a clearing with a breathtaking view of the valley below. I sat down on a flat rock, pulled out a sandwich, and took a long drink from my water bottle. The solitude was everything I'd hoped for. No cell service, no distractions, just me and the wilderness. I lingered for a while, then packed up and continued on. The trail descended into a dense forest where the sunlight barely reached the ground. The air felt cooler, and the trees seemed to close in around me. I checked my map frequently, making sure I stayed on the loop trail. The markers were farther apart here, but they were still there, faint splashes of paint on tree trunks. Around mid-afternoon, I came across an old, weathered sign pointing to a side trail. The lettering was faded, but I could just make out the words, "Scenic Overlook." It wasn't on my map, but curiosity got the better of me. The side trail was narrower and steeper, winding uphill through thick underbrush. It was clear no one had maintained it in years. Branches scratched at my arms, and I had to duck under fallen trees. After about 20 minutes, I began to regret my decision. The trail seemed to go on forever, and there was no sign of the overlook. I was about to turn back when I spotted a clearing up ahead. The view was worth the detour. I could see for miles. Rolling hills, dense forests, and a glimmer of water in the distance that must have been a lake. I stood there for a while, letting the wind cool my sweat-soaked face. But as I turned to head back, I realized I hadn't been paying attention to the trail. The way back wasn't obvious, and I couldn't see the faint path I'd followed earlier. Panic started to creep in, but I forced myself to stay calm. I pulled out my map and tried to orient myself. The side trail wasn't marked, but I knew the general direction of the main loop. If I kept heading downhill, I should eventually intersect it. The forest felt different on the way down. Shadows stretched longer, and the underbrush seemed denser. I stumbled over roots and slipped on loose rocks. My legs were beginning to ache, and my water bottle was nearly empty. After what felt like an eternity, I saw a faint trail marker ahead. Relief washed over me as I realized I'd found the main loop. I checked my watch. It was later than I'd thought, and the light was fading fast. I still had a couple of miles to go before I'd be back at the trailhead. I picked up my pace, but the trail seemed more overgrown than I remembered. Branches snagged at my clothes, and the underbrush scraped my legs. I told myself it was just the growing darkness making everything look unfamiliar. Then I saw it, a pile of rocks in the middle of the trail. It hadn't been there earlier. It wasn't just a random scatter. It was a deliberate stack, like a cairn. I stopped and stared at it, my heart pounding. Who had placed it there, and why? I hadn't seen another hiker all day. I stepped around the rocks and kept moving, my senses on high alert. Every rustle in the underbrush made me jump. The trail markers were harder to spot now, and I had to backtrack several times to find them. The forest seemed darker, denser, as if it were closing in around me. I came across another cairn, then another. Each one was more elaborate than the last, with sticks and moss woven into the structure. They were unsettling, but I didn't have time to dwell on them. The light was almost gone, and I needed to get back to the car. Finally, I saw the faint glow of the parking lot through the trees. Relief flooded me as I stumbled onto the gravel and made my way to my car. The rusty pickup truck was still there, but the windows were no longer fogged up. The interior was dark, and I couldn't tell if anyone was inside. I didn't stick around to find out. I unlocked my car, threw my pack into the back seat, and got in. As I started the engine, my headlights illuminated the edge of the forest. That's when I saw it. A figure standing just beyond the tree line. They were motionless, watching me. I couldn't make out any details, just a silhouette against the dark trees. My hands trembled as I shifted into reverse and backed out of the parking lot. When I looked again, the figure was gone. The drive home was a blur. My mind raced with questions I couldn't answer. Who had built the cairns? Who had been watching me? And why? I told myself it was just my imagination, that I'd let the isolation and darkness play tricks on me. But deep down, I knew something wasn't right. When I got home, I locked every door and window and double-checked them before going to bed. I wanted to believe I'd overreacted, that it was just an ordinary hike with a few strange coincidences. But even now, weeks later, I can't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone out there, and I'm not sure I ever want to go hiking again. It was early autumn when I decided to take a solo camping trip into the woods near my hometown. The air was crisp, and the leaves were just starting to change, painting the landscape with patches of orange, yellow, and red. I needed a break from the daily grind, and the thought of a quiet weekend in nature sounded perfect. I had my tent, sleeping bag, some basic cooking gear, and enough food to last 3 days. Everything was packed neatly into my old hiking backpack. I chose a spot deep in the woods, far away from the usual trails. It wasn't my first time camping alone, so I felt confident navigating through the forest. I parked my car at a small gravel lot that marked the end of a dirt road and began my hike. The trail started off wide and well-maintained, but soon narrowed as I ventured deeper. The further I went, the quieter it became. The only sounds were the crunch of leaves beneath my boots and the occasional rustle of squirrels darting through the underbrush. By the time I reached my chosen campsite, it was mid-afternoon. The spot was perfect. A small clearing surrounded by tall pines, with a gentle slope leading down to a stream about 50 yards away. I set up my tent on a flat patch of ground and gathered some rocks to build a fire pit. Once everything was in place, I sat down on a fallen log and took in the surroundings. The woods felt alive but calm, the kind of place where you could lose track of time just listening to the wind in the trees. After unpacking and setting up camp, I decided to explore the area before it got dark. I followed the stream for a while, noticing animal tracks in the soft mud along its banks. Deer, raccoons, and even a set of larger tracks that looked like they belonged to a bear. They weren't fresh, so I didn't worry too much, but I made a mental note to keep my food stored properly. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, I made my way back to camp, collected some firewood, and started a small fire. Dinner was simple. A can of chili heated over the flames and some bread I'd brought along. As I ate, the woods began to change. The daytime sounds of birds and insects faded, replaced by the occasional hoot of an owl or the distant yip of a coyote. The fire crackled, casting flickering shadows on the trees around me. It felt both peaceful and slightly unsettling, a reminder that I was alone out here, far from anyone who could help if something went wrong. I stayed up for a while, staring into the flames and enjoying the solitude. Eventually, I doused the fire, zipped myself into my tent, and settled into my sleeping bag. The night was colder than I'd expected, and I found myself shivering a little despite the layers I was wearing. I fell asleep listening to the distant sounds of the forest. Sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up abruptly. At first, I wasn't sure why. The woods were silent, almost unnaturally so. No wind, no rustling leaves, just an oppressive stillness. I lay there for a moment, straining to hear anything out of the ordinary. That's when I noticed it. A faint crunching sound, like footsteps on dry leaves. It was distant but distinct, coming from the direction of the stream. My heart started to race. I told myself it was probably just an animal, a deer or maybe a raccoon, but the sound didn't seem random. It was deliberate, steady, and getting closer. I sat up slowly, trying not to make any noise. My flashlight was within arm's reach, but I hesitated to grab it. Part of me didn't want to see what was out there. The footsteps stopped. For a few seconds, there was silence again, and I started to wonder if I'd imagined it. Then, a new sound broke the stillness. A low, guttural grunt. It was deep and unnatural, not like any animal I'd heard before. My skin crawled, and I felt a surge of adrenaline. I fumbled for the flashlight and clicked it on, aiming the beam toward the direction of the noise. The light cut through the darkness, illuminating the trees, but I couldn't see anything unusual. The sound had stopped. I sat there for what felt like an eternity, listening and scanning the woods with the flashlight. Finally, I convinced myself that whatever it was had moved on. I lay back down, my heart still pounding, and tried to calm myself. Sleep didn't come easily, and I spent the rest of the night waking up at the slightest noise. The next morning, I emerged from the tent to find the campsite undisturbed. The woods looked normal again, bathed in soft morning light. I tried to shake off the unease from the night before as I made breakfast and planned my day. Maybe it really had been just an animal, and I'd let my imagination get the better of me. I decided to spend the day hiking and exploring, hoping to distract myself. I packed a small day bag with water and snacks and set off in a direction I hadn't explored yet. The forest was dense but beautiful, with sunlight filtering through the canopy and dappling the ground. I followed a faint trail that seemed to lead uphill, eventually reaching a rocky outcrop that offered a stunning view of the valley below. For a while, I felt at ease again, enjoying the beauty and solitude of the wilderness. On the way back to camp, I noticed something strange. A set of footprints, faint but visible in the soft earth, crossing the trail I was on. They were human footprints, larger than mine, and headed in the direction of my campsite. My stomach tightened. I hadn't seen anyone else out here, and this was supposed to be a remote area. I told myself it could be an old trail, the prints left by someone who'd passed through days ago. But they looked fresh. When I got back to camp, everything seemed untouched. My tent was still there, and my gear was undisturbed. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I spent the afternoon close to camp, gathering more firewood and keeping an eye on my surroundings. Every so often, I'd hear a rustling noise or catch a glimpse of movement out of the corner of my eye, but I could never pinpoint the source. As the sun began to set, I built up the fire higher than the night before, hoping it would deter any curious animals or unwelcome visitors. I ate dinner quickly and kept my flashlight and a sturdy stick within reach. The sense of unease was growing, and I found myself constantly glancing over my shoulder. That night, sleep was impossible. I lay in my tent, fully clothed, listening for any sound that might indicate I wasn't alone. Around midnight, the footsteps returned. This time, they were closer, circling the perimeter of my campsite. I held my breath, gripping the flashlight and stick tightly. The footsteps paused, then started again, moving closer to the tent. My heart felt like it was going to explode out of my chest. Suddenly, the sound stopped right outside the tent. I could hear breathing, low and steady. My mind raced, trying to decide what to do. If it was a person, confronting them could be dangerous. If it wasn't, well, I didn't want to think about that. I stayed frozen, barely daring to breathe, until the sound of footsteps started again, moving away this time. When I finally heard them fade into the distance, I forced myself to wait another hour before daring to move. At first light, I packed up my camp as quickly as I could. My hands were shaking, and I kept glancing over my shoulder, expecting to see someone or something watching me from the trees. The hike back to my car was the longest of my life. Every snapping twig or rustling leaf made me jump. When I finally reached the gravel lot and saw my car, relief washed over me. I threw my gear into the back, started the engine, and didn't look back as I drove away. To this day, I don't know who or what was out there that night. Part of me wants to believe it was just another camper who stumbled upon my site by accident, but the way they moved and the sounds they made didn't feel right. I haven't been camping alone since. I've always loved the outdoors. Growing up, my family spent summers camping in the mountains, and those memories of starry nights and the smell of pine trees stayed with me as I got older. A few months ago, I decided to take a solo camping trip to clear my head. Work had been stressful, and I needed some time away from the noise of the city. I chose a remote area in the national forest, far from the usual crowded campgrounds. It was supposed to be a peaceful escape. Instead, it turned into one of the most terrifying experiences of my life. I planned carefully. My gear was in good shape, and I had a reliable tent, a warm sleeping bag, and enough food and water for 4 days. I packed a map, a compass, and a GPS, though I prided myself on being able to navigate without relying too much on technology. The trail I'd chosen was marked on the map, but it wasn't heavily trafficked. That was part of the appeal, the chance to be truly alone in nature. The first day went as planned. I parked my car at the trailhead, hoisted my backpack, and started walking. The forest was beautiful, the air crisp and clean. The trail wound through towering pines and thick undergrowth, occasionally opening up to reveal stunning views of distant mountains. I felt my stress melting away with each step. By late afternoon, I'd found a good spot to set up camp near a small stream. I pitched my tent, gathered some wood for a small fire, and cooked a simple meal. As the sun set, the forest grew quiet, except for the occasional rustle of leaves or the distant hoot of an owl. It was exactly what I'd been hoping for. The second day was much the same. I spent the morning exploring the area around my campsite, taking in the scenery and snapping a few photos. By afternoon, I decided to hike further up the trail to see where it led. I kept my backpack light, carrying just some water, a snack, and my map. The trail became steeper and less defined as I climbed, but I wasn't worried. I had my bearings, and I could always retrace my steps if needed. It was late afternoon when I noticed the first odd thing. I'd been following the trail along a ridgeline when I came across a clearing. In the middle of the clearing was an old, weathered cabin. It wasn't on my map, and I hadn't expected to see any structures out here. The cabin looked abandoned, with its roof sagging and the wood darkened by years of exposure to the elements. Curious, I approached cautiously. There was no path leading to the cabin, just the faint trail I'd been following. It seemed out of place, like it had been forgotten by time. The door was slightly ajar, and I hesitated before stepping inside. The interior was dim, with sunlight streaming through gaps in the walls. The cabin was empty except for a broken table and a few rusted tools scattered on the floor. The air smelled musty, and I felt a strange unease. It wasn't fear exactly, but a sense that I didn't belong there. I left quickly, deciding not to linger. The forest felt different as I walked back to my campsite, the shadows longer and the air heavier. That night, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I told myself it was just my imagination, a reaction to stumbling across something unexpected. I forced myself to relax, focusing on the crackling fire and the familiar sounds of the forest. Eventually, I crawled into my tent and fell into a restless sleep. The third day started uneventfully. I packed up my gear and decided to continue along the trail, planning to loop back to my car by the end of the day. The unease from the previous evening lingered, but I brushed it off. The forest was dense, the trail barely visible in places, but I was confident in my navigation skills. Around midday, I noticed something strange. Footprints on the trail. They were faint but clearly human, heading in the same direction as me. I hadn't seen anyone since starting my hike, and the trail was too remote for casual hikers. The prints looked fresh, and I couldn't help but feel a twinge of unease. I continued walking, keeping an eye out for whoever might have left the footprints. Hours passed, and I saw no one. The trail grew more difficult to follow, overgrown and crisscrossed with fallen branches. By late afternoon, I realized I'd lost the trail entirely. I'd been so focused on the footprints and my surroundings that I'd stopped paying attention to the markers. Frustrated, I pulled out my map and compass, trying to get my bearings. The dense trees made it hard to see any landmarks, but I estimated my location and started heading in what I thought was the right direction. The forest felt oppressive as the sun dipped lower in the sky. Every rustle of leaves or snap of a twig made me jump. I told myself it was just the natural sounds of the forest, but the feeling of being watched returned, stronger than before. I kept moving, trying to ignore the growing unease. As dusk approached, I knew I needed to find a place to camp for the night. I came across a small clearing and set up my tent quickly, not bothering with a fire. The silence was unnerving, the usual nighttime sounds of the forest strangely absent. I lay in my tent, listening to my own breathing and the occasional distant sound of something moving through the undergrowth. Sleep was impossible. Sometime in the middle of the night, I heard it, the unmistakable sound of footsteps outside my tent. They were slow and deliberate, crunching on the forest floor. My heart pounded as I lay frozen, straining to hear more. The footsteps stopped, replaced by an eerie silence. I reached for my flashlight, gripping it tightly. Summoning my courage, I unzipped the tent just enough to peek outside. The beam of light cut through the darkness, revealing nothing but trees and shadows. There was no sign of anyone or anything. The rest of the night was a blur of fear and exhaustion. I stayed awake, clutching my flashlight and listening for any sound. When dawn finally broke, I packed up my gear as quickly as I could and started walking. I didn't care about the trail or my planned route anymore. I just wanted to get back to my car. As I walked, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being followed. The forest seemed to close in around me, every shadow and movement catching my eye. I quickened my pace, ignoring the weight of my pack and the burning in my legs. Hours passed, and I still hadn't found the trailhead. Panic set in as the realization hit me. I was lost. I stopped to catch my breath and consult my map again, but the dense forest made it impossible to pinpoint my location. The GPS had lost signal, and I cursed myself for venturing so far off the trail. As I stood there, I heard it again. The sound of footsteps, faint but unmistakable. They were coming from somewhere behind me. I didn't wait to see who or what it was. I started running, adrenaline overriding my exhaustion. The forest blurred around me as I pushed forward, branches snagging my clothes and tearing at my skin. I stumbled and fell more than once, but I didn't stop. The footsteps seemed to follow, always just out of sight. Eventually, I broke through the trees into a clearing. Relief flooded me as I saw a dirt road in the distance. I sprinted toward it, not caring where it led as long as it was away from the forest. When I reached the road, I collapsed, gasping for air. I looked back at the tree line, half expecting to see someone emerge, but there was nothing. I followed the road until I found a ranger station, my legs barely able to carry me. The rangers were concerned but didn't seem surprised when I told them about the footprints and the sounds in the forest. They said the area was known for its remoteness and warned that it was easy to get lost. They offered to help retrieve my car, which was still at the trailhead. I never figured out who or what was out there with me. Maybe it was another hiker, though I can't imagine why they would follow me without making themselves known. Maybe it was my own paranoia playing tricks on me. Either way, I haven't been back to the forest since. The outdoors used to be my escape, but now the thought of being alone in the woods fills me with dread. I still love the mountains and the fresh air, but I've learned that solitude in nature comes with risks I hadn't fully understood before. That trip changed me, and I'm not sure I'll ever feel completely at ease in the wilderness again. The plan was simple: a solo camping trip to escape the noise of everyday life. I'd done it before and always found peace in the solitude of nature. This time, I picked a spot deep in the woods, far from any established campground. It wasn't marked on any popular trail map, just a pin I dropped on my GPS after hours of scrolling satellite views. The kind of place where you could sit in absolute silence and forget the world existed. I packed everything meticulously: tent, sleeping bag, enough food for 3 days, water purification tablets, and my trusty camping knife. I left my phone behind, deciding the GPS watch and a paper map would suffice. The less connection to the outside world, the better. My car took me as far as a dirt logging road that hadn't seen maintenance in years. From there, it was a 4-mile hike to my intended spot. The trek started easy. The autumn air was crisp, and the leaves were a patchwork of orange and red, crunching underfoot with every step. The deeper I went, the more alive the forest felt. Birds chirped, squirrels darted up trees, and the faint rustle of wind through the canopy was calming. But the further I got from the road, the quieter it became. By the time I reached my destination, the only sound was the occasional snap of a twig beneath my boots. The spot was perfect: a small clearing surrounded by tall pines, with a stream running nearby for water. I set up my tent, gathered firewood, and started a small fire. As the sun dipped below the horizon, I cooked a simple meal, then sat by the flames, staring into the flickering light. The silence was profound. No hum of traffic, no distant voices, just the crackle of the fire and the occasional hoot of an owl. It was exactly what I'd wanted. That first night passed uneventfully. I slept well, cocooned in my sleeping bag, and woke to the sound of birds greeting the dawn. After breakfast, I decided to explore the area. I'd brought a small day pack with some essentials and left the bulk of my gear at the campsite. The terrain was rugged, with uneven ground and dense underbrush, but I enjoyed the challenge. I followed the stream upstream for a while, then veered off to climb a small hill that promised a decent view. At the top, I found an old, rusted hunting stand, half collapsed and overgrown with vines. It looked like it hadn't been used in decades. From there, I could see the forest stretching out endlessly in every direction. No roads, no houses, not even a hint of civilization. It was both exhilarating and a little unsettling. Being so completely alone has a way of making you feel both free and vulnerable at the same time. As I descended the hill, I noticed something odd. A faint trail, barely visible, leading deeper into the woods. It wasn't marked on my map, and it didn't look like a game trail. Curiosity got the better of me, and I decided to follow it. The trail twisted and turned, sometimes disappearing altogether, but I kept at it. About half an hour in, I stumbled across something I wasn't expecting: a campsite. It wasn't like mine, though. This one was old, abandoned for years by the looks of it. The remnants of a tent lay in a tattered heap, its fabric faded and torn. A rusted cooking pot sat near the remains of a fire pit, now just a ring of blackened stones. There were other items, too. A moldy backpack, a pair of boots so worn they'd practically disintegrated. It was eerie. I couldn't help but wonder who had camped here and why they'd left so much behind. I poked around a bit, trying to piece together the story. The site felt wrong somehow. Not just abandoned, but forgotten, like it had been erased from memory. I found no signs of a struggle, no torn fabric, no scattered belongings, just decay and neglect. A sense of unease settled over me, and I decided to head back to my own camp. The walk back felt longer than it should have. I kept glancing over my shoulder, convinced I was being watched. But each time I stopped and turned around, there was nothing, just trees and shadows. By the time I reached my camp, the sun was low in the sky, casting long, jagged shadows across the clearing. I rekindled my fire, more for comfort than warmth, and ate a quick meal. The unease from earlier hadn't left me, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone out here. That night, I had trouble sleeping. Every rustle of leaves or snap of a twig jolted me awake. I told myself it was just the usual sounds of the forest, but my brain wouldn't let it go. At some point, exhaustion took over, and I drifted off, only to be startled awake by a loud noise. It sounded like something heavy falling, followed by a series of rapid, crunching footsteps. Heart pounding, I grabbed my flashlight and unzipped the tent just enough to peek outside. The fire had burned down to embers, casting the clearing in dim, flickering light. I couldn't see anything unusual, but the noise had come from close by, too close. I sat there for what felt like hours, straining to hear any hint of movement. Eventually, the forest grew quiet again, and I managed to convince myself it was probably just a deer or a bear. Still, I kept my knife within arm's reach as I tried to get back to sleep. The next morning, I found footprints. Not animal tracks, but human ones circling my campsite. They weren't fresh. The edges were slightly blurred, as if they'd been made the day before, but they hadn't been there when I'd set up camp. My stomach churned as I followed the tracks to the edge of the clearing, where they disappeared into the woods. Whoever had made them had been watching me. I debated packing up and leaving, but something about the footprints bothered me. They weren't just random, they formed a deliberate pattern, as if whoever made them had been pacing around the camp. It didn't feel like an accident. Against my better judgment, I decided to stay one more night, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. That day, I stayed close to camp, gathering firewood and keeping my knife on me at all times. I didn't venture far, not wanting to risk running into whoever had been here. As night fell, I built a larger fire than usual, hoping it would deter any unwanted visitors. The hours dragged by, each one marked by the oppressive silence of the forest. Around midnight, I heard it again, the crunch of footsteps. This time, they were deliberate, slow, and methodical. My heart raced as I grabbed my flashlight and knife, but I stayed in the tent, too scared to confront whoever it was. The footsteps stopped just outside, and for a moment, all I could hear was my own ragged breathing. Then, just as suddenly as they'd started, they moved away, fading into the distance. I didn't sleep that night. As soon as the first light of dawn broke through the trees, I packed up my gear and started the hike back to my car. Every step felt heavier than the last, my senses on high alert for any sign of movement. The forest, once peaceful, now felt suffocating. Every shadow looked like a figure, every sound like a threat. When I finally reached my car, I felt a wave of relief so powerful it nearly brought me to tears. I threw my gear in the back and sped down the dirt road, not daring to look back. Even now, weeks later, I can't stop thinking about that abandoned campsite and the footprints around my tent. Whoever it was, they wanted me to know they were there, and that's what terrifies me the most. Camping had always been my way to unwind. There was something about the quiet woods, the smell of pine, and the crackling of a campfire that made everything feel right. This time, I decided to venture alone. I had always camped with friends, but I wanted to test myself to find out if I could handle the solitude. I picked a spot deep in the forest, far from any marked trails. It was a remote area I had read about in a forum for experienced campers. The spot was supposed to be perfect, untouched, peaceful, and surrounded by nature. I spent a few days preparing, packing my gear carefully. Tent, sleeping bag, enough food for 3 days, a first aid kit, flashlight, knife, the usual essentials. The drive to the forest took about 4 hours. By the time I parked my car at the nearest lot and started hiking, the sun was already high in the sky. The trail was rugged and overgrown, but I'd studied the map and felt confident I could navigate. My backpack was heavy, but it felt good, like I was carrying everything I needed to survive. The first few hours of hiking were uneventful. The woods were quiet except for the occasional rustle of leaves and chirping of birds. As I ventured deeper, the trail disappeared entirely, just as I had expected. I used my compass and map to guide me, stepping over roots and pushing through thick brush. It was exhausting, but I felt a sense of accomplishment when I finally reached the clearing I had chosen for my campsite. The spot was perfect. A small meadow surrounded by tall trees, with a creek running nearby. The sound of the water was soothing, and the area seemed untouched by other campers. I set up my tent in the center of the clearing, gathered some wood for a fire, and spent the rest of the afternoon exploring the area. There were no signs of other people, no litter, no trails, no remnants of old campsites. It was exactly what I wanted. As the sun dipped below the horizon, I lit my fire and cooked a simple meal of canned beans and bread. The firelight danced on the trees, casting long shadows that swayed with the flickering flames. I felt a mix of excitement and unease. Being completely alone in the wilderness was thrilling, but it also meant there was no one to turn to if something went wrong. The first night was uneventful. I woke up a few times, startled by noises outside my tent, branches snapping, leaves rustling, but I told myself it was just animals. Deer, raccoons, maybe even a bear, though I had taken precautions to store my food away from my tent. By morning, the noises were forgotten, and I felt more confident. The second day, I decided to explore further. I followed the creek downstream, curious to see where it led. The terrain was rough, with steep hills and dense underbrush, but I enjoyed the challenge. Around midday, I found an old, overgrown trail. It wasn't on my map, but it looked like it hadn't been used in years. Intrigued, I followed it. The trail wound through the forest, leading me to a small clearing with the remnants of an old cabin. It was little more than a pile of rotting wood, barely recognizable as a structure. Curious, I poked around, finding rusted tools and broken glass. It was clear no one had been here in decades. Something about the place felt off, though. The air was heavier, the woods quieter. I decided not to linger and made my way back to my campsite. That evening, as I sat by the fire, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. It was irrational, I told myself. The woods were vast and empty, but the hairs on the back of my neck wouldn't settle. I kept glancing into the darkness beyond the firelight, half expecting to see something or someone. Staring back, when I finally crawled into my tent, I made sure to zip it up tightly. I lay there in the dark, listening. The usual forest sounds were there, crickets, the occasional hoot of an owl. But there were other noises too. Faint, distant sounds that I couldn't quite identify. A soft rustling, like footsteps in the leaves. A faint thud, like something heavy being dropped. I told myself it was just my imagination, that I was spooking myself. I must have fallen asleep at some point because I woke up to total silence. The kind of silence that makes your ears ring. My heart was pounding, and I didn't know why. I listened, straining to hear anything, but the woods were unnaturally quiet. Then I heard it, a single, sharp snap of a twig, close to my tent. Too close. I froze, every muscle in my body tense. My mind raced through possibilities. An animal? Maybe, but it sounded deliberate, like a footstep. I reached for my knife, gripping it tightly. I lay there, holding my breath, waiting. Minutes passed, and nothing happened. Eventually, I convinced myself it was just an animal and forced myself to relax. I didn't sleep much after that. The next morning, I found something that made my stomach drop. Around my campsite, in the soft dirt, were footprints. Human footprints. They weren't mine. They were larger, and the tread didn't match my boots. Whoever had made them had walked around my tent, then disappeared back into the woods. I packed up my camp quickly, my hands shaking. I wanted to leave, but I was deep in the forest, miles from my car. Hiking out would take all day, and I wasn't sure I could navigate back to the trailhead without making mistakes. I decided to move my camp closer to the creek, where the terrain was more open. I didn't want to be surrounded by trees anymore. The day passed slowly. I kept looking over my shoulder, jumping at every sound. The woods felt different now, less peaceful, more oppressive. I didn't see anyone, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. By the time I set up my new camp, I was exhausted, both physically and mentally. That night, I didn't light a fire. I didn't want to draw attention to myself. I ate a cold dinner, then crawled into my tent and zipped it up tightly. I kept my knife and flashlight within reach. Sleep didn't come easily. Every noise outside made my heart race. I kept imagining someone standing just outside my tent, waiting. Sometime in the middle of the night, I heard it again. Footsteps, slow, deliberate, circling my tent. My mouth went dry, and I gripped my knife so tightly my hand hurt. The footsteps stopped, then started again, moving away. I lay there, too scared to move, until the first light of dawn. When I finally unzipped my tent, the campsite was empty. There was no sign of anyone, no footprints, no disturbed leaves. But I knew what I had heard. I didn't waste any time packing up. I stuffed everything into my backpack haphazardly and started hiking back toward my car. The hike out was the longest of my life. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig made me jump. I kept looking over my shoulder, expecting to see someone following me. The forest seemed darker, the trees closing in. I lost the trail a few times and had to backtrack, adding hours to my hike. When I finally reached the parking lot, my car was the only one there. I threw my backpack into the trunk and got in, locking the doors behind me. As I started the engine and pulled onto the road, I felt a wave of relief. I was safe. I don't know who or what was out there in the woods with me. Maybe it was just another camper, curious about my tent. Maybe it was someone looking to scare me, or maybe it was something worse. I'll never know, and I'm okay with that. What I do know is that I'll never camp alone again. I've always loved the outdoors. Growing up in Vermont, hiking and camping were natural parts of my life. So when I moved to Switzerland, I was thrilled to explore the Alps. This story happened last summer when I decided to spend a weekend camping alone in a remote valley. I thought it would be a peaceful getaway from the bustle of my daily routine. Couldn't have been more wrong. The weather forecast for the weekend was perfect, clear skies and mild temperatures. I planned everything meticulously. Packed my tent, sleeping bag, stove, and enough food and water for 2 days. I even carried a small first aid kit and a satellite phone just in case. I chose a less traveled trail that led to a secluded spot near a small alpine lake. It was a place I'd read about online, described as tranquil and pristine, untouched by crowds. The hike to the campsite was breathtaking. Towering peaks surrounded me, their snow-capped summits glinting in the sunlight. The trail wound through dense forests, across bubbling streams, and over rocky ridges. Occasionally, I'd stop to take in the scenery or snap a photo. The air was crisp and clean, filling my lungs with every step. I felt alive. By late afternoon, I reached the lake. It was even more beautiful than I'd imagined. The water was crystal clear, reflecting the surrounding peaks like a mirror. Not a soul was in sight. It was exactly what I'd been looking for. I set up my tent on a flat patch of grass a few meters from the shore and gathered some dry wood for a small fire later. As the sun dipped behind the mountains, I cooked a simple meal and ate while watching the sky turn shades of orange and pink. Felt like paradise. As night fell, the temperature dropped sharply. I lit the fire and sat by it, enjoying the warmth and the crackling sound of burning wood. The stars came out, filling the sky with countless pinpoints of light. It was the kind of night that made you feel both insignificant and deeply connected to the universe. By 10 p.m., I decided to call it a night. I doused the fire thoroughly, double-checked that everything was secure, and crawled into my sleeping bag inside the tent. I fell asleep quickly, lulled by the gentle sound of water lapping against the shore. But sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up abruptly. At first, I wasn't sure why. The tent was pitch dark, and everything was silent except for the occasional rustling of leaves in the wind. My heart was pounding, though I couldn't pinpoint what had startled me. I told myself it was probably nothing, maybe a dream or a distant animal noise. Still, I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling that I lay there for a while, listening intently. Then I heard it, a faint, rhythmic crunching sound, like footsteps on gravel. It was distant but unmistakable. My first thought was that it might be a deer or some other wildlife, but the sound was too deliberate, too heavy for an animal. My mind raced with possibilities. Could it be another hiker? But why would someone be wandering around here in the middle of the night? This area wasn't exactly easy to reach. The footsteps grew louder, coming closer to my campsite. My heart was now thudding so loudly I was afraid whoever it was might hear it. I stayed completely still, straining to hear. The steps stopped abruptly, maybe 20 meters from my tent. I held my breath, listening for any sign of movement. There was nothing but silence. Minutes passed, but it felt like hours. Then, without warning, I heard a new sound. It was subtle at first, a faint scratching noise, like something being dragged across fabric. My stomach dropped as I realized it was coming from my tent. Someone or something was touching it. I clenched my fists, every muscle in my body tense. The scratching moved along the side of the tent, slow and deliberate. I didn't dare move. My mind was screaming at me to do something, but I was paralyzed with fear. After what felt like an eternity, the scratching stopped. I waited, barely breathing, trying to make sense of what was happening. Then I heard the footsteps again, retreating this time. They grew fainter until they disappeared entirely. I stayed awake for the rest of the night, too terrified to sleep. I kept my hand on the knife I'd brought, though I doubted it would do much good if I had to use it. When dawn finally came, I cautiously unzipped the tent and stepped outside. The first thing I noticed was that nothing seemed out of place. My gear was untouched, and there were no visible signs of disturbance around the campsite. But when I looked closer, I saw them. Footprints. They were unmistakably human, leading from the edge of the lake to my tent and then back into the forest. My blood ran cold. I quickly packed up my things, constantly glancing over my shoulder. The sense of unease was overwhelming. I'd planned to stay another night, but there was no way I was going to stick around. The hike back to my car felt endless. Every sound, every rustle of leaves, made me jump. I kept imagining someone watching me from the shadows, waiting for the right moment to strike. When I finally reached my car, I threw my gear in the trunk and locked the doors as fast as I could. Only when I was several miles away did I start to feel a semblance of safety. Even now, months later, I can't explain what happened that night. Was it just a random passerby who meant no harm? Or was it something more sinister? I'll never know. One thing is certain, though. I haven't been camping alone since. I've always loved camping. There's something about being out in the wilderness, far from the noise of the city, that feels so freeing. Last summer, I decided to take a solo camping trip to a national park I'd been wanting to explore for years. The park was known for its dense forests, stunning lakes, and challenging hiking trails. It sounded perfect for what I had in mind. A few days to clear my head, disconnect from my phone, and reconnect with nature. I spent a couple of weeks preparing. I bought a new tent, packed enough food to last 5 days, and made sure I had all the essentials. A first aid kit, a map, a compass, and a sturdy pair of hiking boots. I've always been cautious when it comes to outdoor trips. You never know what might happen, and I'd read enough stories about people getting lost or injured in the wilderness to know better than to take risks. The drive to the park took about 6 hours. As I got closer, the scenery changed from urban sprawl to rolling hills and then to thick forests. By the time I reached the park entrance, it was late afternoon. The ranger at the station handed me a map and pointed out a few good spots for camping. He warned me that some of the trails were pretty remote and that I should stick to the marked paths. I assured him I would and drove into the park. The campsite I chose was about 3 miles from the nearest trailhead. It was a small clearing surrounded by tall pine trees, with a stream running nearby. It was perfect. I set up my tent, gathered some firewood, and cooked a simple dinner over the fire. As the sun set, the forest came alive with the sounds of crickets and frogs. I felt a sense of peace I hadn't felt in months. The first day went smoothly. I spent the morning hiking a loop trail that took me past a beautiful lake. The water was so clear I could see fish swimming near the shore. I stopped to eat lunch on a flat rock overlooking the lake, then hiked back to my campsite. By the time I returned, I was tired but content. I spent the evening reading a book by the fire before crawling into my tent and falling asleep to the sound of the stream. It was on the second night that things started to feel off. I'd spent the day exploring a more challenging trail that climbed up to a ridge with stunning views of the valley below. It was a tough hike, and I was exhausted by the time I got back to camp. I cooked dinner, sat by the fire for a while, and went to bed early. But I couldn't sleep. I kept hearing noises outside my tent, branches snapping, leaves rustling. At first, I told myself it was just animals. The forest was full of wildlife, and it wasn't unusual to hear them moving around at night. But the noises didn't stop. If anything, they seemed to get closer. I tried to ignore it, but my heart was racing. I strained my ears, trying to figure out what it was. Then I heard something that made my blood run cold. The sound of footsteps. They were slow and deliberate, not the random scurrying of an animal. Someone was walking around my campsite. I stayed as still as I could, barely breathing. The footsteps circled my tent, then stopped. I waited, every muscle in my body tense. Minutes passed, but it felt like hours. Finally, I heard the footsteps retreating into the woods. I didn't sleep at all that night. The next morning, I stepped out of my tent and looked around. Everything seemed normal. There were no signs of anyone having been there. No footprints, no disturbed ground. I told myself I must have imagined it, that my tired mind had played tricks on me. But deep down, I didn't believe that. I decided to cut my trip short. I packed up my gear and started hiking back to the trailhead. The forest, which had seemed so peaceful before, now felt oppressive. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig, made me jump. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. About halfway back, I stopped to rest. The trail was steep, and I needed a break. As I sat on a rock, drinking water, I noticed something strange. There were footprints in the dirt just off the trail. They weren't mine. They were larger than my boots and pointed in the same direction I was heading. Someone else had been on this trail recently. I felt a wave of unease but tried to brush it off. This was a popular park after all. It wasn't unusual for other hikers to be around. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that the footprints looked fresh. I stood up and continued walking, my pace a little faster now. As I neared the trailhead, I heard a noise behind me, the unmistakable sound of footsteps. I stopped and turned around, but the trail was empty. The forest was silent. I stood there for a moment, my heart pounding, then forced myself to keep moving. I didn't stop again until I reached my car. I drove out of the park as fast as I could, glancing in the rearview mirror every few seconds. It wasn't until I was miles away that I finally started to relax. I told myself I'd overreacted, that the noises and footprints were nothing to worry about. But even now, months later, I can't forget the feeling of being watched, of not being alone out there. I don't know who or what was out there with me that night, and maybe I never will. But one thing is certain, I won't be going on another solo camping trip anytime soon. The first time I decided to go camping alone, I was determined to prove to myself that I could handle the wilderness without any help. I'd been camping many times before with friends and family, but this time was different. I wanted to test my skills, push my limits, and experience the solitude of nature. I chose a remote area in the Adirondacks, a place I'd read about in hiking forums. It was a rugged trail leading to an isolated lake surrounded by dense forest. The thought of being completely alone in such a place excited me. The drive to the trailhead took most of the morning. The sun was shining, and the air was crisp and cool. Perfect weather for hiking. I parked my car in a small gravel lot, shouldered my backpack, and double-checked my gear. I had everything I needed: a tent, sleeping bag, food, water, a map, a compass, and a first aid kit. I even packed a bear canister for my food, just in case. The area was known for black bears, and I didn't want to take any chances. The trail started off easy, winding through tall pines and fir trees. The ground was covered in soft needles, and the only sounds were the chirping of birds and the occasional rustle of leaves. I made good time, feeling confident and energized. As I went deeper into the forest, the trail became steeper and more rugged. Roots and rocks jutted out, making every step a careful calculation. The trees grew denser, and sunlight barely penetrated the thick canopy above. It was beautiful, but also a little unsettling. There was something about the silence of the deep woods that felt different when you're alone. After about 4 hours of hiking, I reached the lake. It was breathtaking. The water was so still it looked like glass, perfectly reflecting the surrounding trees and sky. I picked a spot on the shore to set up my camp, choosing a flat area with a good view of the lake. Setting up the tent took longer than I expected, but eventually, it was done. I arranged my gear inside and set up a small campfire using some dry wood I'd gathered along the way. By the time I finished, the sun was starting to dip behind the trees. Dinner was simple: dehydrated pasta and a granola bar. I ate by the fire, watching the colors of the sunset fade into twilight. The forest around me grew darker, and the sounds of the day, birds chirping, leaves rustling, were replaced by the nocturnal symphony of crickets and frogs. I felt a mix of awe and unease. This was what I had come for, I reminded myself, to experience the wild, raw and unfiltered. As night fell, the temperature dropped quickly. I added a few more logs to the fire and sat close to it, feeling its warmth on my face. The stars came out, scattered across the sky like diamonds. I'd never seen so many stars before, living most of my life in areas with light pollution. For a while, I just sat there, taking it all in. It was peaceful, almost hypnotic. But that peace didn't last. Around midnight, I heard the first sound that set me on edge. It was a low, distant rustling, coming from the woods behind my tent. At first, I told myself it was just an animal, a deer or maybe a raccoon. But the rustling grew louder, closer. I froze, straining my ears to pick up any other sounds. The fire crackled, and the wind whispered through the trees, but the rustling was unmistakable. It stopped abruptly, and the silence that followed was even more unnerving. I tried to shake it off, convincing myself it was nothing. I'd read enough about the woods to know that sounds can be deceiving. But then I noticed something odd. The crickets and frogs had gone silent. The night felt heavier, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. I've always trusted my gut, and right then, it was screaming at me that something wasn't right. I decided to stay awake for a while longer, just to be safe. I added more wood to the fire, hoping the light would deter any curious animals. Sitting there, I kept my head on a swivel, scanning the darkness beyond the firelight. Every shadow seemed to shift, every faint sound amplified in the stillness. Time dragged on, and my nerves were stretched thin. Just as I was starting to relax, I heard it again. This time, it wasn't rustling. It was a deliberate, heavy sound, like footsteps. Slow, measured, and deliberate. They came from the same direction as before, but closer now. My heart pounded in my chest as I grabbed my flashlight and shone it into the woods. The beam of light cut through the darkness, illuminating the trees and underbrush, but I saw nothing. I told myself it was an animal, maybe a bear, but deep down I wasn't sure. I'd seen animal tracks on the trail earlier, but these footsteps didn't sound like a four-legged creature. They sounded human. I didn't sleep that night. I stayed by the fire, flashlight in hand, listening to every sound. The footsteps stopped after a while, but the sense of being watched didn't. I kept telling myself I was overreacting, that it was all in my head, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. The first light, I decided to pack up and leave. I come out here for solitude, but this was too much. I wanted to be away from people, but the idea of someone or something lurking in the woods was more than I could handle. I quickly took down my tent, stuffed everything into my backpack, and started back down the trail. The hike back was grueling. My body was tired from lack of sleep, and my nerves were frayed. Every sound made me jump, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being followed. I kept looking over my shoulder, but I never saw anything. The forest, so beautiful the day before, now felt oppressive, its shadows hiding things I didn't want to see. About halfway back, I found something that stopped me in my tracks. On the side of the trail, there was a small clearing with a pile of rocks. At first, I thought it was just a natural formation, but as I got closer, I realized it wasn't. The rocks were arranged in a deliberate pattern, like a marker or a cairn. And on top of the pile was something that sent a chill down my spine. A single muddy boot. It was old and weathered, but it looked out of place. There was no reason for it to be there. I stared at it for a long moment, my mind racing. Was it left by another hiker? Or was it a warning? I didn't stick around to find out. I hurried past the clearing, my pace quickening with every step. The rest of the hike was a blur. I was running on pure adrenaline, desperate to reach the safety of my car. When I finally emerged from the woods and saw the gravel lot, I almost cried with relief. I threw my backpack into the car, got in, and locked the doors. Only then did I allow myself to breathe. As I drove away, I couldn't stop thinking about the footsteps, the silence of the forest, and the boot on the pile of rocks. I don't know who or what was out there that night, and I'm not sure I want to know. All I know is that I've never felt so vulnerable, so exposed. That trip was supposed to be about finding myself, but instead, I found something else. A reminder that the wilderness can be as unforgiving as it is beautiful. I haven't been camping alone since. I've always loved camping. Growing up in Vermont, the woods were my playground, and I'd spent countless weekends hiking trails and sleeping under the stars. It's where I felt most at peace, surrounded by nature's quiet, away from the hum of daily life. But after what happened last summer, I've struggled to look at the woods the same way. It started as a solo trip, something I'd done many times before. I'd recently moved to Switzerland, and I wanted to explore the mountains here the way I used to explore back home. I'd planned a 2-night stay deep in the forest, away from the popular trails. I'd mapped out my route meticulously, packed all the essentials, and even told a friend about my plans, just in case. Safety first, right? The first day went as expected. I parked my car at a small lot near the trailhead and hiked for hours. The scenery was stunning. Towering trees surrounded me, their leaves forming a dense canopy overhead. The trail was steep at times, but the challenge felt good. I passed a few other hikers early on, but as the day went on and I ventured farther from the main trail, the forest grew quieter. By late afternoon, I hadn't seen another soul for hours. I found a clearing near a small stream and decided it would be the perfect spot to set up camp. The ground was flat, the water was close, and there was enough open sky above to see the stars later. I pitched my tent, gathered some wood for a small fire, and settled in. Dinner was simple, just a freeze-dried meal rehydrated with boiling water, but it tasted amazing after a long hike. As the sun dipped below the horizon, I sat by the fire, listening to the soothing sound of the stream and the occasional rustle of leaves in the breeze. That first night was uneventful. I brought a book and read for a while by the light of my headlamp before crawling into my sleeping bag. The forest was alive with sounds, crickets chirping, the distant hoot of an owl, the gentle babble of the stream. It was comforting in a way. I drifted off easily, feeling completely at ease. The next morning, I woke early. The air was crisp and cool, and the forest was bathed in a soft golden light. After breakfast, I packed a small day bag with water and snacks and set off to explore the area. I'd marked a few interesting spots on my map, including a viewpoint that promised a stunning panoramic view of the valley below. The hike was challenging, but the view was worth it. I stood on the edge of a rocky outcrop, staring out at the vast expanse of green, dotted with patches of wildflowers. It was the kind of view that made you feel small in the best possible way. As I made my way back to camp, I noticed something odd. A few branches along the trail were broken, hanging at unnatural angles. It wasn't uncommon to see fallen branches in the woods, especially after a storm, but the weather had been calm. These breaks looked deliberate, as if someone had snapped them. I shrugged it off, convincing myself it was just my imagination. The forest is full of oddities if you look hard enough. Back at camp, I spent the afternoon relaxing. I refilled my water bottles from the stream, using a filter to make sure it was safe to drink, and jotted down notes in my journal. Writing about my experiences in the moment helped me remember them later. Around mid-afternoon, I noticed a faint sound in the distance. It was rhythmic, almost like footsteps, but it was hard to tell over the background noise of the stream. I paused, straining to listen, but the sound stopped. I brushed it off as an animal and went back to my journal. As the sun began to set, I prepared dinner and lit another small fire. The forest seemed quieter that evening, the usual chorus of crickets and birds more subdued. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. It was a vague, unsettling sensation, like when you're sure someone's staring at you in a crowded room. I told myself I was just being paranoid. I'd been alone in the woods countless times before. This was no different. Still, I couldn't shake the unease. I double-checked the perimeter of my camp, making sure my food was securely stored and that nothing seemed out of place. Everything looked fine, but the feeling lingered. That night, I lay awake in my tent, listening intently to the sounds outside. Every crack of a branch or rustle of leaves made my heart race. Eventually, exhaustion took over, and I fell into a restless sleep. I woke abruptly sometime in the early hours, my heart pounding. It took me a moment to figure out what had startled me. Then I heard it, a faint rustling sound, close to my tent. It wasn't the wind. It was deliberate, like someone or something moving through the underbrush. I lay still, my breath shallow, straining to hear. The sound grew louder, then stopped. I gripped the handle of my camping knife, the only weapon I had, and waited. Minutes passed, though it felt like hours, and the forest grew silent again. When dawn finally broke, I stepped out of my tent cautiously. The clearing looked just as I'd left it, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something had been there. I decided to cut my trip short. I packed up camp quickly, eager to get back to the safety of my car. The hike back to the trailhead felt longer than it had on the way in. Every sound made me jump. Every shadow seemed suspicious. I kept looking over my shoulder, convinced I wasn't alone. About halfway back, I came across something that made my stomach drop. A small cairn of rocks stood in the middle of the trail. It hadn't been there before. The rocks were stacked neatly, deliberately, and there were no other trails nearby that someone could have come from. My mind raced with explanations. Maybe another hiker had passed through, but why build a cairn here in the middle of nowhere? I didn't stop to investigate. The uneasy feeling had turned into full-blown fear. I pushed forward, hiking as fast as I could without running. The forest seemed darker, the trees pressing in on either side. I'd never felt so exposed. When I finally reached the parking lot, my car was the only one there. I threw my pack into the trunk and locked the doors as soon as I got inside. Driving away, I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone or something following me. The relief I felt when I hit the main road was overwhelming. I've replayed those 2 days in my mind countless times since then, trying to make sense of it all. Maybe it was just my imagination, heightened by being alone in an unfamiliar place. But the broken branches, the footsteps, the cairn, it all felt too deliberate to ignore. I haven't been camping since. The woods, once my sanctuary, now feel like a place of danger. I've tried to rationalize what happened, to convince myself there was nothing to fear. But deep down, I know something was out there, watching me, and I'm not eager to find out what. Camping alone in the woods was supposed to be an escape. I needed time to myself, away from the city, the noise, the constant pull of responsibilities. I found a spot through an online forum, one that was described as remote but beautiful, tucked in the shadow of a mountain range and next to a quiet lake. The reviews were glowing, serene, untouched, peaceful, perfect. I packed everything I thought I'd need. A sturdy tent, plenty of food, water filtration equipment, a first aid kit, and my trusty old camping knife. I even bought a satellite phone for emergencies. I'd done solo trips before, but this was further out than I'd ever been. The idea thrilled me. The drive took most of the day, winding through small towns and finally onto a dirt road that seemed to stretch endlessly. The GPS signal vanished about an hour in, but I had written down directions beforehand. As the trees grew denser and the road narrower, I felt a mix of excitement and apprehension. I wasn't sure if I'd see another human for days. I arrived late in the afternoon, the sun dipping low and casting long shadows. The clearing was as perfect as described. The lake shimmered in the fading light, surrounded by towering pines. The air smelled of damp earth and pine needles, a crispness that felt cleansing. I set up my tent near the edge of the lake, far enough to avoid condensation but close enough to enjoy the view. The first night was uneventful. I cooked some instant noodles over my portable stove, watched the stars, and listened to the occasional rustle of wildlife. The solitude was comforting. I fell asleep quickly, the sound of the lake's gentle lapping lulling me into a deep sleep. The next morning, I decided to explore. I followed a faint trail that led around the lake, carrying a small day pack with water, snacks, and a map. The trail wasn't well marked, but it was easy enough to follow. The forest was alive with the chatter of birds and the occasional rustle of squirrels. Every so often, I'd pause to take in the scenery, the sunlight filtering through the canopy, the way the lake sparkled through the gaps in the trees. I walked for hours, losing track of time. When I finally checked my watch, it was well past noon. I decided to head back, retracing my steps along the trail. That's when I noticed it, a distinct feeling of being watched. It wasn't overt, just a prickling at the back of my neck, an unease that grew as the forest grew quieter. The birds had stopped chirping, and even the wind seemed to hold its breath. I told myself I was imagining things. It's easy for the mind to play tricks when you're alone in the wilderness. Still, I quickened my pace, glancing over my shoulder more often than I'd like to admit. I reached my campsite without incident, but the feeling lingered. That night, as I sat by the fire, I heard it. A crunch of footsteps on the forest floor. My heart raced. I strained my ears, trying to convince myself it was just an animal. But the sound wasn't erratic like a deer or a raccoon. It was deliberate, measured, human. I grabbed my flashlight and shone it toward the trees, the beam slicing through the darkness. "Hello," I called, my voice steady despite the adrenaline surging through me. No response. The footsteps stopped. I held the light steady, scanning the forest edge. Nothing. For the next hour, I sat by the fire, gripping my knife and staring into the darkness. The sounds didn't return, but sleep didn't come easy that night. The next morning, I found footprints near the edge of my campsite. They were unmistakably human, and they hadn't been there the day before. My stomach churned. I wasn't entirely alone out here. Someone else was nearby, and they knew where I was. I spent the day trying to shake the unease. I stayed close to the campsite, keeping my knife within arm's reach. I rationalized that it could be another camper, maybe someone passing through who didn't want to disturb me. But why wouldn't they make themselves known? Why approach my site at night? That evening, I built the fire bigger than usual, its warmth and light a small comfort. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the forest seemed to close in around me. Every rustle, every crackle of the firewood set my nerves on edge. I forced myself to eat, though my appetite had vanished. The footsteps returned, closer this time. I froze, listening as they circled the campsite just beyond the firelight. Whoever it was didn't speak, didn't step into view. They just moved, slowly and deliberately. My hands trembled as I gripped the knife. The fire's light flickered, casting dancing shadows that played tricks on my eyes. "I have a weapon," I shouted, my voice breaking slightly. "If you come any closer, I'll use it." The footsteps stopped. The silence that followed was suffocating. Minutes passed, though it felt like hours, before I heard the crunch of retreating steps. They faded into the distance, leaving me alone with the crackling fire and my racing heart. I didn't sleep that night. As soon as the first light of dawn broke through the trees, I started packing. My hands shook as I stuffed gear into my backpack, constantly glancing around. The campsite that had felt like a sanctuary now felt like a trap. The hike back to my car was grueling. Every snap of a twig, every shadow, felt like a threat. I forced myself to move quickly but carefully, unwilling to risk a twisted ankle or worse. The forest that had seemed so welcoming now felt oppressive, every tree a potential hiding spot. When I finally reached my car, I threw my gear into the back and locked the doors the moment I got inside. My hands were still trembling as I started the engine. The drive back down the dirt road felt endless, but with every mile that passed, the tension in my chest eased slightly. I don't know who was out there or what they wanted. Maybe it was just another camper, curious but cautious. Maybe it was someone with darker intentions. I'll never know, and honestly, I don't want to. What I do know is that the woods, for all their beauty, hold an unpredictability that I'll never underestimate again. I haven't been camping since. I've always been a fan of camping. There's something about being out in the middle of nowhere that makes me feel alive. The crisp air, the scent of pine, the sound of leaves rustling in the wind, it all feels like an escape from the chaos of daily life. That's why, when I had a free weekend, I decided to head out into the mountains alone. I had a spot in mind, a secluded place I'd read about online, far enough from the beaten path to ensure privacy, but not so remote as to be dangerous. Or so I thought. I packed light but made sure to bring all the essentials. A sturdy tent, a warm sleeping bag, plenty of food and water, and a small camping stove. I even had a first aid kit, a headlamp, and a good quality knife just in case. My plan was simple. Hike in about 5 miles, set up camp near a small lake I'd seen on the map, and spend the weekend fishing, reading, and enjoying the solitude. The drive to the trailhead took a couple of hours. As I pulled into the gravel parking lot, I noticed only one other car parked there. A dusty sedan that looked like it hadn't moved in days. I didn't think much of it at the time. People often leave their cars at trailheads while they embark on multi-day hikes. Still, I made a mental note of it before hoisting my pack onto my shoulders and setting off down the trail. The hike started off beautifully. The trail wound through a dense forest, the sunlight filtering through the canopy in dappled patches. The only sounds were the crunch of my boots on the dirt path and the occasional call of a bird. It was exactly what I'd been hoping for. After about 3 miles, the trail became steeper, and I had to stop a few times to catch my breath. But the effort was worth it. When I reached the top of the ridge, the view was stunning. Below me was the lake, its surface shimmering in the sunlight. The water was so clear I could see the rocky bottom even from up high. Surrounding it were tall pines and rugged cliffs. It looked like a postcard. I made my way down to the lake and found a flat spot to set up my tent. It was near the water but far enough back to avoid any dampness. After pitching the tent, I gathered some firewood and set up a small fire ring with rocks. By the time I was done, the sun was starting to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of orange and pink. I cooked a quick meal on my camping stove, nothing fancy, just some instant noodles and a cup of tea, and settled in by the fire to enjoy the evening. As darkness fell, the forest came alive with sounds. Crickets chirped, frogs croaked, and somewhere in the distance, I heard the hoot of an owl. It was peaceful, but there was also an undercurrent of unease. Maybe it was just the fact that I was alone, but every rustle in the bushes made me turn my head. I reminded myself that it was probably just small animals, a raccoon or a deer, and tried to relax. Eventually, I crawled into my tent and zipped myself into my sleeping bag. The night was cold, but I felt safe inside my little nylon cocoon. I woke up suddenly in the middle of the night. At first, I wasn't sure what had startled me. I lay there in the dark, listening. The forest was quiet now, eerily so. Even the crickets had gone silent. That's when I heard it, a faint crunching sound, like footsteps on dry leaves. My heart started to race. I told myself it was just an animal, maybe a bear or a coyote, but the sound was too deliberate. It wasn't the random scuffling of a foraging creature. It was the measured pace of something moving on 2 legs. I reached for my headlamp and knife, my hands trembling. Slowly, I unzipped the tent just enough to peek out. The beam of my headlamp cut through the darkness, illuminating the trees and the ground around my campsite. I didn't see anything unusual, but the footsteps had stopped. I strained my ears, but all I could hear was the pounding of my own heart. After a few minutes, I convinced myself that I'd imagined it. Maybe I'd been dreaming and the sound had carried over into my waking mind. I zipped the tent back up and lay down, though it took a long time for my heartbeat to slow enough for me to fall asleep again. The next morning, the unease lingered. As I stepped out of my tent, I noticed something strange. The firewood I'd stacked neatly the night before was scattered across the ground. At first, I thought an animal might have gotten into it, but there were no claw marks or bite marks on the wood. It looked more like someone had kicked it around. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone, but I hadn't seen any sign of another person. The thought of packing up and leaving crossed my mind, but I dismissed it. I'd come all this way to enjoy a weekend in nature, and I wasn't going to let a few strange noises ruin it. After breakfast, I spent the day exploring the area around the lake. I found a small stream that fed into it and spent a couple of hours fishing. The trout were biting, and I managed to catch a few decent-sized ones. By the time I got back to camp, I felt more relaxed. The sun was shining, the lake was calm, and the strange events of the night before felt like a distant memory. That evening, I cooked the trout over the fire and enjoyed one of the best meals I'd had in a long time. As the sun set, I sat by the fire and read a book, the flickering flames casting dancing shadows on the trees. I started to feel like I'd overreacted. The forest could be unsettling at night, especially when you're alone, but that was part of its charm. I went to bed early, tired from the day's activities. This time I fell asleep almost immediately, but once again, I woke up in the middle of the night. This time it wasn't a sound that woke me, but a feeling. I can't explain it, but it was like my body knew something was wrong before my mind did. I lay there, frozen, straining to hear anything unusual. First, there was nothing. Then, faintly, I heard it, the sound of breathing. It was coming from right outside my tent. Every muscle in my body tensed. I didn't dare move. The breathing was slow and heavy, like someone trying to remain quiet but not quite succeeding. I gripped my knife tightly, my palms slick with sweat. The seconds stretched into minutes, and I could feel my heart pounding in my chest. Then, just as suddenly as it had started, the breathing stopped. I lay there for what felt like an eternity, waiting to see if it would return. When it didn't, I finally worked up the courage to unzip the tent and look outside. The fire had died down to embers, and the campsite was bathed in pale moonlight. Nothing seemed out of place, but the feeling of being watched was overwhelming. I shone my headlamp around, illuminating the trees and the ground, but I didn't see anything. I told myself it was just my imagination, but deep down, I knew it wasn't. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. As soon as the sun rose, I started packing up my gear. I'd had enough of this place. As I was taking down my tent, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. About 20 feet from where I'd been sleeping, there were footprints in the soft dirt. They were large, unmistakably human, and they led from the edge of the trees right up to my tent before circling around and disappearing back into the forest. I left in a hurry, my heart racing the entire hike back to the car. When I reached the trailhead, I was relieved to see my car exactly where I'd left it. The other car was still there, too, though it now looked even more weathered and abandoned. As I drove away, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being followed. Every shadow on the road, every car behind me, made me jumpy. Even now, weeks later, I can't stop thinking about that trip. I've replayed the events over and over in my mind, trying to make sense of them. I don't know who or what was out there with me, but one thing is certain: I'll never camp alone again. It started as a solo camping trip. I had always liked the idea of being out in the wilderness alone, away from the chaos of daily life. There was something calming about the thought of being surrounded by nothing but trees, rivers, and the distant sound of wildlife. So, when I finally got a break from work, I packed my gear, loaded up the car, and headed out to a remote camping spot that I had read about online. The area was supposed to be serene, with minimal foot traffic and breathtaking views. The drive itself took almost 5 hours, winding through rural roads and gradually narrowing into unpaved paths. My GPS eventually gave out, and I had to rely on a printed map, something I hadn't done in years. The final stretch to the campsite was a single dirt track that cut through a dense forest. Tall trees loomed on either side, their branches forming a canopy that let in only specks of sunlight. Felt like I was entering another world. When I arrived, the place was just as beautiful as I had imagined. There was a small clearing surrounded by towering pine trees, and just a short walk away, a pristine lake sparkled under the afternoon sun. I set up my tent near the edge of the clearing, where I could see the lake through the trees. There wasn't another soul in sight, and the only sounds were the rustling leaves and the occasional bird call. It was perfect. After setting up camp, I spent some time exploring the area. I followed a narrow trail that led deeper into the forest, marveling at how untouched everything felt. The air was crisp, carrying the earthy scent of moss and pine. I spotted deer tracks in the mud and even caught a glimpse of a fox darting between the trees. Felt good to be out there, away from everything. By the time I got back to camp, the sun was beginning to set. I gathered some firewood, built a small fire, and cooked a simple dinner of beans and rice. As I ate, I watched the sky change colors, from orange to pink to deep purple. The stars began to appear, one by one, until the entire sky was dotted with them. It was a sight you could never see in the city. After dinner, I sat by the fire for a while, enjoying the stillness. The forest seemed to come alive at night, with the chirping of crickets and the occasional hoot of an owl. The fire cast flickering shadows on the trees, and for a moment, I felt a pang of unease. It's funny how your mind can play tricks on you when you're alone in the dark. But I shook it off, reminding myself that I was miles away from anyone, and anything that could pose a threat. Eventually, I decided to call it a night. I doused the fire, crawled into my tent, and zipped up the door. My sleeping bag was warm and comfortable, and the rhythmic sounds of the forest soon lulled me to sleep. I don't know what woke me up. It was still dark outside, and for a moment, I lay there, disoriented. Then I heard it, a faint rustling sound, like something moving through the underbrush. My first thought was that it was an animal, maybe a deer or a raccoon. But as I lay there, listening, the sound grew louder. It wasn't just the occasional crackle of leaves. It was deliberate, steady, like footsteps. I held my breath, straining to hear. The footsteps grew closer, crunching on the dry leaves outside my tent. My heart was pounding now, and I felt a cold sweat break out on my forehead. I told myself it could still be an animal, but deep down, I knew it wasn't. Animals don't walk like that. The footsteps stopped right outside my tent. For a moment, there was complete silence. Then I heard a faint scraping sound, like something brushing against the fabric of the tent. I froze, too terrified to move. My mind raced with possibilities. Could it be another camper? But why would anyone be out here in the middle of the night, in such a remote area? I reached for the flashlight I had left by my side, my hands trembling. Slowly, I clicked it on and shone the beam toward the tent wall where I had heard the sound. The fabric glowed faintly under the light, but there was nothing there. No shadow, no outline of a figure, just the empty forest beyond. I stayed like that for what felt like hours, clutching the flashlight and staring at the tent wall. Eventually, the sounds stopped, and the forest returned to its usual symphony of night noises. I told myself it must have been an animal, maybe brushing against the tent out of curiosity. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. The rest of the night passed uneventfully, though I hardly slept. Every little sound made me jump, and I kept the flashlight in my hand the entire time. When dawn finally broke, I felt a wave of relief. The sunlight made everything seem less frightening. I stepped out of the tent, blinking in the bright light. The clearing looked exactly as it had the day before, as if nothing had happened. But then I noticed something that made my stomach drop. Around the perimeter of my campsite, the grass and dirt were disturbed, as if someone or something had been walking in circles. The tracks were too large to belong to an animal, and they were fresh. I quickly packed up my gear, my mind racing. I couldn't explain what had happened, but I knew I didn't want to stick around to find out. As I loaded my backpack and started down the trail, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every now and then, I would stop and glance over my shoulder, but the forest seemed empty. The hike back to my car felt endless. The trail that had seemed so inviting the day before now felt oppressive. The trees closing in around me. Every rustle of leaves made my heart race, and I found myself walking faster and faster, driven by a growing sense of urgency. I just wanted to get out of there. When I finally reached my car, I threw my gear in the back and climbed into the driver's seat, locking the doors behind me. As I started the engine and pulled onto the dirt road, I felt a sense of relief wash over me. But that relief was short-lived. As I drove away, I glanced in the rearview mirror. For a split second, I thought I saw something. A figure standing at the edge of the trees, watching me. But when I looked again, it was gone. I told myself it was just my imagination, a trick of the light. But even now, weeks later, I can't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone out there. I haven't gone camping since. I never considered myself the outdoorsy type, but a camping trip seemed like a good way to reset my mind. Life had been a constant grind, work, bills, repeat. So, when a coworker mentioned a remote spot in the mountains, I decided it was time for a break. The idea of being alone in the wilderness was both thrilling and a little nerve-wracking. Still, I needed to disconnect from the noise of daily life. I spent the week gathering supplies. My backpack felt like it weighed a ton: a tent, sleeping bag, enough food for 3 days, water bottles, a first aid kit, and a small camping stove. I made sure to pack a map and compass, even though my phone's GPS was supposed to work in that area. Better safe than sorry. The drive to the trailhead took almost 5 hours. The last stretch of road was barely more than a dirt path winding through dense forest. The air smelled fresh, earthy, and cool, a welcome change from the stale city air I'd been breathing for months. When I reached the parking area, there were no other cars. That was part of the appeal, complete solitude. The trail was well marked, winding through towering pines and thick underbrush. My pack dug into my shoulders as I hiked, but the scenery made up for the discomfort. Sunlight filtered through the branches, casting shifting patterns on the ground. Birds chirped overhead, and every now and then, a squirrel darted across the path. It felt like I'd stepped into another world, one far removed from the chaos of my usual routine. After about 3 hours of hiking, I reached a small clearing beside a stream. It was the perfect spot to set up camp. The ground was flat, and the sound of running water was soothing. I pitched my tent near the edge of the clearing, making sure it was far enough from the stream to avoid any flooding if it rained. By the time everything was set up, the sun was starting to dip below the horizon. I gathered some firewood and got a small campfire going. Dinner was simple, a can of soup heated over the fire. As I ate, the forest around me came alive with nighttime sounds. Crickets chirped, and the occasional rustle of leaves hinted at small animals moving about. It was peaceful, yet there was an underlying unease I couldn't shake. Being so far from civilization meant I was vulnerable. If something went wrong, help was hours away. I crawled into my tent around 9 p.m., exhausted from the hike. The sleeping bag was warm and surprisingly comfortable. I fell asleep quickly, lulled by the sound of the stream and the crackling remnants of the fire. I woke up abruptly in the middle of the night. At first, I wasn't sure what had roused me. The forest was eerily silent. No crickets, no rustling leaves, just the faint gurgle of the stream. My heart pounded as I lay there, listening. Then I heard it, a faint crunch of footsteps on the forest floor. I froze. The sound was too deliberate to be an animal. Whoever or whatever it was seemed to be moving slowly, cautiously. My mind raced. Was it another camper, a hunter, or someone with less innocent intentions? I didn't dare move, hoping whoever it was would pass by without noticing my tent. The footsteps stopped, and for a moment, there was nothing but silence. Then the fabric of my tent rustled. My stomach dropped. Someone was outside. I reached for the knife I'd packed, my hands trembling. "Hello!" I finally managed to call out, my voice shaky. There was no response. The rustling stopped, and I thought maybe they'd left. But then I heard the unmistakable sound of a zipper. Not mine, but the extra compartment on my backpack that I'd left outside the tent. Whoever it was, they were going through my stuff. My fear turned to anger. I unzipped the tent as quietly as I could and peeked out. The moon provided enough light to see a figure crouched over my pack. They were wearing dark clothes and had their back to me. "Hey, get away from my stuff!" I shouted, adrenaline overriding my fear. The person bolted into the woods, disappearing into the shadows. I grabbed a flashlight and scanned the area. My pack was still there, but the zipper was open and some items were scattered on the ground. Nothing seemed to be missing, but the encounter left me shaken. I couldn't go back to sleep, so I stayed by the fire, knife in hand, until dawn. The next day, I debated whether to pack up and leave, but part of me didn't want to be scared off. I told myself it was probably just a random person who didn't mean any harm. Maybe they were lost and looking for supplies. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I spent the day exploring the area, trying to distract myself. The forest was beautiful, with moss-covered rocks and towering trees that seemed to stretch endlessly into the sky. I found a small waterfall upstream and spent some time there, letting the sound of rushing water calm my nerves. By the time I returned to camp, I felt a bit more at ease. That night, I made sure everything was secured inside the tent. I even moved the fire closer to the entrance for extra light. Despite my precautions, I had trouble falling asleep. Every little noise made me jump. Eventually, exhaustion took over and I drifted off. I woke up again, this time to a snapping sound. It was loud, like a branch breaking underfoot. My heart raced as I listened. The footsteps were back, heavier this time. They circled the tent slowly, deliberately. Whoever it was didn't care about being quiet anymore. I grabbed the knife and flashlight, my hands shaking. The footsteps stopped right outside the tent. My mind raced with possibilities. What did they want? Were they armed? I didn't want to confront them, but I also didn't want to wait for them to make the first move. I unzipped the tent just enough to shine the flashlight outside. The beam of light caught a pair of boots before the figure darted out of sight. They were still there, lurking in the darkness. "I have a knife. Leave me alone," I shouted, trying to sound braver than I felt. There was no response. The forest fell silent again. I stayed awake the rest of the night, gripping the knife tightly. By morning, I'd made up my mind. It wasn't safe to stay here. Whoever was out there wasn't just passing through. I packed up my gear as quickly as I could, constantly looking over my shoulder. The hike back to the trailhead felt endless. Every snap of a twig or rustle of leaves made my heart race. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being followed. Once, I thought I saw a shadow move between the trees, but when I looked closer, there was nothing there. When I finally reached the parking lot, my car was the only one there. I threw my pack into the back seat and locked the doors as fast as I could. As I drove away, I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone step out of the woods. I never figured out who that person was or what they wanted. Maybe they were just trying to scare me, or maybe their intentions were worse. All I know is that I've never felt more vulnerable or alone. The experience left me shaken, but also grateful to be alive. I haven't gone camping since, and I'm not sure I ever will. I've always loved camping. It's been a tradition in my family since I was a kid. There's something about leaving the buzz of daily life behind and finding solace in the simplicity of nature. So, when I planned a solo trip to a remote camping spot deep in the national forest, I wasn't nervous. I was excited. The plan was simple. 3 days in the wilderness, alone with my thoughts and the beauty of the world around me. I'd picked this spot after scouring maps and online forums. It wasn't marked on most official guides, but a few seasoned hikers swore by its beauty and isolation. It was a bit of a trek to get there, but I'd done longer hikes before. I started out early on a crisp Friday morning. My backpack was heavy with essentials: a tent, sleeping bag, cooking supplies, plenty of food, and a first aid kit. The trailhead was empty when I arrived, as I'd hoped. The hike to the campsite was about 6 miles, mostly uphill with some rough terrain. It wasn't an easy hike, but I liked the challenge. The air was cool and smelled like pine, and the forest was alive with birdsong and the rustling of small animals in the underbrush. The first few hours passed quickly. The trail was narrow but well-defined, winding through dense woods and occasional clearings. I crossed a shallow stream and paused to refill my water bottle with my filtration pump. The water was ice-cold and refreshing, a reminder of how far removed I was from the comforts of home. As I climbed higher, the forest grew thicker. The trees towered above me, their branches knitting together to form a canopy that filtered the sunlight into dappled patches on the forest floor. I kept an eye out for landmarks mentioned in the forum posts: a peculiar rock formation, a cluster of birch trees, and finally, the small clearing where I'd set up camp. I reached the clearing around mid-afternoon. It was perfect, a flat patch of ground surrounded by tall pines, with a view of a small valley below. A fallen tree made a convenient bench, and there was a fire ring left by previous campers. I set up my tent, unpacked my gear, and gathered some firewood from the surrounding area. Everything felt peaceful. That first night was uneventful. I cooked a simple meal over the fire and watched the stars come out. The sky was clear, and without the light pollution of the city, the stars seemed endless. The forest around me was alive with the sounds of nocturnal creatures: crickets, owls, and the occasional rustle of something larger moving through the underbrush. I felt completely at ease. The next day, I decided to explore the area. I left my camp set up and packed a smaller day pack with water, snacks, and a map. The forest was beautiful, with towering trees, moss-covered rocks, and small streams winding their way through the landscape. I found a small waterfall about a mile from my camp and spent some time there, enjoying the solitude. It was on my way back to camp that I noticed something odd. A faint trail branched off the main path, one that hadn't been marked on my map. It looked old and overgrown, as if it hadn't been used in years. Curious, I followed it for a short distance. The trail led to a small clearing with a rusted metal box half buried in the dirt. It looked like an old ammo can, the kind you might find at a military surplus store. I hesitated before opening it. Part of me thought it might be someone's geocache, but when I lifted the lid, I found a few odd items: a weathered notebook, a rusted pocket knife, and a small tin of what looked like charcoal. The notebook was damp and hard to read, but I could make out fragments of handwriting. Most of it was mundane. Lists of supplies, a few rough sketches of the area, but one line stood out: "Do not stay more than one night." I felt a chill run down my spine. It was probably just someone's idea of a joke, but it unnerved me. I put the items back in the box, returned it to its spot, and headed back to my camp, trying to shake off the uneasy feeling. That night, I couldn't relax. The forest seemed quieter than before, as if it was holding its breath. I told myself it was just my imagination, a result of finding that strange note. I double-checked my camp, making sure everything was secure before crawling into my tent. I woke up sometime in the middle of the night. At first, I wasn't sure what had woken me. The fire had burned down to embers, and the forest was dark and silent. Then I heard it, a faint sound, like footsteps crunching on leaves. It was distant at first, but it grew closer. My heart pounded as I strained to listen. The footsteps stopped just outside my tent. I held my breath, barely daring to move. After what felt like an eternity, the footsteps moved away. I waited until I couldn't hear them anymore before unzipping my tent just enough to peek outside. The forest was still and empty. I told myself it was probably an animal, maybe a deer or a raccoon, but deep down I wasn't convinced. The next morning, I found footprints around my campsite. They weren't mine. They were larger and spaced farther apart, as if whoever had made them was running. I decided to cut my trip short. I packed up my gear as quickly as I could and started back down the trail. The hike back was tense. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig, set my nerves on edge. I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone or something following me. The forest, which had felt so inviting just a day ago, now felt oppressive and threatening. When I finally reached my car, I was exhausted but relieved. I threw my gear into the back seat and drove away without looking back. It wasn't until I was back home, safe and surrounded by the familiarity of my apartment, that I allowed myself to relax. I never found out who or what was out there that night. Maybe it was just another camper, someone who didn't realize how much they'd scared me. Or maybe it was something else, something I'm better off not knowing. Either way, it was a lesson I'll never forget. The wilderness is beautiful, but it's also unpredictable. And sometimes it's better to trust your instincts and leave while you can. I decided to spend a long weekend camping in the wilderness. It was late October, and the air had just the right chill to remind me that winter wasn't far off. The plan was simple: 3 nights out in the woods, no distractions, just me, my tent, and the serenity of nature. I wanted to unplug from everything: work, emails, people. I packed light but thorough: a sturdy tent, my sleeping bag, a small propane stove, enough food for a few days, a water purifier, and all the essentials. I chose a spot about 2 hours from my town, deep in a forest known for its isolation. That's exactly what I wanted. The drive out there was uneventful, a mix of paved roads that turned to gravel, then dirt, leading to the trailhead. I parked my car in a small, nearly empty lot. There were only 2 other vehicles there, but the trails were vast enough that I doubted I'd run into anyone. After locking up my car and shouldering my pack, I began the hike. The forest welcomed me with towering pines and rustling leaves. The trail was well marked but narrow, winding through the dense trees and leading deeper into solitude. I reached my planned campsite about 5 miles in. It was a small clearing near a slow-moving stream, with a fire ring left by past campers. It seemed perfect. The sound of the water was soothing, and the clearing gave me just enough sky to stargaze at night. I set up my tent, gathered some wood for a fire, and took in the surroundings. The nearest trail was at least half a mile away, and there was no sign of other campers. It felt like I had the entire forest to myself. The first night was peaceful. I cooked a simple meal on my stove and watched the fire crackle as the temperature dropped. The silence out there was profound. No hum of electricity, no distant traffic, just the occasional rustle of the wind and the calls of nocturnal animals. When I finally crawled into my sleeping bag, I fell asleep almost immediately, lulled by the rhythmic gurgle of the stream. The second day started slow. I woke up with the sunrise, brewed some coffee, and planned a day hike. There was a trail that looped around a nearby ridge, offering views of the valley below. I left most of my gear at the campsite, taking only a small day pack with water, snacks, and a map. The hike was breathtaking. The forest opened up at the ridge, revealing a panorama of rolling hills covered in fiery autumn colors. It was exactly the kind of escape I'd hoped for. I returned to camp in the late afternoon, tired but content. I was looking forward to another quiet evening by the fire. But as I approached the clearing, I noticed something odd. My campsite looked off. At first, I couldn't put my finger on it. My tent was still there, and nothing appeared out of place from a distance. But as I got closer, I realized my gear had been disturbed. The zipper on my tent was partially open, and my backpack, which I'd left inside, was now sitting outside the tent, unzipped. Its contents had been rummaged through. My first thought was animals. Maybe a raccoon or a curious bear had come through while I was gone. But nothing was torn or chewed on, which didn't fit with how animals usually behaved. Plus, my food bag, hung high in a tree, was untouched. That's when I noticed footprints in the soft dirt near the tent. Human footprints. My stomach dropped. I scanned the area, heart pounding. There was no one in sight, but the feeling of being watched was overwhelming. I told myself it was probably another hiker who stumbled across my camp, maybe thinking it was abandoned. But why would they go through my stuff? I checked my belongings carefully. Nothing seemed to be missing, but everything felt violated. My tent, my space, my sense of safety. I decided to stay put. Packing up and hiking out would mean trekking through the forest at dusk, which didn't feel any safer. That night, I built the fire larger than before, its glow casting long shadows into the trees. I ate quickly, constantly glancing into the darkness. Every crack of a twig or rustle of leaves made me jump. I convinced myself it was just animals, but the unease wouldn't go away. When it was time to sleep, I moved my backpack into the tent and kept my knife close at hand. I'd always thought of camping as a peaceful escape, but now I felt trapped, surrounded by an infinite expanse of shadows. Sleep came in fits. Every time I started to drift off, a noise or the weight of my own paranoia would jerk me awake. At one point, I thought I heard footsteps outside the tent, slow, deliberate crunches in the leaves. I froze, holding my breath, straining to hear more. The sound stopped, and the forest returned to its usual chorus of insects and the stream. I told myself it was my imagination, but I didn't sleep much after that. Morning couldn't come fast enough. When the first light seeped through the fabric of my tent, I was already packed. I decided to cut my trip short and head back to the car. As I stepped out of the tent, I stopped cold. The fire pit had been tampered with. The ashes from the previous night were scattered, and a stick had been driven into the ground next to it, with a small bundle of sticks and leaves tied to the top. It looked deliberate, almost like a warning or a marker. My blood ran cold. I didn't waste any time breaking camp. I stuffed everything into my pack haphazardly and set off down the trail, constantly looking over my shoulder. The 5 miles back to the parking lot felt like 20. Every sound, every movement in the trees made my heart race. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was following me, staying just out of sight. When I finally reached the lot, I was relieved to see my car untouched. I threw my gear into the trunk and got in, locking the doors immediately. As I started the engine and pulled away, I glanced in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone step out of the trees. but there was nothing, just the empty lot and the dense forest beyond. The drive home felt surreal, like I was leaving a bad dream behind. But the unease lingered. I couldn't stop thinking about those footprints, the disturbed campsite, the strange marker by the fire pit. Someone had been out there with me, watching, waiting. I haven't been camping since. It was just supposed to be a weekend getaway, a break from the hustle and bustle of everyday life. I had been feeling a bit overwhelmed lately with work, social obligations, and just the daily grind. So, when a couple of friends suggested a camping trip in the woods, I thought it was the perfect opportunity to disconnect, enjoy some peace and quiet, and recharge. We decided on a spot in a national forest about 2 hours outside the city. The place was secluded enough that we wouldn't run into anyone else, but not so remote that it felt unsafe. It was an area I had driven past before but never ventured into. A bit of adventure was exactly what I needed. The drive there was quiet, with nothing but the hum of the tires on the road and the occasional rustling of trees as we got deeper into the forest. The air felt fresher the further we went, the scent of pine and damp earth filling the car. We stopped at a small ranger station on the outskirts of the forest to grab a map and double-check that camping was allowed in the area we had picked out. The ranger behind the desk was friendly enough, though he had an odd look in his eyes when we asked about the specific campsite. "You sure about that one?" he asked, his voice a little too casual, a little too concerned. "It's a bit off the beaten path. A lot of people like it for its privacy, but, well, you just want to be careful." His words weren't overtly warning us to stay away, but something in the way he said it made me uneasy. We thanked him, grabbed the map, and headed out. The drive to the campsite took us deeper into the woods. The roads were rough, and the further we got, the more isolated everything seemed. There were no signs of other campers, no people, just trees and the occasional rustle in the underbrush. My friends joked about the eerie silence, but I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched, though I couldn't pinpoint why. When we finally arrived at the campsite, it was perfect. A small clearing, tucked away between a ring of tall, thick pines. The spot was quiet, isolated, and perfect for a weekend away from the world. We set up the tent, unpacked our gear, and made a fire. The evening sky was clear, and the stars shone brighter than I had ever seen before. Everything seemed perfect, too perfect. We spent the night chatting around the fire, roasting marshmallows, and enjoying the calm. But as the night wore on, a strange tension settled over the group. There was something off about the place, but I couldn't quite put my finger on it. The wind had picked up, making the trees sway, and the crackling of the fire felt strangely loud against the stillness of the night. I went to gather more wood for the fire, and as I stepped away from the group, I felt that nagging feeling again. It was as if the woods were alive, watching, waiting for something. I returned to the fire, trying to shake off the unease, but I couldn't. The rest of the night passed in a blur, and we eventually crawled into our tents to sleep. That's when things started to get strange. In the middle of the night, I woke up to a noise outside. At first, I thought it was just an animal, a deer maybe, or a raccoon rummaging around. But the sound kept coming, a soft shuffling, followed by the occasional snap of a twig. I lay there in the dark, listening. It didn't sound like an animal. It sounded like footsteps, slow, deliberate, heavy. But there was no wind, no reason for the noise. I held my breath, straining my ears. The sound was getting closer, but I couldn't bring myself to move. I reached over to my bag, grabbed my flashlight, and slowly unzipped the tent. My heart pounded in my chest. The beam of light flicked across the dark woods outside, but there was nothing there. I told myself I was being paranoid, that it was just a raccoon or some other animal. But that nagging feeling returned, the same one I'd had earlier when we first arrived. I zipped the tent back up, crawled into my sleeping bag, and tried to sleep, but every little noise made my heart race. Morning came, and we all gathered around the campfire, trying to shake off the weirdness of the night. Everyone seemed to have had trouble sleeping, but none of us wanted to admit it. We laughed it off, made breakfast, and started planning a hike to explore the area around the campsite. The hike started off easy enough. The sun was out, the air was crisp, and the forest was beautiful. But as we walked deeper into the woods, I noticed something strange. The sounds of the forest, birds chirping, leaves rustling in the wind, had all but stopped. It was as if the forest itself had gone silent. I pointed it out to my friends, but they didn't seem to notice. I told myself it was just my imagination playing tricks on me. As we walked, the trail grew narrower, and the trees seemed to close in around us. We came across an old cabin, tucked away in a clearing. The place looked abandoned, the windows boarded up, the roof sagging with age. Something about the cabin felt wrong. I tried to ignore the unease creeping up my spine as I pushed the door open. Inside, it was dark and musty. The air felt thick, stale, like the cabin had been untouched for years. Dust covered everything, and the floor creaked beneath our feet as we explored. But then I saw something that made my blood run cold. On the far wall of the cabin, scratched into the wood, were strange marks. The lines were uneven, jagged, as if someone had carved them into the wall in a frenzy. I stepped closer to get a better look. The marks were too distinct to be the work of an animal. They looked almost like words. I could make out a few of the symbols, but they didn't make sense. I backed away from the wall, a sense of dread flooding through me. The air felt heavier, like it was pressing down on me. I turned to my friends, ready to leave, but they were all staring at the floor, their faces pale. One of them pointed to the corner of the room. There, lying on the ground, was an old, tattered backpack. It looked like it had been there for years, but what caught our attention were the items strewn across the floor near it. An old, cracked flashlight, a torn map, and a weathered journal. I picked up the journal, my hands shaking. As I flipped through the pages, I felt my stomach drop. The entries were frantic, disjointed. The writer had been documenting their time in the woods, but the last few pages were filled with panic. "They're watching me," one entry read. "I can hear them outside. The footsteps never stop." The final entry was nothing but a wild scrawl, a desperate plea for help. I couldn't shake the feeling that something had gone terribly wrong here. Whatever had happened to the person who wrote this journal was something I didn't want to know. I shoved the journal back into the bag, and we all agreed it was time to leave. But as we made our way back to camp, the feeling of being watched never left. The silence in the forest was oppressive, and every shadow seemed to shift just out of the corner of my eye. By the time we returned to the campsite, I was on edge, every little sound making me jump. I wanted to leave, but we were miles from civilization, and the sun was starting to set. We spent the evening sitting around the fire again, the crackling flames doing little to ease my nerves. I kept glancing at the tree line, half expecting something to emerge from the shadows. The wind picked up, rustling the leaves, but even that didn't feel normal. The air felt charged, as though something was about to happen. It was then that I heard the footsteps again. At first, I thought it was just the wind, but then the sound came closer. Soft, slow, deliberate. I couldn't ignore it anymore. My friends were too busy talking, oblivious to the noise. I grabbed my flashlight and walked toward the edge of the campsite, my heart pounding in my chest. The footsteps were getting louder, closer. I stopped at the edge of the clearing, shining the light into the trees. Nothing, just the wind. But then I heard it again, clearer this time. It was right behind me. I spun around, the beam of light flashing across the clearing. There, just at the edge of the firelight, was a figure standing in the shadows. I froze, my breath caught in my throat. The figure didn't move. It just stood there, watching. The seconds stretched into what felt like eternity before it finally turned and disappeared into the woods. I didn't wait another second. I ran back to the campsite, shouting for everyone to pack up. We were leaving no matter what. The fear in my chest was overwhelming, and I couldn't shake the feeling that we had overstayed our welcome in these woods. By the time we packed up and made it back to the car, the sun had set completely, leaving us in the darkness of the night. I kept glancing in the rearview mirror as we drove, half expecting to see someone or something following us. But there was nothing. We made it back to the city without incident, and I didn't look back. Whatever had happened in those woods, whatever was watching us, stayed behind. But it's a feeling I'll never forget, and I know one thing for sure. I'll never camp in that forest again. Some places are meant to be left undisturbed, and some things should remain in the shadows. I've always been drawn to the mountains, the solitude, the quiet. It's a world away from the constant buzz of everyday life. When I planned a solo camping trip to a remote part of the Rockies, I thought it would be just another peaceful escape. I packed my gear meticulously. A sturdy tent, a reliable sleeping bag, plenty of food, and all the essentials for backcountry camping. I'd done trips like this before, so I didn't think twice about heading out alone. The drive to the trailhead was uneventful, the winding roads leading me deeper into the wilderness. By the time I parked my car and hoisted my backpack, the sun was high in the sky, casting long shadows over the dense forest. The trail was narrow but well-trodden, weaving through towering pines and past sparkling streams. It was a perfect day for hiking, crisp air, blue skies, and not a soul in sight. My plan was to hike about 10 miles into the backcountry and set up camp near a small alpine lake I'd read about. The trail wasn't marked on most maps, but I had a detailed GPS and a printed topographical map, just in case. As I walked, the sounds of civilization faded, replaced by the rustling of leaves, the distant chirping of birds, and the occasional snap of a twig underfoot. After several hours, I reached the lake. It was even more beautiful than I'd imagined. Crystal clear water reflecting the surrounding peaks, the surface undisturbed except for the occasional ripple from a passing breeze. I chose a flat spot near the shore and set up my tent, taking my time to secure it properly. The ground was firm but not rocky, and the location offered a stunning view of the lake and the mountains beyond. Once my camp was set up, I spent the rest of the afternoon exploring the area. There were no signs of other campers, which didn't surprise me given how remote the location was. I found a small stream feeding into the lake and refilled my water bottles, filtering the water to be safe. I even spotted a deer grazing in a meadow nearby, its ears twitching as it kept an eye on me. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the temperature began to drop. I built a small fire using what I'd gathered earlier, keeping it contained within the fire ring I'd made with stones. Dinner was a simple affair, freeze-dried lasagna and a cup of hot tea. Sitting by the fire, I felt a deep sense of contentment. The stars began to appear, one by one, until the sky was a glittering tapestry. It was moments like this that made me love camping. I went to bed early, tired from the hike and lulled by the sound of the wind in the trees. My sleeping bag was warm and comfortable, and I fell asleep almost immediately. The night was uneventful, at least as far as I knew. When I woke up the next morning, everything seemed normal. The air was brisk, the lake calm, and my camp untouched. I had breakfast, packed a day pack with some snacks and water, and decided to explore the surrounding area further. The terrain was rugged but manageable. I followed a faint animal trail that led me up a ridge overlooking the lake. The view was breathtaking, the kind of scene you see on postcards but rarely experience in real life. I spent a few hours wandering, taking in the sights and occasionally marking my path with small cairns to ensure I could find my way back. It was around midday when I first noticed something odd. As I made my way back toward camp, I came across a tree with deep scratches on its trunk. They were vertical and spaced out, too large to be from any small animal. I paused, trying to remember if I'd seen the marks on my way up. I couldn't be sure, but it didn't seem like something I'd overlook. My first thought was a bear, but the scratches were higher than I'd expect even from a large one. Still, I didn't want to jump to conclusions. I took a photo with my phone and continued on. When I returned to camp, everything seemed fine. My tent was intact, and nothing appeared disturbed. I tried to shake off the uneasy feeling that had settled over me. Maybe the scratches were old, or maybe I just missed them earlier. Either way, I resolved to be more vigilant. I spent the rest of the afternoon fishing in the lake, catching a couple of small trout that I cooked for dinner. The fresh fish was a welcome change from the packaged meals, and it helped to lift my spirits. That night, as I lay in my tent, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The forest seemed quieter than usual, the kind of silence that feels unnatural. I told myself it was just my imagination and forced myself to sleep. But my sleep was restless, filled with vague, unsettling dreams that left me on edge when I woke up. The next day, I decided to cut my trip short. The scratches, the silence. It all felt like a sign that I shouldn't stay any longer. I packed up my camp efficiently, double-checking to make sure I left nothing behind. As I hoisted my pack and started back toward the trailhead, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I kept glancing over my shoulder, scanning the trees for any sign of movement, but the forest remained still, the only sounds my footsteps and the occasional rustle of leaves. About halfway back to the trailhead, I noticed something that made my stomach drop. A series of tracks crossed the trail heading into the woods. They were large and unmistakably fresh. I crouched down to examine them, my heart pounding. They looked like bear tracks, but larger than any I'd seen before. The spacing between the steps suggested whatever made them was moving quickly. I stood up, my mind racing. The scratches on the tree, the silence, the tracks. It was all adding up to something I didn't want to think about. I quickened my pace, my senses on high alert. Every sound seemed amplified, every shadow a potential threat. The trail felt longer than it had on the way in, each step taking more effort as my anxiety grew. As I neared the trailhead, I heard a sound that stopped me in my tracks. It was a low, guttural growl, coming from somewhere off to my right. I froze, my eyes darting toward the trees. For a moment, there was nothing but silence. Then, a sudden rustling as something moved through the underbrush. I didn't wait to see what it was. I broke into a run, my pack bouncing against my back as I sprinted down the trail. When I finally reached my car, I threw my pack into the back seat and jumped in, locking the doors behind me. My hands were shaking as I fumbled with the keys, starting the engine and peeling out of the parking lot. As I drove away, I glanced in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see something chasing me. But the trailhead was empty, the forest still. It wasn't until I was miles away that I began to feel a sense of relief. Whatever had been out there, I was safe now. But the experience stayed with me, a reminder of how small and vulnerable we are in the face of nature's power. I haven't been back to that part of the Rockies since, and I'm not sure I ever will. The mountains are beautiful, but they're also wild and unforgiving, a place where humans are just another part of the food chain. I've always loved the outdoors, and camping has been my go-to escape whenever life gets too noisy. Last summer, I decided to take a solo trip to a remote national park in Idaho. The place wasn't well known, which was exactly what I wanted. A chance to disconnect from the world. I'd heard it had beautiful forests, clear rivers, and enough solitude to make you feel like you were the last person on Earth. I packed my gear meticulously, ensuring I had everything I'd need for a week. Tent, sleeping bag, enough food, a portable stove, and all the survival essentials. I even carried a satellite phone just in case. The drive to the park was uneventful, with the landscape gradually shifting from small towns to endless stretches of trees and mountains. By the time I arrived, the sun was low on the horizon, casting long shadows over the forest. I parked my car at the edge of a designated lot and double-checked my map. My plan was to hike about 10 miles into the wilderness, far enough to avoid any other campers but close enough to return to the car within a day if necessary. The trail started wide and well-marked, winding through thick clusters of pine trees. The scent of the forest was intoxicating, and the soft crunch of my boots on the dirt path was oddly soothing. As I went deeper, the trail became narrower, and the signs of civilization faded away. Occasionally, I'd hear birds chirping or the rustle of leaves as squirrels darted through the underbrush. It was perfect. I felt free, completely alone, and at peace. I reached my intended campsite just before sunset. It was a small clearing near a creek, surrounded by towering pines. The spot felt secluded, with no signs of other campers for miles. I set up my tent, cooked a quick meal of dehydrated chili, and sat by the creek, listening to the water flow as the sky turned from orange to deep blue. By the time the stars appeared, I was ready to call it a night. Crawling into my tent, I felt a deep sense of contentment. This was what I'd come for: silence, solitude, and nature. The first night was uneventful. I woke up to the sound of birds and the gentle rustle of leaves. After breakfast, I decided to explore the area. I followed the creek upstream, marveling at how clear the water was. Small fish darted between rocks, and the occasional frog jumped into the water as I approached. I spent the day wandering, taking in the sights and snapping photos. By late afternoon, I was back at camp, tired but happy. I cooked another simple meal, watched the sunset, and went to bed early. Things started to feel strange on the second night. I woke up sometime after midnight, disoriented. At first, I thought it was just a dream, but then I realized I was wide awake. The forest was eerily silent. No rustling leaves, no chirping insects, nothing. It was as if the entire world had paused. I lay there, straining my ears, but the silence was absolute. I told myself it was nothing, maybe just the way the forest got at night, and forced myself to go back to sleep. The next morning, I noticed something odd. Around my campsite, there were small disturbances in the dirt, as if something had been moving around during the night. They weren't footprints, more like drag marks. I stared at them for a while, trying to figure out what could have caused them. A deer, maybe, or a bear. But there were no claw marks, no hoof prints, just these strange, shallow grooves. I decided not to overthink it. I'd come out here for peace, not to let my imagination run wild. I spent the day hiking further upstream, following the creek to a series of small waterfalls. The beauty of the place distracted me for a while, but in the back of my mind, I couldn't shake the image of those marks. By the time I returned to camp, the sun was dipping low, and the forest was starting to take on that hushed, twilight feel. I made dinner and tried to relax, but my usual sense of calm was missing. Something felt off, though I couldn't put my finger on it. That night, I had trouble falling asleep. I lay in my sleeping bag, listening to the faint sounds of the forest. The silence from the night before hadn't returned, but the usual comforting noises of nature now felt unsettling. Every snap of a twig or rustle of leaves seemed amplified, like they were coming from just outside my tent. I tried to convince myself it was just my imagination. After all, I was alone out here. What could possibly be lurking in the woods? I must have drifted off eventually, but I woke up again sometime in the early morning. This time, it wasn't silence that woke me, but a distinct noise, a soft scraping sound, like something being dragged across the ground. My heart started racing. I lay completely still, listening. The sound came in short bursts, pausing for a few seconds before starting again. It was close, too close. I reached for my flashlight and turned it on, shining the beam around the inside of my tent. Nothing. The sound had stopped, replaced by the pounding of my heart in my ears. I unzipped the tent as quietly as I could and shone the light outside. The beam swept over the clearing, illuminating the trees and the creek. Everything looked normal. No signs of movement, no glowing eyes reflecting the light. I sat there for a while, my nerves on edge, before finally retreating back into the tent. Sleep was out of the question after that. The next morning, I found more of those strange drag marks around my campsite. They were more pronounced now, like whatever had made them had been circling the tent. My gut told me it was time to leave. I'd come out here for peace, but all I felt now was unease. I packed up my gear quickly, keeping an eye on the woods around me. The feeling of being watched was almost overwhelming. As I started the hike back to my car, I couldn't shake the sensation that I wasn't alone. The forest seemed darker than before, the trees closer together. Every now and then, I'd hear a faint noise, a rustle, a snap, but whenever I stopped to listen, it was gone. I tried to keep a steady pace, but my nerves were shot. My mind raced with possibilities. Was it an animal, person, something else entirely? About halfway back to the car, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. Along the trail, there were more drag marks, fresher than the ones at my campsite. They seemed to follow the path I was taking, as if something had been trailing me. Panic set in and I quickened my pace, almost running at times. The noises in the forest seemed to grow louder, more deliberate. I'd never felt so vulnerable in my life. When I finally reached the parking lot, I practically threw my gear into the car and jumped in. As I started the engine, I glanced back at the trailhead. For a split second, I thought I saw something move between the trees, but it was too quick to make out. I didn't stick around to find out what it was. I drove away, my hands gripping the wheels so tightly they hurt. Even now, months later, I can't fully explain what happened during that trip. I've told myself it was just an animal, maybe a bear or a mountain lion, but deep down, I'm not sure. The drag marks, the noises, the feeling of being watched. It all felt too deliberate, too unnatural. I haven't been camping since, and I'm not sure if I ever will again. The forest, once my sanctuary, now feels like a place I'm not supposed to be. And maybe, just maybe, that's for the best. I've always loved camping, especially in the solitude of remote forests where you're surrounded by nothing but trees and wildlife. The peace and quiet have a way of clearing my mind. Last summer, I decided to spend a long weekend camping alone in a national forest I'd never visited before. It was known for its rugged terrain and beautiful views, and I was eager to explore. I packed my gear, loaded up my car, and drove out early on a Friday morning. The drive was uneventful, but as I neared the forest, the roads became narrower and less maintained. By the time I reached the dirt road leading to the trailhead, I hadn't seen another car for miles. That suited me fine. I wanted to be alone, away from the chaos of everyday life. The trail I chose wasn't one of the popular ones. It branched off from the main path about a mile in and led deeper into the woods. I liked the idea of being off the beaten path. I parked my car, shouldered my heavy pack, and started hiking. The weather was perfect. Clear skies, warm but not too hot, with a light breeze rustling the leaves overhead. The first few miles of the trail were easy enough. The terrain was relatively flat, and the path was well defined. The forest was alive with the sounds of birds and insects, and I occasionally spotted small animals darting through the underbrush. I stopped a few times to take pictures of particularly scenic spots: a grove of tall pines, a small creek winding through moss-covered rocks, and a fallen tree that had been overtaken by mushrooms. By late afternoon, I reached the spot I had picked out on the map for my first campsite. It was a small clearing near a larger stream. The ground was level, and there was plenty of dry wood nearby for a fire. I set up my tent, gathered firewood, and started a small fire. After cooking a simple meal, I sat by the fire, enjoying the quiet and the flickering light. As night fell, the forest changed. The cheerful sounds of daytime gave way to the occasional hoot of an owl or the rustling of something moving through the underbrush. I wasn't nervous. I'd camped alone before and was used to the sounds of the woods at night. I read for a while by the light of my headlamp before crawling into my tent and falling asleep. The next morning, I woke up early, packed up my camp, and continued deeper into the forest. The trail became rougher, and I had to navigate around fallen trees and areas where the path was overgrown. It was harder going, but I enjoyed the challenge. I felt a sense of accomplishment every time I pushed through a difficult section. Around midday, I stopped for a break at a rocky outcrop that offered a stunning view of the valley below. The forest stretched out as far as I could see, a sea of green under a bright blue sky. I ate a quick lunch and then continued on. The trail began to climb, and by late afternoon, I was tired and ready to set up camp again. I found another good spot, this one on a ridge overlooking a small wooded valley. I set up my tent, gathered firewood, and settled in for the evening. As the sun set, the shadows lengthened, and the forest grew quiet again. I felt a deep sense of peace, the kind that only comes from being far away from civilization. That night, however, something felt different. As I lay in my tent, I became aware of a faint noise just at the edge of hearing. It was a steady, rhythmic sound, like footsteps. I told myself it was probably an animal, a deer or maybe a bear, moving through the woods, but the sound didn't fade away like it usually would if an animal was passing through. It stayed, moving slowly but steadily, as if circling my campsite. I sat up, straining to hear. The sound stopped. I waited, holding my breath, but there was only silence. After a few minutes, I lay back down, telling myself I was imagining things. I must have drifted off because the next thing I knew, it was morning. I packed up and continued on, but the uneasy feeling lingered. The trail became even more difficult to follow, and I had to rely on my map and compass to stay on course. I was deep in the forest now, far from any roads or other trails. I hadn't seen another person since I left the trailhead. That evening, I found a small clearing near a cluster of large boulders and set up my camp. I was more cautious this time, making sure to hang my food bag high in a tree to keep it away from bears and other animals. As I sat by the fire, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I kept glancing over my shoulder, peering into the darkness beyond the firelight, but I saw nothing. When I finally crawled into my tent, I felt exhausted but too alert to sleep. I lay there, listening to the sounds of the forest. Then I heard it again, that faint, rhythmic sound. This time it was closer. My heart pounded as I lay perfectly still, straining to hear. The sound circled my camp, just beyond the light of the dying fire. It was definitely footsteps, slow and deliberate. I wanted to believe it was an animal, but deep down, I knew it wasn't. I grabbed my flashlight and knife and unzipped the tent as quietly as I could. Shining the light into the trees, I saw nothing but shadows. The footsteps stopped as soon as I moved. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, scanning the forest, but there was no sign of anyone or anything. Eventually, I climbed back into my tent, but I didn't sleep much. I kept hearing faint noises, twigs snapping, leaves rustling, but whenever I looked, there was nothing there. By morning, I was exhausted and on edge. I decided to cut my trip short and head back to the trailhead. The thought of spending another night out there made my skin crawl. I packed up quickly and started retracing my steps. The trail was even harder to follow on the way back, and I had to backtrack several times when I realized I'd taken a wrong turn. As the day wore on, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being followed. I kept glancing over my shoulder, but I never saw anything. The forest felt oppressive, the trees crowding in around me. Every sound made me jump, and I couldn't help but imagine someone, or something, watching me from the shadows. By late afternoon, I was completely turned around. The trail markers I'd been following were nowhere to be found, and my map wasn't much help. I realized I was lost. Panic set in as I tried to figure out where I'd gone wrong. The sun was sinking lower in the sky, and I knew I didn't have much daylight left. I decided to keep moving in what I thought was the right direction, hoping to find the trail again. As the light faded, I stumbled into another clearing. At first, I was relieved, thinking I'd found a good spot to camp for the night. But then I noticed something that made my blood run cold. In the center of the clearing was a small, makeshift shelter made of branches and leaves. It looked old, like it had been there for a long time, but there were signs that someone had been there recently. A fire pit with fresh ashes, a few empty cans, and a dirty sleeping bag were scattered around. I felt a surge of fear and unease. This wasn't a designated campsite, and whoever had been here clearly wasn't following the usual rules of camping. I didn't want to stick around to find out who it was. I turned and hurried back into the woods, moving as quickly as I could without losing my footing. As darkness fell, I knew I had no choice but to stop and set up camp. I found a spot that felt relatively safe, a small hollow between two large rocks, and set up my tent. I didn't bother with a fire. I just crawled into my tent and sat there in the dark, clutching my knife and flashlight. I didn't sleep at all that night. Every sound made my heart race, and I kept imagining someone creeping up on me. When dawn finally broke, I packed up and started moving again, determined to find the trail and get out of the forest. After hours of wandering, I finally stumbled onto the main trail. Relief washed over me as I recognized the familiar path. I followed it back to the trailhead, my legs aching and my mind racing. When I reached my car, I felt like I could finally breathe again. As I drove away, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd narrowly escaped something, though I'll never know what. I haven't been camping alone since. I didn't start camping until I was in my late 20s. I grew up in a small town, surrounded by dense forests, but we never ventured far from home. My family wasn't the outdoorsy type, and the woods always seemed a bit intimidating. But after moving to the city and feeling the constant pressure of urban life, I started craving solitude. Camping seemed like the perfect way to escape. I'd done a few weekend trips to well-maintained campgrounds, the kind with clearly marked trails, bathrooms, and picnic tables. But this time, I wanted something different. I wanted to get away from people entirely, to immerse myself in nature and experience the kind of peace I'd read about. So, I planned a solo trip to a remote area I found online, a national forest about 6 hours away from the city. It was supposed to be quiet, untouched, and far from any major roads or towns. I spent weeks preparing. I bought a sturdy tent, a new sleeping bag, and enough food and water for 3 days. I packed a first aid kit, a map of the area, a compass, and a portable GPS. I even borrowed a satellite phone from a friend, just in case. I wanted to be careful, but I also wanted the freedom to explore without worrying too much. Everything seemed set. The drive to the forest was uneventful, but the last hour was spent on a bumpy dirt road that snaked through thick trees. I didn't see another car the entire time, which both reassured and unsettled me. When I finally reached the small parking area, I double-checked my gear, locked the car, and started hiking. The trailhead was barely visible, overgrown with weeds and surrounded by towering pines. It felt like stepping into another world. The first few hours were peaceful. The air was cool, and the forest was alive with the sounds of birds and rustling leaves. I followed the trail until it faded into nothing, then used my map and compass to navigate deeper into the wilderness. By late afternoon, I found a small clearing near a stream, the perfect spot to set up camp. The water was crystal clear, and the ground was soft enough to pitch my tent. I felt a sense of accomplishment as I unpacked and prepared for the night. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the forest grew eerily quiet. I'd expected the usual nighttime noises: crickets, distant animal calls, the rustling of leaves. But instead, there was a heavy stillness. It wasn't silent, exactly, but the sounds were faint and sporadic, as if the forest itself were holding its breath. I shrugged it off, convincing myself it was just my imagination. After all, I was alone in an unfamiliar place. It was natural to feel a little on edge. That night, I struggled to sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I'd hear a faint crack or rustle outside the tent. I told myself it was just small animals, raccoons maybe, or squirrels. But around midnight, I heard something heavier, the distinct sound of branches snapping underfoot. It wasn't close, but it was steady, moving through the woods in a deliberate way. My heart raced as I lay there, straining to hear more. Eventually, the sounds faded, and I convinced myself it was just a deer or some other harmless animal. Still, I kept my knife close to me for the rest of the night. The next morning, I tried to shake off my unease. The sun was shining, and the forest looked less intimidating in the daylight. I decided to spend the day exploring the area, following the stream and enjoying the solitude. But as I walked, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The forest seemed too quiet, too still. I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone or something following me. Of course, there was nothing there. Around midday, I came across an old campsite. It was little more than a fire pit surrounded by a few stones, but it looked like it hadn't been used in years. The ashes were long gone, and the stones were covered in moss. There were no signs of recent activity, but the sight of it made me uneasy. I decided to move on, putting as much distance as possible between myself and the abandoned site. As the day wore on, I started to feel more and more isolated. The forest seemed to close in around me, the trees growing denser and the light dimmer. By late afternoon, I realized I'd wandered farther than I'd intended. The stream was nowhere in sight, and I wasn't sure exactly where I was. I pulled out my map and GPS, trying to orient myself. According to the GPS, I wasn't far from my campsite, but the landscape didn't match what I remembered. The trees were different, and the ground was uneven and rocky. I tried to retrace my steps, but every direction seemed wrong. The forest was a maze of identical trees, and the fading light made it harder to navigate. Panic started to set in as I realized how easy it would be to get completely lost out here. I forced myself to stay calm, focusing on the compass and map. After what felt like hours, I finally stumbled back to the stream. Relief washed over me as I followed it upstream, eventually finding my campsite just as darkness fell. That night was worse than the first. I built a fire to keep myself warm and give me a sense of security, but it only made the shadows deeper. Every crack and rustle sent my heart racing, and I kept imagining shapes moving just beyond the firelight. Around midnight, I heard the sound of footsteps again, this time closer. They were slow and deliberate, circling the campsite. I grabbed my knife and flashlight, shining the beam into the darkness. The footsteps stopped, and I couldn't see anything beyond the trees. I stayed awake for the rest of the night, clutching the knife and staring into the darkness. By morning, I'd made up my mind to leave. The peaceful escape I'd envisioned had turned into something much darker. I packed up my gear as quickly as possible, eager to get back to the safety of my car. But as I started hiking back, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every now and then, I'd hear a faint rustle or crack behind me, but whenever I turned around, there was nothing there. The hike back took longer than expected. The trail was harder to follow, and the forest seemed different, as if it had shifted overnight. I felt disoriented, constantly checking the map and GPS to make sure I was heading in the right direction. The sounds behind me grew more frequent, and I started to feel a rising sense of dread. I told myself it was just paranoia, that I was letting my imagination run wild. But deep down, I knew something was wrong. When I finally reached the parking area, I almost cried with relief. My car was still there, untouched. I threw my gear into the trunk and started the engine, eager to put as much distance as possible between myself and the forest. As I drove away, I glanced in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone or something watching me from the trees. But there was nothing there. It wasn't until I got home and unpacked my gear that I noticed something strange. One of the pockets on my backpack, which I'd zipped shut before leaving, was open. Inside, I found a small, hand-carved figurine of a man, no more than a few inches tall. I had no idea where it had come from or how it had gotten there. The sight of it sent a chill down my spine. I've thought about that trip a lot since then, replaying every detail in my mind. I've tried to come up with a rational explanation for everything that happened, but nothing makes sense. I haven't been camping since, and I'm not sure I ever will again. The woods may be beautiful, but they're also vast and unknowable, and sometimes it's better to leave them undisturbed. It was early autumn when I decided to go camping in the remote part of the forest. The air had that crisp, clean quality that only comes during this time of year, and the leaves were beginning to turn brilliant shades of red and gold. I had taken a week off from work, packed my gear, and driven to a state forest that I had researched extensively. This place was known for its rugged trails and untouched wilderness, exactly what I was looking for. I wanted solitude, a break from the monotony of daily life, and maybe a little adventure. The parking lot at the trailhead was nearly empty when I arrived, which I took as a good sign. I double-checked my pack to make sure I had everything: tent, sleeping bag, food, water, a first aid kit, a map, and my trusty multi-tool. After locking up my car, I shouldered my pack and started down the trail. The first few hours were uneventful. The trail wound through dense woods, occasionally opening up to reveal stunning views of the rolling hills below. The only sounds were the crunch of leaves under my boots and the occasional chirp of a bird. Felt peaceful, exactly what I needed. By mid-afternoon, I reached the spot I had marked on the map as my intended campsite. It was a small clearing near a creek, secluded but not too far off the trail. The ground was level, and there was a natural fire ring made of stones, likely left by previous campers. I set up my tent, unpacked my gear, and collected some firewood. The creek provided a soothing background noise, a gentle burbling that blended perfectly with the rustling leaves. As the sun dipped below the horizon, I built a small fire and cooked a simple meal of instant noodles and jerky. The warmth of the flames and the soft glow they cast on the surrounding trees made the forest feel less imposing. I sat there for a while, staring into the fire and letting my mind wander. It was only when the fire began to die down that I realized how dark it had gotten. The stars were out in full force, but their light barely penetrated the thick canopy above. I climbed into my tent, zipped up the door, and settled into my sleeping bag. The forest was alive with nocturnal sounds: crickets chirping, the occasional hoot of an owl, and the rustle of small animals in the underbrush. It was comforting, in a way, a reminder that I wasn't entirely alone out here. Sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up. At first, I wasn't sure what had disturbed me. I lay still, listening intently. The forest sounds were still there, but they seemed muted, almost as if something larger was moving nearby. I told myself it was probably just a deer or maybe a raccoon rummaging around. Still, I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling that something wasn't right. I unzipped the tent just enough to peek outside. The fire had burned down to embers, casting a faint red glow. The trees loomed like dark sentinels, and the creek's gentle burble was the only sound I could hear. I scanned the clearing but saw nothing unusual. Satisfied that it was just my imagination, I zipped the tent back up and tried to go back to sleep. The next morning, I woke early, feeling more refreshed than I expected. I made some coffee, packed up my gear, and decided to explore a bit further into the forest. The map showed another clearing about 2 miles away that seemed like a good place to check out. The trail was less defined here, more of a suggestion than a path, but I had my compass and was confident in my navigation skills. The deeper I went, the more remote the forest felt. The trees grew closer together, their branches intertwining overhead to create a tunnel-like effect. The underbrush was thicker here, making progress slower. Occasionally, I had to stop and consult my map to make sure I was still on course. It was during one of these pauses that I noticed something odd. The forest had gone completely silent. No birds, no insects, not even the wind rustling the leaves. It was as if the woods were holding their breath. I pressed on, though the uneasy feeling from the night before began to creep back in. About an hour later, I reached the clearing. It wasn't what I had expected. The grass was overgrown, and there were no signs that anyone had camped here in a long time. In the center of the clearing stood an old, weathered cabin. It wasn't marked on the map, and its presence felt out of place. The structure was small, with a sagging roof and walls that were gray with age. A single window, its glass long gone, stared out like a dark, empty eye. Curiosity got the better of me, and I decided to take a closer look. The door hung slightly ajar, creaking softly as I pushed it open. The interior was bare, just a single room with a dirt floor. Broken furniture lay scattered around, and a rusty wood stove stood in one corner. The place smelled of damp wood and decay. As I looked around, I noticed strange marks on the walls. They were scratches, deep and deliberate, forming patterns that didn't make any sense to me. My unease grew, but I tried to rationalize it. Maybe the marks were from animals or some long-forgotten occupant. I didn't stay long. The air inside the cabin felt heavy, oppressive, and I was eager to get back to the safety of my campsite. As I stepped outside, I felt a sudden chill, even though the day was still warm. The forest around the clearing seemed darker, the shadows deeper. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The hike back to my campsite felt longer than it should have. Every crackle of a twig or rustle of leaves set my nerves on edge. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone, or something, following me. By the time I reached the clearing, the sun was already low in the sky. I hurried to rebuild my fire, its light and warmth a small comfort against the encroaching darkness. That night I couldn't sleep. Every sound seemed amplified, every shadow more menacing. Around midnight, I heard it again, the sound of something moving just outside my tent. This time it was closer, deliberate. My heart raced as I lay there, straining to hear more. Then came the sound of heavy breathing, low and guttural. It wasn't an animal I recognized. I gripped my multi-tool tightly, ready to defend myself if necessary. The breathing stopped, but the tension didn't. I waited, every muscle in my body taut. Minutes passed, then hours, but nothing else happened. When dawn finally broke, I emerged from my tent, exhausted but relieved to see the daylight. The clearing looked untouched, as if the night's terror had been a bad dream. But I knew better. Something had been out there. I decided to cut my trip short. As much as I loved the wilderness, the events of the past 2 nights had shaken me. I packed up my gear and started back toward the trailhead. The hike out was uneventful, but the feeling of being watched never left me. When I finally reached my car, I felt an immense wave of relief. As I drove away, I couldn't stop thinking about the cabin and the strange marks on its walls. I've been camping countless times before and have always felt at home in the woods, but this trip was different. Something was out there, something I can't explain. I haven't been back to that forest since, and I'm not sure I ever will. I've always enjoyed camping. There's something peaceful about being out in nature, away from the noise and busyness of the world. I'd done it plenty of times, always packing carefully and sticking to well-marked trails. But the trip I took last summer taught me how quickly things can go wrong, even when you think you've prepared for everything. The plan was simple: a solo camping trip to a remote area in a national forest. I'd picked a spot I'd read about online, one that was supposed to be beautiful but not too crowded. It was about a 5-mile hike from the parking lot to the campsite, which felt like just the right amount of challenge. I'd packed enough food for 3 days, a good tent, a sleeping bag rated for colder temperatures, and all the usual supplies: a first aid kit, extra clothes, a map, a compass, and plenty of water. The drive to the trailhead was uneventful. It was early morning, and the sun was just starting to rise, casting a golden light over the trees. I parked my car in the small lot, shouldered my backpack, and started walking. The trail was well marked, just as I'd expected, and the weather was perfect. Birds were chirping, and the air smelled fresh and earthy. I felt good, excited to be out here, alone with my thoughts and the sounds of the forest. The hike to the campsite took about 2 hours. The trail wound through dense woods, crossing a few small streams and climbing gradually uphill. When I reached the site, I was pleased to find it just as described: a flat clearing surrounded by tall trees, with a fire pit already built by previous campers. There was even a small stream nearby for water. I set up my tent, gathered some wood for a fire, and spent the rest of the afternoon exploring the area. As evening fell, I lit the fire and cooked a simple meal. Sitting by the fire, watching the flames dance and listening to the sounds of the forest, I felt completely at peace. I hadn't seen another person since I left the parking lot, and I liked it that way. The solitude was refreshing. The first night passed without incident. I woke up early the next morning, feeling rested and ready to explore more of the forest. I packed a small day bag with snacks, water, and a map, then set off on a trail that looped around the area. It was a beautiful hike, with plenty of scenic views and interesting spots to stop and rest. I didn't rush, taking my time to enjoy the surroundings. It was late afternoon by the time I got back to the campsite. I was tired but satisfied with the day. After another simple meal and some time by the fire, I crawled into my tent and fell asleep quickly. I don't know what woke me up that night. It was still dark, and for a moment, I just lay there, listening. The forest was quiet, except for the occasional rustling of leaves in the breeze. I told myself it was nothing and tried to go back to sleep, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The kind of feeling you get when you're being watched. I unzipped the tent just enough to peek outside. The fire had burned down to glowing embers, casting a faint light over the clearing. Everything looked normal. I told myself I was just being paranoid and lay back down, but I didn't sleep well the rest of the night. The next morning, I found something that made my stomach drop. About 20 feet from my tent, in the dirt near the edge of the clearing, were footprints. They were larger than mine, and they hadn't been there the day before. I'd walked all around the campsite when I arrived, and I would have noticed them. Someone had been here during the night. I tried to stay calm. Maybe it was just another hiker passing through, I thought. Maybe they'd seen my fire and decided not to bother me. But the thought didn't sit well with me. Why would someone walk through my campsite in the middle of the night and not say anything? And why hadn't I heard them? I spent the day trying to shake off the unease. I went for another hike, staying closer to the campsite this time, and kept telling myself it was nothing. But I couldn't stop thinking about those footprints. When I got back to the campsite that evening, I checked the area thoroughly. There were no new prints and nothing seemed out of place. Still, I couldn't relax. That night, I didn't sleep well at all. Every little noise made me jump, and I kept thinking about those footprints. I'd left my bear spray and a sturdy camping knife within reach, just in case. Hours seemed to crawl by, and I kept glancing at my watch, willing the night to end. Sometime in the early hours of the morning, I heard it. A soft sound, like footsteps, coming from the direction of the stream. They were slow and deliberate, not the kind of noise an animal would make. My heart pounded as I lay there, trying to stay as quiet as possible. The footsteps stopped, and for a long moment, there was silence. Then I heard them again, closer this time. I grabbed the bear spray and knife, my hands shaking. I didn't want to call out or make any noise that might give away my exact location. The footsteps moved around the edge of the clearing, circling my tent. I could hear them crunching softly on the forest floor. Then they stopped just outside the tent. I held my breath, clutching the bear spray tightly. Whoever it was stood there for what felt like an eternity. Then, without a sound, they moved away, the footsteps fading into the distance. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I stayed awake, listening, every muscle in my body tense. When the first light of dawn appeared, I packed up as quickly as I could. I didn't bother with breakfast or breaking down the fire pit properly. I just wanted to get out of there. The hike back to the parking lot felt like it took forever. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone following me. But the trail was empty, and I made it back to my car without incident. Driving away from the forest, I felt a mix of relief and lingering fear. I don't know who or what was out there that night, and I don't want to know. All I know is that I'll never forget the sound of those footsteps or the feeling of being watched in the dark. Since then, I've been more cautious about camping, especially alone. I still love the outdoors, but that experience changed me. It reminded me that no matter how prepared you think you are, the wilderness can be unpredictable. And sometimes, the scariest thing out there isn't the wildlife, it's other people. I've always enjoyed camping. Being in the wilderness, away from the noise of the city, always felt like a reset for my mind. Last summer, I decided to go solo camping for the first time. I wanted to challenge myself to see if I could manage without any help. It wasn't my first camping trip, but it was my first time alone. I picked a spot I'd read about online, a remote area in the northern woods. It was supposed to be peaceful, with a lake nearby and plenty of trails to explore. I left early in the morning, driving 4 hours to reach the trailhead. The parking lot was nearly empty when I arrived, which I took as a good sign. After all, the whole point was to get away from people. I double-checked my gear: tent, sleeping bag, food, water, first aid kit, flashlight, and a small camp stove. Everything was there. I also carried a map of the area and a compass, even though I had a GPS app on my phone. I'd read enough stories about phones dying at the worst possible moment to know better than to rely on it completely. The hike to my chosen campsite was about 5 miles. The trail wound through dense forest, with towering pine trees blocking much of the sunlight. It was quiet except for the occasional rustle of leaves or the distant call of a bird. I felt a mix of excitement and nervousness as I walked. The solitude was refreshing but also a little unnerving. Every snap of a twig made me glance over my shoulder, even though I knew it was probably just a squirrel or a bird. After about 2 hours of hiking, I reached the spot I'd marked on my map. It was perfect, A small clearing surrounded by trees, with a view of the lake just a short walk away. I set up my tent near the edge of the clearing, making sure the ground was flat and free of rocks. Then I unpacked my gear, laying everything out neatly. By the time I finished, it was late afternoon. The sun was still high, but I knew it would start to set soon. I spent the next hour gathering firewood. There was plenty of dry wood scattered around, and I piled it near the fire pit someone had built before me. As the sun dipped lower, I lit the fire and started cooking dinner. It was just a simple meal of instant noodles and canned beans, but out here it tasted amazing. I sat by the fire, eating and watching the flames dance. The sky turned shades of orange and pink before fading to deep blue. Stars began to appear, one by one, until the sky was filled with them. It was beautiful, the kind of view you can't get in the city. By the time I finished eating, it was fully dark. The fire crackled softly, casting flickering shadows on the trees. I felt a sense of peace, sitting there alone with the wilderness around me. But as the night grew quieter, that peace turned to unease. The sounds of the forest, which had been comforting during the day, now felt ominous. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig, seemed louder in the darkness. I told myself it was just my imagination, that I was letting my mind play tricks on me. I decided to turn in early, hoping that sleep would calm my nerves. I doused the fire, making sure it was completely out, and crawled into my tent. Inside, it was warm and cozy, my sleeping bag providing a cocoon of comfort. I lay there for a while, listening to the sounds outside. The wind rustled through the trees, and I could hear the faint lapping of water against the shore. It was soothing at first, but then I started hearing other noises. A soft crunching sound, like footsteps on dry leaves. It was faint, but it was there. I held my breath, straining to listen. The sound would come and go, moving closer and then farther away. I told myself it was just an animal, a deer maybe, or a raccoon, but I couldn't shake the feeling that it was something else. I must have drifted off at some point because the next thing I knew, I was waking up. It was still dark, but something had startled me. I lay there, heart pounding, trying to figure out what it was. Then I heard it again, a sharp, distinct snap, like a branch breaking underfoot. This time it was closer, much closer. My mind raced, going over every possibility. An animal? Person? My hand instinctively went to the small knife I'd brought, which was lying next to me in the tent. I stayed perfectly still, listening. The footsteps were slow and deliberate, moving around the clearing. Whoever or whatever, it seemed to be circling my campsite. I could hear them stop and start, pausing as if to listen. My breathing was shallow, and I tried to make as little noise as possible. Every instinct in me screamed to stay quiet and hidden. After what felt like an eternity, the footsteps faded away. I lay there, frozen, unsure if it was safe to move. The forest was silent again, but my mind was racing. Should I pack up and leave? But where would I go in the middle of the night? The thought of hiking through the dark, with whatever was out there possibly following me, was terrifying. I decided to stay put, reasoning that the tent at least provided some semblance of safety. I clutched my knife and stayed awake for the rest of the night, listening for any sign of movement. Eventually, the first light of dawn began to filter through the trees. The forest, which had felt so threatening at night, seemed almost welcoming in the daylight. I cautiously unzipped my tent and stepped outside, scanning the clearing for any signs of what had been there. There were no tracks, no disturbed ground, nothing to indicate anyone had been there. But I knew what I'd heard. I spent the morning debating whether to stay or leave. Part of me wanted to pack up and head back to the car, but another part of me didn't want to let fear ruin the trip. I decided to stay, convincing myself that it had probably just been an animal after all. To shake off the unease, I spent the day exploring the trails around the lake. The scenery was stunning, with sunlight filtering through the trees and sparkling on the water. I even saw a couple of other hikers in the distance, which made me feel a little less isolated. By the time I returned to camp, I was feeling better. I cooked another simple meal and sat by the fire as the sun set. The events of the previous night seemed almost like a bad dream, but as darkness fell, the unease crept back in. I couldn't stop myself from glancing over my shoulder, scanning the trees for any sign of movement. I kept the fire going longer this time, hoping it would deter anything from coming too close. When I finally went to bed, I made sure my knife was within easy reach. I lay there, staring at the ceiling of the tent, listening to the sounds outside. For a while it was quiet. Then, just as I was starting to relax, I heard it again. The same slow, deliberate footsteps moving around the clearing. My heart pounded as I gripped the knife tightly. This time, they were even closer. I could hear the crunch of leaves just outside my tent. Whoever it was stopped right next to me. I held my breath, terrified they would try to come inside. But they didn't. After a few minutes, the footsteps moved away, disappearing into the forest. I didn't sleep at all that night. When the sun finally rose, I didn't waste any time. I packed up my gear as quickly as I could, constantly glancing over my shoulder. The forest felt oppressive, the trees seeming to close in around me. I hiked back to the car without stopping, my heart racing the entire way. When I finally reached the parking lot, I felt a wave of relief. There were a few other cars there now, and the sight of them was oddly comforting. I loaded my gear into the trunk and got into the driver's seat, locking the doors behind me. As I drove away, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Even now, months later, I can't explain what happened. Maybe it was just an animal and my mind turned it into something more. Or maybe it was a person, someone who enjoyed scaring campers. Either way, it's an experience I won't forget. I haven't been camping since. Camping had always been my way of disconnecting. After months of staring at screens and dealing with endless meetings, the thought of sitting by a crackling fire, surrounded by nothing but trees and the sound of nature, sounded like the perfect escape. So when I had a free weekend, I packed up my gear, threw it in the back of my car, and headed to a remote spot I'd heard about online. It was supposed to be off the beaten path, away from the crowds, just the way I liked it. The drive there was uneventful, but the further I got from civilization, the more I felt a strange sense of isolation. The road narrowed into a dirt trail, flanked by towering pines and dense underbrush. My GPS lost signal about 10 miles back, but I had written down directions and felt confident I could navigate. After all, this wasn't my first solo trip. I reached the clearing just as the sun was starting to dip below the horizon. The site was perfect, a flat patch of ground surrounded by thick woods, with a small stream nearby for water. I set up my tent quickly, laid out my sleeping bag, and got a fire going. The warmth of the flames and the soft hum of the forest around me eased any lingering tension. As night fell, I cooked a simple meal, ate in silence, and stared up at the stars. It was the kind of quiet that you don't get in the city, the kind that makes you feel like the world has stopped moving. Around midnight, I decided to turn in. The fire had burned down to embers, and the forest was alive with the sounds of crickets and the occasional rustle of leaves. I zipped up my tent, crawled into my sleeping bag, and let the natural lullabies carry me to sleep. I woke up suddenly in the middle of the night. At first, I wasn't sure why. The forest was still buzzing with life, but something felt off. I lay still, listening. That's when I heard it. A faint crunching sound, like footsteps on dried leaves. My heart began to race. I tried to convince myself it was an animal, maybe a deer or a raccoon, but the steps sounded deliberate, spaced out, like someone trying to move quietly. I stayed frozen, straining to hear more. The sound grew closer, then stopped entirely. The silence that followed was deafening. I held my breath, my ears searching for any hint of movement. Minutes passed, and nothing happened. Eventually, I convinced myself it was just my imagination or some nocturnal animal passing through. Still, it took a long time to fall back asleep. The next morning, I stepped out of my tent and looked around. Everything seemed normal. The forest was peaceful, bathed in golden sunlight. I shook off the unease from the night before, chalking it up to paranoia. After breakfast, I decided to explore the area. I followed the stream for a while, marveling at how untouched everything felt. No trash, no signs of other campers. It was like I had the whole forest to myself. As I walked, I came across a small pile of rocks stacked in a pyramid shape. It looked intentional, not something nature would do. I figured it was left by another camper and didn't think much of it. Still, I couldn't shake the odd feeling it gave me. I kept walking, making a mental note of landmarks so I wouldn't get lost. By the time I got back to camp, it was late afternoon. I spent the rest of the day gathering firewood, reading a book, and enjoying the solitude. As the sun dipped low, I started another fire and cooked dinner. The woods felt different as night fell, the shadows longer and the noises sharper. I told myself I was overthinking again and tried to relax. That night, I woke up to the sound of footsteps again. This time, they were closer, circling the campsite. My throat went dry as I listened. Whoever or whatever it wasn't trying to be quiet anymore. The steps were heavy, purposeful. I grabbed the flashlight I kept by my side and flicked it on, aiming the beam toward the noise. The footsteps stopped immediately. My heart pounded in my chest as I scanned the trees, but the light revealed nothing. I stayed up the rest of the night, clutching my flashlight and a small camping knife. The footsteps didn't return, but the sense of being watched never left. When the first light of dawn broke, I packed up my camp as quickly as I could. I told myself I was being silly, that I'd probably scared off a curious animal, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I needed to leave. On the hike back to my car, I kept glancing over my shoulder. The woods felt oppressive, like they were closing in on me. Every snap of a twig or rustle of leaves made my heart jump. When I finally reached the dirt road where I'd parked, I felt a wave of relief. But that relief was short-lived. My car had been tampered with. The tires were slashed, and the windows had been smeared with mud. Panic set in as I realized I was miles from the nearest town, with no cell service and no way to drive out. I searched the area, yelling to see if anyone would respond, but the woods swallowed my voice. Whoever had done this was long gone, or worse, still watching. I decided my best option was to follow the road back on foot. It would take hours, but I'd rather be moving than sitting by my disabled car, waiting for help that might not come. I grabbed my backpack, made sure I had water and some snacks, and started walking. The road felt endless. The sun climbed higher, but the forest remained eerily quiet. Around midday, I found another pile of rocks stacked in that same pyramid shape I'd seen near my campsite. This one was placed in the middle of the road, as if to block my path. My stomach churned, but I stepped around it and kept going. As the hours passed, I couldn't shake the feeling of being followed. I'd stop occasionally, pretending to adjust my pack, and listen. Each time, I thought I heard faint rustling behind me, but when I turned around, there was nothing there. The isolation was getting to me, making every shadow and sound feel like a threat. By the time the sun started to set, I was exhausted. I hadn't seen another person or car all day. Just as I was starting to wonder if I'd have to spend another night in the woods, I spotted a small cabin off to the side of the road. It looked abandoned, the windows boarded up and the roof sagging in places, but it was shelter. I approached cautiously, calling out to see if anyone was inside. When there was no response, I pushed the door open. The interior was as run down as the outside, with broken furniture and a thick layer of dust covering everything. Still, it felt safer than being out in the open. I barricaded the door as best as I could and settled in for the night. I didn't light a fire, not wanting to draw attention. Instead, I ate a granola bar in the dark and tried to stay alert. The cabin creaked and groaned with every gust of wind, but I told myself it was just the age of the structure. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. Sometime in the early hours of the morning, I heard it again. Footsteps, this time right outside the cabin. My stomach dropped as the steps circled the building, slow and deliberate. Whoever it was stopped at the door, and I heard the faintest tap, tap, tap like fingers drumming on the wood. I held my breath, clutching my knife, and prayed they would go away. After what felt like an eternity, the footsteps moved away. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. When dawn finally came, I peeked out the window. The area was empty, no sign of anyone. I gathered my things and left the cabin as quickly as I could. The walk back to town was grueling, but I eventually made it. When I finally reached a gas station and saw other people, I nearly broke down. I told the clerk my story, and they called the local sheriff. I filed a report, but without any real evidence or witnesses, there wasn't much they could do. To this day, I don't know who or what was out there with me. I haven't been camping since. I had always loved the idea of camping alone in the wilderness. It was my way of disconnecting from the world and finding some peace. There was something about being surrounded by nature. The sounds of birds, the rustling of leaves, and the distant hum of a river that made me feel alive. This time, I chose a spot deep in the national forest, far from any established campgrounds. I wanted the experience to be as raw and unfiltered as possible. I arrived at the trailhead in the early afternoon. The weather was perfect for late spring, cool enough to keep the bugs away but warm enough to be comfortable in a light jacket. I had packed my usual gear: a sturdy tent, a sleeping bag, enough food for 3 days, and my trusty multi-tool. I also brought a portable GPS, even though I had a paper map as my main guide. I didn't plan on getting lost, but you never know. The trail started off easy. The first few miles were well-marked and relatively flat. As I ventured deeper, the path became less defined. I had to rely on my map and compass to keep on track. The forest grew denser, and the sounds of civilization faded until there was nothing but the whisper of the wind through the trees and the occasional call of a bird. After about 5 hours of hiking, I found a small clearing near a creek. It seemed like the perfect spot to set up camp. The ground was soft but not soggy, and the creek provided fresh water. I pitched my tent, set up a small fire pit, and gathered some dry wood from the surrounding area. By the time I had everything ready, the sun was starting to dip below the horizon. The first night was uneventful. I sat by the fire, ate a simple meal of dehydrated noodles, and watched the stars come out. It was so quiet that I could hear the creek babbling in the background. I felt a sense of peace that I rarely experienced in my day-to-day life. When I finally crawled into my sleeping bag, I fell asleep almost instantly. The next morning, I woke up early. The air was crisp, and the forest was alive with activity. Birds chirped, and squirrels darted through the underbrush. I decided to spend the day exploring the area around my campsite. I left most of my gear behind, carrying only my map, a bottle of water, and a small snack. I followed the creek upstream for a while, climbing over rocks and ducking under low-hanging branches. The terrain became more rugged as I went, but I didn't mind. It was exhilarating to navigate the wild, untouched landscape. I came across a small waterfall spilling into a pool of crystal-clear water. The sight was so picturesque that I spent nearly an hour there, just soaking in the beauty. By the time I started heading back to camp, the sun was high in the sky. I took a slightly different route on the way back, cutting through a section of the forest that looked less traveled. That's when I noticed something odd. The trees in this area were scarred. Deep gouges ran up their trunks, as if something had raked them with enormous claws. At first, I thought it might be the work of a bear, but the marks were too high up, and they didn't resemble claw marks I had seen before. It was unsettling, but I told myself it was probably just some natural phenomenon I didn't understand. When I got back to camp, I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling. The marks on the trees had rattled me more than I wanted to admit. To distract myself, I gathered more firewood and spent some time reinforcing my fire pit. As the sun began to set, I prepared another simple meal and tried to focus on the calming sounds of the forest. That night, I woke up to a strange noise. It was faint at first, a distant rustling that could have been the wind. But as I lay there listening, it grew louder. It sounded like something moving through the underbrush, circling my campsite. My heart began to race. I grabbed my flashlight and my multi-tool, which was the closest thing I had to a weapon. I unzipped the tent as quietly as I could and stepped outside. The fire had burned down to embers, casting a dim red glow over the campsite. I swept the flashlight beam around, scanning the trees. The noise stopped. The forest was eerily silent, as if it were holding its breath. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, straining my ears for any sign of movement. When nothing happened, I convinced myself it had been an animal passing through and crawled back into my tent. The next day, I decided to stay closer to camp. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The forest, which had seemed so welcoming at first, now felt oppressive. The trees loomed larger, and every sound seemed amplified. I spent the day gathering more firewood than I needed and triple-checking my map to make sure I knew the way back to the trailhead. That evening, as I sat by the fire, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. The gouges I had seen on the trees during my hike, there were similar marks on a tree just a few yards from my campsite. I was sure they hadn't been there the day before. It felt like a message, though I couldn't imagine what it meant or who or what had left it. I barely slept that night. Every time I started to drift off, I'd hear a noise that jolted me awake. The rustling in the underbrush returned, louder this time and more deliberate. It wasn't the random scurrying of a small animal. It was measured, almost like footsteps. I gripped my multi-tool tightly and stared at the tent ceiling, waiting for morning. When dawn finally came, I made the decision to cut my trip short. Whatever was out there, I didn't want to find out. I packed up my gear as quickly as I could and started back toward the trailhead. The hike out was grueling. Every crack of a twig or rustle of leaves sent my heart racing. I felt like I was being watched, though I never saw anyone or anything. About halfway back, I came across something that stopped me in my tracks. There was a pile of rocks in the middle of the trail. It wasn't large, but it was deliberate, like a cairn. The strange part was that it hadn't been there on my way in. Someone had placed it there while I was in the forest. My mind raced with possibilities, none of them comforting. I didn't stop to investigate. I stepped around the pile and kept moving, my pace quickening with each step. The closer I got to the trailhead, the more desperate I felt to leave. When I finally saw the parking lot through the trees, I almost cried with relief. As I reached my car, I turned back for one last look at the trail. The forest was still and silent, bathed in the golden light of late afternoon. It looked peaceful, almost inviting, but I knew better. Something out there had been watching me, tracking me, and I didn't want to stick around to find out what it was. I never did figure out what those marks on the trees were or who had placed the rocks on the trail. But one thing is certain: I'll never camp alone in the wilderness again. I'd always been a fan of camping. the kind of person who loved to get away from the city noise and immerse myself in the solitude of nature. So when I had a few days off from work, I decided to take a solo trip up to a spot I'd never been before, a remote forest area in the mountains, far away from the usual hiking paths, the kind of place where you could disappear into the woods without anyone bothering you. I packed my gear, tent, sleeping bag, stove, a few supplies, and set off early one morning. The drive was long, the road winding its way up into the mountains, the trees getting denser the higher I climbed. There was a certain peace about it all, but something in the back of my mind kept nagging me, as if I was forgetting something important. I shook off the feeling. It was just nerves. I'd done this before. The air felt cooler as I pulled up to the parking area near the trailhead. There was a small dirt lot with space for maybe 3 or 4 cars. Not a soul in sight. Perfect. The trail I was taking was known to be isolated, rarely traveled by anyone. That's why I chose it. I checked my map, double-checked my pack, and set off down the path. The first few miles were easy, just a gentle slope through the forest. The scent of pine filled the air, the soft crunch of leaves underfoot. It was exactly what I wanted. Quiet, remote, and peaceful. As the day wore on, the sun began to dip lower in the sky. I knew I needed to set up camp before it got too dark. I spotted a small clearing off the path, a nice spot beside a stream. Perfect. I unpacked my tent, laid out my sleeping bag, and gathered some firewood. As the fire crackled to life, I sat back and relaxed, watching the flames dance in the cool evening air. It was then that I noticed it, the feeling that I wasn't alone. At first, I thought it was just the wind playing tricks on me, or perhaps the sounds of wildlife. But something felt off. I kept glancing around, trying to shake the feeling that someone, or something, was watching me. But every time I looked, there was nothing. I brushed it off. I'd camped alone plenty of times before, and nothing had ever happened. But that night, as I lay in my tent, trying to sleep, the feeling didn't go away. It grew stronger. There was no sound, no rustling in the trees, but the sensation of being watched was inescapable. My mind raced. Was it an animal? Some other hiker? I couldn't see anything in the dark, and I couldn't shake the eerie feeling. I lay awake for what felt like hours, until I finally drifted into an uneasy sleep. But that was when things started to get strange. In the middle of the night, I woke up to a noise, a rustling sound, faint but unmistakable, coming from the edge of the clearing. My heart started to race. I lay perfectly still, straining my ears. It was too dark to see anything, but the sound was there, like something or someone was moving slowly around my campsite. I grabbed my flashlight, my hands shaking as I flicked it on. I pointed it toward the noise, but there was nothing. No movement, no sign of anything nearby, just the still, quiet forest. I stood up and went outside, my eyes darting around the campsite. The fire had burned down to embers, but the darkness seemed thicker now, as if the trees were closing in around me. I walked a few steps toward the edge of the clearing, shining the flashlight in every direction. Nothing, just the wind, the trees swaying, the night air chilling my skin. I tried to calm myself. It was probably just an animal, maybe a raccoon or something else looking for food. I'd heard stories about animals creeping into campsites at night, but deep down, I couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't an animal. It was something else. I returned to my tent, zipping it up tightly. I tried to settle back into my sleeping bag, but sleep wouldn't come. The sounds outside had stopped, but the feeling of being watched lingered, hanging in the air like a cloud. Then, around 2 a.m., it happened again. A loud snap, like a twig breaking, just outside my tent. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. I held my breath, listening for any other sounds. Then, from somewhere near the trees, I heard it, a low, almost imperceptible hum. It wasn't an animal noise, it was something too deliberate, too human. My blood ran cold. I couldn't just lie there anymore. I grabbed my backpack, slipped on my shoes, and quietly unzipped the tent. I had to get out of there. My mind raced as I moved quickly but quietly away from the campsite, back toward the trailhead. I didn't want to stick around to find out what was out there, waiting for me. I wasn't sure how long I had been walking, but I knew it was too far to turn back now. The forest seemed different in the darkness, the trees looming like shadows in the corner of my vision. I wasn't sure how much longer I could keep going. The cold was seeping into my bones, and the quiet around me was deafening. It felt like the whole world had gone silent, as if I was the only living thing left. And then, just as I thought I might break down from exhaustion, I saw the lights of the parking lot in the distance. My heart soared. I was so close. I kept moving toward it, my pace quickening. But when I reached the lot, something stopped me dead in my tracks. My car was still there, parked in the same spot I had left it. But the door was slightly ajar. I never left it like that. I remembered locking it, double-checking the door before I left. I cautiously approached the car, my breath coming in short bursts. I peered inside, expecting to see nothing. But there, in the back seat, was something I couldn't explain. A small, folded piece of paper. It wasn't there before. I knew that for sure. I reached inside the car, grabbing the paper and unfolding it. The words were simple, written in neat handwriting. You should have stayed where you were. I don't know how to explain it, but something about that note made my skin crawl. I didn't stick around to think about it. I slammed the car door shut, jumped into the driver's seat, and sped off, not daring to look back. The road twisted and turned as I drove, but I didn't care. I just needed to get out of there. By the time I made it back home, I was exhausted, both physically and mentally. I've camped plenty of times since then, but I've never returned to that spot. And every time I think about it, I can still feel that uneasy sensation, the one that tells me I wasn't alone out there in those woods. Something was watching me that night, and I don't know if I'll ever understand what it was, or what it wanted. But one thing's for sure, I won't be going back to find out. I've always been someone who loved the outdoors. I'd spent countless weekends camping in the forests around my town, feeling at home surrounded by towering trees, the scent of pine filling the air, and the sound of birds chirping. My friends and I had been on dozens of hiking trips, and I had never been afraid of the woods. But that all changed one late fall weekend when I decided to camp alone. It was supposed to be a simple trip, just me, a small tent, my backpack, and the quiet of nature.
No distractions, no responsibilities.
I'd set up camp in a remote area near a creek that I knew well. It was a spot I'd camped at before with friends, but this time I was by myself. The weather was cold, but the sun was still out, casting long shadows through the trees as I made my way in. I set up my tent without any trouble, and then started gathering firewood. The quiet was almost oppressive at times, broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves and the distant sound of water flowing. By sunset, I had a fire going, and I sat back to enjoy the warmth as the night slowly crept in. I had packed light, just enough for a couple of nights. The air was crisp, the kind of cold that nips at your fingers and toes but isn't unbearable. It was perfect camping weather, really. The forest around me seemed alive, with the wind shifting the branches and the sound of small animals skittering through the underbrush. Everything was as it always had been when I'd come here before. As the night wore on, the forest grew even quieter. The fire crackled in front of me, its orange glow casting flickering shadows on the trees. But as the fire burned lower, I began to notice something strange. The usual nighttime sounds of animals and insects, cicadas, owls, the occasional scurrying of a mouse had stopped. It wasn't just quiet, it was unnervingly silent. Even the wind had died down. I didn't think much of it at first. After all, the woods can get quiet sometimes. But the longer the silence stretched, the more uncomfortable I became. My mind began to race, and I found myself looking over my shoulder more often, expecting to see something or someone, standing just out of sight. I tried to shake off the feeling and focused on the fire. I had come out here to get away from the noise of daily life, to enjoy the stillness. But the stillness felt off, like the world was holding its breath. The fire was starting to die down, and I stood up to add more wood. As I turned toward the pile I had gathered earlier, I caught movement out of the corner of my eye, just a flicker of something. At first, I thought it was a trick of the light, but then I saw it again. I froze. There, in the shadows just beyond the firelight, was a figure. It wasn't clear at first, just a shape half hidden behind the trees. But it was definitely there, standing still, watching me. I squinted, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. My heart rate increased, and I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. The figure didn't move, just stood there, like it was waiting for something. It wasn't like a person. It was too tall, too broad. I couldn't see any details, but I knew instinctively that it wasn't something I wanted to get closer to. My mind was racing now. I thought about the animals that could live in this forest. Deer, bears, mountain lions, but nothing fit the description of what I was seeing. I reached for the knife on my belt, my fingers trembling slightly as I pulled it free. It felt like the only thing that might give me any sense of control. I watched the figure for what felt like an eternity. The seconds stretched and I couldn't move. Then, just as suddenly as it appeared, it was gone. The figure vanished into the darkness, slipping away as silently as it had come. I stood there for a long time after that, trying to convince myself that it was nothing, that it had been a shadow or a trick of my mind. But the unease in my gut wouldn't fade. The silence pressed in on me again, heavier this time, and I could feel my nerves fraying. I didn't want to stay outside anymore. I quickly gathered up what little firewood I had left and scrambled to stoke the fire back to life, my hands shaking as I worked. I didn't know if I was trying to make the fire bigger for warmth or for safety, but the more I tried to reassure myself that it was just my imagination, the more the feeling of being watched returned. The fire crackled and popped, its bright orange flames dancing in the dark. But even as I sat back down, the sensation of being stared at didn't go away. It was as if something or someone was out there, just beyond the light of the fire, waiting for me to let my guard down. Hours passed. I tried to ignore the creeping paranoia that kept gnawing at me, but it was impossible. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig, felt like a threat. My thoughts kept returning to the figure. What had it been? Who had it been? I stayed close to the fire for the rest of the night, barely able to sleep. When I did doze off, I woke with a start, thinking I heard something. I wasn't sure if it was real or just my overactive imagination, but the sounds of the night didn't feel natural anymore. They felt wrong. The next morning, I woke early, exhausted and jumpy. I packed up my things quickly, not wanting to stay in the spot any longer than necessary. The forest, which had felt so comforting just a day before, now felt menacing, the trees towering like silent sentinels around me. I left the campsite in a hurry, glancing over my shoulder as I made my way down the trail. I didn't stop until I reached the nearest town, a small place where I could finally breathe without feeling the weight of the woods pressing down on me. The whole trip had shaken me more than I'd expected. I wasn't sure what had happened out there. Maybe it was my mind playing tricks on me, or maybe there was something in those woods I didn't understand. I never went back to that spot, and I didn't tell anyone the full story. People would laugh it off, think I was just being paranoid. But I knew what I saw, and the feeling of being watched never truly left me. There are places in the woods, quiet, remote places that hold secrets. I don't know if the woods around that creek have one, but I wasn't willing to find out. And to this day, whenever I hear the sound of wind rustling through the trees or the quiet hum of the forest at night, I can't help but remember that feeling of being watched. The forest might look peaceful, but it has its dark corners. And sometimes, the things that lurk in those corners aren't easily explained. It was supposed to be just another weekend trip, a quick getaway to a remote part of the mountains for a camping trip with a few friends. Nothing too fancy, just the simple joys of being surrounded by nature and getting away from the hustle and bustle of everyday life. But I had no idea that this trip would be anything but ordinary. We arrived at the campsite in the early afternoon, the sun still high in the sky, casting long shadows through the towering pines. The air was fresh, crisp, perfect for a weekend in the woods. I had been to this spot before. It was a quiet, peaceful place, far from the nearest town, and the kind of location where you could really lose yourself in the beauty of nature. At least that's what I thought. We parked the car, unloaded the gear, and set up camp near a small creek that trickled through the forest. The sound of water was soothing, like a natural lullaby. We built a fire pit, pitched our tents, and settled in for the evening. The plan was simple: enjoy some good food, tell stories, and relax under the stars. As the night approached, I could feel a change in the atmosphere. The air grew cooler, and the shadows of the trees seemed to stretch further into the forest. The fire crackled and popped, sending occasional sparks into the air. It was beautiful, no doubt, but there was something else, something that gnawed at the edges of my mind. I couldn't quite place it, but the woods seemed different somehow. The quiet was deeper than usual, like the forest was holding its breath. The night went on, and the usual campfire chatter filled the space. We roasted marshmallows, laughed, and joked like any group of friends would. But as the hours passed, a strange feeling settled in my gut, like something was watching us from the darkness beyond the fire's light. I kept glancing over my shoulder into the trees, trying to shake off the unease, but the feeling only grew stronger. At some point, I stepped away from the fire to get some fresh air. The others were still talking, their voices muffled by the crackling of the fire. I walked a little ways, past the edge of the camp, where the forest grew thick with underbrush. The trees felt closer here, almost as if they were leaning in to listen to my every step. As I stood there, looking into the darkness of the forest, I thought I heard something, a rustle in the underbrush. At first, I brushed it off as an animal, maybe a deer or some smaller creature, but then I heard it again. This time, it sounded deliberate, like something or someone was moving through the trees. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and a cold shiver ran down my spine. I wasn't alone. I quickly turned and hurried back to the camp. When I returned, I tried to shake off the unease, but it lingered. The others noticed my discomfort, but I didn't say anything. I didn't want to make them worry, especially since we were so far from civilization. I just sat down by the fire and tried to focus on the warmth it provided. That night, as I lay in my tent, I couldn't sleep. Every creak and crack in the woods seemed amplified. The wind had picked up, causing the branches of the trees to sway and groan. Every now and then, I would hear a strange noise, a snap of a twig, a rustling of leaves. But I told myself it was just animals, nothing to be afraid of. Yet, the feeling of being watched never went away. The next morning, I woke up early, still feeling uneasy from the night before. The others were still asleep in their tents, so I decided to go for a walk by the creek. The sound of the water was calming, and I hoped it would help clear my head. As I walked along the bank, I tried to focus on the beauty of the place. The sunlight filtering through the trees, the gentle flow of the water, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. That's when I noticed it. There, just beyond the creek, was a strange set of footprints in the mud. They were too big to be from any animal, and they didn't match the boots or shoes the group had been wearing. They were deep, like someone had been walking through the soft earth with a heavy stride. I felt a sudden sense of dread settle in my stomach. The footprints led off into the woods, disappearing into the thick underbrush. I didn't want to follow them. I really didn't, but something pulled me forward. Against my better judgment, I stepped off the trail and followed the tracks, my feet sinking slightly into the damp earth. The further I went, the more the woods seemed to close in around me. The air grew heavier, colder, and the sounds of the forest, the birds, the rustling of leaves, faded away, replaced by an oppressive silence. I walked for what felt like hours, my heart pounding in my chest. The footprints seemed to go on forever, leading me deeper into the forest, but I couldn't turn back now. I had to know who or what had made them. The forest had become eerily quiet, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something was waiting just out of sight. I glanced over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone or something lurking in the trees. Eventually, the footprints stopped at the base of an old, twisted tree. Its bark was gnarled, and its roots stretched out like claws, reaching into the ground. I crouched down, trying to make sense of what I was seeing, when I noticed something strange. There, wedged between the roots of the tree, was a small object, a tattered backpack, the kind you might see on a hiker. I froze. This was no coincidence. I reached out cautiously, my hand trembling, and unzipped the backpack. Inside, I found a few personal items: clothes, a water bottle, a flashlight. But the most chilling thing was a small journal, its pages yellowed and torn at the edges. I flipped it open, my stomach twisting as I read the first few lines of the entry. Day 3. I can hear them. They're getting closer. I think I'm being followed. The rest of the journal was full of similar entries, each one more frantic and desperate than the last. The last entry was scrawled in a shaky hand, barely legible. They're here. I can hear them now, right outside. I don't know how much longer I can stay hidden. I slammed the journal shut, my heart racing. Who had left this behind? Had someone been lost out here? And what had happened to them? I looked around, my mind spinning with fear. The footprints were gone now, lost in the underbrush. It was as if the person who had made them had vanished into thin air. But I wasn't alone out here. I could feel it. Someone or something was watching me. I quickly turned and ran back toward the camp, my breath coming in short gasps. The forest seemed to close in around me, the trees pressing in on all sides. The only thing I could focus on was getting back to safety. When I finally reached the camp, my friends were up and preparing breakfast. They looked at me with concern when they saw the panic on my face, but I didn't tell them what had happened. I couldn't bring myself to share what I had found. Instead, I just tried to act normal, forcing a smile as I helped set up the fire. We packed up and left the campsite that morning, none of us saying a word about the strange feeling that had settled over us. I never went back to that place, and I never told anyone about the journal or the footprints. Some things, I think, are better left unknown. I can still remember the feeling of being watched, the sense of dread that hung over me like a cloud. I don't know who or what was out there in the woods that day, but I'll never forget the way it felt. The forest is vast, and there are things in it that we'll never understand. And maybe that's for the best. I've always loved the quiet of the woods. Growing up in Vermont, I spent a lot of time outdoors, hiking, camping, and just enjoying nature. I thought I knew the wilderness pretty well, but nothing prepared me for what happened on that trip to the mountains last summer. It all started when a few friends and I decided to take a weekend camping trip in a remote area of the Swiss Alps. It wasn't a popular spot, and we knew that made it perfect. No crowds, no noise, just us and the wilderness. We packed our gear carefully, double-checked everything, and headed out, feeling excited about the adventure. The drive up the winding mountain roads was smooth at first, but as we got higher, the air grew cooler and the trees thickened. By the time we arrived, the sun was just starting to dip behind the peaks. We decided to set up camp near a stream we had spotted on a map. It seemed like the perfect spot, secluded, with a great view of the mountains and plenty of firewood nearby. Setting up the tent was easy, and we got a campfire going quickly. The flames flickered against the evening air, casting long shadows on the trees around us. The night was calm, too calm, maybe. I don't know why, but something felt off. Maybe it was just the isolation, the silence that enveloped us once the fire crackled down to embers. We joked around, talked about old stories from school, and sipped on our drinks. But deep down, I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. As the night wore on, the chill in the air grew sharper, and the shadows seemed to stretch farther than they should have. We tried to ignore it, thinking it was just the usual discomfort of being in the wilderness at night. But then, around midnight, something strange happened. I heard a noise, soft at first, like the sound of something moving through the brush. At first, I thought it was just an animal, maybe a deer or a wild boar. But as the sound grew louder and closer, I realized it wasn't any animal I knew. It wasn't the rustle of leaves or the snap of twigs you get from the usual forest creatures. It was something different. I couldn't quite put my finger on it. It was like footsteps, but not quite. The way the noise moved, uneven, almost like something was dragging itself through the underbrush, gave me chills. I wasn't the only one who noticed. My friends had gone quiet, their faces lit only by the flickering fire. We all sat still for a few moments, listening. The sound continued, getting closer, but we couldn't tell where it was coming from. It wasn't on the trail. It was coming from somewhere in the dense woods around us. The trees were thick, but I could swear I saw something move in the shadows. My heart started to beat faster, but I tried to push it down. It was just an animal, I told myself. Probably a bear, maybe even a mountain lion, though I didn't think they'd be this close to our camp. But the sound didn't stop. It continued, dragging, slow and steady, like whatever was making it was circling us. It didn't make sense. Why wouldn't it just move away? Why wasn't it trying to get away from the light of the fire? I felt my skin prickle with unease, but we all just sat there, waiting. I could tell everyone else felt it too. The tension in the air was thick, and no one was brave enough to speak. Then the sound stopped. For a second, I thought we might have imagined it. But then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw movement, a shadow in the trees. At first, it was just a flicker, nothing concrete, but as I stared at the dark shapes, I saw it more clearly. Something was moving between the trunks of the trees, just outside the reach of the firelight. It was tall, hunched over, like it was trying to hide itself from us. I blinked, and it was gone, but I knew I wasn't imagining it. I'd seen something. It wasn't just a trick of the light or a deer. Whatever it was moving intentionally, like it was watching us. The silence that followed was unbearable. We all exchanged nervous glances but didn't speak. Finally, one of my friends, Matt, broke the silence, his voice a little too loud. "It's probably just a deer. We're in their territory, after all." His words didn't have the comfort he probably intended. We all knew it wasn't a deer. We decided to stay up, keeping the fire burning hot and bright. The crackling flames seemed to keep the dark at bay, but I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. Every rustle in the trees made my heart race. Every branch that snapped made me jump. Eventually, around 3 a.m., we decided to go to bed. The fire was still burning, though not as fiercely as before, and I couldn't help but feel uneasy as I crawled into my sleeping bag. The tent felt too small, too thin, like it wouldn't keep out whatever was out there. I lay on my back, staring at the ceiling of the tent, listening to every sound in the night. My friends were already asleep, but I couldn't find peace. I heard the distant sound of running water from the stream, the rustle of the trees in the wind, and just at the edge of my hearing, the soft sound of something moving in the woods again. The night passed without incident, but the next morning, things didn't feel any better. We packed up our camp and decided to hike out to another spot a few miles away, hoping a change of scenery would calm our nerves. As we trekked through the dense forest, the whole area seemed off. The trees were too close together, the air too still. Felt like we were being watched, like we weren't alone. We arrived at a small clearing by noon, a place that looked a little more open, and decided to stop for lunch. The feeling of unease didn't lift, though. We ate in silence, and I kept my eyes on the woods around us. That's when it happened again. The dragging sound, closer this time, moving through the brush. This time it was too much. We all stood up at once, ready to run if we needed to, but we didn't. We stayed frozen, listening. The sound stopped, and the woods were still. We waited for what felt like hours, but nothing else happened. The tension in the air was thick, but it wasn't until we decided to pack up and head back to the car that we realized we'd been followed. We were a few miles from our campsite when we saw it. Drag marks. They led right up to the spot where we'd had lunch. The ground was soft enough that you could see the uneven pattern, like something heavy had been pulled through the forest. The marks stopped just at the edge of the trees. We looked at each other, our faces pale. There was no question anymore. Whatever had been out there wasn't just an animal. We didn't wait around to figure it out. We made our way back to the car quickly, trying not to panic, but we all knew we wouldn't be coming back to that spot. As we drove down the mountain, the tension slowly eased, but none of us spoke about it. We didn't need to. By the time we made it back to civilization, I thought I had shaken off the fear, but it's been months now, and the feeling hasn't left. Every time I go camping, every time I hear a rustle in the woods, I remember that dragging sound. I don't know what it was, but I know one thing for sure. I'll never go back to that part of the mountains again. I'd been looking forward to this camping trip for weeks. It wasn't my first time camping alone, but I always loved the idea of being out in the wilderness, just me and nature. I had picked a spot deep in the woods, a place I hadn't been to before, thinking it would offer a bit more peace and solitude. The air was crisp, the trees swayed gently with the wind, and the smell of pine was thick around me. Everything seemed perfect. I arrived at the campsite just as the sun started to dip behind the trees. The temperature was starting to drop, but it wasn't uncomfortable yet. I unloaded my gear, set up the tent, and started a fire. I've done this countless times before, so everything felt second nature to me. There was a creek not too far from where I set up, its gentle gurgling adding to the peaceful atmosphere. As the fire crackled and the night grew darker, I cooked some food, enjoying the solitude. There was something peaceful about being alone in the wilderness, just me and the sounds of nature. But as I sat by the fire, the trees around me started to creak in a way that felt different. The wind had picked up slightly, but the sound of the branches moving through the air felt heavier, almost as if something was moving through the trees, though there was no reason for that. I brushed it off. It was probably just an animal. The firelight cast long, flickering shadows that danced across the forest floor, making the trees look like strange, twisted shapes. I noticed how still it was around me, a kind of quiet that only comes when everything else in the forest seems to have gone to sleep. Then I heard it, a faint crack of a twig. It was almost too subtle to hear, but it was enough to make my head snap in the direction of the sound. My heart skipped a beat. I strained my ears, listening for more, but all I could hear was the crackling fire and the distant murmur of the creek. It was probably just an animal, maybe a deer or a raccoon, both of which I had seen earlier when setting up camp. But the feeling wouldn't leave. I was suddenly aware of how exposed I was. The only light was from the fire, and everything beyond that was pure black. My instincts were on high alert, but I couldn't tell why. I scanned the trees again, but the shadows had grown deeper, and I couldn't make out much. I decided to finish my meal and then go to bed. Maybe I was just tired. I needed rest. I poked the fire, trying to keep it going, but my mind kept drifting back to the feeling that something was wrong. The wind picked up again, this time louder, causing the trees to sway more violently. The sound of branches creaking in the wind became overwhelming, and the night seemed to close in around me. I finished my food and cleaned up, throwing everything into my backpack and putting it to the side. I was ready for bed, but as I turned to unzip my tent, I caught something out of the corner of my eye, a shape darting between the trees. It was quick, almost too quick to catch, but it was there. My pulse raced. My first instinct was to chalk it up to my tired eyes, but the movement had been too deliberate. I stood frozen for a moment, trying to make sense of what I'd seen. The wind howled again, and I could swear I heard a rustling sound, almost like footsteps, only louder than anything an animal could make. I grabbed my flashlight and scanned the woods. Nothing, just shadows, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The more I stood there, the more it felt like the woods around me were closing in, pressing against me. I hurriedly unzipped the tent and crawled inside, fastening it shut as quickly as I could. Inside the tent, I tried to calm myself. Maybe it was just my mind playing tricks on me. The wind, the darkness, the unfamiliar forest. It was enough to make anyone feel uneasy. I lay down, trying to relax, but sleep wouldn't come. Every creak, every gust of wind, every snap of a twig made me jump. My mind was racing. Was there someone out there? Or was it just my imagination? The night stretched on, and I found myself wide awake, staring at the faint glow of the firelight that flickered through the tent fabric. The sounds of the forest had grown quieter, and I thought I could finally drift off to sleep. But then, there was that sound again. A twig snapping, followed by a soft rustling noise. My heart thudded in my chest. I wasn't imagining it this time. I sat up, holding my breath, straining to hear. The noise was closer now, like someone or something was circling the campsite. My mind raced as I grabbed the flashlight from beside me, shining it through the mesh of the tent, but I saw nothing. I couldn't just sit there. I had to know what was out there. Slowly, I unzipped the tent, barely making a sound, and poked my head out. The fire was still burning, but the shadows it cast seemed to have taken on a life of their own. The trees loomed like silent sentinels, and the sound of the creek was almost drowned out by the silence. I waited for what felt like an eternity, listening. There was no sound now, nothing, just the wind moving the branches. I had to admit, I was starting to feel ridiculous. I had to be overreacting. It was just an animal or maybe a hiker passing by. The woods weren't that dangerous, right? I sat back down, trying to shake the unease from my bones. I could still hear the wind howling through the trees, but the forest felt emptier now, quieter than before. The kind of silence that felt unnatural. My eyes kept darting to the shadows, as if expecting something to jump out at me. Suddenly, a loud crash came from the trees behind me. I jumped to my feet, my flashlight flashing wildly. My breath caught in my throat as I spun around, the beam of light cutting through the night. The trees were silent. There was nothing there, but the noise had been real. The ground had trembled, and I could have sworn I saw movement. something large shifting in the darkness. My stomach churned with a primal fear I couldn't explain. I backed away from the fire, heart racing, flashlight scanning the trees. My head was spinning. This couldn't be happening. No one was supposed to be out here. I was miles from the nearest road. No one should be close to my campsite. Yet, the longer I stood there, the more the fear gnawed at me. Something was wrong. I stood frozen, listening for any more sounds. I was starting to wonder if I should pack up and leave, but I couldn't do that. Not in the middle of the night. I was alone, and leaving my campsite wasn't an option. The fire, the tent, everything I had brought with me would be useless if I didn't stay. Minutes stretched into what felt like hours as I waited for the next sound, the next sign of movement. But then, just as suddenly as it had started, everything went quiet again. Too quiet. There was no rustling, no wind, no creak, just the eerie stillness of the forest. I took a deep breath, trying to calm myself. Whatever it was gone. The fire flickered in front of me, providing the only light in the otherwise pitch-black wilderness. I decided to stay put, to try to sleep. I could feel my body slowly relaxing, the tension in my muscles easing. Maybe I was just overthinking everything. Maybe I was just exhausted. But as I lay back down, I heard one last noise, a faint whisper of movement near the edge of the camp, close to where the trees met the clearing. My flashlight was still in my hand, and I gripped it tightly, my knuckles white with fear. I wasn't alone. Not anymore. But this time, I wasn't running. I wasn't going to let fear dictate my actions. I would face whatever was out there. In the end, it turned out to be nothing more than an animal, a large deer, coming too close to my camp. The rustling and snapping of branches had been its antlers brushing against the trees. But for hours, I had convinced myself it was something far worse. The fear of the unknown had almost driven me to pack up and leave. But in the end, the night passed. I woke up in the morning, the light filtering through the trees, and for the first time, I could fully see the beauty of the place I had chosen. I packed up my things and left without looking back, grateful that I had stayed, but also relieved to be leaving the unsettling stillness behind. The sun had just set, and the forest around me was quiet, the kind of quiet that only comes when you're deep in the woods, miles away from civilization. I had been hiking for hours, and I was tired. I had planned this solo camping trip for weeks, looking forward to the peace and quiet, the solitude, the feeling of being completely alone with nature. But now, as the shadows grew longer and the sky turned dark, I began to feel a sense of unease creeping in. Something about the forest felt different tonight. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't truly alone. I had found a small clearing near a stream, perfect for setting up camp. The ground was soft with moss, and I had a nice view of the water. The firewood I gathered earlier was stacked beside my tent, and my camp stove was ready to go. I set up my tent quickly, trying to focus on the tasks at hand. It was getting colder, and the wind was picking up, rustling the trees above me. I didn't mind the cold, but the wind, it felt strange. There was something unsettling about how it moved through the trees, like it was whispering something. I tried to push the feeling aside as I lit my camp stove. The warm light of the flames flickered in the growing darkness, and the smell of food started to fill the air. I was hungry, having hiked all day, and the simple act of cooking helped to calm my nerves. As I ate, I kept my eyes on the surrounding woods, listening to the wind and the occasional rustle of leaves. Every now and then, a branch would snap, but I didn't pay much attention to it at first. I was too tired, too focused on my meal. But then I heard it again, a snap, closer this time. I froze mid-bite, my fork hovering in the air. My heart began to race. It was too quiet for animals to be moving around. At least that's what I told myself. The wind rustled the leaves, but this sound was too deliberate, too heavy. It wasn't an animal, I was sure of that. I stood up, putting my plate down beside the fire. My eyes scanned the tree line, but all I could see was the flickering darkness, shadows that seemed to shift and move in the corners of my vision. I grabbed my flashlight and turned it on, pointing it in the direction where I'd heard the noise. The beam of light cut through the trees, revealing only the dense underbrush and thick trunks of trees. There was nothing there. I told myself it was nothing, just my mind playing tricks on me after a long day of hiking. Still, I felt uneasy. I checked my campsite, ensuring everything was secure. The tent was zipped up tight, the food was stored in a bear-proof bag, and the fire was crackling steadily. Everything should have been fine, but the feeling of being watched lingered in the back of my mind. I decided to go to bed early, hoping that sleep would help clear my head. I zipped myself into the tent and lay down, staring up at the fabric above me, listening to the wind and the occasional creak of tree branches. The darkness outside was complete, the kind of darkness you only get in the deep forest, where the sky is hidden by a canopy of leaves. I was about to drift off when I heard it again. This time, it was louder, a footstep. It was unmistakable, the soft crunch of a foot on dry leaves. My heart raced again, and I sat up in my sleeping bag, holding my breath. The noise was coming from just outside my tent, maybe 5 feet away. I could hear the rustling of the leaves as whoever or whatever was out there moved around. I was terrified, but I didn't want to make a sound. I lay perfectly still, trying to listen, to figure out what was going on. The footsteps stopped, and for a few moments, everything was silent. Then I heard a low sound, almost like a grunt, but it wasn't human. It was deep, guttural, and it sent a chill through my spine. What the hell was that? I grabbed my flashlight and unzipped the tent just a little, careful not to make too much noise. My hand trembled as I held the flashlight, pointing it toward the entrance. The beam swept across the area, illuminating the trees, the rocks, and the underbrush. But there was nothing there. Nothing at all. I was starting to second-guess myself. Maybe it was an animal, some kind of predator, moving around the camp. I had heard about bears in the area, though I didn't think they would be active this late in the year. Still, the sound I had heard didn't match anything I had read about. Bears didn't grunt like that, did they? I lay back down, trying to convince myself it was nothing, that I was just hearing things. But the unease never left. My mind kept racing, and every little sound outside made me tense up. The wind, the rustling of leaves, even the crackle of the fire. It all felt too loud, too threatening. I stayed awake for hours, staring at the inside of my tent, waiting for the sound to come again. But it didn't. Eventually, I fell into a restless sleep, my dreams filled with strange noises and shadowy figures in the trees. When I woke up, it was still dark outside, the fire long since burned out, and the chill in the air had deepened. The first light of dawn was just starting to filter through the trees, casting long shadows across the ground. I felt the weight of the night pressing on me, the fear still lingering in my chest. I was exhausted, physically and mentally, but I knew I needed to get moving. The woods weren't a place to linger when something felt wrong. I packed up my camp quickly, my hands shaking slightly as I folded the tent and stashed my gear. My mind was racing, thinking about the sounds, the footsteps, the feeling of being watched. Couldn't shake it. I kept looking over my shoulder as I gathered my things, half expecting to see someone, or something, standing there, just beyond the trees. When I finally got everything packed, I turned to leave the clearing, but something stopped me. A flash of movement in the trees. My heart skipped a beat, and I froze, staring into the woods. It wasn't much, just a flicker of motion, but it was enough to send a surge of panic through me. I wasn't alone. I turned and ran. The trail was narrow and winding, But I didn't care. I didn't stop to think. I just ran, my feet pounding the dirt, the sound of my breath harsh in the cold morning air. I didn't look back. I could feel the weight of the forest closing in on me, the trees pressing in on all sides, as if they were closing off my escape. I don't know how long I ran, but eventually, I broke through the trees and found the main trail again. My legs were burning, my chest heaving, but I didn't stop. I didn't slow down until I was sure I was far enough from the campsite. When I finally came to a stop, gasping for breath, I collapsed on the ground, my back against a tree. I stayed there for a long time, trying to catch my breath and calm my racing heart. I had never been so scared in my life. The woods, the darkness, the sounds. It had all felt too real, too close. But I was safe now. I stayed on the trail, walking quickly and purposefully, not looking back. I didn't stop until I reached the ranger station several hours later. I told them about the strange noises, the footsteps, but they just nodded, used to hearing such stories from hikers. Still, I never went camping alone again. And every time I think about that night, I remember the fear, the feeling of being watched, and the sound of footsteps in the dark. Something was out there, something that wasn't quite right. But whatever it was, I didn't want to find out. And I never did. The air was cool against my skin, but it wasn't cold enough to make me shiver. I was standing at the edge of a small clearing in the woods, the tall trees swaying gently in the breeze above me. I could hear the occasional rustle of leaves and the distant sound of a bird calling, but everything else was quiet. The kind of quiet that made you feel like you were the only person in the world. I wasn't alone, though. There was a small group of us, 4 in total, heading out on what was supposed to be a fun, relaxing camping trip. I was the one who suggested it. I had grown up hiking and camping, so I figured it would be a great way to reconnect with nature, get away from the noise of everyday life, and maybe even face a few fears along the way. I set up my tent first, at the far end of the clearing near the trees, hoping to have a bit of peace and quiet. The others did the same, laughing and talking as they picked their spots. The campsite had been chosen carefully, away from any potential hazards, near a creek for water, and surrounded by a few thick patches of trees that would offer some shelter. We'd hiked for hours to get here, making our way through dense forest trails and over rocky paths. The walk had been exhausting, but the kind of exhaustion that felt good at the end, the kind where you could sit back and relax by a campfire and forget about everything else. But there was something different about this place, something that didn't sit right with me. It wasn't anything specific, just a feeling. It started when we first arrived. The clearing looked untouched, almost too perfect. The trees surrounding it were thick, but not so thick that you couldn't see the sky through the gaps. The grass was high, but not overgrown. The whole scene was just too still. First, I brushed it off. It was probably just my mind playing tricks on me after the long hike. But as I set up my tent and unpacked my gear, that feeling lingered, nagging at the back of my mind. I tried to ignore it, telling myself that it was just the solitude of the wilderness getting to me. I thought about how nice it would be to just settle in, start a fire, and relax for the evening. But every time I looked around the clearing, the feeling wouldn't go away. After setting up my tent, I walked over to the small fire pit we had built earlier. The others were already gathering firewood, talking in low voices. One of them, Adam, had brought a small axe to chop down some fallen branches. He swung it carefully, the sharp crack of wood splitting echoing in the otherwise quiet forest. It was comforting in its own way, grounding. The sun was starting to dip below the horizon, casting long shadows across the clearing. I could smell the earth, the dampness of the trees, and the fresh scent of the firewood. Felt like everything was just settling into place. But then, as the shadows grew longer, the stillness became heavier. The air was getting cooler, But it wasn't just the temperature that felt different, it was the silence. There were no animals calling in the distance.
No birds, no insects buzzing.
Not even the rustling of the wind in the leaves. That was when I started to notice something. The trees around the clearing seemed too close. It was as if they were pressing in, slowly closing the space around us. It wasn't noticeable at first, but I kept glancing at them, feeling like the edges of the forest were drawing near, creeping closer. I told myself it was nothing. I was tired, a little too much sun. Maybe I was imagining things. But the longer I stared at the trees, the more I began to feel like they weren't just trees. They were watching. Dinner was simple, just some packaged food we had brought along for the trip. The fire crackled as we ate, the warmth of the flames fighting against the growing chill in the air. We ate in silence mostly, each of us lost in our thoughts. Afterward, we sat around the fire, poking at the embers with sticks and telling stories. It was easy to forget the feeling of unease as the night wore on, the warmth from the fire making everything feel safer. But then, as we sat there, the feeling returned. This time, it wasn't just the trees. It was the air itself. Felt thick, almost oppressive, like something was waiting for us in the dark beyond the firelight. I wasn't the only one who noticed. Adam shifted uncomfortably in his seat, his eyes darting to the edge of the clearing. I saw the others doing the same, glancing nervously at the woods as though they, too, could feel something lurking just out of sight. We sat there for a while, each of us trying to pretend that everything was fine. But the firelight flickered, casting long, wavering shadows on the ground, and the feeling of being watched grew stronger. The breeze that had been gentle earlier had picked up, causing the trees to sway and creak. It was then that we heard it, a sound, faint at first but unmistakable. It was coming from the trees. At first, I thought it was just an animal, a deer maybe, or a bear. But the sound was too deliberate, too human. It was a rustling, followed by the soft crunch of footsteps on the forest floor. Slow, careful, like someone or something was moving through the trees trying to stay hidden. I glanced at the others, but no one spoke. We just sat there, frozen, our eyes fixed on the darkness beyond the firelight. The footsteps stopped, and for a long moment, there was nothing. Just the sound of the fire crackling and the wind whispering through the leaves. I thought maybe it had been nothing. Maybe it had been an animal after all. But the silence that followed felt wrong. It wasn't the peaceful silence of the forest. It was heavy, filled with an unspoken tension that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. And then the sound came again. This time it was closer. I could hear the crunch of leaves, the snap of twigs underfoot. Someone or something was moving toward us, and it wasn't trying to hide anymore. My heart began to race, and I felt a cold shiver run down my spine. I stood up slowly, my feet unsteady as I tried to peer into the darkness. But all I could see was the faint outline of trees, stretching out like dark fingers reaching for us. The others stood too, their faces pale in the firelight, their eyes wide with fear. We all stood in silence, the only sound the pounding of our hearts and the occasional crack of a twig. I couldn't tell how long we stood there, frozen, but eventually, the footsteps stopped, just like that, as if whatever had been out there had decided to leave. The relief was instant. The tension seemed to lift from the air, but it wasn't gone completely. It lingered, like an unwelcome guest who wouldn't leave. We decided to stay up for a while, watching the shadows in the trees, but nothing else happened. The fire burned low, and eventually, we crawled into our tents, trying to shake off the feeling of unease. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every little sound, the crack of a twig, the rustle of leaves, made me tense. I kept imagining the footsteps moving closer, but whenever I opened my eyes, there was nothing. Just the darkness pressing in on me. In the morning, the camp seemed normal. The sun was shining, the birds were singing. Everything felt safe again. But the feeling from the night before stayed with me, like a shadow that wouldn't let go. As we packed up to leave, I couldn't help but look over my shoulder at the trees. The clearing looked peaceful in the daylight, but I knew something was out there, something that had been watching us. I never told the others what I had felt. They seemed fine, as if nothing had happened at all. But as I walked away from that campsite, my heart heavy with unease, I knew one thing for certain. I would never come back to this place again, and I would never forget the feeling of being watched. I'd never really been into camping before, but when my friends suggested we take a trip to the mountains, something about the idea seemed appealing. It wasn't like I'd never spent time in the outdoors. I'd hiked a few trails and spent the occasional night under the stars, but this was different. This time, we weren't going to any of the well-trodden, tourist-friendly spots. No, we were heading to a remote stretch of forest that few people knew about. And, at least in theory, it sounded like the kind of adventure I needed. We drove for hours, the landscape gradually changing as we went deeper into the wilderness. The road narrowed as the trees thickened around us. Pine and fir trees towered over us, and the air began to feel cooler, fresher. There was something calming about it, the isolation of the place, the sense of being far away from the chaos of everyday life. When we reached the campsite, the first thing that struck me was the silence. There were no sounds of birds, no wind rustling the branches, just an eerie stillness that felt almost unnatural. It was strange. I had expected it to be quiet in the woods, but not this absolute. My friends didn't seem to notice, though. They were excited, already unloading gear, talking about setting up the tents and starting the fire. I forced the uneasy feeling down, reminding myself that it was probably just the isolation. We set up camp near a small clearing, just off a narrow trail that wound deeper into the woods. The air was crisp, the evening sky already beginning to darken. We built a fire, and the orange glow flickered against the trees, casting long shadows. The warmth felt good against the cooling evening air, and the smell of burning wood was oddly comforting. But that feeling of unease didn't go away. As the darkness settled in, I found myself listening more closely to the sounds around me. The crackling of the fire, the occasional rustle of leaves, and then a soft crunching sound. It wasn't from any of my friends, who were sitting nearby, chatting or poking at the fire. It was distant, coming from deeper in the forest. I told myself it was probably an animal, maybe a deer or a raccoon, but the sound was so deliberate, so consistent, that it felt wrong. I ignored it for a while, focusing on the warmth of the fire, trying to push away the growing tension in my chest. But the sound kept coming, getting closer. Each crunch of dry leaves made my skin crawl, a sense of being watched slowly growing. It wasn't just the noise, it was the way everything else seemed to be so quiet, almost as if the world around us was holding its breath. "Hey, I'm going to check something out," I said, standing up abruptly, hoping to shake off the weird feeling that had settled over me. My friends barely looked up, too caught up in their own conversations. I grabbed a flashlight and made my way toward the trees, trying to act casual. The crunching sound stopped as I walked, but I could feel my nerves tightening with each step I took. It was darker now, the trees looming over me like silent watchers. I walked for what felt like an eternity, shining the light around, but there was nothing. No animals, no signs of anything out of the ordinary. Just the quiet forest, as still as ever. I turned back, a sense of relief washing over me as I re-entered the small clearing where my friends were sitting, still oblivious to whatever was causing the unease. Maybe I was just being paranoid. Maybe it was just the isolation, the unfamiliarity of the place. I convinced myself it was nothing and sat back down, focusing on the fire. The rest of the night passed without incident, but the feeling of unease lingered. Sleep came fitfully, disturbed by strange noises that I couldn't quite identify. Twigs snapping, something heavy brushing against the trees, the wind picking up and howling in the distance. Every little sound seemed amplified in the stillness of the night. By morning, I was exhausted, but as the sun rose, casting light through the trees, everything seemed calm again. The world felt like it had returned to normal. My friends were already up and bustling around, eager to start the day. I tried to shake off the dread I'd felt last night, but it wasn't easy. I knew something was off, but I couldn't quite put my finger on it. We decided to go for a hike that day, following the trail that twisted through the forest. The further we went, the quieter it got. There was no bird song, no rustling leaves. It was as though the forest had gone completely still again. I looked at my friends, hoping they would say something, anything, that would ease the tension building inside me, but they seemed oblivious. To them, everything was just a regular hike. I stopped for a moment, feeling the weight of the silence press in on me. The forest felt too big, too empty, and I couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't alone. I looked around, eyes darting between the trees. There was something about the way the shadows moved, something strange in the air. "Hey, you guys feel that?" I asked, but no one seemed to notice. They were too busy taking photos, chatting, enjoying the view. I pressed on, trying to convince myself that it was just my mind playing tricks on me. But the feeling wouldn't go away. It was as though we were being followed, stalked by something or someone that I couldn't see. We reached a small ridge, overlooking a valley. The view was stunning, and for a moment, the beauty of it distracted me. But as I looked down into the valley, I saw something that made my blood run cold. At first, I thought it was just a trick of the light, but then I saw it again. A figure, standing at the edge of the tree line, watching us. It wasn't moving, just standing there, too still. I blinked, trying to clear my vision, but when I looked again, it was gone. I felt my heart race, and a cold sweat broke out across my forehead. My mind screamed at me to turn around, to leave, but I didn't want to seem paranoid in front of my friends. They'd already think I was overreacting if I said anything. We continued on, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. As we descended into the valley, the air grew colder, and the oppressive silence returned. It felt like the woods were closing in on us. My friends were still talking, but their voices felt distant, muffled, as if they were fading away, and all I could hear was the thumping of my own heart. It was then that I realized we had made a wrong turn somewhere. The trail we had been following was no longer visible, and we were surrounded by dense trees with no obvious path forward. The daylight seemed to be dimming faster than it should have, and the chill in the air was becoming unbearable. The woods around us felt wrong. I tried to keep my voice steady as I suggested we turn back, but my friends were too busy admiring the view to notice. I couldn't take it anymore. I had to get out of there. I started walking back, my pace quickening with each step. The air seemed heavier, and the crunch of dry leaves underfoot was the only sound I could hear. The trees felt like they were closing in, and the weight of the silence pressed down on me harder with each passing minute. I don't know how long I walked, but eventually, I saw it, the campsite just ahead. I broke into a run, not caring how ridiculous it looked, just wanting to get back to safety. When I finally made it to the clearing, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. The fire pit was still there, and my friends were sitting around, completely unaware of how much time had passed. But as I approached, I stopped in my tracks. There, at the edge of the clearing, was something I hadn't seen before. A set of footprints, large and heavy, leading into the forest. They weren't from any of us, and they were fresh. I didn't know what to think. All I knew was that we needed to leave. Now, I gathered my friends, telling them it was time to pack up. They were confused, but I didn't care. As we hastily packed our things, I couldn't shake the feeling that something or someone was watching us. When we finally left the campsite, I felt the tension lift, but I didn't dare look back. The woods were too quiet, too still, and I knew that whatever was out there, whatever had been following us, was still in those trees. We drove away, the sound of the engine a welcome distraction from the silence that had nearly consumed us. By the time we hit the main road, the feeling of being watched finally began to fade. But I couldn't forget what I'd seen, what we'd all felt, and I knew, deep down, that the forest would always hold that strange, unsettling stillness that would haunt me for a long time. I had been looking forward to this camping trip for weeks. There's something about getting out into the wilderness, away from the noise and chaos of everyday life, that calms me. I'd planned everything carefully, checked the weather, mapped out a good trail, and packed all the essentials. It was just supposed to be a solo trip, one where I could get some much-needed peace and maybe a little adventure. The sun was beginning to dip below the horizon when I arrived at the campsite. The sky was painted in streaks of orange and purple, and the air felt crisp, like it was preparing for the cool night ahead. I parked my car at the edge of the small forest clearing, grabbed my gear, and set off on foot. I'd chosen a remote spot a few miles away from the main trail to set up camp. The further out I went, the more I felt disconnected from the rest of the world, and that's exactly what I wanted. The ground was soft and spongy beneath my boots, and the scent of pine filled the air. Birds chirped in the distance, and the sound of a stream trickled somewhere to my left. It felt like the perfect place to unwind and clear my mind. I hiked for about an hour before I reached the spot I had in mind. It was a small clearing surrounded by tall pines, with a view of the mountains off in the distance. A perfect spot to set up my tent, make a fire, and enjoy the solitude. I unpacked my gear, quickly set up my tent, and built a small fire pit with the dry wood I had gathered. The fire crackled to life as I added the last few pieces of wood, and the warmth from the flames made the cool evening air feel a bit more bearable. I sat down on a rock near the fire, pulling out my camping stove to make some dinner. It wasn't anything fancy, just freeze-dried pasta, but it tasted amazing after the long hike. As the sky darkened, I watched the stars begin to emerge, one by one. It was incredibly peaceful out here, with only the sound of the crackling fire and the occasional rustle of leaves in the wind. I settled back against a tree, staring up at the night sky. There were no city lights to drown out the stars, and for a moment, it felt like I was the only person left in the world. I finished my dinner and stowed everything away before grabbing my flashlight to check on the perimeter of my campsite. I was paranoid about animals, mainly bears or coyotes, but it wasn't like I could afford to let my guard down. I made a quick loop around the clearing, checking to make sure the food was secured, the fire wasn't too large, and nothing unusual was happening. Everything seemed fine, so I headed back to my tent and crawled inside. The fire outside flickered through the thin walls of the tent, casting long shadows that danced on the fabric. It was a long night. As I lay there in my sleeping bag, trying to get some rest, I kept hearing strange noises outside. The wind had picked up, causing the trees to sway and creak, but there were other sounds. Faint rustling in the bushes, almost like something was moving around the campsite. It could have been a deer, or a raccoon, or any number of animals, but every time I heard it, I couldn't shake the feeling that something else was out there, something watching. I didn't get much sleep that night, tossing and turning every time a branch snapped or a twig broke nearby. At one point, I thought I heard footsteps, slow and deliberate, crunching through the dry leaves. But when I peeked outside, there was nothing there, just the shadows of the trees, stretching long and dark in the firelight. I figured I was just being paranoid, The wilderness was full of sounds, and my mind was probably playing tricks on me. Still, I didn't feel completely at ease. The next morning, I woke up with the first light of dawn, feeling groggy and unrest. I crawled out of my tent, stretching as I took in the fresh mountain air. The fire was nothing but a few glowing embers now, and the forest around me looked peaceful once again. I made some coffee and sat by the fire, hoping to shake off the unease from the previous night. I was determined to make the most of the day. I decided to go for a hike to explore the area further. The trail I had planned to take wound through dense forest and alongside the stream I had heard the night before. It was a beautiful route, with the sun filtering through the trees and casting dappled light on the path. I felt a bit more relaxed as I walked, but the thought of whatever had been lurking around my campsite still gnawed at the back of my mind. As I hiked deeper into the woods, I began to notice something strange. The usual sounds of wildlife, birds, squirrels, the rustling of leaves, had all but disappeared. The forest was eerily quiet, and I couldn't help but feel a creeping sense of dread settle over me. I kept walking, trying to shake the feeling, but it only grew stronger the further I went. I came to a small clearing by the stream, where I decided to stop and rest for a bit. The water was clear, and I could hear the sound of it tumbling over rocks, but something about the place felt off. The trees around the clearing were strangely spaced, as though they had been deliberately planted that way. A chill ran down my spine, but I told myself it was nothing. I sat down on a large rock by the water's edge, sipping from my water bottle. As I looked around, I noticed something strange in the distance, a flash of movement. It was too quick to make out clearly, but it looked like something large and dark darting between the trees. My heart skipped a beat, and I stood up, instinctively reaching for my knife. It wasn't much of a weapon, but it was all I had on me. I waited, straining my ears for any sound, but the forest remained unervingly quiet. After what felt like an eternity, I took a deep breath and forced myself to turn away from the clearing, telling myself it was just my imagination playing tricks. I wasn't alone out here. There were plenty of animals, maybe even people, out in the woods. It wasn't strange to see movement from a distance. Still, the thought of whatever I'd seen lingered in my mind as I began the long trek back to my camp. When I returned to my campsite, everything seemed fine. The tent was still where I had left it, and there were no signs of anything having disturbed my gear. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The woods felt too quiet, too still. I sat down on a log near the fire pit, trying to calm my nerves. That night, I decided to stay up late. I wasn't sure why, but I had a strong feeling that I wasn't going to be able to sleep. The air was cold, and the wind had picked up again, rustling the trees and creating eerie sounds that made it feel like something was moving through the woods. I kept checking the perimeter of the campsite, making sure everything was secure. It wasn't until the early hours of the morning that I finally saw it. I had just finished checking the campfire when I noticed a shape in the distance, moving between the trees. It was large, darker than the shadows, and it seemed to be walking upright. My heart started to race. Whatever it wasn't an animal. It was too big, too deliberate in its movement. I froze, trying not to make a sound as I watched it move. It was just outside the range of my firelight, but I could make out the outline of it. Tall and broad-shouldered, with long arms swinging as it walked. It didn't seem to notice me, and after what felt like forever, it disappeared into the trees. My mind was racing. I knew it couldn't be a person. It didn't make sense for anyone to be out here this far in the wilderness. But whatever it was large and deliberate. I decided I had to leave. I wasn't going to risk staying in a place where I didn't feel safe anymore. The next morning, I packed up my gear in a rush. I didn't even bother with breakfast or taking my time. I was on edge, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The forest around me seemed quiet, but every rustling leaf, every snap of a twig made my heart race. I hurriedly made my way back to the car, keeping an eye on the trees and the underbrush as I walked. By the time I reached my car, I was exhausted. I didn't stop to look back as I drove away, heading back towards civilization. The whole experience felt like a nightmare I couldn't shake. I kept my eyes on the road ahead, knowing I would never come back to that place. It's been weeks since I left, and I still don't know what I saw that night. I've tried to convince myself it was just my mind playing tricks, but deep down, I know it wasn't. I don't know if it was an animal, a person, or something else entirely, but I do know one thing: I'm never camping alone again. I had always been a fan of camping. The simplicity of it, the fresh air, the crackling of the campfire, and the quiet serenity that surrounded me when I left the hustle and bustle behind. This trip, though, was different. I had planned it for weeks, chosen a secluded spot deep in the woods, far from the crowds of the usual campsites. It was supposed to be peaceful, just me and nature, but that's not how things turned out. I'd arrived at the campsite early in the afternoon, just as the sun was starting to dip low. It was a small clearing, surrounded by towering pines and thick underbrush, with a stream running through the edge of the camp. Perfect, I thought. I'd spent the first hour setting up my tent and making sure everything was in place. I wanted to settle in before nightfall, so I took my time with every little task, making sure everything was just right. By the time I had my tent up and gear arranged, the sun was nearly gone, and the forest was already darkening. The shadows of the trees stretched long across the ground, and the air was starting to feel cooler. I built a small fire, more for warmth than for light. The camp was isolated, with no one around for miles, but the fire would provide some comfort, some sense of safety in the growing darkness. I sat back and stared into the flames, my mind wandering. It's funny how you can feel completely alone in a place like this, but at the same time, you're surrounded by life. The sounds of the forest were all around: rustling leaves, distant animal calls, the occasional snap of a twig. Most people would find it calming, but there was something unsettling about the quiet, too. It was as though the forest was alive with secrets, just waiting to reveal them. As the fire crackled, I started to feel the weight of the solitude. My only company was the occasional bird flying by or the distant sound of a deer moving through the underbrush. I could hear the wind picking up a little, the trees swaying slightly as it moved through them. The feeling of being watched crept over me, but I dismissed it quickly. Just the forest, I told myself. Nothing more. The evening passed slowly. I ate a quick meal, enjoyed the warmth of the fire, and watched the stars begin to twinkle above. There was something soothing about the vastness of the night sky, the way it stretched endlessly above me. I had always loved the stars, but tonight, they felt different, distant, cold, almost indifferent to my small existence. As the night grew deeper, I finally crawled into my tent. It was a good-sized tent, big enough for me to sit up in comfortably. I settled into my sleeping bag, the crackling fire still faintly audible outside. I had a flashlight beside me, just in case, but I wasn't particularly worried. I had camped alone before, and nothing had ever happened. But that night was different. I woke up to the sound of something moving outside my tent. It was subtle at first, just a faint rustling of leaves, like something or someone was moving slowly around the perimeter of my camp. My heart skipped a beat. I lay completely still, listening intently, trying to make sense of the noise. It wasn't an animal, at least not one I recognized. It was too deliberate, too careful. I grabbed the flashlight, my fingers trembling slightly. The rustling continued, closer now, just outside the tent. I held my breath, praying it was just a raccoon or some other small animal, but the movement was unmistakable. Something was circling my camp, something that knew I was here. I waited for what felt like an eternity, too scared to move, too scared to even breathe. I tried to reassure myself, telling myself it was nothing, but that didn't stop the feeling of dread creeping up my spine, the way my heart thudded painfully in my chest. Then, without warning, a twig snapped sharply underfoot. It was right outside my tent. I froze. My flashlight flickered nervously in my hand as I slowly, very slowly, turned it on, aiming it towards the flap of the tent. The beam of light cut through the darkness, illuminating nothing but the trees and underbrush just beyond the tent. But I could still feel it, the presence, just beyond my vision. My mind raced. Could just be someone else camping nearby, right? Maybe a hiker who'd gotten lost, or a ranger doing a check. That would make sense. But why wouldn't they call out? Why weren't they talking? I felt the heavy silence pressing in, and my mind started to spiral. I listened again. No sounds now, nothing but the steady beat of my heart and the occasional crack of a branch in the wind. But that feeling of being watched didn't go away. I couldn't shake the sensation that whatever it was still out there, waiting, watching. I finally worked up the courage to unzip the tent slightly and peer outside. The beam of the flashlight swept over the ground, the trees, and the darkened space beyond. The light fell on nothing, just the quiet emptiness of the forest. But there was something else. The air was still too still. Even the wind had stopped. And then I heard it, a faint, almost imperceptible sound, a whisper of something moving just outside the light. I pulled my head back into the tent, heart pounding. Whatever it was, it wasn't an animal. I couldn't say why, but I knew. The rest of the night passed in tense silence. I didn't sleep, couldn't. Every rustle, every snap of a branch, every gust of wind had me wide awake, my eyes darting to the tent flap, my hand clutching the flashlight like a lifeline. I didn't dare go out. I didn't even dare make a sound. When the first light of dawn finally broke through the trees, I knew I had to leave. I wasn't sure what had been out there, or why it had been circling my camp, but I wasn't going to stick around to find out. I packed up my gear quickly, keeping my eyes darting around the camp, but there was nothing. No sign of whoever or whatever had been watching me. I made my way back to my car as fast as I could, the forest still and silent around me. Once I was safely in the car and the engine started, I finally let out a breath I didn't realize I'd been holding. As I drove away, I kept checking the rearview mirror. I didn't see anything, but the feeling of being followed never left me, not even as I reached the edge of the forest and saw the familiar roads ahead. I couldn't shake the sense that something had been out there in the dark, just beyond the edge of my vision, and I wasn't sure if it was real or just my mind playing tricks on me. But I knew one thing for sure. I wasn't coming back to that spot. Whatever had been out there, it was better left undisturbed. It had been years since I'd gone camping in the deep woods. After all, I'd spent so much time in the outdoors growing up that I figured a weekend getaway would be refreshing. I'd planned this trip with the intention of getting away from the noise and pressure of everyday life, hoping to rediscover the peace I once found in nature. But little did I know, the woods would give me more than I bargained for. I drove to a secluded spot on the edge of the forest, the kind of place you only find if you're willing to put in the effort. I knew the area well, but it had been a long time since I'd last been there. The quiet was almost oppressive, the trees so thick they blocked out most of the sky. I parked my car at a small trailhead, gathering my gear and checking that everything was in order before I set off. The trail was familiar, but there was a strange feeling in the air. The forest was quiet, too quiet. Normally, you'd hear birds, maybe the rustling of animals in the underbrush, but all I heard was the sound of my own footsteps crunching against the forest floor. I tried to brush off the unease, telling myself it was just the change in surroundings. The hike to my campsite was about a mile, maybe a little more. It was a simple, no-frills campsite, just a clearing by a stream, a perfect spot to set up camp. I remembered how much I used to enjoy the solitude of this place. But today, it felt different. There was an unfamiliar weight in the air, something that made me uneasy, though I couldn't quite put my finger on it. When I arrived, the campsite looked just like I remembered it. A small clearing surrounded by trees with the gentle flow of a stream nearby. I wasted no time setting up my tent, gathering firewood, and making sure everything was ready for the night. As I sat down on a nearby rock, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. It wasn't that I heard anything, but the stillness around me felt wrong, like the world was holding its breath. I shook it off, figuring I was just being paranoid. The sunset was beautiful, casting long shadows across the forest floor. I watched the sky turn orange and purple, and for a brief moment, I felt at peace. As the light faded and darkness settled in, I started the fire. The crackling flames warmed me as I sat by the campfire, eating a small meal I'd packed. The sound of the fire was comforting, a reminder of the simpler days when I used to come out here for weeks at a time, escaping the world. But tonight, even the fire didn't feel like enough to ease the tension I felt. I settled into my tent, my only company the crackling of the fire and the occasional rustle of leaves in the breeze. I tried to sleep, but every little noise outside kept pulling me back to the waking world. It was like something was moving around the campsite, just out of sight. At first, I told myself it was just the wind, or perhaps some small animal. But as the night wore on, the noises seemed to grow more deliberate, more intentional. There was a rustle near the edge of the clearing. I tensed, staring into the darkness. The sound stopped for a moment, and then came again, closer this time. My heart began to race as I sat up, gripping the flashlight by my side. I knew the woods could be unpredictable, but this felt wrong. I decided to investigate. I grabbed my flashlight and slowly unzipped the tent. The beam of light cut through the darkness, sweeping over the campsite. There was nothing unusual at first, just the shadows of the trees stretching long across the ground. But then I saw it, a set of footprints, fresh, almost too fresh, leading from the tree line into the clearing. They weren't human footprints, not entirely. They were larger than normal human footprints. The toes were wide and splayed, and the edges of the prints were deeper than they should have been for someone walking on soft ground. My pulse quickened. I scanned the area around me, my flashlight flickering in the unsettling silence. I was used to hearing animals at night, but there was nothing now, just the sound of my own breathing. I moved back toward my tent, feeling exposed in the middle of the clearing. The strange footprints continued for a few paces before they vanished into the trees. I spent the rest of the night in a fitful sleep, constantly waking up at the slightest sound. By morning, the sun was just beginning to rise, casting a pale light over the forest. I packed up my things quickly, eager to leave the campsite behind, but something told me I wasn't out of danger yet. The trail back to my car seemed longer than it had been the day before. Every step felt heavier, and the forest around me seemed to be closing in. I didn't hear any birds, no squirrels chattering in the trees. It was as though the entire forest was holding its breath, waiting. As I reached the final stretch of trail, I heard it, footsteps behind me, crunching softly on the forest floor. I froze, my heart thudding in my chest. I couldn't bring myself to turn around, but I knew I wasn't alone anymore. I had to keep moving, had to get out of there. I picked up the pace, my mind racing. What was following me? Who or what had left those strange footprints? I didn't know, but I couldn't take any chances. I kept walking faster, the footsteps behind me matching my pace, never growing closer, but never disappearing either. When I finally saw the edge of the forest, I pushed myself harder. My car was just a few hundred yards away, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was right behind me. It was only when I reached the car, fumbling with the keys, that the footsteps stopped. I looked around, but there was no one there. No sign of anything that could have been following me. The air was still, the forest just as silent as it had been when I first arrived. My heart was still racing, but I didn't wait to second-guess myself. I jumped into the car, slammed the door shut, and started the engine, speeding away from the woods as fast as I could. The rest of the drive back to town was uneventful. I didn't stop to look back, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something had been watching me, something that had followed me the whole way out of those woods. I never returned to that spot. The memory of that night stayed with me for a long time, and the thought of those strange footprints still sends a shiver down my spine. The woods weren't the peaceful retreat I remembered. They were something else entirely, something dark and unsettling. Maybe I was just being paranoid, but I'm not so sure. Maybe there's something in those woods, something that doesn't want to be found. Either way, I learned my lesson. Some places are better left untouched, and sometimes it's better to leave the woods behind. I've always enjoyed camping. It's something about the calm of nature that helps me unwind. The sound of a crackling fire, and the smell of pine trees that always made the outdoors feel like a second home. I'd been on solo camping trips before, but this one was different. I had heard rumors about the area I was heading into, about strange things happening in the woods, but I didn't think much of them. People talk, right? Besides, I wasn't the type to get scared easily. I packed my gear into my truck the day before, making sure I had everything. Tent, sleeping bag, a couple of knives, a flashlight, water bottles, food for a few days, and my trusty camping stove. I even brought a map just in case, but I wasn't expecting to need it. The area I was headed to was one of the quieter spots in the woods, a place far from the main trails, so it wasn't crowded with tourists. That's exactly why I chose it. The drive there was beautiful. The roads wound through thick trees, with the sun shining through the branches and casting long shadows on the ground. It felt peaceful, like I was heading to a secluded paradise. The place was about 3 hours from where I lived, deep enough into the wilderness that cell service was spotty, but not remote enough that it felt unsafe. Or so I thought. I arrived in the late afternoon, just as the sun started dipping lower in the sky. I found a small clearing near a stream, the perfect spot for setting up my tent. There were no signs of anyone else being around, which was exactly what I wanted. After unloading my gear and setting up camp, I started a fire, enjoying the warmth as the air began to cool. The sound of the stream and the crackling of the fire were the only noises I could hear. As the night deepened, I ate some food and took in the stillness around me. There was something oddly peaceful about it all, but also a little unsettling. The forest was so quiet, like it was holding its breath. I had heard stories from other campers about strange things happening in these woods, but I didn't believe in those sorts of things. I figured it was just people trying to scare each other. The sky darkened, and the moon began to rise. I threw another log on the fire and settled back in my chair, watching the flames flicker. That's when I heard it. First, it was faint, a soft rustling noise, like something moving through the leaves. I thought it was just a squirrel or maybe a deer, but then it got louder. It sounded more deliberate, almost like something was walking. My eyes scanned the trees, but I didn't see anything. My heart started to beat faster. The noise stopped for a moment, and I tried to shake it off, telling myself it was just an animal. But then I heard it again, closer this time. I stood up, grabbing the flashlight from my backpack, and started shining it around. The beam cut through the darkness, but it didn't reveal anything unusual. No movement, no animals. I felt silly, like I was just overreacting. Still, the feeling of being watched lingered. I sat back down, trying to ignore the strange sensation crawling up my spine. But then, just as I was about to get comfortable again, I heard something else. Footsteps. Clear, deliberate footsteps crunching in the dry leaves. I whipped the flashlight around, but once again, there was nothing. No figure, no animal, just the faintest rustling, like something was moving just beyond the edge of the light. I was beginning to feel uneasy. I checked my watch. It was nearly 10 p.m. I had a decision to make. Stay out here and deal with whatever it was, or pack up and leave. The logical part of me said it was just an animal, but something about it didn't feel right. I took a deep breath and tried to relax. There was no reason to panic. I was a seasoned camper. I tried to settle back in, focusing on the fire, when I heard the sound again, much closer this time. I froze. This time, there was no denying it. Something was out there, moving around my campsite. I slowly reached for my knife, my heart pounding. The footsteps grew louder. There was no animal that made a sound like this. I could feel it in my gut. This wasn't a normal night in the woods. Suddenly, there was a sharp crack of a branch, and I couldn't help but jump. The noise was followed by a low, soft growl. I froze, my mind racing. It didn't sound like an animal I knew. It was too human. Something about it felt unnatural, like it was trying to imitate an animal but couldn't quite get it right. My breathing grew shallow, and my eyes darted around the dark woods. I heard movement again, much closer this time, and I could feel the panic starting to rise. Was it a person? Was someone trying to mess with me? I didn't know, but I wasn't about to sit there and find out. I grabbed my pack and shoved everything I could into it. I wasn't about to stick around to see what it was. As I hurried to break down my camp, the footsteps grew louder and closer, and the growl, that low, guttural sound, echoed through the trees. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was out there, watching me. I had to leave, but as I packed up, I heard something worse. Silence. Complete and utter silence. The noises had stopped. The air was thick with it, and my heart hammered in my chest. I was trying to stay calm, but my hands were shaking as I stuffed my gear into my backpack. I stood up, ready to leave, when the noise returned. Faster this time, almost like it was charging at me. I spun around, my flashlight in hand, but I saw nothing, only darkness. Then, through the trees, I caught a glimpse of movement. A figure, barely visible in the shadows, standing still. It was just a shape, but it was enough to make my blood run cold. I couldn't make out any details, but it felt wrong. It didn't belong there. The figure stayed motionless, and I didn't wait to see what would happen next. I grabbed my bag and ran, my heart racing as I sprinted down the trail. Branches slapped against my face, and I barely managed to avoid tripping over the uneven ground. Every step felt like an eternity as I pushed myself to go faster. I ran without looking back, only stopping when I reached the truck, my chest heaving as I fumbled for the keys. The woods were silent now, too silent, but I didn't care. I slammed the door shut and locked it, my eyes scanning the trees for any sign of movement. I didn't know what had been out there or who or what had been watching me, but I didn't need to know. All I knew was that I wasn't going back. I started the engine and drove away, leaving the campsite behind. As I drove through the winding roads, I tried to shake off the feeling of dread that clung to me. But no matter how fast I drove, the image of that figure, standing motionless in the dark woods, wouldn't leave my mind. By the time I reached the main road, I had convinced myself that it had all been my imagination. Maybe it was just an animal, or perhaps I had been too tired, but deep down I knew it wasn't. I had experienced something in those woods that I couldn't explain, and I wasn't gonna try. I'd come looking for peace and solitude, but what I found was far from that. I didn't know who or what was out there, but I was certain I never wanted to find out again. The woods had a way of hiding things, things you didn't want to see, things you couldn't understand. And sometimes it's better to walk away than to dig too deep. That night, I walked away and I never looked back. It was supposed to be a peaceful weekend. Just me, my gear, and the quiet of the woods. I had been planning this solo camping trip for months, finally taking some time off to escape the hustle and bustle of daily life. The campsite I chose was deep in the woods, miles away from the nearest trail, a place I had researched thoroughly before setting off. It was secluded and tranquil, just the kind of place I needed to reset. I arrived at the site late in the afternoon. The sun was low, casting long shadows across the forest floor. I unpacked my gear, tent, sleeping bag, cooking equipment, and set up camp near a small stream. The air was crisp, and the smell of pine filled my lungs with each breath. Everything felt right. I was used to the outdoors, having camped in the woods countless times. But there was something about this spot that felt different. Maybe it was the silence. There was no wind, no distant hum of a highway, no sound of animals moving through the brush, just the sound of water flowing gently in the stream. I built a small fire, set up my chair beside it, and let the warmth seep into my bones. I cooked a simple meal, enjoying the solitude. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the sky turned a deep blue, and the stars began to twinkle above. It was one of those nights where the sky seemed endless, like the universe was just within reach. As the fire crackled, I noticed something odd, a sound. It wasn't the usual rustling of trees or the distant hoot of an owl. It was a low, almost inaudible noise coming from the direction of the stream. At first, I brushed it off as the wind, though there was no breeze. But the sound persisted, a faint scraping noise followed by a soft thud. I stood up, grabbed my flashlight, and walked cautiously toward the stream. My mind raced. Maybe it was a rock shifting in the water, or perhaps an animal moving through the brush. But the closer I got to the water, the more unsettled I became. The sound was clearer now, like something heavy dragging against the earth. I stopped at the edge of the stream, shining my flashlight across the rocks and trees. Nothing, just shadows and the occasional flicker of my light against the water. I let out a sigh of relief, chalking it up to nerves. It was getting late, and I was probably just tired. I turned to head back to the fire. That's when I saw it. At the edge of the trees, near where the stream curved out of sight, a figure stood. It was tall, unnaturally so, and appeared to be watching me. I froze, heart pounding in my chest. My first instinct was to run, but something in the pit of my stomach told me to stay still. The figure didn't move. It was just there, as if it was waiting for me to make the next move. I blinked, and when I looked again, it was gone. My heart rate didn't slow as I walked back to the fire. I tried to convince myself that it was just my mind playing tricks on me, but the feeling of being watched lingered. I sat down in my chair and tried to focus on the flames, but the crackling of the fire didn't soothe me like it usually did. Every rustle in the trees, every shift in the air, felt amplified. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was out there. I stayed up for a few hours, watching the fire burn down to embers, too uneasy to sleep but too exhausted to leave. Eventually, my eyelids grew heavy, and I decided to turn in for the night. The wind had picked up slightly, and the trees began to sway, creaking under the pressure. I zipped up my tent and crawled into my sleeping bag, the sound of the wind making the nylon fabric of the tent flap softly. I must have drifted off to sleep, though it wasn't restful. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the figure standing by the trees. It felt like I wasn't alone, like there was someone or something waiting outside, just beyond the fabric of the tent. In the middle of the night, I was jolted awake by a sound. It was faint at first, like a whisper, but then it grew louder. A steady, rhythmic thumping, like footsteps in the dirt. I held my breath, listening. The footsteps were slow, deliberate, and they seemed to be circling my tent. I could hear the crunch of leaves underfoot, the shift of dirt, but the figure of the person, or whatever it was, never made a sound beyond the steps. I pressed my ear to the fabric of the tent, straining to hear any other movement. The footsteps stopped suddenly. My heart pounded in my chest, and I felt a cold sweat forming on my brow. Should I check outside? Should I wait it out? Just as I was about to make up my mind, there was a loud, sudden crash. Something heavy slammed into the side of my tent. My heart stopped. I grabbed the nearest object, my flashlight, and pressed my back against the far corner of the tent. The sounds outside grew more frantic, more desperate. It was like someone or something was trying to get in. I didn't dare move. The sounds continued for what felt like an eternity. Then, just as suddenly as it had started, it stopped. Silence. The kind of silence that presses against your eardrums, making you doubt your own thoughts. I waited a long time, frozen in the darkness of my tent. Eventually, the silence became too much to bear. I unzipped the tent ever so slowly, trying not to make a sound. The night air hit me with a sudden chill as I crept outside, flashlight in hand. The campfire was long gone, reduced to nothing more than a few smoldering embers. I scanned the area around me, the beam of the flashlight trembling slightly in my grip. There was no sign of anything unusual, no footprints or broken branches. But then, I noticed something. My gear, the things I had left out earlier, was now disturbed. My backpack was moved a few feet from where I'd left it, and my cooking tools were scattered across the ground, as though someone had rummaged through them. Panic surged through me. Whoever or whatever had been outside my tent was still here, close. I backed away from the mess, trying not to make any noise, when I heard it again. A faint rustling from behind me. I spun around, but this time, the figure I had seen earlier was standing right in front of me, blocking the path to the trees. Its form was tall, unnaturally so, with limbs that seemed to stretch too long for any human body. I couldn't make out much detail in the darkness, but the shape was unmistakable. It wasn't human. My first instinct was to run, but I knew there was no way I'd outrun whatever this thing was. I took a deep breath, my mind racing for a plan. Slowly, I began to move toward my tent, trying to keep my eyes on the figure without looking like I was panicking. Every step felt like an eternity. The figure didn't move, but I could feel its presence, its attention fixed on me. I reached my tent and grabbed my phone from my pack, only to realize there was no signal. The woods were too far from any network tower. My only chance was to make it to my car, which was parked about a half-mile away. I grabbed my flashlight, turned it on, and headed toward the path. I kept moving, my heart racing, but the figure didn't follow. Every so often, I glanced back, half expecting to see it looming in the trees, but it remained still. I had no idea what this thing wanted, but I was done being its target. I kept moving faster, the crunch of leaves beneath my boots growing louder in the stillness of the woods. Eventually, I reached my car. I fumbled with the keys, barely able to steady my hands as I unlocked the door and climbed inside. The engine roared to life, and I slammed the gear into drive, speeding out of the campgrounds without a second glance. As I drove away, I felt the weight of the fear lifting off me, but there was a part of me that still couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone in those woods. What had that thing wanted? Why had it followed me? And more importantly, would it come after me again? I had always loved camping. There was something about the stillness of the wilderness that brought a sense of peace, a quiet I couldn't find anywhere else. When my friends suggested we head out to a remote part of the forest, I didn't hesitate. It was going to be an adventure, a break from everything. The perfect opportunity to escape the stresses of daily life and just enjoy nature. We arrived at the campsite late in the afternoon. The sun was dipping low in the sky, casting long shadows across the trees. The forest stretched out in every direction, thick and dense with towering pines and dense undergrowth. There was a small creek running nearby, its water bubbling softly over rocks, creating a soothing soundtrack to the evening. We set up camp quickly, the familiar routine of unloading gear and pitching tents feeling comforting. It felt like every other camping trip I'd been on. After dinner, we sat around the campfire. The flames danced, crackling in the evening air. We joked, laughed, and shared stories, the flickering light casting shadows on our faces. The forest around us felt alive, but in a way that was calming, not threatening. I leaned back against a tree, staring up at the sky, where the first stars were beginning to appear. It was one of those rare moments when everything felt perfect. But that night, something was off. I couldn't place it at first. It was subtle, a nagging feeling in the back of my mind. The night was too quiet. The usual sounds of the forest, crickets, rustling leaves, the occasional hoot of an owl were absent. It was as if the entire forest had gone still, holding its breath. I tried to ignore it. Maybe it was just my imagination. After all, I'd been in the woods countless times, and I'd never had anything unusual happen. But as the night wore on, the feeling grew stronger, more unsettling. At some point, I found myself alone at the edge of the camp, staring into the dark expanse of trees. The firelight barely reached past the perimeter of our campsite, leaving the woods in an impenetrable blackness. I pulled my jacket tighter around me, the cold beginning to seep through my clothes. It wasn't the temperature that had me on edge. It was the silence, the unnatural stillness of the woods. And then I heard it. At first, it was faint, just a rustle, a soft shuffling sound from deep in the trees. I paused, straining to hear, but the sound didn't come again. I convinced myself it was just an animal, maybe a deer or some other small creature, moving through the underbrush. It was normal, nothing to worry about. But then, it came again, louder this time, a deliberate step, another rustle. Something or someone was out there. My heart began to race. I told myself it was nothing, that I was just being paranoid. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and my breath quickened. I tried to focus on the fire, on the warmth, but my eyes kept flicking back to the darkness, where the sound had come from. It was coming closer that I stood up, my legs unsteady, unsure if I should call out to my friends or stay silent. Maybe it was just an animal, but what if it wasn't? What if it was something more, something human? The thought sent a cold shiver down my spine. I knew the area wasn't near any trails, and it was far from any other campsites. There shouldn't be anyone else out here. The rustling continued, getting closer and closer, and I couldn't help myself. I grabbed my flashlight and shone it into the dark woods. The beam of light cut through the shadows, illuminating nothing but trees and shrubs. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone anymore. I called out to my friends, my voice shaking, but there was no response. Maybe they were asleep, or maybe they hadn't heard me over the sound of the fire. Couldn't wait. I had to do something. I stepped forward, the crunch of leaves and twigs beneath my boots the only sound breaking the silence. As I walked toward the source of the noise, I kept the flashlight in front of me, scanning the trees. My pulse thudded in my ears, louder than the rustling, louder than anything else. Every step felt heavy, my feet unwilling to move any faster. I stopped, holding my breath, listening. Nothing. The woods were still. For a moment, I felt foolish, wondering if I'd just been imagining things. But then I heard it again, a snap of a twig, a shuffle of feet. And this time it was close, too close. I swung my flashlight toward the sound, my hand trembling. The beam caught a movement in the trees, a shadow slipping between the trunks. I froze. My mind raced, trying to make sense of what I was seeing, but all I could focus on was the shape in the dark. It was human-shaped, but it didn't seem to move like a person. It was slow, deliberate, as if it knew I was watching but didn't care. My stomach dropped. The hair on the back of my neck stood on end. I didn't know what to do. Should I run? Should I shout? But before I could decide, the figure disappeared into the woods, vanishing as quickly as it had appeared. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, my breath shallow, my mind racing. I should have gone back to the camp, but some strange instinct, kept me rooted to the spot. I waited, listening for any other sounds, any sign that the figure was still out there. But there was nothing, only the silence. I backed away slowly, never taking my eyes off the spot where I'd seen the figure. I made my way back to the campsite as quietly as I could, my legs shaking with every step. When I reached the edge of the clearing, I saw my friends, still sitting by the fire, oblivious to everything that had just happened. I didn't mention what I'd seen. I couldn't bring myself to. What if they thought I was crazy? What if they dismissed it as nothing? So, I sat down trying to act normal, but the tension in my body wouldn't go away. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong, that we weren't alone. That night, I barely slept. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that shadow moving between the trees. The sound of twigs snapping echoed in my mind, and I couldn't get rid of the feeling that someone, or something, was watching me from the dark. Morning came, but I didn't feel any better. If anything, the dread that had settled in my chest the night before was even stronger. I wanted to leave. I wanted to pack up and get out of there. But I couldn't bring myself to tell my friends. I didn't want to seem paranoid. So, we spent the day hiking and exploring the woods, trying to push the fear to the back of my mind. But as the sun began to set again, I couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't safe. We weren't alone. That night, I stayed closer to the campfire, keeping an eye on the woods. Every snap of a branch made my heart race. I kept the flashlight within reach, ready to shine it into the dark at a moment's notice. The rest of the night passed without incident, but the unease never left me. I was relieved when morning finally came, and we packed up and headed back to the car. As we drove away, I couldn't help but glance at the forest one last time, my heart still racing. I don't know what I saw that night. Maybe it was a person, maybe it was an animal, or maybe it was something else entirely. But I do know this: I'll never go camping in that part of the woods again. And every time I find myself in the woods now, that feeling of being watched, of something lurking just beyond the trees, always follows me. It was supposed to be a relaxing weekend, just me, the quiet woods, and the sound of nature. A break from everything: work, phone calls, the noise of the city. I've always been someone who enjoyed getting away from the chaos, so I packed up my tent, sleeping bag, and a couple of cans of food, and headed to a remote spot I'd been to before. There was a lake nearby, nestled in a valley between two hills. It was peaceful and the perfect place to just clear my mind. The sun was still high when I arrived, casting long shadows across the landscape. It felt good to step away from the car, inhale the fresh air, and listen to the breeze rustling the leaves. I unpacked my gear, set up the tent, and started a small fire. The fire crackled as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a deep orange glow over the surrounding trees. As darkness crept in, I settled near the fire. I'd always loved the quiet of the wilderness at night. It was different from the city noise that never stopped. Here, it was the sound of wind, rustling branches, and the occasional distant call of an animal. I grabbed a can of beans, opened it with my trusty can opener, and spooned some into a pot over the fire. The night was calm, almost too calm. As I ate, I noticed something odd. There was no sound from the usual night critters, the rustling of raccoons, the chirp of crickets, or even the hoot of an owl. It was like the whole forest had gone silent, like it was holding its breath. I shrugged it off. Maybe it was just an unusually quiet night. The breeze picked up, making the flames dance, and I added a few more branches to the fire. The crackling sound was the only thing that filled the air. I finished my meal, cleaned up my pot, and sat back, staring into the fire. It was peaceful, but there was something unsettling about the silence. Then the silence was broken by a sound, faint at first, like something moving through the underbrush. It was soft, almost like footsteps, but there was no rustling of leaves or the typical sound of an animal. Just a slow, deliberate sound that I couldn't quite place. I stood up, straining my ears, trying to pinpoint the noise. The crackling of the fire made it hard to hear, but the sound persisted. It wasn't the wind, and it wasn't an animal. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I grabbed a flashlight from my backpack and clicked it on, sweeping it around the campsite. Nothing. I convinced myself it was just an animal, maybe a deer or a large bird. I sat back down, trying to shake the feeling of unease that crept over me. I told myself that I was being paranoid, that I was just alone in the woods, and that it wasn't unusual to hear strange noises at night. But the longer I sat there, the more I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The silence returned, but it wasn't the same as before. It felt heavier, like the air had thickened. The fire crackled, and I reached for a stick to poke at it, trying to ignore the feeling that I was being watched. Then, there was another sound, louder this time. A crack, like a twig breaking underfoot. This time, it came from just beyond the edge of the firelight. I froze. I couldn't see anything, but my senses were on high alert. I stood up slowly, my heart racing. I turned in a slow circle, scanning the dark woods around me with my flashlight. The beam danced over trees and bushes, but there was nothing out of place. The wind shifted again, and with it, the eerie quiet returned. My gut told me to pack up and leave, but I tried to shake it off. I couldn't let my nerves get the better of me. I'd been camping out here plenty of times before and had never felt like this. I decided to check the area around the campsite just to make sure everything was all right. I grabbed a stick from the ground and held it in my hand as I stepped carefully into the dark woods, keeping my flashlight low to the ground to avoid shining it on anything that might make noise. My breath was shallow, and my footsteps felt louder than they should have been. The underbrush was thick, but the path was clear enough to follow. I walked for a few minutes, trying to keep my mind from racing. I had to remind myself that I was just being paranoid. It was just a weird night, nothing more. But then, as I turned a corner around a cluster of trees, I saw something that made my stomach drop. There, just a few feet ahead, was something that looked out of place. It wasn't a person, but it wasn't like any animal I'd seen before. It was large, too large for a deer, and it moved too quickly, too smoothly. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. My flashlight's beam fell on it for just a second, enough to make out a strange shape, but it was gone before I could process what I was seeing. I immediately stepped back, my pulse quickening. I didn't know what it was, but I knew I didn't want to find out. The air felt thick and heavy, and I realized I was standing in complete darkness. I had lost the beam of my flashlight in the shock of what I'd just seen. I hurried back to my campsite, my breath shallow and my mind racing. Whatever it wasn't normal, and it wasn't something I wanted to face. When I reached the fire, I felt a slight sense of relief, but it was quickly replaced by an overwhelming sense of dread. Something wasn't right. The fire, which had been burning brightly just moments ago, was now flickering and weak, as if the air itself was sucking the heat from it. I felt a coldness that had nothing to do with the temperature. I looked around, my eyes scanning the trees, the darkened shadows beyond the firelight. The noise, those footsteps were back. This time they were closer. I grabbed my gear, stuffing it all into my bag as quickly as I could. My hands were shaking, but I knew I couldn't stay here. Whatever was out there wasn't something I wanted to meet. I turned to run, but the ground seemed to shift under my feet. The dark woods around me felt like they were closing in, as though the trees themselves were watching me. My flashlight flickered and went out, leaving me in complete darkness. I stumbled, tripping over branches, my heart hammering in my chest. Every step felt like it was leading me deeper into something I didn't understand. Just as I thought I couldn't go any further, I broke through the underbrush and into a small clearing. I saw the outline of the lake in the distance, the water reflecting the dim light of the moon. The clearing was safe. For now, I was out of the woods. I didn't know what had been following me, but I wasn't sticking around to find out. I ran for the car, my heart racing and my mind spinning, desperately trying to push away the feeling of being watched. I didn't stop running until I reached the road and found the safety of my car. I drove for hours, my eyes darting to the rearview mirror, half expecting something to be there, but there was nothing. I never went back to that place. To this day, I can't explain what happened or what I saw that night. All I know is that it was real. Whatever it was out there in the woods watching. And I'll never forget that feeling of being so far away from safety, with nowhere to run but into the dark. But I made it out. That's the only thing that matters. I've always enjoyed camping. Just me, the woods, and the sound of nature. There's something so peaceful about it, especially when you've been cooped up in the city for too long. This trip was supposed to be no different. I was on a solo camping adventure, eager to escape the daily grind. I had my gear, a good map, and plenty of food, so it was just about finding the perfect spot to relax for a few days. I arrived at the trailhead in the early afternoon, the sun still high in the sky. It wasn't too far from the nearest town, but far enough to feel isolated. The forest here was dense, with towering trees and thick underbrush. The smell of pine filled the air, and the only sound was the occasional bird call and the rustle of leaves underfoot. I was in my element. I started walking along the trail, feeling the familiar weight of my backpack and the crunch of dirt beneath my boots. The trail wasn't difficult, but it wasn't the easiest either. I wanted to find a spot that wasn't too crowded, so I kept moving, pushing deeper into the woods. After about an hour of hiking, I found a small clearing next to a stream, with a few rocks nearby that would make a good seat. It was quiet, and the sound of running water was soothing. Perfect. I set up camp, pitching my tent and organizing my gear. As the sun began to dip behind the trees, I lit a fire with my flint, watching the flames dance and crackle. The night was starting to settle in, and I couldn't have asked for better weather. It wasn't too cold, and the stars were starting to appear as the sky darkened. That's when I heard it. At first, it was faint, a distant rustling in the brush. I tried to ignore it, figuring it was just an animal, maybe a deer or a raccoon. But then the sound came again, closer this time. It was too deliberate to be an animal. Something was moving through the woods, and it wasn't the usual scurrying of wildlife. The hair on the back of my neck stood up. I grabbed my flashlight and scanned the area around my campsite. Nothing. The forest was still. The fire crackled, and the night felt peaceful again. Maybe it was just my imagination playing tricks on me. But deep down, I knew something wasn't right. I tried to shake off the unease and went about preparing my dinner, boiling some water for soup. I kept the fire burning, its warmth providing a sense of security, but the nagging feeling that I wasn't alone refused to leave. Every now and then, I thought I saw something move in the shadows just beyond the firelight. By the time I finished eating, the sky had turned completely dark, and the temperature was starting to drop. I decided to crawl into my tent, hoping that a good night's sleep would clear my head. I zipped up the door, making sure my gear was secure, and settled into my sleeping bag. The sounds of the forest at night, the wind in the trees, the distant chirping of insects, started to lull me into a light sleep. That's when I heard it again. This time it was unmistakable. The crunch of footsteps on dry leaves, slow and deliberate. Someone, or something, was walking around my campsite. I froze, heart pounding in my chest. My first instinct was to grab my knife, but it was a few feet away, just out of reach. I held my breath, straining to hear any more sounds. The footsteps stopped, but I still couldn't shake the feeling that something was out there. I lay perfectly still, listening to every rustle, every crack of a twig, but nothing came after that. The night seemed to stretch on forever, but eventually, I drifted into a restless sleep. When I woke up the next morning, the sun was already up, shining brightly through the trees. My head was a little foggy from the interrupted sleep, but I felt like I had to get out of that campsite. The eerie feeling hadn't gone away, and I was no longer sure if I wanted to be alone in the woods. I packed up my gear quickly, ready to head back to the trailhead. As I was stuffing my tent into its bag, I noticed something strange. There were footprints in the dirt near the edge of my camp. They weren't animal prints, but human-sized, though they seemed odd. They were almost too perfect, as if someone had been walking around my tent in a circle. I was starting to feel really uneasy now. I picked up my backpack and started hiking back down the trail, quickening my pace. Every step I took seemed to make the woods feel more suffocating, more alive with hidden dangers. I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone following me, but every time I turned around, there was nothing. It was mid-morning by the time I reached the main trail again, and the sun was high in the sky, but the sense of being watched didn't fade. The feeling clung to me like a shadow. I made it back to the parking lot without incident, but as I loaded my gear into my car, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. On the back window of my car, someone had written something in the dirt. The message was simple but terrifying. "I see you." I didn't wait around to figure out who had done it. I got in my car, started the engine, and drove off, my hands gripping the wheel so tightly my knuckles turned white. I didn't stop until I was back in town, and even then, I still couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me. But when I told the local rangers about what happened, they just nodded knowingly. Apparently, that area had seen a few strange incidents over the years. Lost hikers, odd encounters, and people who felt like they were being followed but couldn't explain why. They didn't seem concerned, though. They said it was likely just other hikers or some pranksters, though the message on my car left them silent for a moment. I wasn't convinced. I still had no idea who had been out there with me, or why they were watching me so closely. But I did know one thing. I wouldn't be camping in that area again. The woods were beautiful, but they held secrets I wasn't ready to uncover. It's been months since that trip, and I've been back to other campsites, but the unease never fully left me. Every rustling sound, every twig snapping in the night, reminds me of that lonely night in the woods. But the one thing I can hold on to, the thing that comforts me, is that I made it out. It was a close call, and I'll never know who or what was out there with me, but I survived. And in the end, that's all that matters. I learned to trust my instincts, to never ignore that creeping feeling that something isn't right. Some experiences change you, and that camping trip was one of them. I had always been an avid camper, the kind of person who loved getting lost in the wilderness, far away from the chaos of the world. The crisp air, the sound of leaves rustling, and the quiet hum of nature were my escape. It was on one such camping trip that I experienced something I can't explain. It started out like any other camping trip. I packed my gear, made sure I had everything from food to a first aid kit, and headed into the woods alone. I had done this countless times before, so I knew what I was doing. The plan was simple: hike to a remote spot, set up camp, and spend a couple of nights enjoying nature in peace. No distractions, just me and the forest. The hike was beautiful. The trees were tall, their branches swaying in the wind, casting long shadows on the forest floor. Birds chirped high above, and the air smelled of pine and fresh earth. The path was familiar, but there was something different this time. It wasn't the path that was off, but the feeling in the air. There was an odd stillness to it, as though the forest was holding its breath, waiting for something. But I pushed it out of my mind. Maybe I was just tired or overly cautious, I thought. By the time I reached my chosen spot, the sun had begun to set. I set up my tent quickly, not wanting to be caught in the dark. The fire pit was still in decent shape from previous campers, so I gathered some dry wood, lit the fire, and sat back to enjoy the flames. As night fell, the temperature dropped quickly, and the fire was a welcome source of warmth. The shadows cast by the flames danced across the trees, creating eerie shapes that seemed to move and change. It was peaceful at first, but the quiet began to feel unnerving. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me, though I was alone in the woods. I ignored it, telling myself it was just my mind playing tricks. I continued to stare into the fire, occasionally glancing around, just to reassure myself that I was still alone. But then I heard it, a rustle in the bushes, just outside the ring of firelight. My heart skipped a beat. At first, I thought it was an animal, perhaps a deer or a raccoon. But the sound was too deliberate, too purposeful. I froze, listening intently. The rustling continued, then stopped. I waited, staring into the darkness, trying to make out any shape or movement. But there was nothing. The woods were quiet again, almost too quiet. I shook my head, telling myself it was just the wind. But then I heard it again, closer this time. The hair on the back of my neck stood up. I reached for my flashlight, keeping it tucked in my jacket for emergencies. With a deep breath, I grabbed it, turned it on, and swept it across the clearing. Nothing. The beam of light hit only the trees and the ground. There were no signs of movement, no eyes reflecting in the light. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something, or someone, was out there. I tried to dismiss it, telling myself it was just a wild animal. But the sound came again, this time from behind me. I spun around, shining the flashlight into the dark. Nothing. I felt stupid for getting so worked up. It was just an animal. I reassured myself as I returned to the fire, trying to convince myself it was nothing. But then the temperature seemed to drop even further. The fire didn't seem as warm as it had a few minutes ago. I pulled my jacket tighter around me, trying to ignore the growing sense of unease in my gut. The night felt heavier now, like the darkness was pressing in on me. I glanced around again, and for a moment, I thought I saw something moving between the trees. A shape barely visible in the shadows, just outside the range of the firelight. It was too quick to identify, but it was there. My heart began to race again. What was it? An animal? Person? My mind raced with possibilities, each one more terrifying than the last. I didn't want to believe it, but deep down, I knew I wasn't alone. Something or someone was out there. I stood up, grabbed my knife from my pack, and stood beside the fire, my back stiff with tension. Couldn't let my guard down, not now. The forest was no longer a peaceful place to me. It was a labyrinth of shadows, and I was trapped in the middle of it. The rustling came again, and this time it was right behind me. I spun around, the flashlight in my hand trembling. There was nothing there, nothing at all. I took a step back, my mind racing. My heart was pounding so loudly I thought I could hear it over the sound of the wind in the trees. I felt trapped, cornered by something I couldn't see, something I couldn't explain. I grabbed my things, my backpack, my sleeping bag, and decided to leave. I wasn't going to stay here any longer, not with whatever was out there. I packed my gear as quickly as I could, my hands shaking, my breath coming in short gasps. As I turned to leave, I heard a voice in my head, my own voice, telling me to stop. "Don't go," it whispered. I ignored it and bolted. My feet thudded on the soft ground as I ran, the flashlight bouncing wildly in my hand. My breath came in ragged gasps, and I didn't stop. I didn't know where I was going. All I knew was that I had to get away from that campsite, away from whatever was out there in the darkness. The night swallowed me whole, but I kept running. I didn't look back, not even once. The sound of my footsteps echoed through the trees, and for a moment, I felt like I was being chased, though I couldn't hear anything behind me. The feeling of being hunted was overwhelming, but I couldn't stop. I just kept running. Eventually, after what felt like hours, I stumbled upon a small clearing. I collapsed to the ground, my chest heaving with exhaustion. I was far from the campsite now, but I was too afraid to move further. My mind was spinning. Was I just imagining it all? Was it an animal? Person? My imagination had been running wild, or so I tried to convince myself. I lay there for what seemed like an eternity, too afraid to sleep, too scared to even close my eyes. The wind rustled the leaves, but it was the only sound that broke the silence. When morning finally came, I was still lying there in the clearing, cold and shaken. The sun peeked over the horizon, casting light on the forest. I felt an odd sense of relief. I slowly gathered my things and made my way back to the trail. The forest seemed different now, less ominous, more familiar. But the memory of the night still lingered in my mind. I never went back to that spot again. Some places are better left alone. I don't know what I experienced that night, but I know one thing for sure. There was something in those woods, something that made my skin crawl, something I couldn't explain. I've been camping many times since, but I always choose a spot closer to the trail, where the shadows don't seem as deep. Some things, I suppose, are meant to remain unknown. I'd always loved camping. Growing up, it was something my family did every summer, and even as an adult, I found myself drawn to the solitude of the wilderness. There was something about being out there, surrounded by the trees and the open sky, that made everything feel right. It was like the world paused, and for a brief moment, I could just breathe. But this trip was different. I'd been planning it for months. I wanted to get away from everything, to find a place far off the beaten path where I could disconnect completely. No phone signal, no distractions, just me and nature. The kind of place where I could set up camp, build a fire, and just enjoy the peace. After a bit of searching, I found the perfect spot. A secluded area deep in the woods, near a small stream. The map didn't show any nearby campsites, and I couldn't find any reviews online. It seemed like the perfect escape. I loaded up my car with all the gear I'd need. Tent, sleeping bag, food, and a couple of books. It was a little over an hour's drive, but once I got there, the road ended and a well-worn trail led into the trees. The kind of trail that barely looked like a trail at all, only worn down by a few footsteps. I grabbed my pack and set off on foot, eager to see what this place had to offer. The sun was starting to dip below the trees when I finally reached the campsite. It wasn't much, just a clearing by the stream, but it was perfect for what I had in mind. The ground was soft, covered in moss, and the air smelled fresh, crisp, and clean. It was quiet too. No other campers, no hikers, just the sound of the water flowing in the stream and the rustling of leaves in the breeze. I set up my tent, built a small fire, and unpacked my supplies. The woods felt alive, but in a peaceful way. There were birds chirping in the distance, and the occasional rustle of small animals in the underbrush. Nothing out of the ordinary. I made some dinner and sat by the fire, listening to the crackle of the flames as they danced in the cool night air. For a moment, everything felt right. But as the night wore on, something began to feel off. At first, it was subtle, just a sense that I wasn't alone. I tried to shake it off. Maybe it was just the isolation playing tricks on my mind, but I couldn't help but feel like there was something, or someone, watching me from the trees. I tried to ignore it, focusing on the fire. But then I heard it, a soft noise, like the crunch of leaves. It was faint but distinct. It came from the direction of the woods. I sat still, straining my ears, but there was nothing after that. I dismissed it as an animal, maybe a deer or a fox, and continued with my evening. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling. Every so often, I'd hear another rustle or movement, and my heart would skip a beat. But each time I looked around, there was nothing there, just the shadows of the trees, stretching long in the firelight. As the hours passed, the forest grew darker, the shadows deeper. I thought about going to bed, but something held me back. The feeling of being watched was growing stronger, and now I was certain I wasn't imagining it. There was something else out there. I couldn't see it, but I could feel it like a presence in the trees, just out of sight. I stoked the fire, hoping the flames would offer some reassurance, but they only flickered in the wind, casting eerie shadows that seemed to stretch and move on their own. I pulled my jacket tighter around my shoulders, feeling a sudden chill that had nothing to do with the temperature. That's when I heard it again, a louder crunch this time, followed by a dragging sound, like something heavy moving through the underbrush. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. It was close, too close. I looked toward the sound, but the darkness swallowed everything beyond the firelight. I grabbed the flashlight from my bag and turned it on, scanning the area around me. The beam of light cut through the night, illuminating the trees and the underbrush. I shone it in every direction, but there was nothing. No movement, no shape, just the emptiness of the woods. But then I saw something, a flicker of motion, just a shadow really moving quickly between the trees. It was too fast for me to catch a clear glimpse of it, but it was there, and it was real. I wasn't imagining it. I wasn't alone. My mind raced. What could it be? A bear? A mountain lion? But then, why was it staying so close? And why wasn't it attacking? I grabbed a stick from the fire and held it tightly in my hand, unsure of what I might have to defend myself against. I waited, listening. The noises had stopped, but the feeling of being watched was more intense than ever. My flashlight shook in my hand as I continued to scan the darkness. Then the sound came again, closer this time. A slow, deliberate step, followed by another. Whatever it was circling me. I stood up abruptly, my heart racing. I took a few steps away from the fire, trying to get a better view of the surroundings. The forest was silent, but my every instinct screamed at me to leave. I needed to get out of here. I turned to grab my pack, ready to throw everything into my tent and head for the trail. But then I heard it, a low growl. It wasn't like any animal sound I had ever heard before. It wasn't the deep, rumbling growl of a bear or the hiss of a cougar. It was different, more human almost, sent a chill down my spine. I couldn't stay. I grabbed my gear and threw it into the tent, my hands trembling as I zipped it shut. I was about to pack up the rest of my things when the growl came again, louder this time, followed by a rustling sound from the trees. I didn't wait. I grabbed my flashlight, my pack, and everything I could carry, and I bolted for the trail. I didn't look back, not even once. I just ran, my breath coming in ragged gasps as I pushed through the underbrush, ignoring the sharp branches that scraped my skin. I kept running, my flashlight bouncing wildly in my hands. The trail was harder to see now, and I stumbled over roots and rocks, but I didn't stop. The sounds behind me were growing louder, closer. I could hear something following me, but I dared not look back. Every instinct told me to keep moving, to get as far away as I could. Finally, after what felt like hours, I burst out of the woods and into the clearing where I had parked my car. I didn't stop to catch my breath. I threw my gear into the back seat and jumped into the driver's seat, slamming the door behind me. I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking as I turned the ignition. The engine roared to life, and without hesitation, I slammed my foot on the gas pedal, speeding down the narrow road and away from that place. I didn't look back. The drive back felt like an eternity. My mind was racing, trying to process what had just happened. Had it been an animal? Person? I didn't know, but I didn't care to find out. I just wanted to be as far away from that forest as possible. When I finally got back to town, I didn't stop. I didn't go back to my apartment. I just drove, straight through the night, until I found myself in a motel in a small town on the other side of the state. I checked in, locked the door behind me, and collapsed on the bed, still trembling. The next morning, I woke up and packed up my things. I didn't want to stay in that town any longer. Couldn't. I drove back home, avoiding the woods, avoiding the places I'd been before. The trip had been a disaster, and I had no intention of ever returning to that forest. I still don't know what it was out there. I don't know if it was an animal, a person, or something else. All I know is that I wasn't welcome, and it was too close for comfort. Maybe it was just my imagination running wild, but after what I experienced, I never want to find out. To this day, I avoid that forest. I don't know what happened out there, and I don't want to. Some things are better left unexplored. I had never been a fan of camping. Something about being out in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by trees and dark, silent woods, always made me uneasy. But when my friends convinced me to join them on a weekend trip, I reluctantly agreed. After all, it wasn't like I had anything better to do, and they promised it would be an adventure. We headed out to a remote campground a few hours away from the city. The place was known for being secluded, quiet, and far off the beaten path. I could tell from the winding roads, the further we drove, that the place was more isolated than I expected. The air had a sharp, crisp quality to it, the kind that bites your skin and makes your nose feel cold as you breathe. The woods were thick, with towering trees that blocked out the sun, and the feeling of isolation settled in quickly. By the time we arrived, the sun was dipping behind the horizon. The group set up camp quickly, pitching tents and starting a fire in the center of our clearing. The sounds of nature filled the air, rustling leaves, the chirping of birds, and the occasional snap of a branch. I couldn't deny it. The place was beautiful, in a wild, untamed way, but there was a certain stillness to it, too, an unnatural quiet, like the woods were holding their breath. As the night rolled in, the fire crackled and we huddled around it, roasting marshmallows and chatting about random things. But the deeper I looked into the shadows of the trees, the more uneasy I felt. There was something out there, something just beyond the reach of the firelight, watching. I tried to shake the feeling off, telling myself it was just the typical paranoia you get when you're out in the woods. But it didn't go away. I couldn't get comfortable, no matter how hard I tried. Every time I looked away from the fire, the darkness seemed to get deeper, more impenetrable. My friends seemed oblivious, laughing and joking, completely at ease with the wilderness. I envied them for their confidence, their ease in the woods. I, on the other hand, kept thinking about the stories I'd heard about people getting lost, about strange things happening in the woods. My mind kept drifting back to those stories, to the feeling that something wasn't quite right. Eventually, I couldn't take it anymore. I stood up and walked a short distance away from the fire, hoping the cool night air would help clear my head. I hadn't realized just how much I had wandered until I found myself standing on the edge of the clearing, staring into the thick woods. The silence was almost deafening. I turned back toward the campfire, about to walk back, when something caught my eye, a flicker of movement in the trees. At first, I thought it was just a trick of the light, maybe an animal darting between the trunks. But then I saw it again, a figure tall and thin, moving in the shadows. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. My first instinct was to call out to my friends, but something held me back. The figure wasn't moving like any animal I'd ever seen. It seemed almost human, but there was something about it that felt wrong, unnatural. I couldn't tear my eyes away from it, and before I knew it, the figure was gone, swallowed up by the trees. I blinked, trying to convince myself I hadn't seen anything. I must have imagined it, I thought. I'd been staring at the darkness for too long, my mind playing tricks on me. But the feeling of being watched didn't go away. When I finally made it back to the campfire, I tried to act normal, but I couldn't shake the unease gnawing at me. I didn't want to sound crazy, so I didn't say anything about what I'd seen. My friends were still chatting, their voices too loud and carefree, oblivious to the tension that was building inside me. I tried to join in, but my thoughts kept drifting back to that figure in the woods. The way it had moved, the eerie stillness around it, how it seemed to vanish into the trees as if it had never been there at all. The fire started to die down, and the night air grew colder. I couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't alone. Something was out there watching us. At some point, we decided to turn in for the night. I was the last to crawl into my tent, my nerves on edge, trying to ignore the persistent feeling that something wasn't right. I zipped the tent flap shut and tried to sleep, but it wasn't long before the sounds of the forest seemed to grow louder. Twigs snapping, something moving just outside my tent. I lay still, barely breathing, listening. The sounds were faint, but there. Not animals, not the wind. It sounded like footsteps, slow and deliberate, just outside my tent. I couldn't move. My heart was racing, and every muscle in my body was frozen with fear. I wanted to call out to my friends, but I didn't want to draw attention to myself. I told myself it was just the wind, just animals, but deep down, I knew that wasn't true. Then I heard it, a low, guttural noise, like something scraping against the ground. It was close, far too close. I reached for my flashlight, my hands trembling, and flicked it on. The beam of light cut through the darkness, revealing nothing but trees and shadows. But I knew something was out there. I could feel it. I wasn't alone. I spent the rest of the night in that tent, wide awake, eyes darting to every sound, every movement. The footsteps stopped eventually, but I didn't dare fall asleep. The fear that had settled in my chest refused to leave. Morning came and I didn't feel any better. The woods were still silent, too quiet, the kind of silence that made your skin crawl. My friends were already packing up, seemingly unaffected by the strange events of the night. I wanted to tell them what had happened, what I had seen, but something held me back. They would think I was overreacting, that it was just my imagination. But I knew what I had felt, what I had seen, and I wasn't going to let it go. We finished packing up and started the hike back to the car. The whole time, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being followed, that someone, or something, was trailing us through the woods. Every snap of a twig, every rustle in the underbrush made me jump. My nerves were shot, and I couldn't relax. It wasn't until we reached the clearing near the parking lot that I finally allowed myself to breathe a little easier. We weren't out of the woods yet, but at least we were getting closer to civilization. I glanced back at the woods one last time, and for a brief moment, I thought I saw movement in the trees. A figure standing just beyond the tree line, watching. I turned away quickly, not wanting to see more. I didn't care if it was real or if I was imagining it. I just wanted to leave. As we drove away, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had been watching us the entire time, something that had been waiting patiently for the right moment to make its move. But it never did. Maybe it was just my imagination. Maybe it wasn't. I'll never know for sure. All I know is that I'll never go camping again. Not in those woods. Not anywhere. The feeling of being watched never really went away. The woods stayed with me, and the unease that settled in my chest that night has never fully disappeared. The only thing I know for certain is that whatever was out there, whatever I saw, wasn't human. And it's still out there, and I'll never be able to forget it. It had been a long week of work, and I was itching to get away from the city. The constant noise, the stress, and the unrelenting pace were getting to me. So when I finally got the chance to take a weekend off, I jumped at it. I decided to go camping alone. Just me, the trees, and the silence of the wilderness. I packed my gear the night before: a tent, sleeping bag, some food, a first aid kit, and my trusty flashlight. I didn't need anything fancy, just the basics to get me through the weekend. I told myself I'd be fine. I had been camping before, but never alone. This would be different, but I was looking forward to the solitude. The drive to the campsite was peaceful, the kind of drive you'd expect in the mountains. Narrow roads winding through dense forests, the occasional sight of wildlife, and the fresh scent of pine in the air. As I reached the campgrounds, I felt a sense of relief wash over me. The only sounds were the rustling of leaves and the chirping of birds. Perfect. I set up camp in a quiet corner of the site, far from the few other campers who were scattered around. It wasn't until I was finished that I noticed how quiet it really was. There were no cars passing, no voices in the distance, just the sounds of nature. At first, it was comforting, but after a while, the silence began to feel heavy. I shook it off and decided to go for a hike. The trail was well marked, and I followed it up into the hills. The sun was setting, casting a warm, golden glow over the landscape. The light through the trees was beautiful, and the path ahead seemed inviting. But as I walked deeper into the forest, the air grew colder. The shadows stretched longer, and the sound of my footsteps on the gravel was the only thing I could hear. I had walked for about an hour when I noticed something strange. The trail ahead seemed to split, one path leading further up the mountain, the other curving to the right. I thought about it for a moment, then decided to take the right path. It looked less worn, maybe a little more adventurous. I wasn't in any rush, and I didn't mind taking the road less traveled. The further I went, the more the forest seemed to close in around me. The trees were thicker, the underbrush denser, and the path grew rougher. I didn't mind, it felt wild, untamed. I was far enough from the camp now that I couldn't hear any voices or see any signs of life. The whole world felt like it had been swallowed up by the woods. Then, as I rounded a bend, I saw it. A clearing in the woods. A strange clearing. The grass was overgrown, and there were old logs scattered around in a haphazard manner. At first, it seemed like a simple, peaceful spot, maybe an old campsite, but something about it felt wrong. The place felt abandoned, but not in the way you'd expect. It was as if it had been left in a hurry. Curiosity got the better of me, and I decided to explore a bit. I walked around the clearing, brushing aside some of the tall grass, trying to figure out what had made it seem so off. That's when I found it. Half hidden under a pile of leaves was a metal object. I pulled it out, careful not to disturb the surroundings too much. It was a small, rusted knife, its blade chipped and worn, as if it had been there for years. My stomach twisted. It was an odd thing to find in the middle of nowhere, and I couldn't help but feel uneasy. I thought about heading back, but the sun was setting, and the light in the woods was quickly fading. I decided to go back to the trail and head back to camp before it got too dark. But as I turned to leave, I heard something, a faint rustling from deeper in the woods. I froze. It was barely a sound, but it was enough to make my heart skip a beat. I stood still, listening intently. Came again, this time louder. I slowly turned my head, scanning the trees, but all I saw was the darkness gathering at the edges of the clearing. The hair on the back of my neck stood up. My gut told me to get out of there, but I stood there frozen for a few more seconds, trying to convince myself it was just an animal. But it didn't sound like an animal. It sounded deliberate. I took a step back toward the path, but the rustling continued. It was getting closer. My pulse quickened. The clearing, which had seemed so peaceful before, now felt like a trap. I could feel the weight of the night pressing in on me. I turned and sprinted back to the trail. My breath was coming fast, and my heart pounded in my chest. I didn't dare look back. The sound of my footsteps was drowned out by the beating of my own heart in my ears. When I finally broke through the tree line and back onto the main trail, I didn't stop. I kept running, ignoring the pain in my legs and the sharp breaths in my throat. The trail was still faintly lit by the dying light of the sun, but everything around me felt wrong. The quiet, the stillness, it was like the whole forest was holding its breath. I finally reached my camp, but it didn't feel like the safe haven I had hoped for. It felt empty. Something had changed. I quickly grabbed my flashlight and checked my tent. It was exactly where I had left it, but there was something off about the way it sat. The ground was slightly disturbed around it, as if someone or something had been near. I told myself it was just my nerves. I wasn't thinking straight. I was overreacting. So I set up a fire and tried to calm down. The crackling flames were comforting, and I focused on them, letting my mind wander to less alarming thoughts. But then I heard it again, the rustling. It was faint at first, but it grew louder, coming from the trees just beyond the reach of my firelight. My heart leapt in my chest. I stood up, shining my flashlight toward the sound, but there was nothing. Just the trees swaying in the wind. I sat back down, my mind racing. Was it just an animal? Was I imagining things? But as the night wore on, the rustling didn't stop. It wasn't a random animal sound. It was something else, something intentional. I knew then that I couldn't stay in this camp any longer. I packed up my things as quickly as I could, my hands shaking. The flashlight flickered, and for a moment, I thought it would die on me. But it held strong, and I grabbed my bag and began to move. There was no way I was staying in that camp, not with whatever was lurking nearby. I made my way down the trail, back toward the main road. The woods felt different in the dark. It wasn't the peaceful silence I had come for. It was a silence that felt thick, oppressive. I kept my eyes darting around, half expecting something to jump out from the shadows. The rest of the night was a blur of movement. I didn't stop walking until I reached the main road. When I did, I felt a huge sense of relief. I was out of the woods, but even then, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I walked for miles until I reached the nearest town. It wasn't a big place, but it had a small motel where I rented a room for the night. I didn't care how much it cost. I just wanted to sleep somewhere that wasn't in the woods. The next morning, I drove back to the city, my mind still racing with what had happened. I couldn't explain it. I didn't want to, but something in that forest had been wrong. I didn't go back to that campground. I didn't even go near that part of the woods again. Something told me that if I did, I'd never leave the same way again. And as I sit here now, writing this, I still don't know what I heard or what I saw. But I do know this. There's something in the woods that doesn't want to be found. Something that waits for people like me to wander too far. And next time, I won't be so lucky. It was supposed to be a simple camping trip. Just a weekend out in the woods, a break from the usual grind of work and life. My friend Jake had convinced me to join him, and I wasn't one to say no to an adventure, especially one where the biggest concerns were whether the campfire would last long enough and if the s'mores would turn out just right. We had decided on a spot that was far enough from the main trail, a secluded area by a small creek. It was the kind of place where you could set up camp without the noise of other campers or the constant hum of civilization in the background. The kind of place where you could feel like you were truly out in nature. The first few hours were perfect. The sun was setting as we set up the tent, the crackling of the fire soon filling the air, and the smell of burning wood mixing with the fresh scent of the trees. Felt peaceful, a quiet calm that made the worries of everyday life seem far away. Jake and I sat by the fire, roasting marshmallows and chatting about old memories. Nothing special, just two friends enjoying a simple moment in the wilderness. But as the night wore on, something started to feel off. It wasn't anything I could put my finger on at first, just a growing sense of unease that gnawed at the edges of my thoughts. The firelight flickered against the trees, casting long, shifting shadows, and the occasional rustle in the bushes made me glance over my shoulder. I tried to shake it off. It was just the wilderness, right? Animals, wind, the usual sounds of nature. Nothing to be afraid of. But then the sounds grew more distinct. The rustling didn't sound like wind anymore. It wasn't the usual scurrying of small animals either. It was too deliberate, too heavy. Something or someone was out there. I stood up and looked around, my eyes straining in the dim light of the fire. The forest beyond the camp seemed to stretch endlessly in every direction, thick with trees and underbrush. "Did you hear that?" I asked Jake. He looked up from the fire, his brow furrowed. "Yeah, I thought it was just the wind." I didn't say anything more, but I wasn't convinced. I hadn't heard anything like it before, and it was too close for comfort. It wasn't just the wind. I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. Jake and I both tried to ignore it, chalking it up to the usual nighttime noises in the woods, but the feeling lingered. We finished up our food and put out the fire, retreating into the safety of the tent. As we lay there in the darkness, the sounds outside seemed to get louder, more frequent. The occasional snap of a twig, the heavy, deliberate footfalls. I could tell Jake was just as unnerved as I was, though neither of us admitted it. I tried to push it out of my mind, but sleep was elusive. The sounds outside had become so regular now that I was sure someone was out there, just beyond the edge of the light. I told myself it was probably just a deer or something else harmless, but every little noise seemed amplified in the silence of the forest. I finally managed to fall asleep, but the rest didn't last long. I woke up to the unmistakable sound of something moving around the camp again. This time it was closer. A low, rasping breath seemed to come from just outside the tent. My heart skipped a beat, and I froze, barely daring to breathe. I didn't move, not even an inch, waiting to hear if the sound would fade. Didn't. The breath came again, louder this time, and then a soft thud, as though something was pressing against the tent. I could feel the fabric shift slightly, as if someone was outside, pushing against it. I wanted to shout, to call out to Jake, but my voice was caught in my throat. My mind was racing, spinning with panic. What was out there? Who was out there? I reached over slowly, careful not to make any noise, and tapped Jake on the shoulder. His eyes snapped open wide with fear. He had heard it too. We both lay there, staring at the tent wall, listening to the steady, rhythmic movement just outside. It wasn't an animal. It wasn't the wind. The seconds dragged on, but eventually, the sounds faded into the distance. I lay there, tense, waiting, listening for any sign that whatever had been out there had left. After what felt like an eternity, I finally dared to breathe again. But I didn't move. Neither of us did. The rest of the night passed in uneasy silence, and the first light of dawn was a welcome sight. As soon as the sun began to rise, we packed up in a hurry. The air felt colder now, the forest quieter, and I couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't alone. Something was out there, and it wasn't just the usual wildlife. We packed up quickly, hardly saying a word, both of us eager to leave. As we were heading down the trail back to the car, we noticed something strange. Fresh footprints. Not animal tracks, but human, barefoot. They were leading in the direction we had come from, and they were recent. The prints were still fresh in the damp earth. Jake and I exchanged a glance, both of us silently agreeing that we didn't want to stick around any longer. We hurried back to the car, the quiet woods now feeling overwhelmingly oppressive. As we drove away, I couldn't shake the image of those footprints from my mind. The idea that someone had been out there watching us, moving through the woods just beyond the safety of the campfire. That night, as we sat in a diner miles away from the woods, I couldn't stop thinking about what had happened. Who was out there? Why had they been watching us? And what did they want? The thought of it made my skin crawl. I didn't know if I would ever go camping again, at least not in a place that felt so isolated. But that was the thing. I couldn't shake the feeling that whoever or whatever had been out there wasn't gone. They were still out there, somewhere in the woods, waiting. I had always loved camping. There was something about being out in nature, away from the chaos of the city, that made everything feel right. The rustling of the leaves, the scent of pine, the crackling of a campfire. All of it was just so peaceful. I had gone camping countless times before, but this time was different. It was supposed to be just another weekend getaway to enjoy the fresh air and escape from the grind. But it turned into something I'll never forget. I drove up to the campsite by myself. The place I chose was a little off the beaten path, deep in a forest, surrounded by towering trees. It wasn't a typical, well-known campground that people flocked to during weekends. This spot was more isolated, tucked away in a quiet corner of the forest where the trails were barely marked, and there were no nearby rangers or bustling crowds. I liked that. I wanted solitude, and I wanted to disconnect from everything for a while. The sun was starting to dip below the horizon as I unpacked my gear. I set up my tent and then began to gather some wood for the campfire. There was something about building the fire that felt almost meditative, watching the sparks fly up into the air and feeling the warmth spread across my face. The forest was quiet, but not too quiet. I could hear the distant calls of birds and the occasional rustling of animals moving through the underbrush. Once the fire was going, I settled down with a book, the flames flickering in front of me. The night was drawing in, and the temperature dropped significantly. I threw on a jacket, but I was still comfortable. The sound of the fire crackling was the only thing that broke the silence, and for a moment, I felt like I could stay there forever. But then, just as I was starting to relax, I heard something. It was faint at first, like a low rustling in the bushes. I paused, trying to pinpoint where it was coming from, but the noise stopped as quickly as it had started. I figured it was just an animal, maybe a deer or a raccoon. It wasn't unusual to hear wildlife in the forest, especially at night. Still, something about it felt off. I shook it off and went back to my book. A few minutes later, I heard it again, closer this time. It was definitely something moving in the woods, and it wasn't the typical scurrying of a small animal. This was heavier, more deliberate. I stood up, walking a few paces from the fire, trying to get a better sense of where the sound was coming from. There was nothing, just the trees swaying gently in the wind and the occasional snap of a twig. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone, that someone, or something, was watching me. I glanced around the campsite, half expecting to see someone standing just outside the light of the fire. But there was no one. The woods were still. I figured I was just being paranoid, the result of too many horror stories and late-night campfire tales. The rest of the night passed in an uneasy quiet. I stayed close to the fire, not wanting to venture too far from its comforting warmth. Every now and then, I thought I could hear something moving in the shadows, but when I looked, there was nothing there. I didn't sleep much that night, tossing and turning in my sleeping bag, the sounds of the forest playing tricks on my mind. By morning, the weird feeling had faded, replaced by the usual serenity of the forest. The sun broke through the trees, casting golden beams of light across the campsite. I made breakfast and packed up my things, deciding to take a short hike before heading home. I figured a bit of daylight would clear my head and give me a chance to enjoy the rest of the day. The trail was overgrown, with thick shrubs and tall grasses brushing against my legs as I walked. The path was narrow, and I had to keep an eye out for roots and rocks that could trip me up. The further I went, the quieter the woods became. There was no sound of birds or animals now, just the wind through the trees and my footsteps crunching along the forest floor. I didn't realize how deep I had gone until I came across a strange clearing. It was a small, open area, but there was something unsettling about it. The grass was trampled, and there were signs of a fire pit, though the ashes had long since cooled. What struck me most, though, was the feeling of being watched. I couldn't shake the sensation that I wasn't alone. I stood in the clearing for a moment, scanning the surroundings. There were no other campers, no signs of anyone else being in the area. But I couldn't shake the feeling of eyes on me. I turned to leave, but as I took a step, I froze. There, on the edge of the clearing, was a piece of cloth, dark and torn. I bent down to get a closer look, my heart racing. It wasn't the kind of cloth I'd expect to find in the woods, especially not in such a remote spot. It looked like part of a jacket or a bag. My stomach twisted as I realized it looked recent. Suddenly, I heard a snap behind me. I whipped around, but there was nothing there. I wasn't sure what I had heard, but I had no intention of sticking around to find out. The feeling of dread that had crept up on me earlier came rushing back, stronger than ever. I quickly retraced my steps, heading back toward the campsite. The walk felt longer now, as if the forest had changed somehow, as if the trees themselves were watching me. Every snap of a twig, every rustle in the bushes made me jump. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was following me, just out of sight. But when I looked behind me, there was nothing there. I forced myself to keep walking, telling myself that it was just my mind playing tricks. By the time I made it back to the campsite, I was sweating and my heart was racing. I packed up my things as quickly as I could, not bothering to enjoy the calmness of the forest anymore. I just wanted to leave. But as I reached my car, something caught my eye, something in the trees. I glanced over, and for a split second, I thought I saw a figure standing between the trunks. Person, maybe, or something else. I blinked, and when I looked again, it was gone. I didn't wait to find out what it was. I jumped into my car, started the engine, and drove away as fast as I could. The road back was long, winding, and quiet, and as I passed the turnoff to the campsite, I glanced in the rearview mirror. For a moment, I thought I saw something in the distance, movement among the trees. I couldn't be sure, but I didn't want to look again. I just wanted to get home. It took me hours to get back to the city, but the feeling of unease never left me. That night, I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling. I couldn't stop thinking about the forest, the clearing, and the torn piece of cloth. What had I seen out there? Was it someone else? And who or what had been watching me? As it turned out, the answer came a few days later. A news report flashed across the screen as I sat down to breakfast. A local hiker had gone missing, and authorities were asking for any information. They showed a photo of the missing person, and my stomach dropped. It was a man I had seen in the campsite parking lot the day I arrived. He had been parked nearby, looking disheveled, but I hadn't thought anything of it at the time. Now, I realized that the unsettling feeling I had experienced that night, the strange noises, and the torn cloth were all signs that something wasn't right. I had narrowly avoided getting caught up in something much darker than a simple camping trip. I wasn't sure what happened out there, but I was certain of one thing. I wouldn't be returning to that campsite again. I'd had enough of the woods. The next time I went camping, it would be somewhere a lot less isolated. It was supposed to be a simple camping trip. Just me and a few friends. We'd picked out a remote spot deep in the woods, away from the usual crowds. The idea was to disconnect from everything. No phone service, no distractions, just nature. The kind of trip where you could hear nothing but the wind in the trees and the occasional crack of a twig underfoot. I should have known better. The drive up was easy enough, the winding mountain roads familiar, and the weather was perfect. Clear skies, a soft breeze, and the kind of temperature that made you feel like you were finally away from everything. We found the campsite, tucked beside a small stream, and started setting up. The tents went up with little trouble. We joked around, unpacked our gear, and even managed to start a fire. The only sounds were the crackling of the flames and the distant rush of the water in the stream. I remember feeling good, peace. For the first time in a while, I wasn't worried about work, life, or anything else, just the here and now. As the sun started to dip below the tree line, we cooked our dinner. Nothing fancy, just some campfire food. Hot dogs, beans, and s'mores. We sat around the fire, enjoying the simple pleasure of being outside. But as the night wore on, a weird feeling settled in. First, I thought it was just the quiet, the kind of silence you only find deep in the woods, where the usual hum of city life is replaced by something different. But then it was more than just quiet. There was something off about the air, like it was too still, almost too thick. The fire crackled, and the trees whispered in the breeze. But there was an underlying tension that I couldn't shake. I shook it off, blaming it on the isolation. After all, we were miles from the nearest road, and the thought of that kind of distance in the woods always felt more unsettling than it should. But when the others went to bed, that sense of unease grew. I stayed up a little longer than I intended. The fire was dying down, the embers flickering in the darkness, and I could feel the cold creeping in. It wasn't long before I decided to turn in myself. But as I stood up, something caught my eye. A movement in the shadows at the edge of the campsite. My first thought was that it was just an animal, maybe a deer or some small creature rustling in the bushes. But it didn't move like any animal I knew. The shape was too deliberate, too human. My heart skipped a beat, and I froze, staring into the darkness. The figure was standing just outside the reach of the firelight. I couldn't make out much detail, just the outline of a person. No sound, no movement, just stillness. I called out, but my voice felt swallowed by the night. No response. I told myself I was imagining things. Maybe it was a shadow or just a trick of the firelight. But the more I stared, the more I felt a growing sense of dread. I wasn't alone out here. That much was clear. I tried to shake off the fear and told myself it was nothing. But it wasn't that simple. There was something in the air now, something wrong. I turned away from the figure and went into the tent, my heart pounding in my chest. The inside of the tent was warm, and I tried to push the strange feeling aside. I zipped it up and lay down, pulling the sleeping bag around me. But no matter how much I tried to relax, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me. The darkness outside seemed to press in on the thin fabric of the tent. I lay there for what felt like hours, staring at the ceiling of the tent, straining to hear anything. The wind rustled the trees, and the occasional snap of a twig echoed through the woods, but nothing else. I had the overwhelming urge to look outside, but I resisted. I knew if I looked, I wouldn't like what I saw. Finally, I managed to drift off to sleep, though it wasn't restful. I woke up several times during the night, my heart racing, but I never opened the tent. The feeling never went away. When morning came, the sun was still low in the sky. I woke to find the campsite eerily quiet. The others were still asleep, and the fire had burned out completely. The air felt colder than it had the night before. I had no intention of going back to sleep. Something was off, and I couldn't shake the feeling that we needed to leave. But I didn't want to wake the others, not yet. I decided to make some coffee and wait for them to wake up on their own. As I sat by the dying embers of the fire, sipping my coffee, I noticed something strange in the dirt near the edge of the campsite. Footprints, fresh ones. They were deep and wide, the kind of prints you'd expect from someone who was wearing heavy boots. But the odd thing was, there were only a few, like someone had walked through the camp and then stopped. Not the usual trail you'd expect from someone walking through the woods, just a few isolated prints. The tracks didn't lead anywhere specific, just stopped. I could feel my heart rate pick up again. I stood up, my eyes scanning the trees, but I didn't see anything. No one in sight. I thought about waking the others, but I hesitated. They'd think I was overreacting. Maybe I was, but I couldn't ignore the fear in my gut. When they finally woke up, I showed them the tracks. They agreed that it was weird, but they didn't seem as concerned as I was. We decided to pack up and head out. The trip wasn't ruined, it wasn't a big deal, but I was done. I didn't want to stay another night. As we packed up the campsite, I kept my eyes on the tree line, half expecting to see something, but nothing moved. The woods felt normal again, or as normal as they could be after what I'd experienced. We hiked back down the mountain, and the further we got from the campsite, the more my nerves started to calm. The air felt lighter, the world around me felt more open, and I could breathe again. By the time we reached the car, I couldn't help but let out a long breath I didn't realize I'd been holding. We drove out of the mountains without looking back. But I'll never forget that feeling, the one that had gnawed at me in the dark. I don't know who or what had been in those woods, but I'm sure of one thing: we weren't alone. I still don't know who was out there, and I still don't want to know. But that's the last time I'll camp that deep in the woods. Sometimes some places are just better left alone. Camping has always been a way for me to escape the noise of everyday life. I've always loved the idea of solitude in nature, a time to disconnect, reset, and just exist without the constant hum of responsibilities. Last autumn, I decided to spend a long weekend camping in a remote forest. It wasn't my first solo trip, but it was the first time I ventured into a location as isolated as this one. The area I chose was deep in the Adirondacks, far from any marked trails. I had done my research, poring over maps and reading up on the terrain. There was no cell service in that part of the forest, but that was the point. I packed meticulously. A sturdy tent, sleeping bag, enough food and water for 4 days, a first aid kit, a portable stove, and my trusted camping knife. I even carried a satellite GPS device just in case. The drive to the trailhead took nearly 5 hours. I parked my car on a gravel road that seemed seldom used, slung my backpack over my shoulders, and started hiking. The crisp air smelled of pine and damp earth, and the sound of leaves crunching under my boots was oddly soothing. The forest felt alive. Birds chirped above, and I occasionally spotted squirrels darting up trees. Everything seemed perfect. After about 4 hours of hiking, I reached a spot that felt right. It was a small clearing surrounded by tall trees, with a clear view of the sky above. A narrow creek ran nearby, its gentle trickling adding to the serene atmosphere. I set up my tent and arranged my gear, making sure everything was in its place. By the time I finished, the sun was starting to dip below the horizon, painting the sky with shades of orange and pink. I built a small fire to cook my dinner, then sat back and watched as the forest transitioned from day to night. The temperature dropped quickly, but the fire kept me warm. The stars began to appear, scattered across the sky like tiny diamonds. It was beautiful. As the fire dwindled, I crawled into my tent, zipped up my sleeping bag, and drifted off to sleep. The first night passed without incident. I woke up early, feeling refreshed. After a quick breakfast, I decided to explore the area. I followed the creek for a while, marveling at how untouched everything felt. There were no footprints, no signs of human activity. It was just me and the wilderness. By midday, I returned to my campsite to find everything as I had left it. I spent the afternoon reading a book, occasionally glancing up to watch birds flit between the trees. As the sun began to set again, I prepared another simple meal and settled in for the evening. That's when I noticed the first strange thing. About 20 yards from my camp, a tree branch hung at an odd angle, as if it had been snapped. It hadn't been like that earlier in the day. I walked over to inspect it, shining my flashlight on the broken wood. The break was clean, almost too clean. I brushed it off as natural. Perhaps it had been weakened and finally gave way. Still, it left me feeling uneasy. The second night was different. I woke up to a faint sound, like twigs snapping. It was subtle, but in the stillness of the forest, it was enough to jolt me awake. I lay there listening. The sound came again, closer this time. It wasn't rhythmic like an animal, it felt deliberate. I held my breath, my ears straining. After a few minutes, the noise stopped, and the forest returned to its usual quiet. I convinced myself it was just an animal and eventually fell back asleep. The next morning, I found something that made my stomach turn. Near the edge of the clearing, where the grass met the trees, there was a single footprint. It wasn't mine. I crouched down to examine it. It was larger than my boot and had a distinct tread pattern, the kind you'd find on heavy-duty hiking boots. My mind raced. I hadn't seen or heard anyone during my hike in. There were no other cars at the trailhead. Who could it be? I spent the day trying to shake off the unease. I told myself it could have been an old footprint, though the ground was damp and it looked fresh. I considered packing up and leaving, but decided against it. I had come all this way for solitude, and I wasn't going to let my imagination ruin it. That evening, I made sure to keep the fire going longer than usual. The flickering flames provided a sense of security, however false it might have been. I kept my knife within arm's reach as I ate my dinner, my eyes constantly scanning the perimeter of the camp. The forest seemed quieter than before, almost as if it were holding its breath. When I finally went to bed, I struggled to fall asleep. Every rustle of leaves, every creak of a branch set my nerves on edge. Around midnight, I heard it again, the sound of twigs snapping. This time, it was unmistakably close. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. The sound moved, circling the tent. It stopped, then started again from a different direction. I clutched my knife tightly, every muscle in my body tense. Hours seemed to pass before the noise stopped. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. As soon as dawn broke, I unzipped the tent and stepped outside, my knife still in hand. The campsite looked normal, but I felt anything but. I decided it was time to leave. I packed up my gear as quickly as I could, constantly glancing over my shoulder. The hike back to the car was nerve-wracking. Every sound made me jump, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. When I finally reached the trailhead and saw my car, relief washed over me. I threw my backpack in the trunk, started the engine, and drove away without looking back. It wasn't until I got home and unpacked my gear that I found the note. It was a small piece of paper tucked into the side pocket of my backpack. The handwriting was messy, almost childlike. It read, "You're lucky I let you leave. I don't camp alone anymore." I've always loved camping. It's a chance to step away from the noise of everyday life and find some peace in nature. That's why, when I got a few days off work, I packed up my gear and headed for a remote spot in the mountains. I'd been there before and remembered it as the perfect getaway. Far from any towns, with no cell service, and surrounded by miles of forest. The drive up was uneventful. The weather was perfect, crisp, clear skies with just enough of a chill to make a campfire feel cozy. I parked my car at the base of the trailhead and started hiking in. It was late afternoon, and the sunlight streamed through the trees in golden beams. My backpack was heavy with supplies, but I didn't mind. I liked the effort. It made the reward of setting up camp even better. After about 2 hours of hiking, I reached the spot. It was a small clearing surrounded by tall pines, with a stream running nearby. I'd camped there before, and it was just as beautiful as I remembered. The stream was running clear, and the only sounds were the rustling of leaves and the occasional bird call. I set up my tent, gathered some firewood, and got a small fire going. By the time the sun dipped below the horizon, I was sitting by the fire, eating a simple dinner and feeling completely at peace. As the stars came out, I stretched out by the fire and stared up at the sky. It was so clear that I could see the Milky Way. Moments like that made the hike worth it. I stayed up for a while, just soaking it all in, then crawled into my tent and fell asleep. The first night passed without incident. I woke up with the sun filtering through the tent and the sound of the stream in the background. After a quick breakfast, I decided to spend the day exploring the area. I followed the stream for a while, then climbed up a small ridge to get a better view of the surrounding forest. It was endless green, stretching out in every direction. There was no sign of civilization, and I loved it. Around midday, I headed back to camp, made some lunch, and spent the afternoon reading and relaxing. It was exactly the kind of break I'd needed. As the sun started to set, I got the fire going again and prepared for another quiet evening. That's when I first noticed something strange. It started with the feeling that I wasn't alone. At first, I dismissed it. After all, I was miles from anywhere, and I hadn't seen another person since leaving my car. But as the evening went on, the feeling grew stronger. I'd catch myself glancing over my shoulder or scanning the trees around the clearing. Nothing seemed out of place, but I couldn't shake the unease. I tried to ignore it and focus on the fire, but then I heard it, a faint sound coming from the woods. It was distant at first, almost like a whisper, but it grew louder. It sounded like footsteps, slow and deliberate. I froze, straining to hear. The steps would start, then stop, as if whoever was making them was trying to stay hidden. I stood up and grabbed my flashlight. Shining it into the trees, I called out, hoping it was just another camper or maybe a hiker who'd gotten lost. But there was no response. The footsteps stopped, and the woods went silent. I kept the flashlight trained on the spot where I thought I'd heard the sound, but there was nothing there. After a few minutes, I sat back down, telling myself it was probably an animal. Maybe a deer or a raccoon had wandered close to camp. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. The rest of the night was tense. Every crack of a branch or rustle of leaves made me jump. I stayed up later than I'd planned, keeping the fire going as a source of comfort. Eventually, exhaustion took over, and I crawled into my tent. I lay there for what felt like hours, listening to the sounds of the forest, but eventually, I fell asleep. I woke up in the middle of the night to a sound that made my blood run cold. It was a low, guttural noise, unlike anything I'd ever heard before. It was close, too close. My heart was racing as I grabbed my flashlight and unzipped the tent. The fire had burned down to embers, casting a faint glow over the clearing. I shone the flashlight around, but the light seemed swallowed by the darkness. Then I saw it. Just at the edge of the clearing, a figure stood watching me. My first thought was that it was a person, but something about the way it moved wasn't right. It was too still, almost as if it was waiting for something. The flashlight beam flickered as my hands shook, and when I looked back, the figure was gone. I scrambled back into the tent and grabbed the small knife I always kept in my pack. My mind raced as I tried to make sense of what I'd seen. It didn't make any sense. I'd seen no sign of anyone else out here, and it was too remote for someone to just stumble upon my camp. The rest of the night was a blur. I stayed awake, clutching the knife and listening for any sign of movement. But whoever or whatever had been there didn't come back. When the first light of dawn broke through the trees, I packed up my gear as quickly as I could. The peacefulness of the forest had been replaced by an oppressive sense of dread. As I hiked back to my car, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every so often, I'd stop and look over my shoulder, but there was never anything there. The trail seemed longer than I remembered, and by the time I reached the parking lot, I was drenched in sweat and exhausted. When I finally got into my car and locked the doors, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. But as I drove away, I couldn't help glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see that figure standing at the edge of the forest. Even now, weeks later, I can't explain what happened. I've gone camping countless times, but I haven't been able to bring myself to go back out there. Something was in those woods with me that night, and while I'll probably never know what it was, I'm certain of one thing: I'll never go camping alone again. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows over the winding forest trail. My backpack felt heavier with each step, the straps digging into my shoulders. The air was crisp and cool, perfect for camping. I'd been looking forward to this solo trip for months, a chance to disconnect from the grind of daily life and immerse myself in nature. It was just me, the forest, and the stars for the weekend. The trail led me deeper into the woods, where the trees grew taller and denser. Birds chirped sporadically, and the occasional rustle of leaves reminded me that I wasn't entirely alone out here. By the time I reached the clearing I'd picked out on the map, the sun was dipping below the horizon. I dropped my pack and stretched, taking in the surroundings. The clearing was small, bordered by towering pines. A shallow creek ran nearby, its gentle gurgling a soothing backdrop. This was exactly what I'd been craving. Setting up camp was routine. I pitched my tent, laid out my sleeping bag, and built a small fire. As the flames crackled, I heated a simple meal and ate it slowly, savoring the quiet. The sky above darkened to a deep navy, and stars began to appear one by one. I leaned back against a log, staring up at the constellations. The night deepened, and the forest grew quieter. The kind of quiet that wasn't comforting but heavy, as if the trees themselves were holding their breath. I'd read about this phenomenon, how nature's silence could feel louder than noise, but experiencing it firsthand was unsettling. I shrugged it off, chalking it up to my city habits. I wasn't used to this level of stillness. The first sign of trouble came around midnight. I was lying in my tent, trying to fall asleep, when I heard it. A faint snapping sound, like a twig breaking underfoot. My eyes snapped open, heart pounding. I told myself it was probably an animal, a deer or a raccoon. Still, I reached for the flashlight by my side and waited, straining to hear more. The sound didn't repeat, and after what felt like an eternity, I convinced myself it was nothing. Sleep didn't come easily. Every little noise outside seemed amplified, from the rustling leaves to the distant hoot of an owl. Eventually, exhaustion won, and I drifted off. I woke up suddenly, unsure of what had pulled me from sleep. My heart was racing again, and the tent was pitch black. I fumbled for my flashlight, and as I clicked it on, the beam illuminated the inside of the tent. Nothing seemed out of place, but the uneasy feeling lingered. Listening carefully, I realized the forest was completely silent again. No insects, no rustling, just an oppressive, unnatural stillness. I stayed awake for hours, my flashlight clutched in one hand, until the first light of dawn filtered through the tent. Morning brought a sense of relief. The chirping birds and soft sunlight made the previous night feel distant and less threatening. Still, I couldn't shake the unease. I decided to stay closer to camp that day, exploring the area around the clearing rather than venturing too far. The forest was beautiful in the daylight, with sunbeams filtering through the canopy and the earthy smell of pine and moss filling the air. I spent the morning gathering firewood and refilling my water supply at the creek. As the day wore on, I began to relax. The rational part of me dismissed the night's events as overactive imagination. That evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, I made a larger fire than the previous night. The flames felt like a barrier against the encroaching darkness. I ate dinner and stayed by the fire until my eyes grew heavy. When I finally retreated to the tent, I left the fire burning low, hoping it would keep animals away. I was woken again, this time by a distinct sound, footsteps. They were slow and deliberate, crunching softly on the forest floor. My heart raced as I lay perfectly still, ears straining to pinpoint the direction. The footsteps stopped just outside the tent. I held my breath, every muscle in my body tense. Whoever or whatever it was stood there for what felt like an eternity. Then the zipper of the tent moved. Not fully, just a subtle shift, as if someone was testing it. My mind raced. Should I yell? Grab the knife in my pack? Before I could decide, the footsteps retreated, fading into the distance. I waited until I couldn't hear them anymore before daring to move. My hands shook as I reached for the flashlight and unzipped the tent cautiously. The fire had burned down to embers, casting a faint orange glow. Nothing looked out of place, but the unease was overwhelming. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. At the first light of dawn, I packed up camp as quickly as I could. I decided to cut the trip short. Whatever had happened, I didn't feel safe staying another night. The trail back to the car felt longer than it should have, every snap of a twig making me jump. When I finally reached the parking lot, relief washed over me. The sight of my car felt like salvation. As I loaded my gear into the trunk, I glanced back at the trail. The forest seemed peaceful in the daylight, almost inviting. But I knew better. Something or someone had been out there with me, and I wasn't eager to find out what or why. Driving away, I replayed the events in my mind. I'd come to the woods seeking solitude and peace, but I'd found something else entirely. To this day, I don't know what was out there that night. Maybe it was just a person passing through, or maybe it was something more sinister. Either way, it reminded me of an important truth. The wilderness is beautiful, but it's also unpredictable, and sometimes it's better to admire it from a distance. It started as an ordinary weekend camping trip. Just me, my backpack, and a plan to get away from the buzz of daily life. I had picked a remote spot in the middle of a national forest, far enough away from any major trails that I could feel truly alone. I craved solitude, the kind where you hear nothing but the wind moving through the trees and the occasional rustle of leaves from animals passing by. I had no idea how much I'd come to regret seeking that isolation. I arrived at the trailhead mid-morning. The air was crisp, with the faint smell of pine and damp earth. My pack was heavier than I liked, loaded with enough supplies for a 2-night stay. The trail started out well-marked but quickly narrowed as I veered off onto a less-traveled route. This was part of my plan, to escape the crowds and find a spot where I wouldn't see another soul. The hike in was uneventful at first. I passed through groves of towering trees, their roots snaking across the ground like veins. Occasionally, I paused to sip water or adjust my pack. Around mid-afternoon, I reached a small clearing by a creek. It seemed perfect. Flat ground for my tent, a reliable water source, and just enough canopy coverage to shield me from the morning sun. I set up camp methodically. The tent went up without a hitch, and I gathered stones to form a fire ring. After collecting enough dry wood to last the night, I sat by the creek, letting the cold water run over my hands. The isolation was everything I'd hoped for. No phone signal, no distractions, just me and the wilderness. By nightfall, I had a small fire crackling. I cooked a simple meal over it, the smell of instant noodles mixing with the smoky air. The stars came out in full force, unfiltered by city lights. I felt a deep sense of peace as I sat there, staring into the flames. That feeling didn't last. It started subtly. A faint sound, like a branch snapping, came from somewhere beyond the firelight. I told myself it was probably a deer or some other animal. The forest is full of noises at night, and I wasn't new to camping. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that this was different. It wasn't just the sound. It was the silence that followed. The usual background noise of insects and distant owls seemed to have vanished. I turned my head toward the direction of the sound, peering into the darkness. The firelight only reached so far, and beyond that, the trees formed an impenetrable wall of black. I felt a prickle on the back of my neck, the kind you get when you're being watched. I shook it off, convincing myself it was my imagination. To be safe, I added more wood to the fire, letting the flames grow taller. Eventually, the tension eased. I reasoned that the forest was alive, and I couldn't let every little noise unsettle me. I crawled into my tent, zipping it up tight. My sleeping bag was warm and comfortable, and the fatigue from the hike quickly pulled me towards sleep. I woke up suddenly in the middle of the night. For a moment, I couldn't figure out why. My heart was pounding, and my ears strained to catch any sound. Then I heard it, the unmistakable crunch of footsteps on the forest floor. They weren't fast or erratic. They were slow and deliberate, as if someone or something was trying to move quietly but couldn't avoid making noise. I froze, barely breathing. The footsteps stopped, then started again, closer this time. My mind raced. Could be another camper, but what were the odds? I had gone out of my way to find a remote spot. Besides, anyone else out here would have called out or made themselves known by now. I grabbed the small knife I kept in my pack, my only weapon. The thin nylon of the tent suddenly felt like no protection at all. The footsteps circled my campsite, slow and measured. I could hear the occasional snap of a twig, the shuffle of leaves. Then, as suddenly as they had started, they stopped. I sat there in the dark, gripping the knife, my ears straining for any hint of movement. Minutes passed, then an hour. Eventually, exhaustion overtook my fear, and I drifted into a restless sleep. The next morning, I emerged from the tent cautiously, knife still in hand. The campsite looked untouched. There were no obvious signs that anyone had been there, but the ground was covered in leaves and pine needles, making it hard to tell if there had been footprints. I told myself it had to be an animal, maybe a bear or a coyote. Still, the unease lingered. I debated cutting the trip short, but decided against it. I come all this way, and I didn't want to let my imagination ruin the experience. I spent the day exploring the area, keeping my knife and a whistle within reach. The forest was beautiful, but I couldn't fully enjoy it. Every rustle of leaves made me jump. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. That night, I built the fire larger than the night before, feeding it steadily to keep it going. The circle of light it cast felt like a barrier between me and the darkness. I sat with my back to the tent, watching the shadows dance among the trees. Hours passed without incident, and I started to feel foolish for being so paranoid. Then, just as I was beginning to relax, I heard it again. The footsteps. This time, they came from the opposite direction. Slow, deliberate, and uncomfortably close. My pulse quickened as I scanned the darkness. I couldn't see anything beyond the firelight, but the sound was unmistakable. I stood, clutching the knife. The footsteps stopped. The silence that followed was oppressive, the kind that makes your ears ring. I stayed there, standing by the fire, for what felt like an eternity. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore. I shouted into the darkness, a wordless yell meant to scare off whatever was out there. The response was immediate. The footsteps started again, faster this time, retreating into the forest. They faded into the distance, leaving me alone once more. I didn't sleep that night. When dawn broke, I packed up camp as quickly as I could. My body was tense, my movements hurried. I felt exposed, vulnerable. The hike back to the trailhead was grueling. Every sound made me whip my head around, expecting to see. I didn't know what, but I never saw anything. By the time I reached my car, I was drenched in sweat, my nerves completely frayed. As I drove away, I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone or something following me. I've replayed those nights in my head countless times since then, trying to make sense of what happened. Maybe it was an animal, though the deliberate way it moved felt human. Or maybe it was another person, someone who enjoyed stalking campers for the thrill of it. I'll never know for sure. All I know is that I'll never camp alone again. I had never thought much about getting lost in the woods. I knew it could happen. People talk about it, share stories of survival and whatnot, but I always figured it would never happen to me. I'd been hiking enough times, knew how to read a map, had a solid sense of direction. Or so I thought. It all started with a simple weekend trip. I wanted to get away from the usual noise, work, traffic, the endless buzz of the city. So I picked a trail I hadn't hiked before. A friend recommended it to me, saying it was quiet, peaceful, and perfect for some solo time. It was about an hour or so outside the city, just far enough that you could forget about everything. The trail was supposed to loop back around, a few miles out, a few miles in. Not too long, not too short, just right. I packed my backpack the night before. Just the basics. A couple of water bottles, some snacks, a first aid kit, a small flashlight, and of course my phone. I made sure my shoes were sturdy. The weather was perfect for hiking. Not too hot, not too cold, just right. I parked my car at the trailhead, took a deep breath of the fresh air, and hit the trail. The first part was easy. The path was wide, well-marked, and surrounded by dense trees. The kind of trees that made the air smell like earth and pine. It was quiet, peaceful. I loved it. I walked at a comfortable pace, taking in the sights and sounds. Birds were singing. A gentle breeze was rustling the leaves, and everything felt right. But then, after a while, the trail started to change. It got narrower, less defined. The trees grew thicker. The sunlight barely touched the ground anymore. There were a few signs here and there, but they were becoming harder to find. At some point, I glanced at my watch. I'd been walking for nearly 2 hours. That didn't seem right. The loop should have been shorter. I decided to check my phone to see where I was. But that's when I realized I had no signal. It didn't freak me out at first. I thought maybe it was just a dead zone in the woods. No big deal. I kept walking, but the further I went, the more I realized I wasn't seeing the usual trail markers anymore. The path had begun to twist in odd ways. There were no signs, no landmarks that looked familiar. My mind raced as I tried to remember the last clear marker I passed. But I couldn't. Nothing stood out. Everything looked the same. The trees, the ground, the overgrown bushes, they all blended together. I stopped, took a deep breath, and tried to calm myself. I'll just retrace my steps, I thought. I turned around, but nothing looked familiar. The woods stretched out in every direction, a maze of trees and underbrush. I kept walking, hoping to find something, anything, to give me a sense of direction. But the more I walked, the more everything started to look the same. The shadows in the trees felt deeper now, and the air had a chill to it. I checked my phone again, hoping for a signal. Nothing, just the blank screen. I cursed under my breath. I should have paid more attention to the trail. I thought about calling someone, but I knew there was no service here. That's when I started to panic. I knew I shouldn't panic. I was trained for this. I had the basic survival skills, how to stay calm, how to find water, how to make a shelter if I needed to. But that didn't stop the knot forming in my stomach. I was alone in the woods, and I had no idea where I was. I kept moving, hoping to find something. A clearing, a road, a sign of life. But the woods seemed to close in around me. The trees felt like they were watching me, the branches like fingers reaching down. I looked at my watch again. It had been over 3 hours since I started hiking, and I should have been out by now. I hadn't passed a single person. Not one. Not even a footprint. By now, the sun was starting to set. The sky turned a soft orange, and I knew I needed to find shelter before it got dark. But where? I had no idea. My mind was racing as I thought about what to do. I had a little food, some water, and my flashlight. That was it. I decided to keep moving, to walk through the dark if I had to, but I wasn't going to stay still. I needed to find something, anything. A river, a road, another hiker. There had to be something out here. The darkness came quickly, and with it, the temperature dropped. I could feel the chill in my bones, the kind of cold that starts to seep into your skin, making you shiver uncontrollably. I put on my jacket and kept walking, the flashlight beam cutting through the dark like a thin thread. I heard something, a sound in the distance. It was faint, but it was there. It was a rustling sound. At first, I thought it was just the wind, but then I realized it was too rhythmic, too deliberate. My heart raced as I tried to pinpoint where it was coming from. I stopped walking and listened. It was closer now. Something or someone was moving in the dark. I should have turned around. I should have kept my distance, but curiosity took over. I needed to know what it was. So I moved toward the sound. The rustling stopped. It went completely silent. My heart was pounding in my chest as I stood still, listening. The silence felt louder than anything I had ever heard. Then I heard it. A low grunt, a breath, deep and raspy. I froze, my mind racing. What the hell was that? I took a step back, my breath shallow. The beam from my flashlight flickered. I cursed again, tapping it against my hand, trying to make it work. My mind raced. Should I run? Should I hide? What if it was another hiker, just as lost as me? Or worse, what if it wasn't? I didn't know, but I wasn't sticking around to find out. I turned and started walking faster, my flashlight shaking in my hand. The sound behind me started again, a slow, deliberate crunching of leaves. Something was following me. I didn't dare look back. I just kept moving, my legs aching, my mind spinning with fear. I focused on the beam of light in front of me, moving as quickly as I could through the underbrush. I could still hear it just behind me, just out of sight. The rustling, the breathing. My panic grew. But then, just as I thought I couldn't go any further, I saw it. A faint glow in the distance. A light, a house, a cabin. I stumbled toward it, my legs nearly giving out from exhaustion. The light was getting brighter as I approached. I could see the outline of the cabin now, the wooden structure standing against the dark sky. My breath came in ragged gasps as I reached the door and knocked, desperate. There was no answer. I tried again, harder this time, banging on the door. Finally, the door creaked open. An old man stood in the doorway, his face covered in a thick beard. He looked at me for a moment, then stepped aside, wordlessly letting me in. I didn't care what he looked like or how strange the whole thing felt. I was safe. I collapsed inside, breathless, my body trembling from both the cold and the adrenaline. The man didn't say anything at first. He just motioned for me to sit by the fire. It felt like hours before I could calm down enough to explain what happened. But I did. And when I was done, he nodded, his face serious. "You got lucky," he said. "A lot of people don't make it out here." I didn't argue. I knew he was right. The woods weren't forgiving. And tonight, I had come dangerously close to not making it out. As I sat by the fire, the warmth creeping into my bones, I realized something. Being lost wasn't just about the fear of the unknown. It was about realizing how fragile everything really is, how quickly everything can change. I didn't need a ghost or a monster or anything supernatural to scare me. The woods themselves were terrifying enough, but I had made it out. I was safe, and that for me was enough. I never thought something as simple as taking a hike would end up being the worst decision of my life. It wasn't supposed to be a big deal, just a quick day trip. Get out of the house, stretch my legs, breathe in some fresh air. It was supposed to be a break from the usual routine. But in the end, it became a nightmare I couldn't escape from. Started off as just another normal morning. I grabbed my backpack, filled it with the essentials: a bottle of water, some granola bars, my phone, and a basic first aid kit. The weather was perfect, clear skies, a slight breeze, and not too hot. Just a typical autumn day in the woods. I had been on hikes before, though not in this particular area. I knew the basics. Stay on the marked trails, keep track of your time, and always let someone know your plans. But that morning, I didn't bother telling anyone where I was going. I figured I would just keep it casual and not waste anyone's time. After all, how bad could it be? The trail was beautiful, winding through trees that were turning bright shades of orange, red, and yellow. The air had that fresh, crisp scent of fallen leaves, and the sound of birds in the trees was a soft melody in the background. I felt peaceful, almost meditative as I walked deeper into the woods. I passed a few people along the way, mostly couples or small groups of friends, but they were all heading back, already finishing their hikes. I felt a sense of accomplishment as I walked further into the forest, thinking I was getting away from the noise and hassle of life. The path began to narrow, and the trees became denser. It was still manageable, just a quiet, peaceful walk, nothing to worry about. I checked my phone just to make sure I had service, but the signal was weak. I didn't think much of it. I wasn't expecting to make calls out here anyway. But then, a few hours into the hike, I realized something was off. The trail wasn't marked as clearly as it had been earlier. The usual trail markers, yellow or orange blazes on tree trunks, were becoming sparse. I walked further, thinking it would reappear, but it didn't. The woods were quieter now, no more birds or sounds of life, only the rustling of leaves beneath my boots. I took a deep breath and turned around. Surely I could backtrack, right? But that's when I noticed the trees. The way they stood, blocking the sun's rays, made it harder to see anything. The path behind me didn't look the same. The trees seemed to shift positions in a way I didn't remember. I froze, feeling a tightness in my chest. This was when the panic started to creep in. The nagging feeling that I had gotten lost was slowly transforming into a cold, hard truth. I tried to stay calm. I reminded myself that I had been lost before, on smaller trails, and I always found my way back. But the longer I walked, the more my surroundings started to blend together. The trees all looked the same, their bark rough and gnarled, their branches twisted and reaching out as though they wanted to grab me. Every turn I took led to more of the same, a never-ending sea of trees. The trail markers were gone, and I couldn't even tell which direction I was heading anymore. The sun was starting to dip lower in the sky, and I knew I needed to make a decision quickly. I checked my phone again, but there was no service. My heart began to race. I thought about turning back and retracing my steps, but that felt like a futile idea. The woods around me were starting to feel oppressive, almost suffocating. It was as if the forest was closing in on me, each tree a sentinel keeping me trapped. I kept walking, hoping for a sign, anything that would tell me I wasn't completely alone in this place. But nothing, just silence. My stomach growled, reminding me that I hadn't eaten much that day. I took out a granola bar and chewed slowly, trying to keep my mind occupied. But no matter how much I tried to calm myself, the weight of the situation kept pushing down on me. As the sky darkened, I knew I had to make a decision. I could try to camp for the night, but I didn't have the right gear for it. My backpack was light, just enough for a day hike. I wasn't prepared to sleep in the woods, especially with the temperature dropping. The thought of spending the night out here terrified me, but the idea of wandering aimlessly until morning was even worse. So I kept walking. The darkness crept in faster than I expected. It was still a few hours before the sun would fully set, but the thick canopy of trees blocked out most of the fading light. I realized then that I had lost all sense of time. How long had I been walking? An hour? 2? I tried to stay focused, but the shadows between the trees made it hard to see where I was going. It was then that I heard the sound, a faint crackle, almost like a twig breaking underfoot. My heart skipped a beat. I stopped dead in my tracks, straining my ears. The wind had died down, so it wasn't just a gust. The sound came again, closer this time. Something or someone was moving through the trees. I felt my pulse quicken. My breath was shallow, my body frozen in place. I didn't know what to do. Should I call out? Should I hide? My mind raced through all the possible scenarios. Was it another hiker, a camper, or something else? I didn't know, and I couldn't afford to take any chances. I stayed still, listening, my hand on the handle of my pocket knife. The sound of movement continued, slow and deliberate, like whoever or whatever was circling me. I could hear the crunch of leaves and twigs breaking beneath heavy footsteps, but there was no voice, no shout to reassure me. My stomach twisted with fear. I backed up slowly, trying to stay quiet. The more I listened, the more I felt like I was being hunted. It wasn't just a passing noise anymore. It felt intentional, like someone or something was tracking me. I didn't dare turn around. I just kept moving, trying to put distance between myself and whatever was out there. I couldn't afford to panic, but every step I took felt heavier than the last. My thoughts swirled. What if it was an animal? A bear? But no, the steps were too controlled. It sounded like a person, but the forest was supposed to be empty. I was far from any known trail. The more I tried to rationalize it, the more I felt my nerves fray. I couldn't let this fear overtake me. I had to keep moving. I stumbled, my foot catching on a root hidden beneath the carpet of leaves. My hand shot out to steady myself, but the sound of the movement, heavy footsteps, came even closer, almost right behind me. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end. There was no mistaking it now. Something was following me. I broke into a run, not daring to look back. The forest, which had once been so peaceful, now felt like a maze of threats. Every tree seemed to be closing in, every shadow hiding something waiting to pounce. I was no longer thinking clearly. I just ran, pushing through branches, tripping over rocks, and ignoring the pain in my legs. I needed to escape. But then, through the trees ahead, I saw something, a flash of light, the sudden, unexpected glow of a flashlight. I didn't stop. I didn't even slow down, but I aimed straight for it, praying that it was a hiker, a ranger, someone who could help. As I got closer, I realized it wasn't a person. It was a small clearing in the woods, and there, in the center, was a small campfire, flickering weakly in the gathering dark. My heart nearly stopped. How was this possible? Who else was out here? I hesitated, but I couldn't stop now. I ran toward the fire, my breath ragged and loud. My legs burned, and my throat felt dry, but I pushed myself forward. And that's when I saw him, a man sitting by the fire, staring at me. He didn't move, didn't say anything, just looked at me with wide, curious eyes. I stopped a few feet away from him, panting, my hands still clutching the knife. My mind was racing. Was he another lost hiker? A rescuer? But then I saw his clothes, worn, dirty, and tattered, and the way his eyes gleamed in the firelight, too wide, too intense. "Are you lost?" he finally asked, his voice rough, almost too calm. I nodded, too exhausted to speak. I didn't trust him, not yet, but I couldn't just stand there in the woods alone. He smiled, a slow, unsettling grin. "Well, you're in luck. I can help you find your way." And for the first time since I had stepped into those woods, I felt a small sliver of hope. I've always enjoyed hiking, the fresh air, the quiet, the sense of freedom when you're alone with nature. It's my escape from everything: work, noise, the pressure of daily life. But what happened that day in the woods changed everything I thought I knew about myself, about nature, and about survival. It was supposed to be a simple day hike. Just a few hours up to the ridge, enjoy the view, maybe take some pictures, and head back before it got too late. I've hiked plenty of trails like this one before. Nothing too difficult, nothing too remote. The trail was well marked, and I had all the gear I needed: water, a snack, a map, and a fully charged phone. I'd done this hundreds of times, so I figured it would be no different. But I was wrong. The first mistake I made was something so small, I didn't even realize it was a mistake until much later. I had a tendency to always keep an eye on the trail markers, making sure I was on the right path. This time, though, I was feeling so good, so confident that I didn't pay attention to where the markers were, and I ended up straying from the main trail. It didn't seem like a big deal at first. The woods were beautiful, and I was enjoying the solitude. There was no one else around, just me and the trees. It wasn't until I tried to retrace my steps that I realized something was off. I'd gone too far off the trail, and now I couldn't see any markers. I paused, looked around, and saw nothing but trees. They all looked the same. The path I had followed had slowly disappeared, leaving only the dense forest behind me. I pulled out my map and checked my location. I was sure I wasn't far from the main trail. I'd only walked a little ways off, so I started heading in what I thought was the right direction. But after a while, it became clear that I had no idea where I was anymore. The woods weren't just thick, they were disorienting. I tried using my compass, but I couldn't make sense of it. The trees and the hills all started to blend together in a way I couldn't understand. I was starting to panic, but I told myself to stay calm. I've heard enough survival tips to know that panicking would only make things worse. I kept walking, hoping to see some sign of the trail, but hours passed, and the sun began to dip lower in the sky. The air was starting to cool down, and the reality of my situation began to settle in. I was lost, really lost, the kind of lost that no map or compass could fix. As the light started fading, I realized I needed to stop and find shelter. I could try to keep walking, but that would only make things worse. If I kept moving without knowing where I was going, I might just end up farther from safety. I needed a plan. First things first, I needed to stay warm. The temperature was dropping fast, and I didn't have much to keep me warm. My jacket was light, and my water bottle was half empty. I was running out of daylight, and panic started to rise in my chest. But I shook it off. Now wasn't the time for panic. I started to look for a place to set up camp. I wasn't expecting to make a fire, but I could at least find some kind of shelter to keep out of the wind. After some searching, I found a small patch of ground near a cluster of trees where I could set up. It wasn't ideal, but it was better than being exposed in the open. I collected some dry branches, hoping I could use them to build a small shelter of sorts. I didn't have much in the way of survival gear. A small pocket knife, a lighter, and some rope were about all I had. I worked quickly, gathering as much as I could. My hands were shaking, but I focused all my attention on the task at hand. By the time I finished, the sky had turned dark, and the woods were eerily silent. I didn't have a fire, but I managed to create a makeshift shelter by tying some branches together and covering them with leaves. It wasn't much, but it would keep me out of the wind for the night. The cold was unbearable. I huddled into the small shelter, wrapping my jacket tightly around me, hoping it would provide some warmth. I listened to the night sounds, the wind through the trees, the rustling of leaves, the occasional snap of a twig breaking somewhere in the darkness. But the longer I stayed there, the more I realized how alone I was. Completely alone. I tried not to think about how far I was from help, how far I had wandered from the trail. It had been hours since I last saw any signs of human presence. The whole world seemed to shrink down to just me and the dark woods. The panic kept creeping in, making my chest tight, but I forced myself to focus on staying calm. The night dragged on and I barely slept. I kept hearing sounds that I couldn't explain. The wind? An animal? My mind was playing tricks on me. I wasn't sure what was real and what wasn't. When the first light of dawn finally crept through the trees, I felt a small sense of relief. At least I had survived the night, but now I had to figure out how to get back to the trail. I packed up my shelter, and as I was about to set off, I stopped. Something in the air felt different. It was quiet, too quiet. I stood perfectly still, listening. There was no sound of birds, no rustling leaves, nothing. It felt wrong, and I didn't know why, but I shook it off and started walking. I don't know how much time passed, but I kept walking, hoping to find something, anything, that would lead me back. But no matter how much I walked, the woods seemed endless. I had no way of knowing if I was moving in the right direction or if I was just making things worse. After hours of walking, I finally stumbled onto a small creek. It wasn't much, but I knew it could be my lifeline. Creeks often lead to larger bodies of water and eventually to civilization. I followed it, carefully making my way along its bank, hoping it would lead me to something, anything. By the time the sun started to set again, I had walked for miles. I was exhausted. My feet ached, my body was sore, and my stomach growled with hunger. I felt like I was at the end of my rope, but something deep inside me kept pushing me to move forward. If I stopped now, I knew I might not make it. And then, out of nowhere, I saw it. The trail. It wasn't much, just a small break in the trees, but it was enough to send a wave of relief crashing over me. I followed it quickly, praying that it would lead me to safety. I had no idea how far I had wandered off the main path, but this was it. This was the moment I had been waiting for. When I finally saw the parking lot in the distance, I nearly collapsed. The relief was overwhelming. I had made it. I was out of the woods. I had survived. I don't know how I did it. The whole experience felt like a blur. But I know one thing for sure. That day changed me. It taught me something about myself, about how far I could push myself, and about how easy it is to lose control of things. I've hiked plenty of trails since then, but I'll never forget the time I got lost. It was the closest I've ever come to truly understanding what it means to be alone, to rely on nothing but your instincts and your will to survive. And I'll never take the woods for granted again. I never meant to get lost. I didn't even expect to be in a situation where I would have to rely on survival instincts. But here I was, alone in the woods, with no idea where I was and no easy way out. It all started early in the morning when I decided to take a solo hike. The trailhead was just a short drive from the cabin where I'd been staying for the weekend, nestled on the edge of a quiet national park. It was supposed to be a simple, relaxing walk, maybe a few hours out in nature to clear my head. I was no expert hiker, but I'd spent enough time outdoors to think I could handle it. I parked my car at the trailhead, grabbed my backpack and checked my gear. Water bottle? Check. Snacks? Check. Map of the trail? Check. I was set. The sky was overcast, but the weather report said there was no rain expected, so I figured I was in the clear. I had no reason to think I wouldn't be back before the afternoon. I set off down the path, the soft crunch of my boots on the dirt trail the only sound for the first few minutes. The woods around me were thick with tall pines, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. The air was fresh, cool but not cold, and the scent of damp earth filled my lungs as I walked deeper into the forest. There was something peaceful about it, a quiet that settled over me and made me forget about everything else. Work, life, stress. Felt good to just be alone. I followed the trail markers, though they weren't always easy to see. The farther I went, the less defined the path became, until it was more of a suggestion than a clear trail. But I didn't mind. I had my map, and as long as I kept heading west, I was pretty sure I'd eventually reach the lake. At least that's what the map said. As I continued, I started to notice the trail was becoming more rugged. The ground was uneven, and the trees seemed to close in around me, blocking out more and more light. Still, I pressed on. The thought of turning back didn't cross my mind. It was just a hike after all. What could go wrong? But slowly, the small doubts started creeping in. The trail was getting harder to follow. I'd look up and find myself staring at the same group of trees I had passed 5 minutes ago. The landscape around me seemed to blur together, each section of the forest looking almost identical to the last. I checked my map again. It wasn't exactly helping. The terrain didn't match what I saw in front of me, and the markers were few and far between. I had been so confident earlier, but now I began to wonder if I'd missed a turn somewhere. I kept walking, hoping to spot a familiar landmark, but after a while, the air felt different. The silence wasn't peaceful anymore. It was heavy, almost oppressive. The breeze had died down, and the forest felt eerily still. It was as if the world had stopped, holding its breath. I tried to shake off the uneasy feeling, telling myself it was just my imagination. But then I realized I hadn't seen a trail marker in over 20 minutes. And when I checked my map again, I couldn't make sense of the terrain anymore. I was off track. The realization hit me hard. I was lost. My heart started to race, but I tried to stay calm. I knew the basics: don't panic, stay put if you're unsure of the way, retrace your steps if possible. I looked around, trying to spot something that would tell me where I was, but everything looked the same. The trees were tall and unyielding, their trunks covered in patches of moss, and the ground beneath my boots was soft, damp from the morning dew. I thought about turning back, retracing my steps, but there was no clear sign of where I had come from. It all looked like the same endless stretch of trees. I decided to keep moving forward, hoping I'd find something that would give me direction. But as the minutes stretched into hours, I began to realize just how badly I had miscalculated. My water bottle was half empty, and my snacks were barely enough to get me through the morning. I'd made a mistake by not bringing more food or water. I should have known better. The forest felt like it was closing in on me. The shadows seemed deeper, and I noticed how the trees blocked out the sky above me. The sunlight that had been filtering through the leaves was now nearly gone. The only sounds were the distant calls of birds and the occasional rustle of leaves, but the silence in between was suffocating. Every footstep felt like it echoed too loudly in my ears. Every movement seemed to draw attention to my presence. By now, I was seriously worried. I checked my phone, but of course, there was no signal. Felt like the world had forgotten I was even here. The realization that I was truly alone hit me like a physical blow. I had no way to call for help, no way to contact anyone. I could only rely on my instincts, and those instincts were telling me that I was in trouble. The woods were disorienting, and it felt like I was walking in circles. Every time I thought I recognized a landmark or spotted a trail marker, it turned out to be something else entirely. I felt the panic rising in my chest, but I fought it down. Panic would only make things worse. I needed to stay sharp, to think clearly. I found a small clearing and decided to stop for a break. I needed to conserve my energy. I sat down on a fallen log and ate the last of my snacks, some granola bars and a few almonds. My water was running low, and I had no idea how long I'd been walking, but it felt like hours. The sun had begun to dip lower in the sky, casting long shadows across the ground. I knew it wouldn't be long before it got dark, and the thought of spending the night out here without any shelter or proper gear was terrifying. But then, just as the first hint of panic started to claw its way back, I heard something. It wasn't much, just a faint sound, but it made me stop. It was the sound of water, a stream. I stood up quickly and followed the sound. If I could find water, I could find my way out. It wasn't long before I came across the stream. It was a small one, barely a trickle, but it was enough to give me hope. Water meant I was near something, maybe a larger river or a trail. I followed the stream for what felt like an eternity. The sound of it rushing in my ears, the feeling of relief growing with every step. I had no idea how much time passed as I walked, but my legs were sore, and I was starting to feel the exhaustion weighing on me. Then, just as I was beginning to wonder if I would ever find my way out, I saw it. A trail. It was faint, barely visible through the underbrush, but it was a trail. I wasn't imagining it. It was real. I followed it with everything I had left. My feet felt like lead, but I pushed on, desperate to get out. The sky had darkened, and the first stars were beginning to appear overhead, but I could see a light in the distance. A campfire. A campfire meant people, and people meant safety. I stumbled toward the light, my heart pounding in my chest. As I got closer, I saw a small campsite. There were 2 hikers sitting around a fire, chatting and roasting marshmallows. I must have looked like a ghost to them, disheveled, sweaty, and covered in dirt, but they didn't hesitate. They helped me to their camp, gave me water, and listened as I told them my story. They were friendly and offered to share their food and their shelter for the night. The relief was overwhelming. I had made it. I wasn't lost anymore. The next morning, I woke up to the sound of birds chirping and the warmth of the sun filtering through the trees. I was safe. I had made it through the night. The hikers helped me get back to the trailhead, and from there, I found my car. It was a long drive back to the cabin, but I didn't mind. I was grateful to be out of the woods. I learned a lot from that experience. The most important lesson was that nature, while beautiful and peaceful, demands respect. It's easy to feel invincible when you're hiking on well-worn trails, but one wrong turn, one misstep, and you can find yourself lost in an instant. I was lucky, but luck runs out eventually. I knew now that I needed to be more prepared, more aware, and more humble when I went into the wilderness. It wasn't the most fun weekend I'd ever had, but it was certainly one I'd never forget. I'd made it through, and that was something to be proud of. I didn't think I'd get lost. I had been hiking through the forest for years, walking trails that twisted through dense woods, but never did I think I'd end up disoriented in the place I knew so well. It all started with the usual weekend trip. The sky was clear, the air crisp but not too cold, and the forest was peaceful as always. The trees were tall and imposing, but there was something about their quiet presence that always made me feel safe. That day, I was going to hike a new trail I had read about online, one that wasn't too far from the main park entrance. Nothing too dangerous, nothing too remote. Just a little adventure to clear my mind. I parked my car at the small trailhead and gathered my things. My backpack was light, with only essentials: water, snacks, a map of the area, and my phone in case of an emergency. The trail was marked with bright orange signs, hard to miss. I started walking at a steady pace, feeling the crunch of dry leaves beneath my boots. At first, everything seemed normal. Birds chirped in the distance, the occasional squirrel darted across the path, and the air smelled like pine. The trail was well maintained, winding through the trees but not too difficult to follow. I was making good time and I felt comfortable, maybe a little too comfortable. I hadn't checked the map since the start, assuming I knew exactly where I was going. An hour in, I started to notice things weren't as familiar as they should have been. The path became narrower, and the trees grew thicker, their branches reaching overhead like claws. I didn't remember this section of the trail being so dense, but I shrugged it off. Maybe it had just been a while since the last time I hiked here. Then, I saw something strange. A marker, a small orange flag, but it wasn't in the usual spot on a tree or post. This one was tied to a branch that stuck out at an odd angle, as if someone had deliberately placed it there. It made me pause, a slight unease creeping up my spine. I looked around but saw nothing out of the ordinary. The path was still clear, and I was still heading in the right direction, or so I thought. I kept walking, but the forest seemed to close in around me more and more. The trees grew taller, their trunks more twisted, and the sunlight filtered through the leaves in strange ways, casting long, dark shadows on the ground. I tried to ignore the feeling of being watched, but the silence in the woods felt unnerving. I hadn't seen another person since I started, which was unusual for a popular trail like this one. After another hour, I noticed the trail was starting to split. The main path veered off to the left, while a smaller, less noticeable path ran to the right. I couldn't remember this fork being here, and my mind began to race. Should I stick to the main trail? What if the smaller path was the one I was supposed to take? I decided to stay on the main path, but the feeling of doubt lingered in the back of my mind. I kept walking. The sound of my boots crunching on the leaves was the only noise breaking the heavy silence. But then, just as I was beginning to settle into the rhythm of walking, I noticed something else. The trail markers, the bright orange flags that had been so clear at the beginning, were now sparse. It was as if they had been deliberately removed or were too faint to spot. That's when I realized I hadn't seen any new markers for a while. The path had started to blend into the surrounding forest, and I could barely tell where it went next. My heart started to race as I looked around. I couldn't remember the last time I'd seen something familiar. I pulled out the map and checked my location, but the paths didn't seem to line up with the map's markings. Panic surged through me. I'd gotten lost. I was alone, deep in the woods, and I had no idea how to get back. My stomach dropped, and I tried to steady my breathing. I wasn't going to panic. I had hiked enough to know what to do. I would backtrack. I'd find the main trail again. I just had to focus. I turned around, retracing my steps, but the trees all looked the same. The path was disappearing behind me, and I couldn't even be sure if I was headed in the right direction. I kept walking, the forest closing in around me, until I found myself standing in a small clearing with no path in sight. The sun was beginning to set, casting long, eerie shadows across the ground. The forest that had felt so peaceful earlier now seemed dark and suffocating. I couldn't stay here. I had to keep moving. I pulled out my phone, hoping for a signal, but there was nothing, no bars. I tried to call, but the screen flashed no service. My heart raced again. Couldn't rely on my phone, not here. I had to trust my instincts. I kept moving, hoping to find something that would point me back to the main trail. I passed through dense thickets, the ground soft and muddy beneath my boots. The sun was almost gone now, and the forest had taken on an entirely different feel. It was darker, quieter. The familiar noises of the woods, the chirping of birds, the rustling of small animals had all stopped. It was just me, alone, and the sound of my own breath. The cold set in quickly as the light faded. I was beginning to feel the weight of my situation. If I didn't find my way out soon, I might be stuck here overnight. Couldn't risk that. I had to stay calm and focused. I took a deep breath and scanned the forest around me. The trees were taller here, their branches intertwining high above. I couldn't see the sky anymore, just dark shapes looming overhead. I needed to make a decision. I could try to head west, back the way I thought I came from, or I could risk going off the trail in search of something, anything that might lead me back to safety. I chose to head west. I pushed through the underbrush, each step harder than the last as the ground grew rougher and less forgiving. I couldn't see my feet anymore, but I kept going, putting one foot in front of the other. The wind picked up, howling through the trees and rattling the branches. The darkening sky felt heavy, suffocating. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. Then, just as the panic was about to overtake me, I saw it, a break in the trees, a glimpse of light. It was faint, but it was there. I ran toward it, stumbling over roots and rocks, not caring about the pain or the exhaustion. The light grew brighter as I got closer, until I broke through the last line of trees and found myself standing on a small dirt road. I stopped and took a deep breath, the relief flooding through me. The road was empty, but I could hear the distant sound of a car engine. I was out. I had made it. It took me another half hour to walk back to the trailhead, but I didn't care. I had survived. I had been lost, but I had found my way out. By the time I reached my car, the sky was completely dark. I sat for a moment, just breathing. The forest, which had seemed so comforting at first, was now something else. Something I wouldn't forget anytime soon. I had learned something today. The woods can be beautiful, but they can also be deceiving. And no matter how well you think you know a place, it can always turn on you. But I was safe. I was alive, and I wouldn't be returning to that trail anytime soon. It started as just another day in the forest. I had been hiking alone for a couple of days, enjoying the fresh air and the peace of being away from everything. I had planned to do a short solo hike to the overlook that I'd heard so much about. The trail seemed easy enough, nothing too intense, but that's the thing about the woods. They can trick you if you're not careful. I set out in the morning, carrying only my essentials. A small backpack with water, some snacks, my map, and my phone. I didn't really expect to use my phone for anything other than checking the time or snapping a few pictures. I'm not one to get lost. I've hiked these woods before, so I figured I knew the area well enough. But that morning, I made the mistake of straying from the main trail. It started innocently. The trail forked a bit, and there was a smaller path to the right that looked like it could lead somewhere interesting. I was curious. Why not? I had time. Besides, I could always just turn back if I didn't like where it was going. I told myself that over and over as I walked deeper into the unfamiliar woods. The first hour was beautiful, peaceful, even. The sun filtered through the trees, and I could hear birds chirping in the distance. The trail was mostly dirt, with occasional rocks and roots sticking up through the soil. I moved quickly, enjoying the solitude and the sense of freedom that comes with being alone in nature. But after a while, things started to feel different. The woods grew quieter, and the path began to narrow. I looked around, trying to spot the trail markers, but there was nothing. No signs, no arrows, nothing that told me I was still on track. The trees were thicker here, the underbrush denser. The air felt heavier, as though something was closing in around me. I stopped for a moment, trying to figure out where I was. I pulled out my map and studied it closely, but everything seemed off. The trail I was on didn't match up with anything on the map. That's when the panic set in. I'd gone too far. The path had curved in a way that I didn't remember, and now I was surrounded by nothing but trees in every direction. I tried retracing my steps, but when I looked back, the trail behind me seemed different, as though it had changed since I last walked on it. I took a deep breath, trying to calm myself down. There was no reason to panic yet. It wasn't like I was lost, just a little off course. I kept walking, hoping the trail would open up again, but it didn't. The trees just kept getting thicker, the ground muddier, and the light seemed to fade despite it being midday. I checked my phone, but there was no signal. Nothing, not even a faint bar. That was when I really started to feel the weight of the situation. I wasn't just off track anymore. I was lost. I tried to keep my cool, telling myself that if I just kept moving in one direction, I would eventually find my way back. But after what felt like hours of walking, nothing looked familiar. The landscape had completely changed, and my thoughts started to race. What if I didn't find my way out? What if I ran out of food or water? What if the night came and I wasn't ready? I was still trying to figure out my next move when I heard something in the distance. It was a rustling sound, like something large moving through the trees. I froze. For a second, I thought it might be an animal, maybe a bear or a deer, but I quickly realized it wasn't that. The sound was rhythmic and it was getting closer. My heart started pounding. My mind began to race through all the possibilities. None of them good. I stepped off the trail and ducked behind a tree, holding my breath. Whatever it was, I didn't want to be seen. The sound grew louder, and I could hear branches cracking under the weight of something heavy. But then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the sound stopped. I waited in the silence for what felt like forever before cautiously stepping out from my hiding place. It was quiet again, too quiet. I slowly walked forward, trying to stay as calm as possible, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every snap of a twig under my feet made my heart skip a beat. I wasn't sure if it was the isolation or the uncertainty of being lost, but my nerves were shot. By now, the sun was beginning to dip lower in the sky, and I realized I had to make a decision. If I didn't turn back now, I would be stuck in the woods overnight. I had no idea where I was, but I had to try and find my way back to the main trail before it got dark. I started walking in what I thought was the direction I had come from, but the trees looked the same. Every direction seemed the same. I stopped again to check the map, but it was no use. It didn't matter how many times I looked at it. I was lost. Hours passed, and the light continued to fade. The air grew colder, and I realized I hadn't eaten or drunk anything for a while. My stomach growled, but I ignored it. I needed to focus. I needed to find shelter before the night fully set in. The next few hours were a blur. I walked and walked, my feet growing sore, my mind growing foggier with each step. I could feel the cold creeping in, and the trees around me felt more oppressive, like they were closing in. Every rustle in the bushes, every snap of a branch underfoot sent my heart racing. But there was no turning back. I couldn't stop now. If I didn't find shelter soon, I would be in real trouble. Eventually, I spotted something in the distance, a break in the trees. My heart leaped in my chest. I rushed toward it, praying it wasn't just another illusion. As I got closer, I realized it was a small clearing. Not much, but it was something. A place where I could rest, maybe even light a fire. I quickly got to work gathering dry wood from the surrounding trees. My hands were shaking, and I could barely hold the kindling as I tried to arrange it in a small pile. The lighter in my pocket felt heavy, but I managed to get a spark going. The fire was small at first, but it was enough to give me some hope. The warmth of the flames was a small comfort in the growing cold of the night. I huddled close to the fire, my mind racing through all the things I should have done differently. I shouldn't have strayed from the main trail. I shouldn't have ignored the signs that something was off. But it was too late for regret. I could only focus on getting through the night. As the fire crackled and the night deepened, I realized something. I wasn't just lost in the woods. I had to trust myself. I had to believe that if I kept calm and kept moving forward, I could find my way out. I couldn't panic. I couldn't let the fear take over. I sat by the fire, wrapping my arms around my knees for warmth, watching the flames flicker in the dark. The hours passed slowly, but eventually, as the night stretched on, I closed my eyes for a few minutes of rest. I was exhausted, my body aching, but I knew I couldn't sleep for long. If I did, I might miss something important. The fire eventually burned down to embers, and I forced myself to get up. The cold was unbearable, but I couldn't just sit there. I needed to move. By the time the first light of dawn appeared, I was already walking again. I had no real direction in mind, but I figured I couldn't stay put. The woods looked different in the light of day, and I noticed things I hadn't seen before. The way the trees bent, the way the ground sloped. I tried to stay calm, but my heart was still racing. The only thing I could do was keep walking, keep moving, and hope I would find the way out. Hours passed. The sun rose higher in the sky, and I began to feel a sense of relief. The woods no longer felt as oppressive. I could see clearer now. I stopped and looked around, trying to make sense of everything. And then, in the distance, I saw it. The main trail. Couldn't believe it. It was barely visible through the trees, but it was there. I rushed toward it, my legs aching, my body weak from the exhaustion of the last day and night. When I finally stepped onto the trail, I couldn't stop myself from smiling. It was a small, simple thing, but in that moment, it meant everything. I had made it out. I walked the rest of the way back to the parking lot, where my car was parked. The sun was high in the sky now, and I was grateful. I didn't need to look back anymore. I had survived. The wind had been picking up for hours. At first, it felt refreshing, but now it was starting to cut through my jacket, biting at my skin like it had a purpose. The tall trees around me stood like silent sentinels, their branches swaying in the wind, and their leaves rustling with every gust. I'd taken this hike up the mountain to clear my head, to get away from the noise of daily life. But now, as the sun dipped below the horizon, I realized how little I had prepared for being out here in the dark. I had no intention of getting lost. I was supposed to follow the trail and head back down to my car before nightfall. But somewhere, when I was focused on my thoughts, I took a wrong turn. First, it didn't seem like a big deal. I'd been on plenty of hikes before, and I knew the woods well enough to handle a small detour. But the more I walked, the less familiar things felt. It wasn't like I was deep into some uncharted part of the woods, but the paths were becoming harder to distinguish. The faint markings on trees that had been reassuring earlier were becoming harder to find, almost as if they were disappearing altogether. The ground beneath my boots had started to change, the soil softening into uneven, muddy patches, and my steps were more cautious as I made my way through the woods. I checked my watch. It was just past 5 p.m. I'd be fine, I thought. I still had a couple of hours of daylight left. I could find my way back if I retraced my steps, no problem. But as I walked, I couldn't shake the growing sense of unease. The forest seemed to close in around me, and the usual sounds, the chirping of birds, the rustling of small creatures, had fallen silent. It was an eerie quiet, the kind that makes you think something's off, but you can't quite place what. I stopped for a moment trying to get my bearings. I didn't recognize any of the trees around me. The map I had brought with me seemed useless now. I pulled it out and tried to look at it, but the details on the paper didn't match up with anything I was seeing. The trail I was on didn't show up anywhere. It was like I had walked into a part of the woods that wasn't on any map. Frustration built up inside me. I had to keep moving, I thought. It was stupid to stand still, especially with the daylight running out. I wasn't scared yet, just annoyed. I turned around, hoping to retrace my steps, but after a few minutes, it became clear that I wasn't going to be able to find my way back. I had no idea which direction I'd come from, and everything around me started to look the same. My heart rate picked up a little as I realized just how alone I was out here. I pulled out my phone, hoping for a signal, but of course, there was nothing. No bars, no GPS, nothing. I couldn't even text someone to let them know where I was. My stomach churned with anxiety. I needed to stay calm. I knew that. Panicking wouldn't help. So, I took a deep breath and tried to remember the basic survival tips I'd learned over the years. Find water, find shelter, and keep moving in a straight line. If I could find a road or another trail, I'd be fine. I just had to stay focused. The next hour felt like it stretched into infinity. The daylight continued to fade, and the woods around me became darker and more oppressive. I stumbled through the thick underbrush, trying to find any sign of a trail, but it was all unfamiliar terrain. The air was getting colder, and I regretted not bringing more layers with me. The wind howled through the trees, sending leaves swirling around me like some kind of twisted dance. I could feel the darkness creeping in, and I didn't want to be out there when it completely consumed the forest. I needed to find shelter. As much as I hated the idea of staying still, I knew I couldn't keep walking forever. My energy was draining, and I could feel the exhaustion setting in. Eventually, I spotted a small, hollowed-out tree stump up ahead. It wasn't much, but it would provide some shelter from the wind. I crouched down inside it, trying to make myself as comfortable as possible, though the ground was damp and cold. I pulled my jacket tighter around me, trying to conserve heat. The wind picked up even more, howling through the trees like a living thing. I heard it whistling and moaning, almost like the forest itself was alive, trying to push me out, but I held my ground. I wasn't about to let the woods get the better of me. It wasn't long before I realized how uncomfortable I was. My muscles ached from walking for hours, and the cold was seeping into my bones. I could feel the weight of the darkness pressing down on me, and I tried to remind myself that I wasn't in any immediate danger. I had food and water, and I could always build a fire if I needed to. But the deeper the night grew, the more unsettling the sounds around me became. I heard branches snapping in the distance, twigs crunching underfoot, but I couldn't tell if they were from an animal or something else. Every rustle of leaves sent my nerves on edge. The cold wasn't the only thing making me shiver now. I decided that I couldn't stay in the stump any longer. It wasn't enough to keep the cold out, and the noises around me were getting worse. I needed to move. I didn't know where I was going, but I had to keep moving forward. I stood up and began walking again, every step slow and deliberate. The wind was relentless now, biting at my face, but I couldn't stop. I kept my head down, focusing only on putting one foot in front of the other. The sound of my boots crunching on the forest floor was the only thing I could hear, and it gave me a small sense of comfort. At least I wasn't completely alone out here. After what felt like an eternity, I noticed something in the distance. A faint light. It flickered through the trees like a beacon in the darkness, and for a moment, I thought I might be imagining it. But then it came again, a brief, steady glow cutting through the trees. It had to be a campfire. Someone else had to be out here. I didn't even hesitate. I pushed myself forward, stumbling through the underbrush, my heart pounding in my chest. The light grew brighter as I got closer, and soon I could make out the shape of a small campfire surrounded by rocks. There was a small tent nearby, and I could hear the crackling of the fire as it burned. I stepped into the clearing, and I could feel the warmth of the fire hit me like a wave. My breath caught in my throat as I approached, and I was so relieved to see someone else. Person sitting by the fire, alone. "Are you okay?" the man asked when he saw me. He had a rugged look, his clothes a little worn, but he didn't seem surprised to see me. Maybe he had been expecting someone. Or maybe it was just that he was used to people getting lost in these woods. "I'm lost," I said, my voice shaky. "I've been out here for hours. I can't find my way back to the trail." The man nodded. "Happens more often than you think. The woods can be tricky." He gestured to the fire. "Sit down. Warm up." I didn't need to be told twice. I sank down beside the fire, letting the heat wash over me. It felt like it had been forever since I'd felt anything like warmth. I closed my eyes for a moment, just taking in the relief of being around another person, in a safe place. "We'll figure out how to get you back tomorrow," the man said. "You're not the first to get turned around." I nodded, grateful but exhausted. I could finally relax. Tomorrow we would figure out how to get back. For now, though, I was safe, and that was enough. I never thought I would get lost in the woods. People always talk about getting lost, but I assumed it was something that happened to other people, not me. I had been hiking before plenty of times, and I knew the trails. This time, though, everything was different. What started as a simple day hike turned into something I'll never forget. It was a chilly morning in late fall when I decided to take a quick solo hike through a part of the forest I hadn't explored before. The air was crisp, and the trees had started shedding their leaves, painting the ground in shades of red, yellow, and brown. I was feeling good that day, energized by the fresh air and the quiet solitude of the forest. I had packed lightly, just a backpack with water, a couple of granola bars, a small first aid kit, and a jacket. The trail I chose was supposed to be a well-marked path that looped back to the main trailhead in a few hours. I had checked my map before setting out, making sure everything seemed straightforward. No big deal. I set out on my hike around 9 a.m., with the sun still low in the sky, casting long shadows through the trees. The further I walked, the more I found myself drawn into the quiet. The sounds of birds calling and leaves crunching underfoot were soothing, and for a while, everything felt perfect. But then, I made my first mistake. I got distracted by the beauty of the forest. I came across a small creek, its water running clear and fast over the rocks. I stopped to take a break, sat down on a large stone, and let the peaceful sound of the water fill the air. I lost track of time, enjoying the moment far more than I should have. When I stood up and looked around, I realized that I didn't recognize the path. I had been on the main trail when I first stopped, but somehow I had wandered off to the side without noticing. The trees were dense here, and the small creek I had followed was not visible from the main path. I checked my map again, but it didn't help much. There were no clear markers, and the trail seemed to have disappeared into a tangle of underbrush. At first, I wasn't too worried. I thought, it's just a little detour. I'll find my way back. I retraced my steps, thinking I could just follow the creek back to the main trail. But the more I walked, the more disoriented I became. The forest was eerily quiet now, and the sound of the creek had faded. I tried looking for any familiar landmarks, but everything seemed to look the same. The trees were tall and thick, and the underbrush was dense, making it difficult to see more than a few feet in front of me. The sunlight started to fade as the hours passed, and I realized I hadn't seen another person in what felt like forever. My stomach began to tighten with anxiety, but I pushed the feeling aside. "Stay calm," I told myself. "You'll be fine. Just keep moving." But I wasn't fine. I could feel the panic creeping up inside of me as I realized that I had no idea where I was anymore. I checked my phone, but there was no signal. That's when the true weight of the situation hit me. The feeling of isolation began to set in. I wasn't just a little lost. I was deep in the woods, with no way to communicate or get help. I was alone. The temperature started dropping as the sun set, and I began to realize that I had no real plan. I wasn't prepared for an overnight stay in the woods. I had no tent, no sleeping bag, nothing. I still had water, but I didn't want to waste it. I had a small flashlight in my bag, but it wasn't enough to navigate through the dark forest. I had to make a decision. Keep walking or try to find a place to wait until morning. After a few more hours of walking and seeing no signs of the trail, I decided that finding shelter was my best bet. I needed to stay warm and conserve my energy. The temperature was dropping quickly, and the last thing I wanted was to be stuck out in the open all night, exposed to the cold. I found a small clearing near a cluster of trees. It wasn't ideal, but it was something. I cleared away some leaves and built a makeshift shelter using fallen branches. It wasn't much, but it provided some cover from the wind. I wrapped my jacket tightly around myself and sat down, trying to make myself comfortable. As the night wore on, the cold became unbearable. I tried to sleep, but it was hard to find rest when every little noise in the dark made my heart race. The wind rustled through the trees, and the occasional snap of a twig made me jump. The hours dragged on, and eventually, I fell into an exhausted, fitful sleep. I woke up several times during the night, each time more disoriented and cold. By the time morning came, I was shivering uncontrollably. I knew I had to keep moving. I packed up my makeshift shelter and set out again, determined to find my way back. My energy was running low, and my legs felt like lead, but I kept pushing forward. I tried not to think too much about how alone I was. I didn't have any choice but to keep going. By the time the sun had fully risen, I had lost track of how long I had been walking. Hours? Days? My stomach growled in protest, reminding me that I hadn't eaten much the day before. I reached into my bag for a granola bar and ate it quickly, not caring about savoring the taste. I was just trying to keep myself going. That's when I saw it. A trail marker, barely visible through the dense trees. I almost didn't believe it at first. I had been so convinced I was completely lost that I had stopped looking for markers. But there it was, a small, faded sign nailed to a tree. I followed it, moving as quickly as I could. My legs were sore, my feet ached, and I was exhausted. But that sign gave me the boost I needed. I kept walking, scanning the trees for any more markers. After what felt like forever, I finally saw another trail sign. And then another. The familiar feeling of the trail came back, and my hope began to rise. I was getting closer. I kept my eyes on the ground, watching for any signs of the main trail. Eventually, I reached a fork in the trail. I didn't recognize it immediately, but as I looked closer, I saw a small wooden bench near the path. It was a spot I had passed earlier in the hike. I felt a wave of relief flood over me as I realized I was back on the main trail. Couldn't believe it. I had made it. The walk back to the trailhead felt like a blur. My mind was focused on one thing: getting out of the woods. The trail was familiar again, and I picked up my pace, anxious to finish the hike. After what felt like an eternity, I finally emerged from the woods, greeted by the sight of the parking lot. My car was still there, just as I had left it. I sat in my car for a long time, catching my breath, my heart still racing. I was finally safe. I didn't know how long I had been lost, but it felt like a lifetime. The experience had shaken me, and I knew that I would never take the woods for granted again. That night, when I got home, I couldn't stop thinking about how close I had come to something much worse. How easy it would have been for things to have gone wrong. But I had made it out, and for that I was grateful. From that day forward, I always made sure to plan my hikes more carefully. I never went anywhere without telling someone where I was going, and I always carried extra supplies, just in case. I learned that no matter how well you think you know an area, the woods can change in an instant, and getting lost can happen to anyone. I never thought I'd get lost in the woods. I've always been someone who enjoys the outdoors, and I've hiked through countless trails, familiar with the signs and sounds of nature. But today, everything went wrong. Started out like any other hike. I had a plan: follow the marked trail, enjoy the fresh air, and take some pictures along the way. The sun was out, and there was a slight breeze, perfect hiking weather. I had packed my essentials: water, snacks, a map, and my phone for photos. I had been on this trail before, and I figured it would be an easy, relaxing day in the woods. But the further I went, the more I started to realize something was off. It wasn't the trail or the weather. It wasn't even the fact that I didn't see many other people. It was the silence. The woods seemed too quiet. Usually, there's some sort of noise, a rustling of leaves, birds calling, insects buzzing. But today there was nothing, just stillness. I shrugged it off. Maybe it was just the time of day, the quiet before the evening rush of animals preparing for nightfall. I told myself I'd be fine. I've hiked alone before. I was confident, but then I made a mistake. I decided to leave the main path for a bit just to explore. There was a small, unmarked trail I noticed, hidden behind some thick bushes. It looked like it would lead somewhere interesting, so I stepped off the main path. Big mistake. I didn't realize at the time how easily I could lose my bearings. I thought I was just taking a small detour, but soon, the trail started to fade. The trees were thicker here, and I couldn't see much of the sky above. I tried to keep track of landmarks, marking trees in my mind as I walked, but the deeper I went, the more everything started to look the same. At first, I wasn't worried. It was just a little detour after all. But then, after what felt like an hour, I looked around and realized I didn't recognize anything. I couldn't see the trail behind me. The trees had closed in, and everything was a blur of green and brown. I stopped, my heart starting to race. I pulled out my phone, hoping to check the map. No signal. Of course, no signal. That's when it hit me, seriously hit me, that I was lost. I tried to stay calm. I had enough water, and I wasn't in immediate danger. I started retracing my steps, but every direction I went seemed to bring me deeper into the woods. The trees were like walls, blocking any chance of seeing the horizon. I had no idea which way to go. I could feel my pulse quicken. This wasn't supposed to happen. I checked my watch. It was past noon now, and I'd been out here for longer than I realized. My stomach growled, but I ignored it. I needed to find my way out, not think about food. I started walking faster, hoping to stumble across a familiar landmark. But the woods had become a maze, and I was losing my sense of direction. Every time I thought I saw something, a break in the trees, a hill up ahead, I'd walk towards it, only to find myself at another dead end. I started feeling panicked, my chest tightening with every step. I had no idea how far I had walked or which direction I was heading. My phone had died, and I had no way to call for help. The sun was starting to dip lower in the sky. I knew I didn't have much time before it would be too dark to see anything. The thought of spending the night out here made my stomach twist with dread. I kept moving. The woods were quieter now, the eerie stillness making my every step seem louder. The shadows grew longer, and my mind started to race, imagining all sorts of worst-case scenarios. Couldn't help it. Every snap of a twig underfoot, every rustle in the underbrush made me jump. I had to keep moving, but my legs were getting heavy, and my body was starting to protest. I found a clearing. At least I thought it was a clearing. There was an area where the trees seemed to thin out, but when I stepped into it, I realized it was just a patch of tall grass and overgrown bushes. There was no path, no way out. I stood there for a moment trying to think, trying to force my brain to focus. But all I could hear was the sound of my own breathing. Felt like hours had passed. My legs were sore, and I had started to lose track of time. The sun was low now, casting long shadows across the landscape. It would be dark soon, and I had no idea where I was. I needed to find shelter, at least for the night. I knew I couldn't keep walking around aimlessly. I had to stop and figure something out. The woods were turning colder, and the last thing I needed was to get hypothermia in the middle of nowhere. I spotted a large rock formation nearby. It wasn't much, but I could take shelter there for the night, at least until I figured out what to do next. I moved towards it, my steps sluggish but determined. As I got closer to the rocks, I saw something that made my stomach drop, a faint trail. It wasn't much, just a line of broken branches and crushed leaves leading towards a slightly clearer path. My heart skipped a beat. Could this be the way out? I cautiously followed the trail, each step more hopeful than the last. The trail was faint, but I could see it now, just enough to follow. I walked faster, adrenaline pushing me forward. The sun was setting, and I didn't have much time. Then suddenly the trees opened up, and I saw it. The main trail, the one I had started on. Couldn't believe it. I had found my way back. I stood there for a moment, just staring at the familiar path, feeling a rush of relief flood over me. I wasn't lost anymore. I was going to make it out. I walked quickly now, my steps lighter, the weight of panic finally lifting from my shoulders. The woods didn't feel as threatening now. The sounds of the forest returned, the rustling of leaves, the calls of birds in the distance. I wasn't alone anymore. The trees didn't feel like walls. They felt like guides, leading me home. By the time I reached the edge of the woods, the stars had started to appear in the sky. I stepped out of the trees and onto a gravel road that led back to the parking lot. I looked up at the sky, feeling a deep sense of gratitude. I had made it out. I had no idea how long I had been lost. Hours, maybe more, but I was safe. The woods were beautiful, but they could be unforgiving. I knew I'd be back, but next time, I'd be more prepared. I'd stick to the path, and I'd never take the forest's quiet for granted again. The day started off like any other hiking trip. The sun was out, there was a slight breeze, and I felt energized. I had set out on my own, hoping to spend the day in the woods, away from the noise and distractions of the city. I knew the trail well enough. It was one I had hiked many times before, but something about today felt different. Maybe it was the strange feeling in the air or how quiet it seemed, even for the woods. I had parked at the base of the mountain, and after double-checking my gear, I started walking down the familiar path. The trees above me blocked out most of the sunlight, and the air was cool and fresh. The crunch of dry leaves beneath my boots was the only sound I could hear, and I began to lose myself in the peaceful rhythm of walking. The first couple of hours went by uneventfully. I stopped at my usual spots to take a break and drink some water. There was something soothing about the isolation. It was just me, the trees, and the winding trail that I knew like the back of my hand. But as I pressed on, things began to change. The trail, which normally felt like a well-worn path, started to get uneven. I noticed that the trail markers were fewer, and the path itself felt less defined. The quietness that had felt peaceful at first now felt oppressive, like the air had thickened around me. First, I shrugged it off. Maybe I was just being paranoid. But then I realized something. I didn't recognize this part of the forest. I had hiked in these woods before, and yet something was off. The trees, the slope of the land, it didn't feel like I was where I thought I was. I stopped and looked around, trying to orient myself. There were no trail markers in sight, and the underbrush around me had grown dense. I turned around and started walking back, but after a few minutes, I realized I hadn't seen anything familiar. The trail that had been so clear before was now completely gone. My heart started to race. I had a map, but I'd left it in the car, thinking I wouldn't need it on a trail I knew so well. Now, the reality of the situation was starting to sink in. I was lost. I took a deep breath and tried to stay calm. I had been in the woods before and knew how to get out. I would retrace my steps, find the trail again, and head back to the car. But after what felt like hours of walking, the forest seemed to stretch on endlessly in all directions. No familiar landmarks, no trail markers, nothing. It was just trees and thick underbrush. I checked my watch, it was just past noon. I thought about making a call, but I had no signal. I couldn't even see a clear path to try and find higher ground to get better reception. I started walking again, moving more carefully now, paying attention to every detail. The sounds of the forest had changed too. What had once been a peaceful hum of birds and distant rustling was now eerily quiet. It felt like everything around me had gone still, holding its breath. The woods were thick, and the sun was now starting to dip below the canopy. Shadows grew longer, and I could feel the temperature beginning to drop. My stomach started to churn. I realized I hadn't eaten anything since breakfast, and the nervousness from being lost was making me feel queasy. I thought about stopping to rest, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. The idea of sitting still in a place I didn't recognize with no clear path back made my skin crawl. So I pushed on, hoping to find something, anything that would help me orient myself. I tried to stay calm, thinking back to everything I had read about survival in the woods. Stay calm, find shelter if necessary, and always keep moving. As the hours passed, I felt my sense of time slip away. The woods around me looked the same. Just endless trees, the occasional rock, and the thick carpet of leaves and moss. The daylight was fading fast, and the temperature dropped further. My breath came out in visible puffs, and I pulled my jacket tighter around my body. I had no choice but to keep moving, hoping to spot a landmark or trail marker soon. But nothing came. The forest just stretched on and on, its endless green layers slowly darkening as the sun set. The shadows seemed to grow longer, and an oppressive silence settled over everything. The only sounds now were my footsteps and the occasional rustle of leaves. I checked my phone again, hoping for a signal, but there was still nothing. It was then that I began to feel the first real pangs of panic. I had read all the survival tips. Don't panic, stay calm, and conserve your energy. But in the back of my mind, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. There was a creeping sense of dread that started to settle over me. The trees were closing in. The path I had once known so well now felt like it was slipping away from me. The quiet had turned into a heavy, suffocating silence. I could hear my own breath, my heart pounding in my chest, and that was it. No birds, no rustling of leaves, no sounds of wildlife. Just me alone in the woods. I thought about trying to make a fire, but I didn't have anything to start one. I didn't even have a flashlight. I had planned on only being out for a few hours, and I hadn't packed anything beyond the basics. I stopped walking and sat down on a large rock. My head was spinning, my thoughts a jumbled mess. I needed to think clearly. If I stayed calm, I could figure this out. But how? My mind raced, trying to come up with a plan, trying to remember the basics of navigation. Should I try to head east? West? I wasn't sure which direction I had been walking in, and the forest around me looked identical in every direction. The map I'd left in the car wasn't going to help me now. My phone was useless. I felt utterly alone. As the hours wore on, the forest darkened completely. I knew I couldn't keep walking through the night, not without any clear sense of where I was going. My best chance of survival now was to find somewhere safe to spend the night and wait until morning. I started looking for a place to shelter, hoping for some kind of natural protection from the elements. A cave, a rock overhang, anything. After what seemed like an eternity of searching, I found a small clearing and decided to stop. There was a fallen tree that provided some shelter from the wind, and I gathered some leaves and branches to make a crude bed. I wrapped my jacket around myself as best I could and tried to settle in, but sleep wouldn't come. The night was silent and cold, and I could feel the fear creeping back in every time I closed my eyes. I spent the night shivering in the clearing, every rustle of leaves or snap of a twig setting me on edge. It felt like hours before the first light of morning broke through the trees. I forced myself to get up, hoping that with the dawn, I would have better luck. The first thing I noticed when the sun came up was the sharpness of the air. The woods seemed less oppressive now, and the morning light gave everything a different perspective. I knew I couldn't stay here any longer. It was time to make one last effort to get out. I didn't plan to get lost. Nobody does, I guess. I was just out for a hike. A simple, straightforward trek through the woods near the cabin I had rented for the weekend. The area was supposed to be well-marked and easy to navigate. That's what all the brochures said. Anyway, the truth turned out to be far different. The morning started calm enough. The air was crisp and smelled like pine, with a faint earthy undertone from the damp soil. I packed light, just a small bottle of water, a granola bar, my phone, and a lightweight jacket. The trailhead was only a 5-minute walk from the cabin, and I set off feeling confident, maybe even a little overconfident. I had done hikes before, longer ones, harder ones. This was supposed to be a breeze. The first hour went smoothly. The trail meandered through a dense forest of fir and spruce, the ground cushioned by layers of fallen needles. I noticed the occasional bird's call, the rustle of small animals in the underbrush, and the quiet, soothing rhythm of my own footsteps. The trail was well worn, with clear markers nailed to the occasional tree. I felt completely at ease. About an hour and a half in, I came to a fork in the trail. There were no signs, just two diverging paths. One looked narrower but seemed to head in the general direction I thought the main trail would go. The other looked wider but less traveled, almost like a service road. I hesitated, glanced at my phone, no signal, and decided to take the narrower path. It felt more hiker-friendly, if that makes sense. That's when things started to go wrong. The trail became less defined as I went on. At first, I thought it was just a section where fewer people walked. But soon, the markers disappeared altogether, and the ground turned uneven, littered with roots and rocks. I told myself it was fine, that I'd find the next marker up ahead. But the farther I walked, the less familiar the terrain became. The trees seemed denser here, their branches knitting together overhead to block out the sunlight. The air felt heavier, more humid. I checked my phone every few minutes, but the signal bar stayed stubbornly empty. By the time I realized I was completely off trail, I had no idea how far I'd wandered. I stopped and tried to retrace my steps, but everything looked the same. Every tree, every patch of underbrush, every fallen log. It all blurred together in an endless green monotony. I walked in what I thought was the direction I'd come from, but after an hour, I ended up in a part of the forest I didn't recognize at all. Panic started to creep in. I told myself to stay calm, to think logically. I still had water and it wasn't dark yet. I could figure this out. I climbed a small hill, hoping to get a better view of the area. At the top, all I could see were trees, stretching endlessly in every direction. No landmarks, no clearings, no sign of civilization. It was as if the forest had swallowed me whole. I decided to keep moving. Staying in one place felt too much like giving up, and I was sure I'd stumble across something familiar eventually. But as the hours dragged on, my confidence dwindled. The forest floor was uneven, and I kept tripping on roots and loose rocks. I'd occasionally hear rustling noises that made my heart pound, though they always turned out to be small animals or birds. Still, the isolation was unnerving. The forest felt alive in a way I hadn't noticed before, as if it were watching me, testing me. By late afternoon, I was exhausted. My water bottle was nearly empty, and I hadn't eaten since breakfast. I found a fallen log to sit on and tried to think. I'd read somewhere that if you're lost in the woods, you should follow water. Streams and rivers often lead to towns or roads. I strained my ears, hoping to catch the sound of running water, but the forest was eerily quiet. Just the occasional rustle of leaves and the distant caw of a crow. When I started walking again, I chose a direction and stuck to it, hoping it would lead me to a stream or at least some kind of clearing. The forest seemed endless. Every step felt like it took me deeper into a maze with no exit. My legs ached, and my throat was dry. The sun was sinking lower, casting long shadows that made the trees look like looming giants. I knew I needed to find shelter before nightfall. The idea of wandering aimlessly in the dark was too terrifying to contemplate. I found a small hollow beneath the roots of an overturned tree and decided it would have to do. It wasn't much, but it offered some protection from the wind. I gathered a few dry leaves and pine needles to sit on and tried to make myself comfortable. The temperature dropped quickly once the sun disappeared, and I wrapped my jacket tightly around myself. Every sound in the darkness made me jump. The snap of a twig, the rustle of leaves, the distant hoot of an owl. Each noise felt amplified, as if the forest itself were alive and aware of my presence. Sleep was impossible. I drifted in and out of a restless doze, constantly jolted awake by the cold or an unfamiliar sound. The night seemed to stretch on forever. When the first light of dawn finally seeped through the trees, I felt a surge of relief. The forest looked less menacing in the daylight, though my situation was no less dire. I forced myself to eat the granola bar, even though my stomach churned with anxiety. The calories gave me a small boost of energy, and I started walking again. My legs felt like lead, and every step was an effort. I'd lost all sense of direction by this point. The forest seemed to twist and shift around me, as if it were deliberately trying to confuse me. Around midday, I stumbled across a stream. Relief flooded through me. The water was clear and cold, and I drank greedily, cupping it in my hands. I followed the stream, hoping it would lead to a larger river or some sign of civilization. The terrain was rough, with steep banks and thick underbrush, but I pushed on. The thought of finding a way out kept me moving. Hours passed. The stream widened slightly but showed no signs of leading anywhere useful. My legs were covered in scratches from brambles, and my clothes were damp from slipping on mossy rocks. I was beginning to lose hope when I spotted something up ahead, a man-made structure. It was small and weathered, almost camouflaged by the surrounding trees. As I got closer, I realized it was an old hunting cabin. The cabin was little more than a wooden shack, its walls warped and roof sagging. The door was ajar, hanging on rusted hinges. Inside, it was dark and musty, with a single broken chair and a pile of rotting firewood. But to me, it felt like salvation. I could at least rest here, maybe figure out my next move. I spent the night in the cabin, grateful for the relative safety it offered. The roof leaked, and the wind howled through the cracks, but it was better than the open forest. In the morning, I searched the cabin for anything useful. I found an old tin canteen, which I filled with water from the stream, and a rusted hunting knife. It wasn't much, but it felt like a lifeline. I decided to follow the stream again, reasoning that it was still my best chance of finding help. The journey was grueling. The forest seemed to stretch on endlessly, the trees pressing in from all sides. But late in the afternoon, I heard a sound that made my heart leap, the distant hum of traffic. I followed the noise, my pace quickening despite my exhaustion. The trees began to thin, and then finally I saw it, a road. Stumbling onto the asphalt, I felt a wave of relief so overwhelming that I almost collapsed. A passing car stopped, and the driver, a middle-aged man with a concerned expression, helped me into his vehicle. He gave me water and called for help. As we drove to the nearest town, I looked back at the forest, its edges fading into the distance. I'd survived, but I knew I'd never set foot in those woods again. It started as a typical Saturday. The air was cool but not cold, the kind of weather that's perfect for getting outside. I'd been feeling cooped up lately, stuck in the routine of work and home, so I decided to head out to the woods for a long hike. There's a trailhead about 30 minutes from my house that I'd heard about but never explored, so I thought, why not? A day out in nature sounded perfect. The trail was supposed to be a loop, about 10 miles long, well-marked and beginner-friendly. I packed a small backpack with the essentials: water, a granola bar, my phone, a portable charger, and a small first aid kit. I'd planned to be back well before sunset. I even checked the weather. No rain was in the forecast. Everything seemed like it would go smoothly. When I arrived at the parking lot, there were only a few other cars there. The trailhead was marked by a wooden sign with a map of the loop. I snapped a picture of it on my phone, just in case, and set off. The first few miles were beautiful. The path wound through tall pine trees, their scent sharp and fresh in the cool air. Birds chirped overhead, and I could hear the faint rustle of squirrels in the underbrush. The trail was as easy as promised, and I felt a sense of peace I hadn't experienced in weeks. Around mile 4, I came to a fork in the trail. One path was clearly marked with a sign indicating it was the continuation of the loop. The other path was unmarked but looked well-trodden. Curious, I decided to take the unmarked path. I figured it might lead to a scenic overlook or something similar. I'd read online that some trails had hidden gems like that, and I didn't want to miss out. The unmarked path was narrower and less maintained, but it wasn't difficult to navigate. It twisted and turned through the woods, and after about 20 minutes, I realized I hadn't seen any signs or markers. I hadn't come across anyone else either. Still, I wasn't too worried. I had my phone with the trail map picture, and I could always backtrack if needed. As I walked, the trees seemed to grow denser. The sunlight that had been filtering through the canopy became dimmer, and the air felt cooler. I noticed I was descending slightly, the ground sloping downward. Eventually, I reached a small clearing. It wasn't anything remarkable, just a patch of grass surrounded by trees, but it gave me a chance to check my bearings. I pulled out my phone to look at the picture of the trail map. That's when I realized I had no service, not even a single bar. I wasn't surprised. I'd read that cell reception could be spotty in the area. Still, it was a bit unnerving. I tried to match the picture of the map to where I thought I was, but without any markers or landmarks, it was hard to tell. I decided to head back the way I'd come. If I retraced my steps, I'd eventually find the main trail. But as I started back, nothing looked familiar. The trees all seemed the same, and the twists and turns of the path didn't match my memory. I must have taken a wrong turn at some point because after walking for what felt like 30 minutes, I still hadn't reached the fork in the trail. Anxiety began to creep in. I tried to stay calm, telling myself it was just a matter of time before I found my way back. Another hour passed. My legs were starting to ache, and my water bottle was half empty. I stopped to rest on a fallen log and tried to think logically. I hadn't seen anyone else since I'd left the main trail, and the sun was noticeably lower in the sky. The thought of being out here after dark made my stomach churn. I decided to keep moving, hoping I'd stumble upon the main trail or at least a recognizable landmark. As I walked, I started to notice how quiet it was. The birds had stopped chirping, and even the rustling of squirrels was absent. The only sound was the crunch of my boots on the leaf-covered ground. The stillness made me feel even more isolated. I tried to push the unease out of my mind and focused on putting one foot in front of the other. The terrain became rougher. The path I was following, if it could even be called a path, was faint and overgrown. Branches snagged at my clothes, and I had to duck under low-hanging limbs. My heart sank when I realized I was heading uphill. I had no idea how far I'd descended earlier, but climbing back up was exhausting. I'd stop every few minutes to catch my breath and sip water, each break feeling shorter than the last. By the time the sun dipped below the horizon, I knew I was in trouble. The temperature dropped quickly, and the woods grew darker. I fumbled to pull out my phone and turn on the flashlight. The beam of light was small and weak, but it was better than nothing. I scanned the area, hoping to spot something, anything that would guide me back. Instead, all I saw were trees. I kept walking, the flashlight shaking slightly in my hand. Every rustle of leaves or snap of a twig made me jump. I told myself it was just the wind or a small animal, but my imagination was running wild. I'd never felt so vulnerable. The woods that had seemed peaceful and inviting earlier now felt hostile, as if they were closing in on me. At some point, I tripped over a root and fell hard onto my hands and knees. My phone slipped out of my grasp and landed face down in the dirt. When I picked it up, the screen was cracked, but the flashlight still worked. I'd scraped my palms and knees, and though the injuries weren't serious, they stung. I brushed off the dirt and stood up, my legs trembling from exhaustion and fear. I knew I couldn't keep wandering aimlessly. I needed to find shelter and wait for daylight. I remembered reading somewhere that if you're lost, it's better to stay in one place than to keep moving. I found a spot beneath a large tree where the ground was relatively flat and cleared away some of the leaves. Sitting there in the dark, I felt utterly alone. The night was cold, and I regretted not bringing a jacket. I wrapped my arms around myself and tried to stay warm. Sleep was impossible. Every sound, the rustle of leaves, the hoot of an owl, the distant howling of what I hoped was a dog, kept me on edge. Time seemed to crawl. I kept checking my phone, but the battery was draining fast. I turned off the flashlight to conserve power, plunging myself into darkness. It was terrifying, but I knew I'd need the light in the morning. When dawn finally broke, the relief was overwhelming. The pale light revealed the forest around me, and I felt a renewed sense of determination. I decided to head downhill, reasoning that it might lead to a stream or road. As I walked, I kept an eye out for anything useful. A clearing, a trail marker, or even litter that might indicate people had been here before. After what felt like hours, I heard the faint sound of running water. My heart leapt. I followed the sound and eventually came to a small stream. Kneeling beside it, I drank deeply, grateful for the cool water. I knew streams often lead to larger bodies of water or settlements, so I decided to follow it. The stream's course was winding and difficult to navigate, but it gave me hope. Around midday, I came across a crude fire pit with charred wood. Someone had been here. It wasn't much, but it was the first sign of human presence I'd seen. Encouraged, I pressed on. By late afternoon, I stumbled upon a dirt road. It was narrow and overgrown, but it was a road. I followed it, my energy flagging with each step. Just as the sun began to set, I saw a cabin in the distance. Smoke curled from the chimney, and a truck was parked outside. Relief washed over me, and I felt tears sting my eyes. Reaching the cabin, I knocked on the door, my hand trembling. A man answered, his expression a mix of surprise and concern. He listened as I explained what had happened and offered me water and a place to rest. He said he'd call the park rangers to report my situation. Sitting in that warm cabin, wrapped in a blanket, I felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. I'd made mistakes, leaving the main trail, not bringing enough supplies, but I'd survived. The experience left me shaken, but it also taught me a hard lesson about respecting nature and being prepared. I knew I'd never take a simple hike for granted again. I've always loved hiking. It's a way for me to clear my head and feel like I'm part of something bigger. Being surrounded by towering trees and the quiet hum of nature, it's grounding. So when I got a rare free weekend, I decided to tackle a trail I'd never done before. I found one online, about a 2-hour drive from my apartment, that promised stunning views and a challenging route. It was marked as a loop about 8 miles long, perfect for a day hike. I packed everything I thought I'd need. My hiking boots were well broken in, and I threw on a light jacket since the forecast said it might get chilly later. My backpack held the usual: a water bottle, some trail mix, a sandwich, a flashlight, a map I'd printed out, and my phone with a portable charger. I even packed a small first aid kit just in case. Felt good to be prepared. The drive out there was peaceful. The road wound through small towns and stretches of farmland before transitioning into dense forest. By the time I pulled into the gravel parking lot at the trailhead, it was mid-morning. There were only a few other cars there, which was fine by me. I've always preferred hiking alone. It's quieter that way. The trail started off easy enough. The path was well marked, and the ground was packed dirt with only a few scattered roots and rocks. Birds chirped above, and the air smelled fresh, like damp earth and pine. I kept a steady pace, stopping now and then to take a sip of water or snap a photo of something interesting. A cluster of mushrooms, sunlight filtering through the trees, a tiny creek that wound its way over smooth stones. About 2 hours in, the trail started to climb. It wasn't anything too steep, but it was enough to make my legs burn a little. The trees thinned out as I gained elevation, and I started to get glimpses of the landscape beyond. Rolling hills stretched out in every direction, their colors muted by the haze of late morning. It was exactly what I'd hoped for. Somewhere around the halfway point, I stopped for lunch. There was a flat rock just off the trail that offered a nice view, so I sat down and pulled out my sandwich. The quiet was almost complete, broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves or distant bird call. I ate slowly, savoring the peace. After I finished, I checked the map again. According to it, the trail should loop back around soon, gradually descending until it met up with the path I'd started on. I felt confident. The trail was well marked, and I'd been paying attention. So I packed up my things and started walking again. That's when things started to feel off. The trail, which had been so clear earlier, seemed less defined. The dirt path was still there, but it was narrower and the underbrush was thicker. I told myself it was fine. Trails change sometimes, especially in less trafficked areas. I kept going, but the further I walked, the more uncertain I became. The trees seemed closer together, their branches forming a canopy that blocked out most of the sunlight. The ground was uneven, with roots and rocks that forced me to watch every step. I pulled out the map again, trying to match what I was seeing to the lines and symbols on the paper. Nothing looked right. I told myself to stay calm. Panicking wouldn't help. I'd been hiking for years, and I'd gotten turned around before. The best thing to do was backtrack. So I turned around and started walking the way I'd come. Only it didn't look like the way I'd come. The trail I'd been following had vanished, replaced by a tangle of bushes and uneven ground. I stopped and turned in a slow circle, trying to find something familiar. A tree with a distinctive shape, a rock formation. Anything. There was nothing. I took a deep breath and forced myself to think logically. I couldn't have gone far off the main trail. If I kept heading in one direction, I'd either find the trail again or come out somewhere recognizable. I picked what I thought was the most likely direction and started walking. Minutes turned into an hour. The forest seemed endless, the trees all blending together in a monotony of brown and green. The underbrush clawed at my legs, and I had to push through branches that seemed to grab at my jacket. I checked my phone, hoping to use the GPS, but there was no signal. The map was useless without a clear point of reference. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, I started to feel the first real stirrings of fear. I was lost, really, truly lost, and the forest, which had felt so peaceful that morning, now seemed menacing. Every rustle of leaves made me jump, and the shadows stretched long and dark across the ground. I tried to focus on practicalities. I had enough water and food to last until morning if I rationed carefully. My jacket would keep me warm enough, and I had a flashlight for when it got dark. I just needed to find a safe place to wait until morning. Then I could try again to find my way out. I found a spot that seemed as good as any, a small clearing with a fallen tree I could sit on. I used the last bit of daylight to gather some dry leaves and sticks to make a small fire. It wasn't much, but the flickering flames made me feel a little less alone. The night was long. The forest came alive with sounds. The hoot of an owl, the distant cry of some animal I couldn't identify, the rustle of something moving through the underbrush. I'd never felt so exposed. Every noise seemed amplified, and I found myself clutching the flashlight like it was a weapon. When morning finally came, I felt a surge of relief. The light made everything seem less threatening, though I was still no closer to knowing where I was. I decided to keep moving. Staying in one place wouldn't get me anywhere, and I figured if I kept heading downhill, I might find a stream or road. Hours passed. The forest was unrelenting. My legs ached, and my throat was dry despite my efforts to conserve water. I started to feel the edges of desperation. I yelled out a few times, hoping someone might hear me, but the only response was the echo of my own voice. It wasn't until late afternoon that I found something that gave me hope. A faint trail, barely more than a game path, but a trail nonetheless. I followed it, my heart pounding with a mix of hope and fear. After what felt like an eternity, the trail opened up onto a dirt road. I almost cried with relief. The road was narrow and rough, clearly not well used, but it was a sign of civilization. I started walking, sticking to one side in case a car came by. The sun was low in the sky, and I knew I needed to find help soon. Just as the last light was fading, I saw a cabin. It was small and weathered, tucked back from the road, but there was smoke rising from the chimney. I stumbled up to the door and knocked, my voice hoarse as I called out. An older man opened the door, his expression a mix of surprise and concern. I must have looked terrible, dirty, scratched up, and exhausted. He didn't ask many questions, just ushered me inside and handed me a glass of water. I explained what had happened as best I could, and he nodded, saying the forest could be tricky if you didn't know it well. He let me use his phone to call for help, and soon enough, a local ranger arrived to take me back to my car. As I sat in the passenger seat, watching the forest fade into the distance, I felt a wave of gratitude. I'd made it out. The experience had shaken me, but it also reminded me of the importance of respecting nature's power. I haven't stopped hiking, but I'm more cautious now. I double-check my gear, stick to well-marked trails, and always let someone know where I'm going. The forest is beautiful, but it's not forgiving. I learned that the hard way. I was alone in the woods, far away from any familiar landmarks. I hadn't planned for this. I had been out on a day hike in a national park, intending to follow a marked trail, but curiosity got the better of me. I had spotted what looked like a shortcut through a narrow path and decided to take it. At first, it seemed harmless, a slight detour that would circle back to the main trail. But the more I walked, the less familiar everything looked, and soon, I realized I had no idea where I was. The sun was already low in the sky when I first felt the pangs of worry. The tall trees around me formed a dense canopy, and their shadows grew longer by the minute. I checked my phone for GPS, but I had no signal. Panic started to creep in, but I reminded myself to stay calm. I had read about situations like this. Panic was the enemy. I needed to focus. I tried retracing my steps, but everything looked the same. Every tree, every patch of ground seemed identical to the last. My footprints didn't stand out much on the packed dirt, and I hadn't thought to bring anything to mark my path. I realized I had been wandering deeper into the forest, not out of it. My water bottle was half empty, and I had a granola bar in my pocket, but that was it. I hadn't planned for an extended trip. As darkness set in, I knew I had to find shelter. The temperature was dropping quickly, and I wasn't dressed for the cold. I found a spot under a large tree with low-hanging branches and gathered some fallen leaves and pine needles to create a makeshift bed. It wasn't much, but it was better than lying on the bare ground. I wrapped my jacket tightly around me and tried to rest, but every sound, the rustle of leaves, the distant hoot of an owl, even my own breathing, kept me on edge. My thoughts raced as I tried to figure out what to do next. When dawn finally broke, I felt a small surge of relief. The daylight made everything seem less threatening. I decided to keep moving in one direction, hoping it would lead me to a road or a stream, anything that could guide me back to civilization. I had read that following water often leads to people, so I listened intently for the sound of running water as I walked. Hours passed and my legs grew tired. The forest seemed endless, stretching in every direction with no sign of a way out. I came across a patch of berries and, after carefully inspecting them, decided they were safe to eat. They were tart and didn't do much to satisfy my hunger, but they gave me a small boost of energy. My throat was dry, and I rationed the little water I had left. I kept walking, scanning the ground for animal tracks or anything that might indicate human activity. Occasionally, I'd come across a broken branch or an unusual rock formation, but nothing concrete. The second night was worse than the first. I had been walking all day and found no sign of rescue. Exhaustion weighed heavily on me, and my body ached from sleeping on the ground. I found another spot to rest, this time near a cluster of large rocks that offered some protection from the wind. I used my jacket as a pillow and tried to stay warm, but the cold seeped into my bones. I thought about my family, wondering if they had realized I was missing yet. I hadn't told anyone exactly where I was going, a mistake I deeply regretted. The next morning, I decided to change my approach. I started looking for higher ground, thinking I might spot a landmark or at least get a better view of the terrain. After hours of climbing, I reached a hilltop and scanned the horizon. To my disappointment, all I saw were more trees. No roads, no buildings, no sign of human life. The forest seemed to stretch on forever. I tried to stay positive, telling myself that someone would find me eventually. But the gnawing hunger and dehydration were taking their toll. My movements grew slower, and my thoughts became muddled. I focused on small goals to keep myself going. Find water, find food, find shelter. I stumbled upon a small stream later that day and nearly cried with relief. I drank deeply, savoring the cool, clean water. It gave me the strength to keep moving. Days blurred together. I lost track of time as I wandered through the forest. I found more berries and even some edible plants, but it wasn't enough to keep me strong. My clothes were dirty and torn, my skin scratched and bruised. I had learned to tune out the forest sounds, but I remained alert for anything unusual. Occasionally, I'd think I heard distant voices or the hum of a motor, but it was always a trick of the wind or my desperate imagination. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I saw something that made my heart leap. A broken fence post, weathered and covered in moss, stood at the edge of a clearing. It was a small sign of human presence, but it gave me hope. I followed the faint trail it marked, pushing through thick underbrush and stepping over fallen logs. The trail became clearer as I went, and soon I saw a dirt path winding through the trees. The path led me to an old cabin, its wood weathered and gray. It looked abandoned, but it was a sign that I was close to civilization. I approached cautiously, peering through the dusty windows. Inside, I saw a few pieces of broken furniture and an old stove. It didn't look like anyone had been there in years, but it was shelter. I decided to rest there for the night, grateful for the roof over my head. The next morning, I followed the dirt path further, hoping it would lead me to a road. After hours of walking, I finally saw a glimmer of asphalt through the trees. I almost ran toward it, my legs shaky with relief. When I reached the road, I collapsed to my knees, overwhelmed with emotion. A few minutes later, I heard the rumble of an engine and saw a truck approaching. I waved frantically, and the driver stopped, looking at me with concern. They gave me water and called for help. Soon, I was sitting in the back of an ambulance, wrapped in a blanket and sipping warm tea. The paramedics told me I was lucky to be alive, and I couldn't agree more. I learned a lot about myself during those days in the forest, about my resilience and will to survive. But more than anything, I learned never to underestimate the wilderness again. It all started with a simple hike, something I'd done countless times before. I had always loved being out in nature, far from the noise of the city. My friends and family all knew me as the one who'd take off for hours on a trail, finding solace in the quiet of the forest. But this time, everything would change. It was a cool morning in late autumn when I decided to take on a more challenging route. The weather was crisp, and the leaves crunched beneath my boots. The forest was alive with the sound of wind rustling through the branches, and the distant calls of birds, their wings slicing through the air in long, fluid arcs. I loved the stillness of it all, and I had planned for a good few hours of solitude. The trail I chose was a well-known path near a local mountain, marked by signs and maps posted in the park. It wasn't too difficult, but it was a longer route, winding through dense trees and rocky outcrops, leading toward a lookout point. The whole area was familiar to me, and I felt confident that I knew the path well. The first couple of hours passed without incident. I admired the beauty of the trees as they slowly turned shades of orange and red, the forest alive with color. The air was sharp, biting against my skin, but it felt invigorating. I had brought along a water bottle, a light jacket, and a small pack with some snacks. I was in good spirits, moving at a steady pace as I crossed streams and climbed small hills, listening to the crunch of fallen leaves underfoot. But then, somewhere after the fourth hour of walking, something strange happened. I took a turn that I didn't remember taking. The path ahead seemed unfamiliar, and for the first time, I felt a knot of unease twist in my stomach. I stopped and glanced around, trying to find a landmark that might jog my memory, but the woods all looked the same. The trees, the rocks, the terrain, all had blended into a quiet monotony. I checked my map, trying to orient myself. I should have been nearing the lookout point by now, but there was no sign of it. The trail markers that should have been there were missing. In fact, I hadn't seen a signpost in over 20 minutes. That's when panic started to rise in the back of my throat. I thought I had taken a wrong turn at some point, but I wasn't sure exactly where. At that moment, I told myself to stay calm. I retraced my steps, hoping to find something familiar, but the forest around me seemed to have shifted. Everything was too quiet, and I realized how distant the sounds of wildlife had become. The birds that had been so vocal earlier were now silent. Even the wind had died down, leaving an oppressive stillness in the air. I checked my phone, hoping for some GPS service, but the screen just flashed, no signal. My stomach twisted in a knot. I had always been told that the phone was useless out here, but I hadn't expected it to happen to me. I was usually so prepared. Minutes passed and I kept walking. The trees were taller here, and the ground underfoot had become uneven, with thick roots snaking across the dirt. I climbed over rocks and ducked under branches, trying to force my way back to the path. My legs were beginning to ache, but I told myself I couldn't panic yet. I just made a wrong turn. If I stayed calm, I'd find my way back. But as the hours dragged on, I started to realize how much time had passed. I hadn't intended to stay out this long. The daylight was fading now, casting long, haunting shadows across the forest floor. The last thing I wanted was to be stuck in the woods when night fell. I tried to keep my mind occupied by thinking through my options. If I retraced my steps, I would eventually find something familiar, right? That's what I kept telling myself. But the trees seemed to be closing in, and there was no sign of the path anymore. There was only the dense forest surrounding me, its silence growing louder with every step. As I walked, I started to notice small things that had escaped my attention earlier. The sharp smell of pine, the way the wind moved through the branches, making a soft, eerie rustling noise. My footsteps sounded louder now, as if the forest was listening. I reached a clearing and paused to catch my breath. The sun was almost gone, and the darkening sky seemed to press in on me. I had no idea where I was anymore. The trees around me had grown so thick that I could barely see the sky above. My mind raced, and I started thinking about the last time I had seen another person, heard another voice. It had been hours, hadn't it? I was all alone. I sat down on a rock, trying to think logically. What should I do? If I kept walking, I might find my way out, or I could make things worse. I decided I needed to stop and rest for a moment, maybe try to get my bearings. I took a few deep breaths, reminding myself that I had the skills to survive. This wasn't a life or death situation, at least not yet. The night settled in quickly, and the temperature dropped. I could see my breath now, misting in the cold air. I took a swig of water from my bottle and dug around in my pack for a snack. The small comforts helped to calm me down, but the growing darkness outside made it hard to shake the unease that had settled in my chest. I tried to get some sleep, lying down on the rock, but every rustle in the trees kept me awake. The forest had changed. It wasn't the peaceful, serene place I remembered. It felt alive now, watching, waiting. I tried to focus on the night sounds, the occasional distant rustle of animals, the soft calls of owls, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. Morning came slowly, the first light creeping over the horizon. I was exhausted but determined. I stood up, stiff from the cold, and started walking again. I needed to find the trail, or at least a way out. As I walked, the first light of day revealed the trees in their full, towering splendor. The path was still missing, but there were signs of wildlife now. Tracks in the mud, a few fresh deer hoof prints. I pressed on, more focused now. I was alone, but I had to stay focused. I had no choice. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I spotted something. A trail marker, half covered by underbrush. I hurried over to it, my heart racing. I had found it, the trail. I cleared the brush away, and there it was. A familiar wooden post with a bright yellow arrow pointing to the right. I was back on track. I didn't stop to celebrate. Instead, I moved quickly, knowing I couldn't afford to lose the path again. The trail wound through the forest, but now it felt more familiar. The signs came back, and I could hear the distant sounds of traffic. I wasn't far from the park entrance. As I rounded a bend, I saw a small clearing up ahead. I pushed through the final stretch, and there it was, the parking lot just as I had remembered it. I had made it out. It felt like a weight had lifted from my chest as I stepped into the open air. The sun was up now, casting its warmth across the land. I had spent over 15 hours in the woods, and yet I had made it. The relief was overwhelming, and I almost laughed, despite the exhaustion that threatened to consume me. I learned a valuable lesson that day. Sometimes, even when you know the woods like the back of your hand, the forest has a way of making you question everything. But as long as you stay calm and keep moving forward, there's always a way out. The sun had just begun to dip behind the treeline when I realized I was lost. It didn't hit me all at once. I knew I'd taken a wrong turn somewhere, but I figured I'd loop back around eventually. After all, this was just a hike in the woods, not some life or death situation, right? I had my backpack, some water, and the trail map. But now, standing in the middle of the woods with the trees pressing in all around me, I could feel panic start to claw at my chest. My breathing picked up, but I forced myself to calm down. I'd been on plenty of hikes, and I knew the general rules of the forest. Stay calm, stay put, and think. But how long had I been walking? Felt like hours. My watch reads 7:45 p.m., and it was already getting dark. I couldn't believe I'd let myself get so far off course. The woods, which had felt so welcoming earlier, now felt hostile. The shadows between the trees were thick, and the evening air had a bite to it. The light was fading fast. I pulled out the map, squinting at it in the dim light. My fingers traced the thin lines, trying to make sense of the confusing maze of trails. I had been following a path that led to a waterfall, or so I thought. But now, with no trail markers in sight and nothing familiar around me, I had no idea where I was. The map seemed useless. Maybe it was the fading light, or maybe it was my nerves getting to me, but nothing looked right. I took a deep breath and started walking again, hoping I'd stumble upon something familiar. The crunch of dead leaves underfoot was the only sound I could hear, aside from the occasional rustle of wind through the trees. There was no distant hum of traffic, no far-off voices, nothing to remind me that the world outside this forest still existed. It felt like I was the only person on Earth. The trees were dense here, their trunks thick and gnarled, their branches twisting overhead like the fingers of some giant, unseen hand. I pushed through the underbrush, my hands brushing against the rough bark of the trees, trying to find some sort of landmark. It didn't help that it was starting to get colder. I zipped up my jacket, but the chill still seeped in, making me shiver. My breath came in quick, visible puffs, and I felt the weight of my backpack become more noticeable with every step. After a while, I began to wonder if I was going in circles. There was nothing here that seemed familiar, and no signs of a trail. My gut told me something wasn't right, but I didn't know what to do about it. I thought about the flashlight in my backpack, but it seemed like such a small comfort. If I was really lost, a flashlight wouldn't help me get out of the woods. It was just a way to delay the inevitable. I looked up at the sky. The last remnants of daylight were quickly fading, and the first stars were starting to twinkle. I wasn't sure how much longer I could keep walking before it got completely dark. I needed to make a decision. Either find a way out or hunker down and wait it out until morning. But even as I thought about setting up camp for the night, the idea of staying out here alone with no fire, no shelter, felt terrifying. I had no choice but to keep moving. I wasn't ready to admit that I was really lost, but deep down, I knew I had to act quickly. It was getting darker with each passing minute, and the thought of being out here alone, in the pitch black of the forest, made my skin crawl. I continued walking, hoping I would find something, anything, that would tell me I was going in the right direction. But the forest just seemed to stretch on endlessly. Every direction looked the same, and I could feel my sense of direction slipping away. My heart started to race as I imagined what could happen if I didn't find my way out soon. The air felt heavier now, the silence unnerving. Not even the birds were chirping anymore. After what felt like hours, I stopped to catch my breath. My legs ached, and I could feel a bead of sweat trickling down my forehead, despite the cold. I pulled out my map again, trying to force my mind to focus. Maybe if I retraced my steps, I could find the trail again. I was just about to fold the map up and start walking when I heard it. A crack, a snap of a twig breaking in the distance. I froze, my breath caught in my throat, and for a moment, all I could hear was the pounding of my own heartbeat in my ears. The sound was faint but distinct, and it didn't belong to the usual nighttime creatures. I was alone in this part of the woods, at least I had been. I wasn't sure what it was, but I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. The sound didn't come again, and for a moment I convinced myself it was just an animal. A deer, maybe, but the longer I stood there, the more I felt a sense of unease settle in. The woods were too quiet, too still. The wind had died down completely, leaving only the rustling of my own movements. I pushed forward, trying to ignore the fear creeping into my thoughts. I had to find a way out. I couldn't afford to stay here much longer. The sky had darkened completely, and the forest was now a maze of shadows. The flashlight in my backpack was more of a comfort now, and I decided to turn it on. The beam of light cut through the darkness, illuminating the path ahead, but it only seemed to make the night feel more oppressive. The trees loomed even taller, the shadows deeper, and then I saw it, a flicker of movement in the corner of my vision. Figure, person, it was just a shadow in the distance, barely visible in the beam of my flashlight. My heart skipped a beat, and I froze again. There was no way anyone else was out here. The thought of someone else in these woods, especially at this time of night, was unsettling. But I didn't have time to think about it. The figure was gone, disappearing into the trees as quickly as it had appeared. I stood there for a moment, frozen, listening. My breath came in short, rapid gasps, but all I could hear was the quiet rustle of the trees. I knew I couldn't stand still for much longer, couldn't let fear take over. I forced myself to keep walking. With every step, the woods seemed to press in tighter around me. My flashlight beam bounced off tree trunks and branches, but there was nothing to give me any sense of direction. The forest felt endless, and I began to wonder if I would ever find my way out. Then, in the distance, I saw it, a faint glow through the trees. It was small, but it was there. At first, I thought it might be my mind playing tricks on me, but the longer I stared, the more I realized it was real. A light, a fire, maybe a campsite. I moved toward it, hope rising in my chest. As I got closer, the glow became clearer. It wasn't a fire, but a flashlight, swinging back and forth, like someone was searching for something. I slowed my pace, trying not to make a sound. The last thing I wanted was to startle whoever was out there. I rounded a bend in the path and finally saw them. Two people standing by a small campfire, their backs to me. They were bundled up in jackets, huddled close to the warmth of the flames. Couldn't believe it. Other people. I wasn't alone. I stepped forward carefully, making my presence known. The sound of my footsteps crunching on the leaves made them turn. When they saw me, their faces lit up with recognition. "Hey!" one of them called out. "You lost." I nodded, too relieved to speak for a moment. I had found someone. I wasn't alone anymore. It turned out they were just a couple of hikers who had gotten turned around, just like me. They had been wandering the woods for hours, trying to find the right trail. We shared our stories, and they offered me some of their food and water. It wasn't much, but it felt like the best meal I had ever had. They helped me figure out where we were on the map, and together we managed to find the trail that would lead us back to the parking lot. The hike back was long, but with them there, it felt less terrifying. By the time we reached the parking lot, it was nearly midnight. I was exhausted, but I was alive, and I had made it through the night. The woods had tried to swallow me whole, but in the end, I had found my way out, and sometimes that was all you could ask for. I never expected a simple hike would turn into a nightmare. I had planned the trip carefully, knowing the trail well enough. I had done this hike many times before, yet nothing could have prepared me for what happened that day. It was a crisp morning when I set off, a light breeze making the leaves rustle, and the sun just starting to break through the trees. The trailhead was familiar, an easy path that wound through the woods with a few gentle inclines. I was by myself, something I often preferred when I wanted time to think, to be alone. The air smelled fresh, like pine and damp earth, and I felt at peace, as I always did when I was out here. For the first few miles, everything went as expected. I passed the old oak that marked the halfway point and smiled, remembering the countless times I had reached that spot, thinking to myself, almost there. But today, as I moved forward, something felt off. At first, it was a small thing, just a nagging feeling at the back of my mind. The path was a little harder to see, and the markers weren't as clear as they should have been. I told myself it was nothing, just my mind playing tricks. By the time I had reached what I thought was the turning point of the trail, things had begun to feel strange. The trees seemed to close in around me, the shadows deeper, and the sounds of the forest quieter. The usual chirping of birds had faded, replaced by an eerie silence that made me uneasy. I stopped and looked around. The path behind me was still visible, but the one ahead, it wasn't as clear as it should have been. There were no more trail markers, just a faint impression of where the path had once been. I took a deep breath and pushed forward, hoping that I had just misjudged the trail. But as I walked, I began to notice something worse. No matter how far I went, I wasn't seeing any new landmarks. The trees all looked the same. The rocks, the moss-covered ground beneath my feet, they all blended together. And then it happened. I turned a corner and saw the same old oak again, the one I had passed a while ago. Panic shot through me. I had been walking for hours. There was no way I could have ended up back here. My heart started pounding. I retraced my steps in a hurried panic, hoping I was just confused. But the same trees, the same rocks, the same view greeted me again and again. The path was gone, swallowed up by the thick woods, and I had no idea where I was. The daylight began to fade, casting long shadows across the forest floor. The air was growing cooler. I had no choice but to keep moving, but every step I took only seemed to pull me deeper into the woods. The trees, now twisted and gnarled, seemed to lean in closer as if they were watching me, waiting. I felt the weight of the darkness pressing on me, suffocating. I needed to find my way out. I needed to get back to the trail. But no matter which way I turned, the landscape remained eerily identical, with no signs of civilization, no signs of life beyond the suffocating woods around me. By now, I had been walking for what felt like an eternity. My legs ached, my water was long gone, and my stomach growled with hunger. I had lost track of time, but I knew I couldn't afford to stop. If I didn't find my way out soon, I would be in serious trouble. But every step felt like a mistake. Every direction I tried, I found myself back at square one, the same twisted trees and rocks mocking me. The forest had taken on a life of its own. I could hear things moving in the underbrush, snapping twigs and brushing against the ground. But when I turned to look, nothing was there. A part of me screamed to run, to get away from whatever was lurking out there. But I knew that would only make things worse. Panicking never helped anyone. As the sun set behind the thick canopy, the last remnants of light slipped away, and night enveloped the woods. The sounds of the forest grew louder now. Strange noises, distant rustlings, the cries of animals I couldn't recognize. I pulled my jacket tighter around me and kept walking, even though I had no idea where I was going. I knew I couldn't stop. If I did, I might never find my way again. Hours seemed to pass. My legs were heavy, my feet sore, but the adrenaline pushed me forward. I had to keep moving, But then something strange happened. After what felt like an eternity, I stumbled upon a clearing. It was small, a patch of soft grass surrounded by thick trees. And in the center, a small stream flowed, the sound of running water oddly comforting. I knelt by the stream, drinking greedily from the cool water, and for the first time in what felt like forever, I allowed myself to sit. I couldn't afford to sleep, but I needed rest. I needed to clear my head. As I sat there, I realized something that made my stomach twist. There was no sign of the trail, no markers, no well-worn path. The forest had swallowed it whole. I had no idea how far I was from the nearest road, no idea how to even get back to civilization. But at that moment, I wasn't thinking about that. I was thinking about survival. The night grew colder, and the sounds of the forest grew louder. There was something out there, something just beyond the trees. I could feel its presence, the air thick with the sense of something watching me. But I didn't dare look. I just huddled there by the stream, too tired to do anything else. My mind was blurry, a mixture of exhaustion and fear. Suddenly, I heard it, a faint rustling in the trees, too close for comfort. My heart leapt in my chest. I had no weapon, no way of defending myself, just a backpack full of supplies that wouldn't last much longer. And then, to my horror, the rustling stopped, and I heard footsteps, slow, deliberate, crunching through the underbrush. The kind of steps you don't hear unless someone or something is close. My breath caught in my throat. I didn't know what to do. There was nowhere to run. The forest had swallowed every path, every direction, and now it felt like it was closing in on me. I pressed my back against a tree, hoping whatever was out there would move on, that I wasn't the target. Then I heard a voice, a human voice, soft and distant, but unmistakable. "Hello?" The voice called, weak but real. "Is anyone out there?" I froze. There was someone else here? A person, not whatever had been stalking me. The voice called out again, this time louder, desperate. "Please help. I'm lost too." Without thinking, I pushed myself to my feet and began running toward the sound. The voice, though distant, guided me through the darkness. The more I ran, the more I realized how much I had been listening for that sound of another human being. I pushed through the underbrush, the dense forest almost fighting me as I moved forward. My heart was pounding in my chest, and every crack of a twig, every rustle of leaves felt like something right on my heels. But I didn't care. There was someone here, someone who could help. Finally, I broke through the trees into a small clearing. And there she was, a woman, crouched on the ground, her face pale with exhaustion, her clothes torn. She looked up at me as I approached, her eyes filled with a mix of fear and relief. "Thank God," she whispered. "I thought I was the only one left out here." I didn't know who she was or how long she had been lost, but I knew one thing. Together, we had a better chance of finding our way out. We both had survival skills, and now we weren't alone. We spent the next few hours carefully mapping out our next steps, working together to find a way back to civilization. It wasn't easy, and there were moments when it felt like the forest would never let us go. But we never gave up, and after what felt like days, we finally stumbled upon the faintest trace of a trail. A real trail, one that had markers, small but enough to guide us. By the time we emerged from the woods, the first light of dawn was breaking through the trees, casting a golden glow across the landscape. We had made it out. We were alive, exhausted, and dirty, but we were free. I don't know how we ended up where we did. I don't know why the forest seemed to work against us, or why the trail had vanished. But I do know this. That night, as we made our way out of the woods, I felt more alive than I ever had before. I never thought something as simple as a day hike could go so wrong. It was supposed to be a peaceful trip, a chance to clear my mind, but it turned into something I'll never forget. The kind of thing that makes you question everything you thought you knew about nature and about yourself. It all started with an impulse. I'd been feeling stressed out for weeks, working nonstop, always in my head. So, I decided to take a break and get some fresh air. I didn't want to deal with people, and the thought of being in a crowded park felt suffocating. So, I picked a trail, not too far from home, and set off alone, hoping the solitude would give me some peace. The morning was crisp and clear, with the sun just beginning to break through the trees. The forest smelled fresh, like wet earth and pine, the kind of scent that makes you breathe deeply without thinking. I had everything I needed: water, snacks, a map, and my phone, just in case. I didn't think I'd need any of it, but it felt reassuring to have it with me. The trail started off easy enough, winding through tall pines and underbrush. Birds chirped overhead, and the only sounds were the crunch of my boots on the dirt path and the rustle of leaves in the wind. I moved at a steady pace, feeling the tension in my shoulders begin to loosen as I put distance between myself and everything that had been weighing me down. I was alone, and it felt like the world was mine for the taking. But then, I made the mistake of not paying attention. I had been walking for hours, maybe longer. The sun was higher in the sky now, and I had barely stopped. It was too peaceful, too easy. I guess I just didn't realize how far I'd gone until I looked around and noticed that everything seemed different. The trees weren't familiar. The path, which had been clear and wide, was now barely a trail at all. The edges were overgrown, and the ground was soft, like I was stepping on a sponge. I paused, scanning the woods. There was nothing unusual about it. No clear signs of danger, but something about the way the trees stood, tall and silent, made me uneasy. I pulled out the map, but when I unfolded it, it didn't make sense anymore. The trail I had been on was supposed to loop back around, but all I could see were a few vague lines and names of places I didn't recognize. That's when the panic started to creep in. I'd gotten lost before on smaller trails, but this felt different. The trees seemed to close in around me, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. But there was no one here. I was alone. I tried to retrace my steps, but nothing looked familiar. The more I walked, the more the forest seemed to stretch out in all directions, trapping me in its endless maze of green. The sun, which had been so bright when I started, was now hidden behind a thick blanket of clouds, casting the woods in an eerie half-light. Minutes turned into hours. I found myself moving in circles, constantly crossing the same small stream or passing the same rock formations. My water bottle was nearly empty, and my phone, my only real source of hope, was down to a single bar of battery. I didn't want to admit it, but I was starting to panic. At one point, I even yelled. I don't know why. There was no one around to hear me, and I knew it was pointless. The forest swallowed the sound, as if the world had forgotten I existed. I could feel my heart racing, my breath coming faster. I had to stop. I had to think. I found a small clearing and sat down, trying to calm myself. It didn't work. The anxiety kept rising, like a tide that wouldn't recede. I wanted to scream again, to get someone's attention, but I knew that wouldn't help. The more I thought about it, the more I realized how little I knew about the woods I was in. Could be hours before anyone noticed I was missing, if anyone did at all. I tried to stay rational. I knew I couldn't panic. I had to keep moving. I stood up and started walking again, determined to find the trail or some kind of marker. But it felt like the trees were mocking me. The further I went, the more the woods seemed to close in. The branches reached down like they were trying to grab me, and the rustling sounds that I had ignored earlier now felt like something was following me. It wasn't until the sun began to dip below the horizon that I realized how truly lost I was. I could see the fading light filtering through the trees, casting long shadows across the ground. The forest, which had felt so alive earlier, now felt oppressive, suffocating. My legs ached, and I was starting to feel dizzy. I sat down again, this time leaning against a tree, trying to think through my options. I knew I couldn't keep walking in circles. If I didn't find a way out soon, I might be stuck here overnight. And the thought of spending a cold night alone in the woods, no fire, no shelter, was enough to send a chill down my spine. I took a deep breath and tried to calm myself. I was starting to realize something important. I was making a huge mistake by panicking. I'd been trained in survival techniques. I'd done some basic courses in first aid and wilderness survival years ago. I knew what to do, or at least I thought I did. I dug through my backpack for anything that could help. I had a small first aid kit, a flashlight, some extra snacks, and a whistle. I decided that the whistle was my best bet. If anyone was out there, maybe they'd hear it. I blew it 3 times, sharp and loud, hoping someone would hear. I waited for what felt like an eternity, but there was no answer. Just the wind rustling through the trees, carrying with it the scent of pine and wet earth. I didn't give up though. I kept blowing the whistle every few minutes, hoping to attract attention. But as the hours passed, the darkness settled in, and the forest seemed to become even more silent, as if everything had gone to sleep. By now, I was exhausted. My legs were sore, and I was starting to feel the weight of the situation settling on me. I had no idea how I was going to get out of here, but something in me refused to give up. I had to survive. I pulled out the map again and looked at it under the dim light of my flashlight. Something clicked in my brain. There was a small trail marked on the map that seemed to connect to a larger one. If I could find it, maybe I could make it back to the main trail and, eventually, to safety. With renewed determination, I started moving again, trying to ignore the growing fatigue in my body. I kept my focus on the ground ahead of me, searching for any signs of the trail. I knew it would be hard to find, but I couldn't give up. I had to keep going. Then, just when I was about to lose hope, I saw something. It was faint, but there was a difference in the way the ground looked. The underbrush wasn't as thick, and the trees were spaced a little further apart. I moved forward, carefully picking my way through the woods, and after a few minutes, I found it, the trail. It was faint, barely visible, but it was there. I followed it carefully, my heart pounding with excitement and relief. The forest seemed to open up as I walked, the path becoming clearer with each step. It wasn't long before I saw the first signs of civilization. A distant road, barely visible through the trees. Couldn't believe it. I was going to make it out. When I finally emerged from the woods and onto the road, I collapsed, too tired to move. But I felt a rush of gratitude flood over me. I was out. I was safe. The sun had already set, and the cool night air felt like a balm on my sore, tired body. I pulled out my phone and called for help, knowing that I'd never take my safety for granted again. That experience, being lost in the woods, had changed something inside me. It wasn't just about the fear or the physical exhaustion. It was about realizing how fragile everything is, how one wrong turn could lead you to a place you can't escape. But I made it out. I survived. And that's something I'll never forget. The sun was starting to dip below the horizon, casting long shadows through the thick trees around me. The woods were eerily quiet, except for the occasional rustling of leaves and the distant call of a bird settling in for the night. I had been hiking all day, taking the long route through the forest to reach the camping spot I had marked on my map. It was supposed to be a peaceful getaway, just me and nature, but somewhere along the way things went wrong. First, it was just a little off. The path was clearly marked on the map, but it didn't seem to match what I was seeing. The trees were thicker here, more densely packed together, and the trail seemed to twist in directions I didn't expect. I was a seasoned hiker. I had done this 100 times before, but I had never felt more out of place. I checked my phone for signal, It was completely dead. No bars. Of course, I had charged it the night before, but the GPS was of no use if there was no signal. I sighed, tucking the phone back into my bag. The forest wasn't exactly unfamiliar to me, but I still didn't like the feeling of being alone out here, especially now, as the darkness crept in. The sun was sinking lower and lower, and I knew I had to make a decision soon. I could either keep going and hope I would find the campsite or turn around and retrace my steps. I should have turned back earlier, but I had gotten distracted by the peacefulness of it all. Now it was almost too late. The night was coming fast. I glanced at my watch. It was nearly 7 p.m., and the light was fading quickly. I decided to keep moving forward. The last thing I wanted was to get stuck in the woods without a clear direction in the dark. The trees above me blocked what little light there was left, and the woods were starting to feel claustrophobic. Every rustle and snap of twigs made my heart race. I could feel the weight of the silence pressing down on me. The trail twisted again, and I looked around, seeing no signs of the campsite or any markers. I checked my map again, though it was mostly useless now without a proper sense of direction. Panic was starting to set in. The thought that I might be lost for real was beginning to feel more and more possible. I picked up the pace, trying to stay calm. I needed to find a way out. The thought of staying out here all night, exposed to whatever creatures or dangers might lurk in the forest, was enough to push me forward. But as I walked, the trees seemed to close in on me more, and the path became less clear. It felt like the forest itself was playing tricks on me. Then the crunch of a branch snapped behind me. My heart skipped a beat. I froze. I listened. Nothing. The forest was still. Too still. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone anymore. I took a deep breath and kept walking. The air was growing colder now, the wind picking up, rattling the branches above. It felt like the temperature had dropped 20 degrees in just a few minutes. I pulled my jacket tighter around me, but it didn't help much. I was shaking, not from the cold, but from something else. I stumbled over a rock and caught myself, my breath coming out in short gasps. The light was almost completely gone now. I glanced over my shoulder again, convinced I had heard something, but all I saw were the same dark, looming trees. The path ahead seemed to stretch out forever, with no end in sight. By the time I realized how lost I truly was, the first stars were starting to peek out above me. It was official, I wasn't getting out tonight. I would have to find a place to sleep and wait until morning. I searched the ground for a flat spot, something to rest on. There were some rocks to sit on, but nothing comfortable. I needed to keep moving. I couldn't just stop here. I had to find a way out before the night dragged on too long. I found a small clearing up ahead, and I quickly set up my camp in what little light remained. The firewood I'd packed in my bag was minimal, just enough for a small fire. I tried to start it, but the dampness of the woods made it nearly impossible. After a few tries, I managed to get a spark to catch, and soon a small flame flickered in front of me. It wasn't much, but it would be enough to keep me warm for a little while. I sat back against a tree, wrapping my arms around my knees, trying to keep warm. The fire crackled and popped, and for a moment, I allowed myself to relax. I wasn't entirely sure what I was afraid of. It wasn't like there were any real dangers here. I had heard the stories about wild animals, but I'd been hiking for years and never had a problem. Still, something about this night felt different. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I stayed awake for hours, feeding the fire and keeping an eye on my surroundings. The night seemed endless, and every little sound made me jump. The wind howled through the trees, and the branches creaked above me. Every snap of a twig, every rustle in the leaves made my heart race. But as the night dragged on, I grew more and more exhausted. By the time the first rays of sunlight started filtering through the trees, I had managed to get a little sleep. I woke up with a stiff back and sore limbs. The fire had burned down to embers, and the woods around me were still. I checked my watch, it was just after 6 a.m. I had survived the night. With renewed determination, I packed up my things and set off again, trying to retrace my steps. The forest still felt overwhelming, but now there was a sense of urgency to everything. I couldn't afford to get lost again. I walked for hours, occasionally stopping to check my map, but the path still didn't look familiar. I was starting to feel the frustration building up in my chest. It was clear I wasn't going to make it out of here anytime soon. But then, just as I was about to give up hope, I heard something. A distant sound, like the faint hum of a motor. I froze, straining my ears. It was definitely a sound of something mechanical. I followed the sound, pushing through the brush as fast as I could. The trees started to thin out, and before I knew it, I was back on a well-worn trail. I had no idea where it led, but I didn't care. It was a trail, and that was all I needed. I walked for what felt like hours, and eventually, I reached a road. The moment I stepped onto the pavement, I felt an overwhelming sense of relief. I was out of the woods. I had made it. I sat down on the side of the road, finally letting the weight of the situation sink in. I was exhausted, both mentally and physically, but I was safe. The woods, for all their beauty, had a way of swallowing you whole if you weren't careful. It took me far too long to realize how badly I had been lost, but now I was free. The trees felt like they were closing in on me. Each step I took, the forest seemed to swallow me more, like it didn't want me here. The ground was uneven beneath my boots, patches of mud, rocks, and tangled roots tripping me up, slowing me down. My breath came out in quick bursts, the cool autumn air cutting through my jacket. I hadn't planned on getting lost. It was just supposed to be a simple hike, a way to clear my mind. I'd done it 100 times before, but this time something went wrong. I couldn't shake the feeling that the woods were a little different today. Darker, quieter, like they were holding their breath, watching me. I looked around, my heart hammering in my chest. Everything seemed so familiar, but not in the right way. The trees, thick and tall, were spaced so far apart that I should have had a clear line of sight to the trail, but I didn't. I couldn't see anything beyond the first few rows of trunks. The trail, which had been so obvious just an hour ago, was now just a memory. I checked my phone. No signal. Figures. It's not like I expected service out here, but it would have been nice to have some reassurance. The sound of leaves rustling in the wind only made things worse. Every snap of a twig, every shifting of the branches overhead felt like something I should be afraid of. But I knew I had to stay calm. Getting worked up wouldn't help me now. I looked down at my watch. 2:30 p.m. I'd been walking for at least an hour, but it felt like much longer. I hadn't seen any signs of the trail or any other hikers. The silence was suffocating, broken only by the occasional bird call in the distance. It was so quiet, I could hear my own heart pounding in my ears. I took a deep breath and tried to steady myself. My mind raced. Should I turn back? But which way was back? I could barely even remember where I'd come from, let alone where I was going. The trees all looked the same. The underbrush was thick, and I couldn't see any landmarks that would help me get my bearings. The sun had been creeping lower for a while now, and the shadows in the woods were starting to stretch out, deepening into something darker and more unsettling. I walked a little further, hoping to find something, anything, that would point me in the right direction. But the forest only seemed to get thicker, the trees taller and the ground rougher. The path under my feet was starting to disappear, the earth soft and uneven, littered with fallen leaves and branches. My feet were starting to ache from walking so much. My legs felt heavy, the weight of my pack pulling me down with every step. I paused to take a breath, leaning against a tree to steady myself. I had to think. I couldn't just keep wandering. There had to be something. Path, a creek, a sign, anything. I glanced up at the sky through the gaps in the trees. It was getting harder to tell the time. The sun hidden behind thick clouds, and the branches overhead blocking out what little light was left. I should have known better than to venture this deep without a map or a compass. I was always so sure I'd be fine. I was an experienced hiker, after all, or so I thought. I pulled out my phone again, hoping for some miracle. No signal. Great. I started to walk faster now, my steps growing more frantic. The trees seemed to loom taller, the shadows stretching longer. I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting something to be following me. The air felt heavier, thicker somehow. Maybe it was just my imagination, but the more I walked, the more I felt like I was being watched. Minutes stretched into hours, or at least it felt that way. The sky darkened, and I had no choice but to accept that I'd lost track of time. The wind had picked up, and the forest was starting to feel colder. A chill ran through me, not just from the drop in temperature, but from the gnawing feeling that I was completely alone, completely lost. I tried to retrace my steps, looking for something that would bring me back to where I started. But every turn seemed to lead me deeper into the woods, further away from the trail I had been following. The trees had changed slightly, the ones I'd passed earlier no longer visible. It was as if the forest itself had shifted, moved to confuse me. The shadows were getting darker now, the once peaceful sounds of nature replaced by the eerie creaking of trees swaying in the wind. My heart was beating faster with every step. I needed to find my way out. I couldn't keep wandering like this. Then something caught my eye, a flash of movement, too quick to be a deer. My breath caught in my throat. I stopped, my feet frozen to the spot. My mind raced. Was it just my nerves playing tricks on me? Or was there something moving out there? Something watching me? I stepped forward slowly, trying to see through the underbrush, my eyes scanning the trees, but the more I focused, the less I saw. The forest seemed to distort around me. The ground felt uneven, and every step was a struggle to keep my balance. The air was thick now, humid and heavy, like a storm was about to hit. I kept walking, pushing myself forward despite the growing panic that clenched at my chest. The trees had started to look more like sentinels, standing watch, blocking out the light. My breath was ragged, my muscles sore from the long hours of hiking. I had no idea how far I'd come or how long it had been, but I had to keep moving. I couldn't stop now. The forest wasn't like it used to be. There was something different about it today. The atmosphere felt wrong, too still, too quiet. I tried to remember the landmarks I'd passed, but they all blurred together now. Was that a hill I had passed earlier? Was there a stream nearby? Couldn't remember. The more I thought, the more disoriented I became. Then, in the distance, I spotted it. A break in the trees, patch of lighter ground. I squinted, hopeful. Could it be? I pushed through the underbrush, each step feeling like an eternity. I was almost there, almost out. As I emerged from the thick woods, the clearing opened up before me. My heart raced. There, in the distance, was the trailhead. The familiar signpost stood in front of me, a beacon of hope. I'd made it. I wasn't lost anymore. I stood there for a moment, taking it all in, breathing in the fresh air. I couldn't believe I'd made it out. After all that time, all that fear, I was finally safe. I smiled to myself, grateful for the fact that I hadn't panicked, that I'd kept my cool when everything seemed hopeless. The woods hadn't won. I had